I spent 5 years in prison and decided to turn over a new leaf after getting out. My family pooled money to buy me a car to drive a taxi. That day, I picked up a passenger heading to Century Hotel, but not only did he refuse to pay, he also grabbed the girl who was sharing the ride. She was a PR manager. The man spoke lewdly. Old pigeon, huh? Let us find a quiet spot so I can test your skills. If you're really good, I'll help promote you. The girl frowned and snapped, don't think you can cause trouble just because you've had a few drinks. With that, she yanked her arm free and shoved him while he was off balance. I had to step in not to play the hero, but because I was afraid the two groups would start a fight and report it to the authorities. If that happened, my side gig of ride sharing would be exposed. The transportation department fines people like me at least 500 yuan for such violations, plus a mandatory 2-week suspension. I couldn't afford to lose the money or the time. I quickly stepped forward and said, bro, forget the fare. Don't give my passenger a hard time. As I spoke, I positioned myself between them and signaled the girl to leave. But instead, she stood her ground and called for backup. The argument escalated into shouting and insults. I was already resigning myself to bad luck, praying the authorities wouldn't get involved, when Big Mouth suddenly pulled a switchblade from his jacket and lunged at the girl's chest without hesitation. This was clearly a premeditated attack. Instinctively, I grabbed his wrist, wrestled the knife away, and kicked him back before pulling the girl to run. But after a few steps, I turned around. They were smashing my car. Roaring, I charged back and brawled with them. Just as I was about to collapse from exhaustion, security from Century Hotel arrived, and Big Mouth's gang fled at the sight of them. Lu Mingchuan walked over and asked the girl, Qingqing, are you okay? These little punks are asking for trouble, causing scenes every other day. He was the majority shareholder of Century Hotel, known in Ice City as the God of Wealth Lu. 5 years ago, I helped him collect a debt. Qingqing said, I'm fine, boss. Luckily, this taxi driver was here, or it would been bad. This gang is obviously sent by Guangjun. If we don't start using his liquor in our hotel, the trouble won't stop. Lu Mingchuan nodded, sized me up, and ordered his men, take this young man to the hospital and cover his car repairs. I thanked him profusely. As I took the money, he probed, are you Guyi? When I admitted it, he exclaimed, why are you driving a taxi? I thought you'd gone south. Come back to the hotel for tea and a chat. I declined, Brother Chuan, you're busy. I'm not much of a tea drinker these days. He caught my drift, took my number, and had his bodyguards spread the word, a 200,000 yuan bounty to handle Guangjun. The amount gave me pause, but I quickly schooled my expression. Back in the car, I looked at the family photo taken at the hospital before my father passed away. The words, repent and be saved on the photo were given to me by my sister at his request. Back then, I resented him for forcing me to turn myself in, but later I realized he was right. Those so-called brothers and bosses were just using me as a tool, and it was always my family who bore the burden for me. Gently touching the photo, my eyes reddened. Dad, I've turned back, but it's a shame you can't see it. I'll take good care of Mom and Sis. Just as I was about to break down, Qingqing knocked on the car window. You look all tough, but you're quite the sentimental type, huh? She handed me 1,000 yuan in cash. The boss gave this earlier, and this is from me personally. Let us grab a meal sometime. I went to a small clinic and spent 25 yuan to treat the wound on my arm, then returned to the dormitory to sleep. The guy on the upper bunk, Xiaobei, also drove for a living but had no license, so he could only work for others. Seeing me back early, he asked why, and I made up an excuse about the car breaking down, saying I needed to visit my mom for the holiday tomorrow. The next day, after dropping the car off for repairs, I bought some fruit and health supplements and went to my sister's place. Her home was a 60 square meter apartment allocated by her husband's workplace. It used to be spacious enough for their family of 3, but after my mother moved in, it felt cramped. The old family home had been sold by Mom to buy me a car, so for now, we had no choice but to stay with my sister. I worked tirelessly driving to save up and move Mom out as soon as possible. At noon, my brother-in-law came home. Seeing me on the sofa, his smile vanished. The big shot gangster has so much free time today? Mom gave an awkward smile, and my sister scolded him for talking nonsense. During lunch, while peeling shrimp for my nephew, my wound was exposed, and my sister asked about it with concern. I quickly covered it up. My brother-in-law sneered, Xiao Yi, you should grow up. You didn't help when Dad was sick. Your sister and I paid all the medical bills. And now that you're out, you're still causing trouble? Dad gave you all the money from selling the house, and Mom used it to buy you a car so you could do honest work. How are you repaying them? What kind of driving leaves a cut that loan? My sister slammed the table and stood up. What kind of talk is that? Are you resentful about spending money on Dad's treatment? After all these years of marriage, am I not worth that much? When your mom was sick 2 years ago, I took care of her, and I was the one who looked after your grandma until she passed. My brother rarely visits, just comes for a meal on holidays. If you don't want this life, let us get a divorce. Mom tried to mediate, but my brother-in-law retorted, what's wrong with me, as his brother-in-law, saying a few words? Stop threatening me with divorce. If we really split, I'd be fine on my own, but what about your whole family? My anger surged. He could insult me, but not my sister and mother. I roared, enough, brother-in-law. Pulling out the 10,000 I'd saved recently, including the 5,000 Lu Mingchuan compensated, I said, this is rent for mom staying here. Tally up dad's medical expenses, give me 3 years, and I'll pay it all back. I won't owe you a single cent, but you can't mistreat my mom or sister. If they suffer, I'll go back inside for a few more years if I have to. Even beggars get 3 years of good luck. As long as I'm alive, even driving a taxi, I'll be the best damn driver in Ice City. With that, I grabbed my coat and left. After leaving the neighborhood, the phone rang non-stop. Our mother and sister called, but I did not answer a single one, and finally simply turned off the phone. It's not that I'm angry with the two of them, but I don't know what to say even if I answered it. What could I do if I went back and continued to eat? Of course, I'm not really blaming my brother-in-law. The old man was taken care of by him and my sister from the time he got sick to the time he left this world. And all the medical bills were taken by the two of them, for which I have always been grateful. Today my brother-in-law's words were harsh, and could be said to be insulting. But there's no way around it, this is reality. If I were the manager of a company or the owner of a self-employed business at this moment, even if I didn't give my brother-in-law the money, I'm sure he wouldn't have said so many harsh words. Why? Because I don't do well, because I have a criminal record, because I drag the family's leg. If other people, at this moment, may come to a borrowed wine, or briefly lay flat for a few days to ease the mood. But I won't. I don't have that time to be sentimental. I want to quickly accumulate capital to pick up mom and bring her home, so that my sister can stand up for herself in her in-laws' home. Thinking of this, I immediately took out my phone and contacted the car repair store, and when I learned that the windshield had already been replaced, I immediately took a cab and rushed over. At 12:30 noon, when the Vanguard family was reunited, I leaned alone in front of the car door, nibbling on bread, and kept yelling at the passing pedestrians. In the old location of the trade city here leaned for nearly an hour. A guest did not. Just when I hesitated to run to the passenger terminal, the train station, a line of people, wind and fire, rushed over to me. I squinted my eyes to see. The leader of the people is the last night that called the big mouth. Threw the bread, immediately ran toward the car, intending to slip first. But the other party's reaction is obviously faster than me. When I just got into the car, the big mouth and his entourage had already rushed to the front. Not even a line of dialogue, just repaired the windshield immediately out of the cobwebs. Little than cubs, like to see justice, is not it? Today do not intend to come to a heroic rescue off. In the future again to the 21st century hustling, I see you once, beat you once, today is to give you a little lesson, come on, give me smash. I couldn't count how many people were there, but there had to be at least 7 or 8 of them, all holding steel pipes, or baseball bats or other blunt objects. I leaned against the car door, put my heart on the line, and began to playfully fight back. Desperately, I swung my fists, trying to break through the crowd and face the big mouth directly. Still treading quite hard, you think it's the ring? The fight is not over yet? Big mouth muttered before pulling out the same card spring from yesterday. And in this tense moment, the siren sounded. A familiar figure holding a what ID plate rushed over to me, while running also shouted, "Police, all give me to stand still." Big mouth and other people immediately scattered in all directions when they saw this, and I also paralyzed in front of the car, breathing heavily. Big brother, what kind of cow ghosts and snakes have you messed with? Quickly, you hurry to give your head to the faucet to wipe. You do not cover with your hands. I see if it is for your brain out. I slowed down for a while, frowned at Xiaobei after puffing on 2 cigarettes. Don't tell me you're actually doing undercover work. Running a cab is just to hide your identity. I would like to be a sir, but we are not that lucky. These stupid coins were far away and didn't see it clearly. I held up a cab license, and that siren sound is something I changed myself to use when I'm stuck in a traffic jam. After listening to Xiaobei's answer, I was a little crying and laughing. At the same time, in my heart also feel that I am quite lucky. If today was really stabbed by the big mouth a few times, that can be everything is over. You haven't said it yet. Who have you pissed off? How did you get so many people to beat you up? I see someone else has a knife. I covered the wound on my head and whispered back, a gangster called Big Mouth. The reason you don't ask, it's a long story. In any case, I'm not to blame. It's purely because they are bullies, and took me as an unlucky ghost. Xiaobei froze when he heard Big Mouth's name, then rubbed his palms together and said, "Xiaoyi, it's better to call the police." I turned my head to look at Xiaobei, and then patted my cab, which was almost falling apart, and asked rhetorically, "How many days do I have to call the police to catch someone? What about my car in the meantime? Smashed into such I cannot go on the road. Cannot go on the road, I cannot make money. No money, I eat what to drink? Then what else do you want if you don't call the police?" The Big Mouth is the commerce city this generation of the famous Big Brother. Under the support of more than 10 people, just by yourself, can you get the loss back? He's still a big brother? Humph. I snorted coldly, took a breath and asked again in passing, who was above the Big Mouth? It seems to be a person called Guang Jun. This person I have not seen. It is said to be very powerful. It is a liquor business. Who? Guang Jun. Xiaobei saw that I reacted so strongly, and stumbled back a bit. Yeah, what's wrong? When Xiaobei said Guang Jun's name, I instantly understood somewhat. Big Mouth's behavior last night must have been authorized by Guang Jun, and the purpose was not that mommy named Ching Cheng, but rather targeting Lu Mingchuan, the boss of 21st century. The two of them must have failed to come to terms on the liquor intake, and that's why this Guang Jun frequently made moves to disrupt 21st century's business. Xiaobei, I'm going to find Guang Jun. I need a driver. I still have $1,000 in my pocket. Take it if you're willing to go with me, forget it if you're not. Xiaobei was surprised beyond belief and asked back, you still want to take revenge on Guang Jun, ah? I stood up, pointing to the nearly smashed and scrapped cab, said in a loud voice, I went into squat for 5 years, my father to go, I was not able to send him, this car is my father left me, this is my hope to live on. I can endure anything, because my family and my current situation does not allow me to rebel, but now the last hope of my life is gone, then I still control a JBA, I really want to see today, what kind of character is the Bingqing Guangjuan? Xiaobei stood still and was silent for about a minute, I didn't rush him during that time. Xiaobei, my family situation you also know, I only help you drive, the rest of the things have to rely on your own, I really cannot help you. Okay, no problem, you'll be responsible for driving, I'll take care of the rest myself. The words fell, I and Xiaobei went straight to the cab. He ran live. Chapter 4, Maniac Chen Mo. Guang Jun was easy to find, because his fame was too big in our district, and he had countless eccentric businesses under his command. Although he's older now, although the tiger is old, the tiger's might is still there. An hour later, the car stopped in front of a chess room called Fat Choi Club. This was Guang Jun's home base, and I found out that he would come here almost every night to sit for a while, take stock of the accounts, and learn about the progress and situation of each business. I wrapped the gas canister I just bought around my hand and checked the windproof lighter and saw that there was nothing wrong with it, so I got out of the car directly. Half of my body had just scurried out when Xiaobei tugged on me. His expression was unnatural, as if his bowels had been dry for days. Wild, can you be more miserable than me? It's all about a car, so if we don't have a car, we can't live without it. I moved my neck frankly back, you see as a car, but I think it is the last hope of life. You wait for me here for 15 minutes, if I did not come out, then you go, the money I put the car sat on. The words fell, I did not pay attention to Xiaobei's shouting, and ran straight to the clubhouse door. After entering the clubhouse, I followed the stairs to the second floor, where there is a pandemonium. There are many people, all of them are playing mahjong and pushing pai gao. There was a small partition in the innermost part, and I guessed that it should be Guang Jun's office. I licked my lips and pulled out a bicycle lock from my arms, directly locking the door to the second floor. It was only then that someone just noticed me. Hey, what are you doing? Did you send it to the wrong place? I looked at him expressionlessly and asked calmly, is June there? The person who asked first froze, then frowned and came forward to survey me and asked rhetorically, you still know Brother June? Well, I'm looking for Brother June to talk about something, please call. At this time, the youth who asked probably also guessed what I was going to do, kept shoving me, signaling me to hurry up and get lost. Zira. I directly unscrewed the valve of the gas tank, and then a foot nestled in the chest of the questioning youth, and fire appeared in my hand. I used all my strength and shouted loudly, is Guang Jun there? My name is Gu Yi, is driving a cab a small basket, dare to come out to face me a little, let me see what is the social big brother. Words fell, playing mahjong, push pai gao's gang of guests all stopped the action of the hands, began to speed very fast collect their hands of cash, and then ran to the direction of the window. All of the gamblers were in a panic, but there was only one young man who was very different. He calmly ate his apple and just looked at me with a hint of friendliness in his smile. Bam! The door of the partition was pushed open, and the man at the head was in his mid to late 40s, wearing a shiny Rolex watch on his hand, and a large gold chain around his neck that was as thick as his little thumb. Wearing a loose black suit, he raised his hands and feet rather with faction. All this situation, he unexpectedly did not panic at all, but carelessly commanded his men to open the windows and ventilate first. Little brother, I am Guangjuan, see you this is aggrieved you first turn off that broken thing, it is just a matter of money, do not scare my guests. I carried the gas canister a few steps forward, then pulled a chair and sat down opposite Guang Jun. Brother Jun, you're a senior in the jungle, I really had no choice but to come today. I'm a taxi runner, I can't compare with you, a person called Big Mouth under you, smashed my car for no reason, and beat me up, I came today, I just want a statement, and this statement is also simple, you give me the money to repair the car, I'll turn around and leave, and turn around, if you want to be angry and want to look for me, I'll give you a knee to kneel down alright. At this time, appeared a youth who also participated in beating me today, lying in Guang Jun's ear murmured a few words, Guang Jun nodded thoughtfully. After half a minute, Guang Jun rubbed the Buddha beads in his hand, and smiled calmly, money you ask nicely, I can definitely give you, but you're so whole, if I give the money, then the people out there will think it's me, Guang Jun, that's a wimp. Young man, I Guang Jun in his teens to mix in society when, have the courage to mix to now, that is certainly not you take a gas tank can be scared. I don't believe that just a gas canister can give my brothers all crashed to death, and where there is one of them can live, then you think about your mom and your sister can have a good life? I don't know how Guangjuan knew my family's information, but he was able to say it, so naturally he had verified it. At this moment I am also a little confused, thinking that God is really cute, smashed the car, let me cannot afford to live, and now I want to die, and let me cannot afford to die. Quite old, a little pussy face do not want it? You're a kid, bullying a cab driver with a sense of superiority? Who's talking? It is the youth who just ate apple calmly. At this moment he stood up, threw the apple core with no pulp left into the garbage can, and then lifted a small bag behind his back and sat down next to me with a steady pace. I was confused, meanwhile Guang Jun was the same. Dude, turn this thing off, I want to smoke. The youth once again grinned at me, then directly reached out and twisted the valve of the gas tank dead. It was then that I saw his face clearly. His skin was white, his eyes were shining, and he had double eyelids. The most special thing was his eyebrows, thick and slender, adding a bit of dominance to his clean-cut appearance. Who are you? Dare to talk to my big brother like that? Youth did not immediately reply, but from the cigarette box to pull out a cigarette in his mouth, fumbling back and forth after once again looked up at me. Brother, lend a fire oranges. Snap. After lighting the cigarette, the youth wrapped a mouthful of it. His expression was very enjoyable, and then tilted his head to look at the man who yelled at him and said back, my name is Chen Mo. As soon as the words fell, gunfire appeared. Bang! With a loud bang, a fire dragon erupted. The man who had previously screamed and cursed collapsed in response, the upper half of his body instantly bleeding out. There is honor and inferiority in the Jianghu, and there is only so much you can do to face me like this. Then, Chen Mo pulled his hand out of his backpack, and the muzzle of his gun was facing Wang Jun. The money for repairing the car, $50,000, you give it to this brother first, then I'll find you to talk about Lu Laojiu. Guang Jun's expression was no longer as calm and composed as before when he heard Chen Mo's name, and the calm smile on his face turned forced. Mo, talk about things, just talk about things, you just asked me out, do you still make the mistake of playing this? Chen Mo laughed, smiling disdainfully. You mean I'm playing the road with you? Bam! Chen Mo threw his phone on the table, arrogant and incomparable added, you alarm also line, call people also can, I Chen Mo one person a gun to receive this, come on, society my military brother, you play it, I will see today you can do things into what kind? Chen Mo. We have no hatred and no grudges, as for it. Guang Jun did not even look at the phone on the table a glance, the tone of voice is also some goat. Grass, you are also this 2 times. Chen Mo disdainfully laughed again, first of all, this brother's matter to solve, and then we talk again, today I either do not touch you, touch on touch broken you. Chapter 5, you're an interesting person. Soon, I received $50,000 in cash, but I didn't leave right away. I've heard of Chen Mo's name before. No, accurately speaking, there should be no one who has come out to hang out in Ice City, or who has hung out, who hasn't heard of him. Because his past is too legendary, in Bingcheng modern Jianghu, he is a monumental figure. When Brother Jingguan, through the south to the north, the Dragon City folding knife. When Brother Nan, the dragon swims in shallow waters and returns to the heavens. Chen Mo held a sword and gun in his hand, stepped on countless famous Big Brother, sword to the world, opened his own lofty ears. A Big Brother nemesis is not a boast, but a realistic description of the facts. Chen Mo has this vigor, no matter what kind of brother you are, facing me, you have to give me a kneeling board positive. Let's go together, there are many of them. I tucked away 50,000 cash, compared the door lock key in my hand and said softly. Chen Mo laughed again, laughing maniacally, even the hand holding the gun is no longer so hard, as if he heard the best joke of the century. I don't think my words have any problems, in my thinking, if I unlock the door on the second floor, then there are too many changes, there are so many people in the house, who can guarantee that there is no sneaky call to call someone? Chen Mo in fears, he also only one person a gun only. Oh, alright, brother, you normal walk your is, want to keep me, have to find armed police or SWAT, on their words, certainly not. I silent this did not say, not I want to pretend what hero, or deliberately want to flatter Chen Mo. Do people usually damage a little can, but in front of the life and death matters, that the minimum must be virtuous or have. Without Chen Mo, not to mention $50,500 Guang Jun could not give me. This money is like Chen Mo help me to come, I stay although it cannot help much, can turn around and go, also too much not Jianghu. See I did not move, Chen Mo urged, can't see you a cab is also quite polite, so, you go downstairs and wait for me, help me look out, if there is a SIR over, you will shout. Chen Mo said so, I don't leave again is a bit insensitive. This side of the lock just opened to turn the corner downstairs, see a young man with a white mask holding 2 still with the label obviously bought a new large kitchen knife pace rush to rush up. At first I thought it was Guangju and called someone, but closer to look only to realize that the person is exactly Xiao Bei. You scared me to death, what are you up to? Xiao Bei saw me bulging in my arms, took off his mask, and asked back with an unbelievable face, Guang Jun believes in Buddhism? He even gave you the money? Don't bull me, go back to the car and say. Xiao Bei's emotions are obviously more agitated than me, the stairs are at least 20 to 30 steps, he continuously 2 big jumps after a corner directly out the door. Inside the car. Go, you can scare your father me, my heart is going to jump out, hurry to withdraw. Xiao Bei's hand of the ignition is trembling violently, and has been looking up at the entrance of the Fat Choi Club, afraid that someone will chase out. I didn't laugh at Xiao Bei, instead I was touched inwardly. Today's society, not to mention looking for friends to help fight, you just string with a little money, you see how many people pull you? Xiao Bei's situation I know better than anyone, but when the time we agreed to arrive, he did not choose to run away. Instead, he took a huge risk and rushed in with 2 kitchen knives. Such a friend is worth making, 1,000 pieces of gold will not be exchanged. Can't go, waiting for a friend. What? Not go? Big brother, what kind of road are you playing? Xiao Bei, excited to speak, are a little unsteady, spit flying, dry me a face. Wait for it, this money came coincidentally, is a friend did a favor, let's wait for him. On the other end, inside the house. Chen Mo was facing the crowd of Guangjun alone, his aura was not weak at all, and could even be said to be crushed. You should be familiar with Wei Laojiu, right? He hasn't been playing outside for the last few years, he just wants to get down to business and get a cattle ranch to make a little money for retirement. How many times have you guys gone to ask for money? Laojiu is my neighbor, he opened his mouth with me, then I can't just ignore it. You guys took 1,200,000 from him before and after, now you take 30 out, I'll turn around and leave, and won't be looking for trouble from you in the future. Guang Jun wiped the beads of sweat on his head and gritted his teeth and said back, Mo, the matter between Wei Laojiu and I is more complicated, listen to me explain to you. Chen Mo didn't let Guang Jun say the words that followed, instead he pressed his gun closer, and with that the smile on his face completely disappeared. I'm not here to break up your lawsuit, money, you give or you don't give, this is your last chance. As he spoke, Chen Mo's finger was already on the trigger. The number is too much, I didn't prepare in advance, this big night you let me wear to get together 300,000. For you. Guang Jun patiently explained, but Chen Mo was obviously not that patient. The gunshot sounded once again. Guang Jun's reaction speed was good, dodging sideways, the bullet hit his shoulder, not hitting the vitals. Just as Chen Mo narrowed his eyes expressionlessly to add a second shot, Guang Jun's reaction speed was even faster. Here, I'll give it right away, Mo, I'm convinced, I'll give the money. Then Guang Jun spoke very fast, rushed to the nearest youth who had already held his head and crouched down and said, Xiao Cake, go to my safe to get the money, the password 51, and then with these gamblers Zhang Lu, they have a lot of cash in their hands, take the money and give them an IOU, and tomorrow they will return it to them, and we will give the interest. Chen Mo saw this and put away the gun, squatted down and touched Guang Jun's forehead, a tone of teasing a child. You said you are just cheap, you have to take a shot, why bother? Long memory, really long memory. Guang Jun spoke with a serious face, and indeed, before life and death, who dares to be sloppy ah? In less than 5 minutes, 300,000 cash was all together. Guang Jun is also very thoughtful to send Chen Mo a large travel bag, almost about to send off, that is called a polite. Downstairs, when I heard the gunshots, I thought Chen Mo must have planted. And just when I was struggling internally whether to go up to see, Chen Mo holding a cigarette, carrying a travel bag leisurely walked out. I immediately pushed open the car door and called out to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, here. Chen Mo saw me still waiting for him, obviously very surprised, eyes staring round, tone some small excited said, you are quite real, really waiting for me ah? Said well, how can I go? Where are we going, we send you. Just drop me off at the next street. Chen Mo was not good at words, a little bit of words like gold, his character, and his name is really quite match. Thank you today, if not you, this money I certainly want not back, I know you are not bad money, but this money I do not give, the heart is too much, I repair the car as 30,000 is enough, this 20,000 you take this. I very neat pain from the arms of the 2 piles of cash handed to Chen Mo. Chen Mo looked at me with unblinking eyes in silence for nearly half a minute, then laughed and put the $20,000 into his arms. Stop the car. After the car stopped, Chen Mo pushed open the door and got out of the car, walked a few steps and then turned back. With a smile on the corner of his mouth, he bent his body over the edge of the car door. You're quite an interesting person, take note of my phone number, I don't have many friends in Bingcheng, I'll look for you for a drink if I'm bored. I smiled the same smile, took out the phone and turned it on, saved Chen Mo's phone number. After Chen Mo left, I just breathed a sigh of relief on my side, and just wanted to smoke a cigarette to slow down. Lu Mingchuan's phone call came over. I picked up, did not wait to open it. Lu Mingchuan will be the first to say, young man horsepower is still so enough, nimble to the 21st century to find me. Chapter 6, I don't want money, I want a chance. On the way to the 21st century, I told Xiao Bei the whole story. Xiao Bei drove the car with his hands in the air, acting quite exuberant. Because in his worldview, now offended Guang Jun, then the local certainly cannot stay. Lu Mingchuan called me to go, certainly to fulfill the promise, so that the cost of running is not thicker. But I have a different idea. I can't run away from the temple. If Guang Jun wants to take revenge on me, then even if I'm not there, it's still the same for him to find my mother and sister. So it would be better for me to seize today's opportunity, and if it succeeds, then at least I can survive. As for defeat, then the big deal is to carry the gas tank once, and see if I can hold Guang Jun and fly once. Xiao Bei, our brother and sister have never done anything before, but today your behavior really makes me quite moved. Take this opportunity to let's also communicate with each other. How do you plan for the future? Do you want to work all the time? After hearing my words, Xiao Bei's face of the smile pattern is gone, replaced by a kind of melancholy. Should come to the ant did not come to the kind of melancholy. Everyone looks down on me, Lu Xiao Bei, but I'm really not good at it either. Xiano, I want to shout my displeasure at life, but what else can I do in my situation? Other people are going to school, graduating, joining the work, but what about me? After understanding is the sky collapse opening. There are always people asking, in the end is the effort is important, or the choice is important? Said here, Xiao Bei complex expression turned his head to look at me, tone with endless aggrieved continue to add, but for people like me, I have a choice? At this I was speechless for a long time, until I reached the entrance of the 21st Century Hotel. I didn't say a word to Xiao Bei. But I already have an idea in my heart, in times of danger, Xiao Bei didn't abandon me. Then now that I have a chance, I have to share it with him. As for how to choose, that's up to him. After parking the car, I made a call to Lu Mingchuan, and soon someone came to pick up Xiao Bei and me. I've seen this person before, he should be Lu Mingchuan's personal driver. Brother 7. I politely greeted Old 7. Old 7 looked at the injuries on my body grinning, then gave me a thumbs up. Horses are fast and fierce, people are red and hard, young man, you'll be great in the future. 7th brother, don't laugh at me. I'm not laughing at you, let's go, Mr. Lu is waiting for you. 21st century full building 18 floors, when Lu Mingchuan bought it was to run to the star standard. The hotel contains catering, bathing, entertainment, accommodation and many other items. In Bingcheng, there is a people's recycling station, a treasure bowl. And this is not Lu Mingchuan's full strength, bits and pieces of trade under his banner also has a lot. In terms of financial strength, his strength is really out. Riding the special elevator arrived at the top floor, Sweet Inland Mingchuan has opened the wine, is concentrating on watching the game. Here, Xiaoyi, quick sit, oops, injured Lao Chi you go to invite Dr. Bai over. I haven't seen this brother before, he looks strange. Xiaoyi still not give me an introduction. Xiao Bei did not think that he could even be mentioned by Lu Mingchuan, for a moment he was a bit at a loss. This is my brother, you are from the same family as Mr. Lu, his name is Lu Xiao Bei. Also a talented person All sit. After being seated, Old 7 left very knowingly, while Lu Mingchuan directly placed the bag at his feet on the coffee table. Xiaoyi, let's talk business first, we'll catch up later. Although Lu Mingchuan is a businessman, but it is a running nature, externally I have said, who helped me to do Guangjun, then I will take 200,000 out as a carriage fee. Whether you and Guangjun have a personal vendetta or not has nothing to do with me, I'm just fulfilling my promise. Here's $200,000, check it out. At that time, the house price in Bingcheng was about $2,000 or so, this $200,000, enough for me to buy a new house. I was very tempted. But I'm even more greedy, 200,000 isn't enough, 200,000 isn't enough for me to hold my head up and be a man, so I'm going to reject Lu Mingchuan. Brother Chuan, the grudge between Guangjun and I is simple to say, but it can be quite complicated to make it clear. You hold me up, I'll drink a toast to you first. With half a cup of red wine in my throat, I was much more comfortable and my emotions stabilized. Brother Chuan, I'll ask you one more time, what is the last thing you need? Lu Mingchuan was silent for a long time and then grinned, it should be money. Then what do you think I lack the most? Lu Mingchuan put away his smile and held his chin in serious thought for a while and tentatively returned, money? No, what I lack most is opportunity. I body forward to come together, the tone of calm continued to add, 200,000 you gave me, I also have to spend the day, if you really want to help me, give me a chance. Lu Mingchuan returned without thinking. Then what chance do you want? I want you to come to me as an internal security manager, the treatment is not bad, but you kid didn't give me face either. You have a lot of business under your banner, there are hotels, KTV, restaurants, travel companies, so many business you cannot do everything yourself, Guangjun can do, I can also do, and I guarantee to do better than him. Lu Mingchuan looked at me with some surprise, narrowed his eyes and paused for more than 10 seconds before saying faintly. You also want to do wholesale liquor? Oh, that depends on the Lu general manager you were willing to reward my mouth to eat, if not, then we talk about the 200,000 is not too late. Lu Mingchuan wrapped 2 mouthfuls of cigarettes and then completely changed a tone in the business said. There is profit, there are people to do well, then the people who are red-eyed are more, and thus there are more conflicts and disputes. Oh no, do you have the confidence to smooth out those conflicts and disputes? I'm the owner and the biggest shareholder of this store in the 21st century, but when I did this business in the first place, I also absorbed a lot of small shareholders. Lu Mingchuan's words were not difficult to understand, what he meant by this was actually saying that the person behind Guangjun was also one of the hotel's shareholders, and that was why his hands were tied. If I take over this business, then even his people, there is a small trouble, he will take care of me, but if there is a big dispute, then he cannot help. Simply put, I take this business, is to give him to reduce the trouble, absolutely can't give him more trouble, otherwise I must be where to stay. Mr. Lu, I think the conversation has come to this point, we can say a happy cooperation. Lu Mingchuan smiled brightly, lifted up the wine cup, and the two of us drank it all in one go. The next polite nothing to say, before leaving. Lu Mingchuan told me to give me a week's time to prepare, as long as I have no problem on this side, take the contract over at any time to sign. Chapter 7 Encountering Ching Ching. That night Xiao Bei and I didn't leave, but directly stayed at the 21st Century Hotel, which was strongly requested by Lu Mingchuan, plus the injuries on my body really needed to be dealt with, so I didn't push back. Xiao Bei has been in a state of confusion since he entered Lu Mingchuan's suite. From his eyes I saw a lot of emotions spreading wildly. After taking care of everything, I asked for a few bottles of beer, sat cross-legged on the sofa, and started murmuring softly as if talking to myself. Into this 5 years, I missed a lot, remorse at the same time, I think of how in the hands of the lost back. Maybe because of this experience, so a lot of things I see than normal people are much more indifferent. This business is down, do a good job, then we two brothers make a name for ourselves, do not do a good job, you work your job, I drive my car. Xiao Bei, let's brother clear accounts, no matter how much we earn, 280 split, the preliminary costs, I'll come out, you are responsible for the work. Xiao Bei body trembling to look at me, that small eyes a little like Nia Fong into the devil like, is not generally scary. Wild, I'll definitely do a good job, I'll definitely cherish this opportunity. I nodded my head and agreed and then said back, tomorrow find a storehouse, hire a few more people, let's get started, go to sleep, this day, it hangs for me to toss and break. Xiao Bei saw me turn over to go to sleep, immediately dragged me. Don't sleep today is absolutely memorable, they say that the 21st century is the Ponzi cave, let's go and destroy the demons? I do have more than $30,000 of cash in my pocket right now, and I'm definitely in a position to have some fun. But once I thought of renting a warehouse and hiring people and other expenses, I forced myself to restrain my thoughts. If a man can't even control this desire? Then what else is there to talk about? 15 minutes later, inside the 21st Century Entertainment Club. Ahem, it's really not that I don't have enough stamina, but Xiao Bei had to treat me out of gratitude. If I don't come, then Xiao Bei will misunderstand that I'm being outgoing with him, how bad is that? So, I'm here purely for the sake of brotherhood, but it has nothing to do with anything else. I know the price of the 21st century, the box costs 288, send 2 dozen beer, there are 2 fruit plate. The girl is $100 an hour, if you have other ideas, then talk to yourself, the price is generally between 600 and 800. Nowadays, this is a very affordable price, but you have to know that at that time, the average salary was only about $1,500. So that's why, as far as this consumption standard is concerned, that's definitely top-notch in Ice City. Good evening honored guests, welcome to the 21st century, a man's paradise. It is no exaggeration to say, just this slogan, instantly my passion to ignite, Xiao Bei is also already some to leap forward. 2 big brothers, there are satisfied with it, our girl each top water spirit. Well, how is you? Because the light is relatively dim, so I did not notice Ching Ching, this close look, only to realize that it is her. I do not know which tendon is wrong, my volcano was about to erupt, froze, and stepped on the emergency brake. Mr. Lu came over to look for me to talk about some business, and now that we're done talking, my friend wanted to come over to sneak around, so I brought him over to take a look. When I said here, I also forced a snort, to face, acted like I was dragged here by my friend by force and continued to add, Xiao Bei, you choose it, after I finish choosing I'll accompany you to drink a couple of cups and then go back to sleep, sleepy me. Xiao Bei naturally did not know that experience between me and Ching Ching, but also quite surprised to look at me and said, we do not say good, tonight together to subdue the demons, how you suddenly return to secularism. Off. Due to the close proximity of Xiao Bei and I, coupled with the cluttered environment, Ching Ching did not hear the conversation between Xiao Bei and I clearly. What business is Mr. Lu looking for you to talk about? As she spoke, Ching Ching sat down next to me. I was still experienced in this situation and didn't hesitate to put on a front. In the future, the business under Mr. Lu's banner, as long as it involves the liquor piece, it is me to get, hey. Don't want to touch these things, the cab drive is quite good, willing to go out of the car to run a little bit more, don't want to stay at home, how leisurely Ching Ching seems to look at the same as a dilettante looked at me, then opened his mouth sarcastically, indifferent to fame and fortune, a sect master chanting? That wouldn't be appropriate, I'm this person. Before the latter words were finished, Ching Ching stood up, your friend has chosen, how about you? Is it that you don't want to choose, or you don't have a favorite? If you don't have a favorite, I'll change a group for you. I waved my hand back, I don't like this, what's the point of having no feelings? Alright then, you guys play, I'll waive the box fee for you, have fun boss. After Ching Ching left, Xiao Bei started to play happily, while I was a bit absent-minded. Indeed, I'm a big man who drinks by himself, what's the point? It would be a lie to say that I don't regret it at this moment, but I've set up my persona, so I can't change it again. And just when I was about to grit my teeth and couldn't stand it, Ching Ching walked in with a bottle of wine, which instantly made my eyes light up. This is obviously a follow-up plot. Seeing that you're also bored, I don't have much to do today, so I'll have a drink with you. I didn't thank you properly for what happened last time. Sure, I'd love to, let's do it. When we met with Ching Ching before, we didn't bother to take a closer look, we just took a brief look at the outline. How could I let this opportunity pass? There's very little dust on Ching Ching's body, and if she walks down the street, even if she wears something revealing, it's probably hard for people to think of her in her current profession. Her figure was very tall, and there was no small woman's kind of artifice between her hands and feet. On the contrary, she was also very hard, using the words of nowadays is pure imperial sister style. The face also did not put on very thick makeup, quite clean. Well, it is really not too good to describe, so to say, when young Riji looks like what, she is what? Guyi, people say that recognizing 3 days is the best way to impress people, this is really true. I pretended to be calm and looked at Ching Ching. How so? Ching Ching's eyes glared and her expression was a bit exaggerated as she returned, it's all spreading like crazy out there now, saying that you single-handedly carried a gas canister and did away with Guang Jun, and now Guang Jun is still in the hospital with holding bullets. My first thought was, 3 people make a tiger, rumor kills people. But on second thought, it's reasonable to be able to spread the rumor like this. Guang Jun can accept that he planted in the hands of me, a nobody, because he can explain that he was careless, or that he took into account the other gamblers, and so on. People will not despise him, but will also feel that he is more or less a bit of Guan Yu's righteousness, and know to take the big picture into account. But if he honestly said that he was planted in Chen Mo's hands, then he would not have any room for defense. Everyone recognizes Chen Mo's bullishness, but at the same time, they will also think that Guang Jun has gone soft, no longer has the blood of the big brother, and can't even cover his own field. Chapter 8, Haruai the Martial Artist. Inside the box, the decent gentleman persona I had established was quite successful, and I had a good time drinking with Ching Ching. Her drinking capacity was quite average, and after the two of us drank half a bottle of foreign wine, she was a bit out of it. I felt that this was an opportunity, a good chance to cut down the demons. So I generously opened a room for Ching Ching and volunteered to act as an escort. As for Xiaobei, he had already gone back to the guest room to fight with the goblins for 300 rounds, and at this point in time, he wouldn't even take him back if he was told that his house was on fire. Xing Chang wasn't fat, just 100 pounds out. Lying on my shoulders, I smelled the faint womanly fragrance on her body, and only felt numb, an inexplicable power filled the whole body. I took 3 steps and opened the room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint. Xing Qing's consciousness was now a bit dazed, her face was slightly red, and she looked very delicate and cute. We had gone in to study after all, so we still knew some of the processes and knew how to make the whole thing reasonable and legal. I first tentatively gave Xing Qing high heels off, and then softly said, "Come on, Xing Qing, let's first take off the shoes." Haruka didn't react much, and it went well. I hesitated for a maximum of 3 seconds, my palms trembling as I ran to grab at Xing Qing's suit, intending to take the crucial step. And just as my hand had grabbed Haru's suit, her eyes snapped open. "What are you doing?" I was in a somewhat awkward position at the moment, falling into the category of being half on my back. I mind that you're not comfortable sleeping in clothes, help you. The latter words have not yet waited to finish it, to greet me as a standard I canon. I instinctively covered my eyes and my body lost its balance. Instead of letting out a scream like a normal girl, Xing Qing gave me a rabbit stomp eagle to kick me off the bed. This has definitely practiced, maybe she has been in MA in the past, and this hit me with a combo. Don't hit, there must be a misunderstanding, you listen to my explanation. I panicked and waved my hand, my brain began to run frantically, figuring out how to lie can be a little more reasonable. This situation you still explain to me, still dare to take advantage of me. With this kind of stamina, you still want to pick up your sister me. 3 minutes later, I fled, was a whole face full of potato silk not to mention, just bandaged the wound seems to be cracked again, that is really painful. After leaving, I went to look for Xiaobei, but this kid is dead not to open the door, the phone is not answered, I have no choice but to spend money on my own to open a room. So suffocating behavior, let me lose sleep, tossing and turning. Sad, really too sad. The next day at 11:30 at noon, the guest room staff called me to check out, I only then sharply cleaned up and went downstairs. Don't say anything, after meeting, I first violently beat up Xiaobei to get out of anger. Your ears stuffed with pig hair off? I so knocked on the door, the next door neighbors are out, you just do not say anything. Xiaobei agreed a show of hands, I spent all the money, that certainly cannot be idle. After the third battle, I went to open the door, no one, I thought you were gone. Okay, don't say anything, it's really out of order. Xiaobei looked at the wound on my face and grinned, it seems that you have failed to remove the demon. Do not talk nonsense, we first go to find the warehouse, time if it is not too late, and then go to find the supplier, things hurry up to do well, or I am not down to earth. This afternoon, the two of us are skating back and forth, but the good thing is that there is the experience of the sports car, so not a moment to find a suitable warehouse. The location is relatively remote, but the price is very cheap, as long as $8,000 a year, the area is also okay. After signing the contract, it was only 2 o'clock in the afternoon, I and the small north will start running the market without stopping. Said to run the market, in fact, dry is the work of the second-hand dealers. Supplier at a very low price to the goods wholesale to us, and then by us to distribute, earn the difference in price. Some people may think, the hotel to find their own suppliers cannot? Why let you make money from this? This is a very good explanation, and then a large personal business in the supplier out there alone is not a big single. People cannot be bothered to find a person to dock with you. Besides, Lu Mingchuan gave me this opportunity not only refers to the hotel and his KTV, restaurants, supermarkets, and so on. And those businesses also basically have other shareholders, Lu Mingchuan how to make their own one person to do all the things. In that case, even if there is nothing fishy in it, the other shareholders must be uncomfortable in their hearts. It would be better to directly all contracted to me, so that public-to-public verification, the other shareholders to cooperate with the assured. As for the price, it is also good to explain. For example, if you want 20 cases of beer, the unit price of one bottle may be around $1.08. But if you want 2,000 cases? Then the supplier is definitely going to give you cheaper. To put it bluntly, this money is quite clever, but it's also a worrying job. But I am confident to do it well, because the most difficult step Lu Mingchuan has paved the way for me. He wants the amount of goods is considered super huge. With the volume, then I dare to rest assured that the price negotiations, with the price advantage, I can not only do Lu Mingchuan this one business. Slowly, as long as the market spread, the money will come like snowflakes. Near 6 o'clock in the evening, I in the small north to run things almost, business cards received dozens of, the following to do is to talk about the price of talking about the conditions. This is not difficult, there are 2 or 3 days how to knock dead. Now in front of us the biggest problem is no one available. Because people's suppliers will not give you bulk delivery, so the shipment settlement is also a problem, so we need people, need a car. The car is good to say, you can go to rent, but some people are not a good solution. In a short period of time, where to find so many reliable people? Hey, I have a way. My brother is not now on the technical school he has a lot of non-school children around. We have this job is also simple, is to move the goods, the car I drove, and do not need them to drive. I listen to the eyes light up, think this idea is very reliable. Children how good to fool give 1,000 on the end. If you hire serious porters, I guess people open their mouths to 2,000 to start, because this is purely forced labor work. Then you hurry to contact your brother he has to have time, we will eat with him at night, talk about this. He doesn't have a phone number, so let's go to his school to find him, and eat there directly. Disgust, I and Xiaobei non-stop rushed to his little brother's technical school. At first, I thought that the students, that should be honest, even if there is occasionally naughty, at most is to engage in an object, a fight only. But the actual situation, but let me fall into the eyes. School entrance is full of groups of 3 to 5, full of dirty language young people, hair is also colorful, what color are there? Not to mention the card springs on their waists, some even had tattoos. Don't look, a moment in letting people misunderstand, come over to us both a meal, I can first say, dry up I designated to run, I can't afford to pull with these kids. Xiaobei in the crowd looking for his brother's figure, I cannot help but remind him. It's really not that I'm a wimp, but this scene is really a bit bluffing. At this moment, I have some regrets. Just this place, what reliable people can be found? Lost strategy Chapter 9 Wild brother, are we going to do smuggling or not? 10 minutes later, Xiaobei met his brother, then we went to a barbecue restaurant next to the technical school. Said our side of the situation, Xiaobei's brother is also very interested in, said that this matter in his body, he has a lot of students do not study around him, now also have nothing to do, looking for work all over the world. Seeing the situation I immediately point a foot brake, afraid of people misunderstanding, after all, our work is not decent, to put it bluntly, is pure labor. That Xiaonan, I and your brother you are now the startup stage, not to use what elite people, the main is willing to sell labor, the salary, my side can give up to 1,000, but we tube meal. Xiaonan listened to the treatment I gave after hesitating for a while back, wild brother, then I try it, you guys give me a phone number and address, the evening back to school I Zhang building a circle, if someone, I let them contact you. Okay, come to open eat it. After dinner, I and Small North returned to the gas camp, 3 bottles of beer down, sleep is also quite fragrant. The next morning, not yet 8 o'clock, this phone rings endlessly. Don't sleep Xiaobei, your brother is really quite powerful, he found a few people, now already to the warehouse side, go, we pack up and hurry over. Xiaobei rubbed his eyes and immediately got up with a cart, we used 5 minutes to pack up, immediately rushed to the warehouse. The 2 of us just arrived at the front foot, the roller shutter door just pulled open, only to see 4 youths with empty eyes rushing towards us. My first reaction is that Guang Jun sent people to retaliate, because the other party's dress are all flowing, waist also don't have a card spring, proper full set of gangster wear. After Xiaobei and I glanced at each other, we tacitly picked up the shovels we used to clean the warehouse before. Come on, little beast, let's try whether the spring is good or the shovel is good. I gave myself a word of encouragement, carrying a shovel to start the whole thing. But at that moment, an embarrassing scene appeared. The young man in the lead took half a step back and said back in surprise, do you still have to take a martial arts test before interviewing a porter? What? Interview? The youth pulled out his own phone and pointed to the call record on it, aren't you Guyi? I'm Guyi, brother, I'm joking with you, go in and talk. 4 people stood in place did not move, muttering to each other in whispers, probably did not say anything good about me. This is something I do indeed a little lack of heart, the recent series of things make me too sensitive. The warehouse is not cleaned up, just a few broken chairs left by the previous landlord. However, these children are really not pretentious, but also do not care about clean and buried, directly sat down. After some self-introductions, I learned. These 4 people are technical school, the age of 20 years old and above, and now no longer study, belong to stay at home to annoy, not stay at home do not know what to do state. The one in the lead is called Bao, he and Du Xiaofeng and Shen Lu are neighbors and hair little, the relationship is very iron. And the one called Aizawa is they recently in the internet cafe chartered to recognize, also want to find a reliable job, heard the letter then came together to try their luck. Treatment of Small South should have told you right, to be honest, I'm not willing to hire you kids, because this job is quite laborious, you cannot bear to do 2 days run away, I temporarily find people are not good to find. I said this, purely for the hungry pressure on the price, to put it bluntly is to play a set. But I didn't realize that this has caused a misunderstanding. That called a barging first very inscrutable look at me, and then took the initiative to hand me a laccoon said, Shell North Henan, Shell South Gui, I have heard of you, you are just plated back to start shoveling chanting? Xiaobei looked at me blankly, his eyes full of question marks. I coughed lightly in embarrassment and didn't reply. Wild brother, other dare not say, but this piece of our horsepower, absolutely ow enough, we just recognized the late, if you know earlier, still use you single-handedly drag Wangjuan? You will look, I will lead the team to do him. This said I really can't sit still, quickly get up to explain. But the barge did not have the opportunity to pull the voice to continue to add, Wild brother, I'm new to this, some rules it, really do not know, so, if you are afraid that I cannot carry, we can now sign a contract, if I work less than a year, pay you liquidated damages can be, the amount of money you can write exaggerated, it does not matter, we really sincerely come to the worship of the dock. My explanation at this moment is very feeble, I emphasized countless times, this is a serious dry drinks wholesale, but the 4 people do not pick up the words, just so strange smile looking at me, look at me all hairy. Finally, under the strong request of the barge, I signed a labor contract with these 4 people. Originally the piece of liquidated damages I do not intend to add to the contract, but the barge did not agree, and took the initiative to write the amount. I don't know whether this kid is a tiger or a puma, the amount of compensation even wrote $1 million. Only we have a good heart, if it were those unscrupulous businessmen, it is guaranteed to pit these children a sum of money. After signing the contract, a few people this is also even serious work, I adhered to the boss posture, did not let them idle. Now although there is no work to do, but this warehouse is too dirty, so go to buy a bit of broom, rags and so on, intend to clean up here first. 4 people drive very vigorously, not a lazy. One of the most lively belongs to Bao, several times have come over to find me to talk. Brother Wild, I'm kind of on my own here, you're making this warehouse for smuggling, right? I'm telling you, that's right, nowadays when you come out to hang out, being famous doesn't work anymore, you still need to have money. Xiaobei saw the child a little to go off the deep end, immediately opened his mouth back, we binging this geographic location, you smuggle what off? You this kid inside the brain is no business, always think of that crooked way. Brother North, what do you mean by that? You still don't believe me? Either you say someone out, I'll give you a pitch today, so you can see that we have the horsepower. Xiaobei rolled his eyes, breathlessly rushed to me and said, you tell this kid clearly, I can't talk to him, my brain hurts. Cough cough, I'll gun you first honestly do, when there is a suitable opportunity, I will tell you. That's right brother Wild. A breakthrough see me give a promise performance extraordinarily excited, our little hands and feet, nodded back and forth, Wild brother rules I understand, that who enters the worship of the mountain door have to test, there are no rules not a circle well. I immediately cold face, since you know the rules and still talk so much? Do you want to get to the top in the future? I don't ask, I'll go to work. A break into the ghost of a cry, carrying a rag and broom on the start of fierce swing, dry that is called a force, look at me or some heart cannot bear it. Chapter 10 Hung Yuan Liquor. After continuously working for several more days, the problem of the goods was basically solved. Xiaobei and I stepped on the day to go to the 21st century, the legal side, Lu Mingchuan has long been arranged, all the contracts signed very smoothly. Lu Mingchuan's side will give us a batch of settlement in the first period, the purpose is also to let us get well. And 3 months later, it will be changed to monthly settlement. The financial side will be a separate ticket to dock with us, which can be said to take good care of us. These days, the one who promotes you to the top is not necessarily a good person, but the one who can make you money, that must be called a benefactor. So don't care what Lu Mingchuan thinks, but I remember his good. This side of the contract is signed, we will start shipping one after another, do not understand the early stage, did make a lot of mess, often send the wrong goods appear. But with the time of bonding, we have been getting up to speed faster and faster, Hang Yuan liquor in the industry, but also more and more loudly. As my price is indeed cheaper than other peers, coupled with the delivery, package handling, these advantages, one after another and solicited a number of small orders, the momentum is getting red hot. The 4 little brother work is also very nimble, a carload of goods, not 20 minutes to give you a clean unloading. Oh yes, because the 4 will not drive, so we have no choice but to hire a driver. This person is Xiaobei's neighbor, named Jane Jia. Usually say very little, is bored to work, dinner is not eat with us, the whole quite out of touch, we gave him a boring gourd nickname. So tossed half a month, my hands of money completely live up. Subtract the cost and labor, surprisingly left more than 50,000, and this is not counted to the peak season. If to the peak season of the food fairs, it is estimated that a month at least 12 or 13 million. At this moment I realize why has become famous Gwangjuan will still bite the liquor business does not let go. This line is really too much money. When people have money, they will naturally have more confidence. Considering that the goods to be delivered tomorrow and the day after tomorrow are not many, I decided to take everyone out to have a luxury, just as I also appeased the long time not to participate in the war of the second brother. After settling the last account at the warehouse, the few of us had a meeting with gray heads. This period of time is really good. Xiaobei, give you a grant of $5,000, you go to rent 2 houses, the best location near a little bit, we get up earlier than the chicken, sleep later than the dog, always run to the home is really not very convenient, just washing clothes is a trouble. Yes. Xiaobei agreed with a deadpan voice and waved his hand at me, while I put the $5,000 that I had counted long ago on the bench. A breakthrough. You several in the future do not want to go home, go back to the dormitory to live, but there are words we say in front, do not get outside friends to go back to live, let me know, deduction of your kid's salary. Okay, there is nothing to say below, in addition to thank you is thank you, brothers and sisters hold me, I understand in my heart, I treat at night, let's drink flower wine to go. In addition to Jane Jia, the 4 little big brothers plus the evil ghost of color, Xiaobei, that all raised their hands in agreement. Brother Wild, you guys go, I won't go, if there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Jane Jia this person you cannot say that his character has a problem, but sometimes it is really quite spoiled, we are together for half a month, each other are also quite familiar with, this is nothing today, get together, contact under the feelings of how good you say you have to sing with the opposite. Go on, Xiaojia, we haven't had a drink together for a long time. Xiaobei saw that my expression was a bit off, so he advised Jianjia. Jianjia lowered his head and didn't say anything, giving the impression that he still didn't want to go. I didn't dwell on it, maybe he really had something to do, or he got off work early today and wanted to go back early to accompany his family. Okay, Jia, you do not want to go on, don't go, this $300 you take good, the last period of time off work is not punctual, count your overtime pay. Jane Jia looked at the cash I drew out expression is quite complex froze in place. Too little? I prodded in a joking tone. Jane Jia gave a dry laugh and stepped forward to take the $300. Originally thought to give you guys a handful of wages, but now open the wages, the future is not good to count, so let's start like this, before the end of the first day of next month, the wages will definitely be in place, let's go, all the Causeway Bay bearers, start to get high. 5 minutes later, we gathered the clutter of the warehouse, changed our clothes, and then went straight to a familiar barbecue restaurant. There's a saying in Bingchang. There aren't any worries that a barbecue can't solve, if there are, then it must be the lack of cashews. The 6 of us usually have a bad day, just eat boxed lunch, this sea meat, that each seems to change like a fierce build. Wine also did not drink less, this is not yet the next game it, dry in 2 boxes. I don't drink much, we are the people who have business, have the strength to be used in the key things, this will drink confused, choose people can see clearly? And just as I had begun to fall into the endless fantasy, horse galloping, to cut off the demons and remove the devil at the time, the phone came a text message. I squinted my eyes and saw that it was actually from Haru. The content of the text message was only 1 sentence of "Are you there?" which further plunged me into endless fantasies. Forcing my dry throat, I smothered a mouthful of mineral water and couldn't wait to dial Changqing's number. Hey, what's the matter with consort AI calling me? Ho ho ho, this business is dry, the tone is different, your love consort now lacks a booking table of the money master, do you see that His Majesty the Emperor can satisfy not? No problem to book a table, the question is whether there is a plot after booking a table. Che, just this city forget it, sister I ask other people. Seeing that I was going to miss this last chance, I immediately changed my mind, just kidding, what's this to me? I'll bring my friends over in a while, you arrange a few more little dragon maidens, Jiu Qian rulers and the like for me, resolutely don't lead them to me. You're not kidding, right? Tonight we run an event, all have the task of booking tables, you must not let me off the hook or I won't be able to get my full attendance this month. Lying son of a. Okay, that said yes you guys are almost there, contact me, I'll go out to pick you up. After hanging up the phone, I immediately bared my teeth and said, a moment 21st century groundwork, people I have finished arranging, today brothers can play hard. Words fell, Small North immediately came over, a face of meat pain said, casually find a small KTV and drink, and then find a footpath to get it, the 21st century how expensive you do not have a little money will not live. You do not go then you do not go even if. Xiaobei immediately changed color, no, I have to go, I have to watch you, to prevent you from spending money. After a burst of laughter, we also stayed in the amount did not drink, went out and called 2 cars, then went straight to the 21st century. In addition to Fei Zhe is more shy, relatively quiet, the rest of the few people that each seems to want to slaughter like, excited, in the car on the discussion of their own record has been how tough, how many girls conquered. I expressed contempt for this group of people really do not know how fierce brother when he was young how dare they play a big sword in front of Guan Yu. I don't know, this time to the 21st century, did play knife, but not Guan Yu's green dragon crescent knife, but the slice knife. The same point of the two is that they both bleed when they cut people. Yes, there is no guessing wrong, I am bleeding again. Chapter 11 Big Mouth and Ashtray. Xing Qing was still quite forceful. Not only did the drinks give us a VIP discount, the location arrangement was also good. This time, we didn't sit in a private room, but the lobby of the Slow Rock Bar. From Xing Qing mouth to learn, this Slow Rock Bar is their hotel's new project. Before this floor is a gym, but the benefits are not good. To the rectification. The hotel could not put together so many sales temporarily, so they are responsible for the nightclub layer have the task. Each person must be booked out of 2 tables. Maybe the reason for today's activities, we arrived at the place when less than 8 o'clock, according to reason is not the time on the people, but the whole Slow Rock Bar has been full. The DJ was playing powerful music, and the groups of beautiful women and the high concentration of alcohol drove all the young people there into a frenzy. Xing Qing sat down and had a few drinks with us before pulling out. She definitely couldn't be bothered with an event tonight. But I'm not in a hurry. What about the long night? Last time brother has felt her pulse. She's a stubborn donkey, so we have to go along with her. I have plenty of time, so I'll wait patiently. Time has come to 11 o'clock in the blink of an eye. This time there are more people. The dance floor is crowded with people, a group of demons dancing. In addition to me, a few other people have long led the dance partner killed into the dance floor. The spirit of shamelessness to the extreme, especially the small north, obviously cannot dance, froze to show a little Asian dance king dance. At the end of the dance, there was no one around him for 2 meters. At the same time, the other side of the dance floor. Big Mouth, who had long been in a daze, was woken up by his companion shouting, "Brother Mouth, don't sleep, the sun is shining on your ass." Ha! Big Mouth's eyes were confused as he immediately replied, "I'm not asleep, wake up, come on, keep drinking." The companion collapsed back, "Not looking for you to drink, you see over there sitting on the third sofa is not the one called Gu Yi?" Big Mouth had already completely drank himself into a daze, staring blankly in the direction where I was for at least 10 seconds before finally shaking his head. "Gu Yi? Who's Gu Yi? I've never heard of it." "What, your friend? Ah, if your friend called over to drink together." The companion covered his face suddenly more collapsed, and then asked in a guided manner, "The last time the accident June hit you 2 mouths you still remember because of what?" After the Big Mouth froze for a moment, immediately reacted, grabbing the beer bottle to rush out. "Even this kid, go, him." Big Mouth this side just got up, "Will be companion pulled, so openly dry certainly not." A moment to let the small stupid past find a stubble, so that after the incident, that is also drinking in trouble. Big Mouth a thought, companion this trick is indeed reliable, then nodded and agreed. But he is still very puzzled, because in his thinking, I am still running a cab driver my income is not enough to support to come to the 21st century consumption, because a table of wine here, basically equal to the income of half a month of my sports car. He is now mixed cana, a few days do not see, birds of a feather. Companion skimmed back, "He wants nothing, I just could stop you?" Now Lu Mingchuan to him dumped a lot of liquor wholesale work. I heard that this kid is now doing a good job properly at. Speaking of this, Big Mouth's face became even more gloomy. Because this job was Guang Jun's to fight for before, and if it wasn't for me, then Guang Jun would definitely be the winner. If Guang Jun were to take the job, they would definitely be able to profit from it as well. It's just that Jun has gotten older and doesn't have the same heart that he used to have, or else it would be his turn to grab a meal from us with this little thane. The companion first discreetly looked around, then carefully back. This kid also belongs to the kind of pig in disguise. He and Chen Mo relationship I heard is good. Do you think the military brother is afraid of him? Brother Jun is afraid of that lunatic Chen Mo. Whoever you like, today I'll have no face, Chen Mo to be in. I even do him together. I would rather go back and get 2 more mouths from Big Brother. Today I also have to take this breath. Normal people after drinking alcohol will indeed become wild, impulsive, irritable. Big Mouth, on the other hand, directly transformed after drinking. Before he drank, he was Ice City. After drinking, Ice City was his. Around 12 o'clock, a few of us were pretty much done drinking and having fun. Just as we were taking the girl to go upstairs to get a room, a tall, burly man with 3 or 5 people came running towards our spot on the couch. "Brother, what's your object's cell phone number?" Xiaobei first froze, then frowned back. "What are you going to do?" The burly man is very lewd smile, and then directly on the hand touched the face of the girl next to Xiaobei. "I see you, this physique is also general. It is estimated that the care is not good for her. I study research and her merging thing chant. Men want to save face in front of women, not to mention this kind of occasion." So even the good-tempered Xiaobei couldn't help but push the burly youth. "What do you mean? Looking for a fight?" At this time, the Big Mouth and other people immediately see the situation also surrounded up, about a dozen it. Seeing the Big Mouth, I understand everything, and immediately stood to the front. "What is the meaning of the mouth, brother? A breath does not allow me to breathe this, hard to pinch the neck to death bullying. Since this time out, I am absolutely long memory, know that the capital is the biggest fist, good courage and ruthless truly nothing. But it doesn't mean that when I meet things, I have to hold up and let people bully me. The emperor is not fair, the people dare to shout the king and the vassal would rather have seen it. Dazue a punk, why do things so overbearing? But honestly, if I didn't meet Chen Mo before I ran into such a thing, my first choice must be to call the police. But since I met Chen Mo, my thinking has followed some changes. And where this transformation comes from, I can't really say for a while. In short, I can feel myself, I am different from before. Big Mouth tilted his head, mouth full of alcohol, slow movement grabbed my collar, pulling back and forth. With Mr. Lu a few days to eat a full meal, and forget your mouth brothers Big Mouth. In Mr. Lu's place, I won't make things difficult for you, you buy the bill for my table, and then kneel down and kowtow to me 3 times, today your mouth brother will let you off the hook, do you think it's good? I stared daggers at Big Mouth for a few seconds, then grinned, brother Mouth, take a few steps back, I'll kneel down for you. Your kid still understands, just in our district, my Big Mouth has a word. Build up your strength, aim, and swing. 2 seconds later, I rode on Big Mouth's body, picking up the ashtray that fell because of the fight between the 2 sides to punch his mouth and slap it, completely regardless of how the people around me hit me. At this moment, I just have one thought, his mouth is too stinky, I have to treat him properly for this problem. Brother Mouth, get up, I still have to kowtow to you. Basket, calling you brother, you think you're okay? You're not a socialite, where's your temper? Come on, give me a shy expression for me to examine. I questioned every sentence, is an ashtray, the first few Big Mouth will still curse with me, but to the back, has been directly holding the head to play dead. Seeing the situation I deeply understand a truth, deal with the Big Mouth such a person, you speak 100 times the reason is useless. The best way is to directly dry kneeling him, let him know no, he is in this 9.6 million square kilometers of what a thing. Chapter 12 Guangjun's brother pay lords. After resolving Big Mouth, I turned around and joined a new battlefield. Ah Chuang told me how fierce he was and how much horsepower he had. At first I always thought that this kid was bragging to me. At first, I thought he was just bragging, but today, these guys are really quite good at what they do. In addition to Aizawa play is very general, has been in the state of being beaten, the other 3 animals and the other 8 or 9 people are fighting back and forth. I found that the 3 are very embracing, never fight alone, very tacit understanding. Once hands, 3 people will rush up together, grabbed one is a fierce dry lying down, and then look for another target. And Xiao Bei side. He has been dried under the table to go with Aizawa as a companion. This side from the start of the dry to be security all pulled away, a total of not used on 3 minutes, but the battle situation is really quite tragic. The Big Mouth is full of blood, the most tragic appearance. Second is the small north thigh was stabbed a knife, fortunately the other hand has the accuracy, otherwise stabbed to the aorta will be trouble. I was cut 2 knives, wounds are in the back, the other side is not a good guy, are sold on the stalls dozens of dollars a piece of iron. Security side is obviously recognize the Big Mouth, and then just pull the process of the fight is not less care of each other, otherwise the 2 knives I certainly do not want to get so solid. The good thing is that Cheng Cheng is smarter, immediately contacted Lu Mingchuan, which makes things did not continue to deteriorate. On the same floor of the slow rock bar, the innermost office. Big Mouth and I, as well as Ching Ching and the security captain were called to the office, and it looked like they were going to negotiate about compensation. On the other hand, Xiao Bei and Abao several people were left outside the door, and as for those brothers of Big Mouth, they had long since lost track of where they had gone. When we entered the room, Lu Mingchuan was drinking tea with a middle-aged man. This person's face is quite special, there is no earlobe, and his features are very compact, making people feel quite uncomfortable when they look at him. To put it bluntly, he had a bitter face. But from the way he was dressed and the fact that he was able to sit with such a figure as Lu Mingchuan that it wasn't hard to see that this person was definitely a boss. Oh, also really enough to give me a long face, the field after the trial operation for the first time to run activities, no outsiders to cause trouble are their own family members, say out peers can laugh back over the gas. Lu Mingchuan gloomy face swept me a glance, and then frowned at the Big Mouth. At this time, the man next to the voice is not Big Back, will not be a misunderstanding on the distribution of work their own people how can still fight it? At this time I observed the dissatisfaction in Lu Mingchuan's eyes, but it was a flash. At this moment I already have a bottom in my heart, this person 100% and Lu Mingchuan do not deal with, and even likely to be the one he said last time we met with him to have differences in the shareholders. Zayano, we work well together, I so support you, you so return me off? If my field is yellow, you won't starve to death. Lu Mingchuan pulled the Buddha beads in his hand, didn't take the other party's words, but rushed at me and questioned. I stepped forward and sat directly on the sofa, picking up Lu Mingchuan's teacup and took a sip. Mr. Lu, just like you said, you are my god of fortune, I would not offend anyone but the god of fortune I also happen to know today that our slow rock bar opened to do activities, although you did not notify me, but I have to have a number in mind so I called a few friends over to support the scene. But I didn't expect the Big Mouth is also in, is to find fault didn't understand, let me dry face full of blood this brother. We were all about to leave, he came over and said that he wanted to merge with my friend's object. Big brother, I don't know how you can understand the meaning of this, but in my opinion, this is pure and simple picking a fight, I just don't pick up on it, this fight has to be fought as well. Lu Mingchuan with a smile on his face did not reply, the side of the middle-aged man looked up at me, the tone of ice-cold rhetorical question, you mean you're still quite aggrieved? I didn't get beat up, what am I aggrieved about? I just came over to state the facts. I disliked back in a completely tit-for-tat manner. The man laughed back in anger and got up, about to run towards me. But at this time, Lu Mingchuan moved. He first pulled the middle-aged man and then rushed to me and said, "Xiao Yi, this is Pei Luang, Pei General Manager. If you really count, that is also your food and clothing parents, our family, this hotel, people also have shares." I waved my hand indifferently. "I don't know, in the 21st century I know you, Mr. Lu." Lu Mingchuan mouth corners smile more wins, but the tone is very serious. "Since you are so do not give face, then the future of the work of the drinks, the contract expires in the chat. Slow rock bar this side you also broke a lot of things, compensation of 10,000, I want it now." I didn't hesitate to pull out $10,000 from my fanny pack and throw it on the desktop. "Mr. Lu, this money I'm not compensating for the slow shake bar, I'm giving it to you. Liquor wholesale, this job you let me do, I'll do it. Not let me do it, big deal, I'll just go back to running cabs. But you'd better tell Big Mouth to be more professional in picking fights in the future, and it's best to come to me in a tank, or he'll definitely still be in this position next time." Saying that, I turned around and was about to leave. Pei Lord didn't get up, but crossed his legs and questioned in a very contemptuous tone, "Guyi, do you mean you're not too convinced? After recognizing Chen Mo, you've drifted a bit? Do you think you're someone now? Or let's play, I'll find you a position. Mr. Pei, do you have a license to kill? Or you are a professional in four-wheel alignment, can you find my position?" Pei Lord laughed back in anger. The movement is numb to pull out the phone. "Old Pei, how let people laugh with a child fight, what anger?" Lu Mingchuan first pacified Pei Lords, then rushed at me and scolded, "Hurry up and get out, this is no longer your business." I didn't reply and walked straight out of the office of the Slow Rock Bar. In addition to me, the rest of the few people were in a pretty low mood, especially Xiao Bei. I shouldn't have bothered with him when I knew he was looking for a fight. This is great, business just picked up a bit, my life was just about to take off when I had to land because of this stupid coin. Chuang blinked his ignorant eyes, also followed and added, "Either wait for the people to leave, we go back to discuss with Mr. Lu to discuss it?" I took over the conversation and said back, "What's there to discuss?" A breakthrough lowered his head and muttered softly, "Continue to work for us, what else can we discuss? I tell you, wild brother, can bend, can stretch as a great man. When our grandfather Du Yuesheng also sold fruits, why won't he let us continue to do it?" A few people looked at me a little confused. A time cannot speak. Seeing this, I patiently explained. I said what he was embarrassed to say, embarrassed to do things also done. He rewarded me was not too late, how can we be punished? Xiao Bei immediately frowned and replied, "I heard it at the door just now, didn't he say that he would stop talking about cooperation after the contract expired? Also, he also made you pay $10,000 in compensation, it is clear that there is a breakup." "Oh, let's wait at the door, I don't think it's a breakup, but rather a closer relationship." Sure enough, the words just fell. Lu Mingchuan's personal brother Lao Chi grabbed 2 car keys, down the underground parking lot towards us. And behind him, followed by 2 70-80% new Gold Cup fans. Chapter 13, Getting Better. "I'm quite red-eyed at your whole thing, either let's switch positions." Old 7 threw the car keys to me, smiled and said at me. I pretended to be surprised and asked back, "What do you mean, brother 7? Old 7 held his shoulders and bared his teeth and smiled. Mr. Gu said, "Your $10,000 he does not want for nothing. These 2 cars are before the hotel renovation when pulling the job. Sell cannot be sold on the price, directly to you, now you can use it." I rubbed my palms with a face of embarrassment. In fact, the heart has been happy. Now we eat has been more than Lu Mingchuan to dump live. There are many large supermarkets also have contact, although the price has not been finalized, but has been seeded. There is, some supermarkets temporarily let the allocation, to also want not much, you do not send it, people are still not happy. If you drive a truck to go, that gas money is also quite hurt. So now I really lack this thing. It makes me really embarrassed, then you thank Mr. Lu for me. Old 7 smiled and nodded, then he left with the people. A few people looked at me, their eyes full of shock, especially Xiao Bei, that was almost like his mouth was grinning to his heels. Really didn't expect, I don't want anything else right now, I just want to kiss the jade feet of Lu's 42nd to show my sincerity, too decent, these 2 cars even if there is no formalities, let's turn around and sell, we can also earn 50,000 to 60,000 yuan. A little bit of interest, this car cannot be sold. Xiao Bei bared his teeth and didn't cry out in pain, that's for sure, that's what I'm talking about. Half an hour later, a few of us returned home in 2 vans. During the bandaging process, the guys were also discussing this heroic performance they had just done, blowing that evil. Xiaofeng, you see me in the 21st century to pull out the gang those 2 punches, there is no Tyson style, that underhook how powerful do Xiaofeng while touching the purple potion, while seriously back, other I did not pay too much attention, but you bite each other's ears that 2 bites really quite like Tyson. Gung was a little embarrassed after hearing this, and excitedly stood up and shouted, "Am I not fierce? I tell you, that is, the place is small, otherwise I want to beat them 10. Seeing the situation I immediately also cannot help but inserted a sentence, "Yes, you are Bingcheng Ip man, belonging to your most fierce, Layden came to have to call you big brother." A breakthrough to see me also follow the words of sarcasm. He was a bit dissatisfied. Wild brother, you first do not rush to damage me. There are some things I think we really need to talk about it. Talk about what? Talk about your professional boxing. That's sorry, brother did not play boxing, really do not understand. A breakthrough waved his hand, his body came over, as if quite apprehensive, said, how do I feel? We do not look like doing smuggling, are you fooling me? I asked in return, then you think we like to do what? A breakthrough frowned tightly, crooked his neck and gritted his teeth back. I think we are like a serious wholesale liquor. You're a smart boy, you got it right. A breakthrough froze for a moment, then directly paralyzed on the ground, with his small eyes of aggression, indeed also whole quite poor. See, my heart is going to break. What is good about mixing with the society? A breakthrough. You are not very old, you now walk the road I once have walked. I can be very responsible to tell you, that road is wrong, is a dead end. A breakthrough unconvinced back, this is not right, you see Henan, also then I am not older than a few years old. Now people Audi car driving, handbag there is no less than 20,000 times, go wherever there is face, people are higher than he looked at. And then a little higher Chujinshan, Yen Phone, Luo Jiaji, which is not worth tens of millions of dollars, or even a son. I first helplessly sighed, from the barging body, as if to see their own once the shadow of the general. At that time, I seemed to be the same idea, always thinking of making a name for themselves in society, and then rise, painting the land for the king, into a sight of the vassals. But the ideal is very rich, the reality is very bone. Where is the big brother so good to be? A breakthrough, if you want to say so, I won't persuade you, this job of ours is like this at the moment, but if you can stick to it, I can assure you that brother won't let you work as a stevedore for the rest of your life. Of course, you want to drive an Audi right away, that's absolutely unrealistic, but at least brother can let you have a little bit of money in your hand, not so much that you have to go home and ask for money to buy a dress. A break from the floor climbed up, bared his teeth and smiled. I am also with you to pull a calf. I did not want to do, in fact, after 3 or 4 days I reacted to, I was absolutely fooled by you, who do smuggling horse every day to eat $6 to eat boxed lunches. After a burst of laughter, said I also some blush. Before the settlement to go through the process, I do not have much money in hand, to these little brothers is indeed stingy sum. Give me 3 months, we'll get better and better. This is what I said to Xiao Bei and the others, but at the same time, I also said it to myself. Meanwhile, in the Shell North District, inside a very quiet bar. The owner, Henan, was wearing a suit and sitting in the corner, very quietly looking at the store's books. At this time, the brother on the side grinned and walked over with small steps, as if he had discovered a new continent. Brother Nan, have you heard? Guyi has re-waved the flag in Ed Big Mouth at the 21st Century Slow Bar today. Henan frowned and reprimanded, Lindsay, can you think of something else every day? Who is Guyi? I've never heard of him. Lindsay's emotion is still quite excited, the tone does not reduce back. Guyi, how can you still forget it, before we also know and also dealt with, and then he is not in it, there is no communication. Before our brother said he is now driving a cab, and you said that his kind of people cannot possibly drive a cab, is definitely a mistake. Chatting here, Henan only reacted, and then asked with a puzzled face, what did he do with Big Mouth? I heard that because of the liquor wholesale business, before that job is Guang Jun from the old Luhan blackmail, but I do not know how now Guyi do this, it is said to get pretty good at. Henan was silent for a moment and then closed the ledger, then lit a cigarette and said leisurely, before also good, he just came out, then hold him, ask about where his store is now. Lindsay eyes bright, brother, we are going to light up the knife? I'm telling you, you're doing the right thing, liquor wholesale is a great deal of oil, if we can take over the work, at least 2 Mercedes a year. Henan rolled his eyes and gritted his teeth, you eat crazy dog light what knife, I am to take care of people's business, our store's liquor wholesale cannot be from his family out, and then see when people are convenient, about to have a meal together, these days, no friends, how can you have a road to go Lindsay looks like he suddenly realized, then I understand, tomorrow I'll send someone to ask around. Chapter 14, quite a big boss, no manners at all. Inside the room, Xiao Bei had already huffed and puffed, but I couldn't sleep. In my head, I was tossing and turning about some recent events. I calculated the money in my hand, the situation is really quite embarrassing. Some people may think, you are now day in and day out of money, days than when driving a cab do not know how many times stronger, you do not have money, want money, have money, and cursing money? It's not really like that, now business looks good, but the expenses are getting bigger and bigger. First of all, there is a serious shortage of manpower, busy time, Xiao Bei and Jane Jie 2 people even have no time to eat. The 4 big brothers are all day are not idle time, has been running with the car, in addition to moving goods is moving goods. This continues to be good business is useless, people dry waste. Then someone has to ask, what are you doing? You're the boss, their own business is still lazy This can be wrong to blame me, I'm going to run the market A lot of customers want to order from our home, I have to contact them have to endlessly harass them I even have to accompany them to socialize with them when necessary, that's also essential. And now the warehouse is not quite enough, back and forth in and out to pick up the goods have to go back and forth, too much time. To find a new warehouse would mean a new investment. Now Lu Mingchuan support me, I can afford to spend this money, but once a day he does not support me? This is all a very real problem, I can't pretend to be confused. And just when I was about to fall asleep in a daze with these worries, a text message came on my cell phone. It was from Haru, two familiar words again. Eh? I ducked into the bathroom after a moment's hesitation and called back. Hey, lonely at midnight? No sleep, come out and drink with me. Text me the location, be there in half an hour. I hung up the phone with a slightly trembling voice, and then clamped my crotch and went to Xiaobei's room. First took a condom and put it into my pocket, and then after carefully pondering it for a while, I took two more, and only then did I hurriedly go out the door. Xing Cheng looked like she should have just gotten off work, and she smelled of alcohol, but it wasn't heavy. She wasn't wearing a nightclub suit, which looked less sexy but added a bit of youthful vigor. A set of sportswear, hair tied up in a ponytail to feet wearing a canvas shoes, a little bit of college schoolgirl feeling. You are the one who does nightclubs, do you still need to go outside to drink if you want to drink? And, I really have to criticize you for your full attendance award. Buddy, I have taken 2 knives, you don't say to come to a body that is not almost the same point, or next time there is this, you don't look for me. Xing Cheng looked down at her toes and pouted. Her tone was quite helpless as she said back, I'm also miserable enough, okay? What's wrong? Did Mr. Lu complain about you? It's not right. Xing Cheng blinked her eyes and said back, hey, I can't blame anyone else, it's me being greedy and wanting to earn an extra guaranteed salary. This slow rock bar in the hotel is a project that was just recently put up. The one who took the lead was Mr. Pei, and Mr. Lu does have a stake in it, but it's not a lot. Today you fight in the field, then you are my guests. I must have joint responsibility, so cancelled my full attendance. The fine also fined 2,000. Hearing this news I was quite uncomfortable in my heart, but it wasn't that I disliked Xing Cheng for complaining with me, but I felt that Pei Luan was a little too petty. He can come at me, or come at Mr. Lu. What kind of ability is it to make things difficult for Xing Cheng, a part-time worker? This is also too patternless. This Pei Lord, quite a big boss, why doesn't he have any manners at all? I first laid out a sentence, then tentatively added, seeing as you're so pitiful, either I give you a kiss, as a way of compensating you. Haruka stopped and turned back around, looking at me almost face to face. You're going to chase me? I forced calmness, clutching the condom inside my pants pocket pretending to be relaxed and asked back, you are the little dragon lady not letting chase off? Xing Cheng stared into my eyes and smiled contemptuously. Gui, I have to say that I do not accept X behavior before marriage, are you still willing to chase me? You think too nasty of me, I'm pursuing a flawless relationship, and I've talked to you before, that kind of thing, it has to be emotionally paved, you really think I'm a lecher, I'm not that vulgar. Just after I averted my gaze somewhat sheepishly, Haruka moved very quickly and put her hand into my pants pocket. You're not vulgar, tell me what this is. A cold smile spread across the corners of Xing Cheng's mouth. This time the test is the acting skills, due to the previous fight in the 21st century when the dry quite miserable, so home I am a change of a pair of pants, and this pants Xing Cheng certainly have not seen. What is this and not mine, you call me so late, my pants are all blood, also did not wash, just find a small north pants to wear, you this person the heart is too dirty, the idea is too dirty, the girl should be a little bit reserved understand. Xing Cheng also did not in nonsense, tilted his head and said dryly. Okay, I'm wrong, go, let's drink, today if you can give me more than drink, how to do? Hearing this, I was so excited that my veins were going to explode, I am clear about her drinking capacity, taking him down, it's as easy as a slap in the face for me. Keep your word? Lying is for puppies. Go go go, hurry up, time is not waiting for anyone, this great youth is wasted on the road. After stopping a car, Xing Cheng and I went to a small bar, the atmosphere is very good, play this classical music, consumption is not expensive, there is $100 can drink quite good. I didn't take it seriously for the first half hour, but after that I kind of figured it out. This big sister and I pretended to eat a tigerette, last time is definitely pretending to drink too much, probably also in the test me. A bottle of red to the bottom of the bottle, the two of us have one person drank 3 bottles of beer, almost did not rest, but she did not have anything at all, on the contrary, I was a little confused. You don't look so sad, not just $2,000 in fines? You're still alive, besides, you'll earn it back in 2 or 3 days for that amount of money. Xing Cheng frowned and stared, then asked back, do you think I make money easily? I blurted out almost without thinking, isn't it? Xing Cheng shook her head after being silent for a while, we actually don't earn much more than the girls except for taking up some of the share of the drinks, and I don't have many girls under me, but only 7 or 8, and now that the competition in the entertainment industry is so fierce, it's really hard to say what it will be like in the future. Big sister, let's not be too crazy, okay, you're earning a lot, how many people only get $2,000 a month in salary? People live the same way. I'm not like them. Why not? My brother has uremia, every month there are treatment costs, my father did the project owes people money, I'm a day late to pay the debtor door. Under the 4 eyes, the atmosphere gradually ambiguous. For a moment, I suddenly felt that Xing Cheng, who usually had a very tough personality, seemed to be quite fragile as well. Chapter 15, Henan's Treat. Xing Cheng's family environment was quite dramatic, it seemed like countless girls who survived in the nightclubs had this same set of sayings. But I believed in Xing Cheng's words, because in her eyes, I saw the person I once was. Helpless, fearful, at a loss for words, wanting to work hard, but not knowing how to get the strength out. Haruka were about the same age. If I were to say something caring to comfort you, it would be treating the symptoms but not the root cause. You think life is unfair? Feel like you've worked too hard and want to be relieved early? Think this $2,000 fine is the last straw that broke the camel's back? My continuous questioning caused a hint of stubbornness to appear in Ching Ching's eyes. I'm also a human being, can't I have emotions? I returned with a very certain tone, I can't, because you're not worthy yet, because your brother's illness hasn't been cured yet, and your father's arrears haven't been settled yet, so you're not qualified. As the words fell, Haruka was dumbfounded. The two of us were silent for about a minute or so each other, I guess, before I slowly spoke again. Let me tell you a story. I know a friend when I was inside. He used to mix well. Another 5 or 6 years ago, he had his own car to drive. His hand pinched large thousands of cash every day, with a gang of friends, waving money around, night and day. What was he doing out there? Helping people stand, collecting debts, robbing land, in short, as long as it is not too unconscionable, what comes to money he will do. What he did outside was later found out by his family. He and his father had a big fight, yelling that he wanted to sever the father-son relationship and never talk to each other in the future. Later, this friend of mine was planted because he didn't step on it for a while, and he was sentenced to 12 years in the first trial, almost the top sentence. Why was the sentence so heavy? Because his good friends who he was once so proud of had his name written all over the transcripts, and there were a lot of things that he didn't do that fell on his head. He was furious and used every means to contact his friends in the outside world or those bosses who used to beg him for favors, hoping that these people would reach out and give him a hand. But no one was willing to help him, not a single one. But when the second trial came, the sentence was changed to 5 years. How come the sentence was suddenly lighter? That's because his father, who he used to hate the most, came up with all the family's savings and bought out his service with the organization. Got enough money together, compensated the victim, and the person came out with a letter of understanding, plus wrapped up a red packet for the prosecutor hospital that was enough to dump his family's money. When this friend of mine learned everything, it was too late to stop it. When he was about to be released from prison, his father died, sick away. He wanted to visit, but because his father left so suddenly, by the time the formalities came down, the person was already gone. At that time, that friend of mine was in so much pain that he even thought of committing suicide. In the end he still didn't die, not that he didn't dare, but he owed his family too much, he couldn't afford to die. Then since he can't afford to die, he should live well. Wait until he was released from prison. The family's old mom sold the only house, cobbled together to get him a car, said that this is the old man when he left the account. I hope that this friend of mine will be able to return to the prodigal son. When I said this, my eyes were already a bit moist, and I wasn't pretending to be pitiful when I told Ching Ching about this. Rather, I wanted to tell him that if the person is still around, then nothing is a big deal. But if the person is gone, how can you repay the debt you owe? Ching Ching, this growing up thing is both a deprivation and a gift. It's like a one-shot deal, taking what we have and exchanging it for what we want. None of us are qualified to cry out tiredness, bite the bullet and hold on. There will be a day when spring blossoms. Ching Ching drank the beer in the mug in one go. The corner of her mouth finally spread a smile. Right, none of us are qualified to cry out tired. Hold on, carry on a little longer, it will all be fine. Okay, I cannot drink, because of that little thing to their own life and a real not quite worth it. I have to pull, eyes are not open. Haru and I walked out of the bar side by side. The sky was drizzling. At the intersection, we both walked in different directions. Suddenly, Haruka stopped in her tracks and stood still, shouting at me. Your friend is yourself, right? Gu Yi. I looked back at Ching Ching with a cigarette in my mouth and smiled without saying anything. Then I only saw Ching Ching quickly rushing towards me, and before I had time to react, the cigarette in the corner of my mouth was taken away by her. At that time, I felt some slight coldness in my mouth and some aroma. By the time I slowed down, Haruai was already 7 or 8 steps away from me. When my sister I pay off my family's debt and cure my brother's disease, high and low to have a talk with you, bye-bye, society my wild brother, spread have la. I recalled the faint aroma in this mouth, high voice back, are you taking me as a customer to fool around? Said accurate? Haruka shouted in the rain. Lying is for puppies. When I woke up from my sleep the next day, I just opened my eyes only to see Xiao Bei and all 4 Haonan brothers staring at me wide-eyed. Guard the corpse at Ah? Scary or not in the morning? I yawned and cursed before lighting a cigarette. What did you do last night? I do not think back, did not do back to sleep, how is it? Gu Yi, I really didn't realize that you are actually a master of eating alone. Immediately following, break several people also immediately agreed, yes wild brother you this is too not Jianghu, how to still sneak this out to play, call us What are you all talking about? Xiaobei took out a mirror and placed it in front of me. That expression was as if I had killed his parents, said viciously, come on, tell me what's going on with the lipstick on your mouth, all caught you in the act, and still won't admit it. Just when I was embarrassed beyond words and didn't know how to explain, the phone rang. It was an unfamiliar number. That one will talk later I'll answer the phone first. After I picked up the phone, I was also praying inwardly, it's better if it's a customer, so I can just pull out, otherwise these 5 big brothers can't be fooled. Hello, Hang Yuan Liquor Wholesale, I am Gu Yi, which one of you? The tone of voice over the phone is a bit forceful, even with some threatening meaning said, "My big brother Henan, tonight at 5:30, about you and the seafood pier dinner, if not come to the consequences." Said, directly hung up the phone, did not give me the opportunity to reply. A few of us looked at the hung up phone, all of us unconsciously frowned. Henan can be different with Guangjun, although the strength is not as good as Guangjun, but they are just red big brother. Now is the time to run up. Things are not like Guangjun scruples so much, that is definitely the horse fast knife ruthless lord. But the actual situation is this? Not really. Henan let Xiaolin about me, but Xiaolin did not do wholesale liquor business friends, then contacted others. The same words, so after passing 7 or 8 people. By seeing when it is convenient for people to make an appointment to have a bite to eat together. Turned into a seafood pier dinner, if you do not come to the consequences. We say this is not 3 people into a tiger? But at that time I did not know, so the mood is still very apprehensive. Let Jane Jia work a little harder today, there's not much to deliver, it's better to go over there at night. Xiao Bei rubbed his palms together and whispered back, "We can also not go. It looks like Guangjuan or Pei Lord looking for Henan, we do not go, the business also do not stop, not as good as what is a one-time talk about it, is a blessing is not a curse, is a curse cannot be avoided." I am now relatively calm, because I have tried to soften the bear, but that does not help, will only let the other side to get an inch, intensified. Xiao Bei nodded after pondering for a while, and pursued with deep meaning, "Do you need to prepare for it?" "Just in case, it is better to prepare for it. I'm going to give Mo a call, see if he has time in the evening, accompany me together, with him, a lot of things that are difficult for us, that's not a thing." Chapter 16 Preparing for the Appointment. Henan asked me out, still in a threatening tone, so everyone didn't have the heart to pull any punches. Especially Du Xiaofeng, also sent this text message to his cheap object, said if he did not come back at night, then let her find a good man to marry. The expression of that called us serious, do not know also thought that the sky if there is love to continue to shoot it. I simply cleaned up a bit, found a quiet space on the dialing Chen Mo's phone. Chen Mo, this person is quite strange, since the last time I saw, not much to meet. During the period to find me borrowed twice the car, I also lent him, did not ask much, but look at the expression of that guy, must be another person's bad luck. The phone was quickly connected, and Chen Mo's voice came. "Oh no, what's up? Are you in Ice City?" "In. There's a dinner party with me tonight." I didn't beat around the bush and directly made the invitation. Chen Mo snorted back, "If it's a drink and dinner, I won't go, if there's something you want to do, just say something." I hesitated before asking back, "Do you know Henan?" Chen Mo returned without thinking, "The one from Shell North?" "Yes, he asked me to have dinner, and told me that if I don't come, I'll take the consequences. I'm doing well in business now, and I've already seen some money, so I'm thinking that you'll have the face to go with me, and I'd like to talk to him if I can." Chen Mo heard a long sigh, making me mistakenly think that it was inconvenient for him to come out, so he immediately said, "It's fine, Mo, I'm just asking, if it's difficult for you, forget it. It's not difficult, but I'm a person who doesn't talk business, if you say you want to do him, you don't have to go at night, just give me the time and address." This is Chen Mo, when he meets anything, his first reaction is always a knife and gun conversation. You want to have a bit of humane conversation with him, then what greets you is bound to be a loud mouth. That's right, it's so unreasonable, it's so overbearing. Don't, how can I say that he is now also a famous big brother in Shell North, it's not good to be so tidy, and it's not that bad. Xiao Yi, there are too many big brothers in Bingcheng, if you see one and kneel down, then when is the end? Being a human is not the way to do it. In the face of Chen Mo's questioning, my heart was also a bit unconvinced, although some of his views I agree with, but the style of going out and running for human life I am firmly against. Then what do you say about being a human being? I don't want to know who these big brothers of Ice City are, but I want them to know that my last name is Chen. After a moment of silence, I shifted my thoughts. Feel that if this matter is to let Chen Mo involved, then there is no chance that it will be more complicated. Now the day is quite a run, if it is not to eat too much loss, then the big deal is to let a step, but if Chen Mo is involved, the gun will ring. At that time things will be big, at present I this physique certainly cannot carry. Forget it Mo, then I am thinking about it. Chen Mo was very indifferent back, think through the call me, today I do not go anywhere. After the phone hung up, I let out a deep breath and was also constantly adjusting my mindset, preparing to cope with the evening meal. In the blink of an eye, the time came to 4:30. We are in Shell South, to go to Shell North without traffic jams will take about half an hour, so we are ready to leave early, but also feel the terrain, really cannot do, but also convenient to run or something. Originally, Xiao Bei wanted to borrow a good car to drive there, but I did not agree. Because I think it's useless to pretend to be this egg, people dare to ask you out, then naturally have a number in mind. Moreover, I think that Henan is not the kind of lord who is afraid of the soft and hard, if he really wants to move me, then I will drive a helicopter to go today is also useless. Speaking of this Henan, he and I have had a few encounters. We were only young at that time, plus we were in different districts, so we didn't play together. But mention this Henan I still quite admire, his family conditions are also very general, but with all the vigor and courage, but hard to let him mixed up. I still rely on the daily collection of accounts to help the boss to grab the time. People have been relying on the accumulated fame to do business. It seems that at that time, he got an internet cafe, and it was not big. At that time, there were many people who laughed at him, saying that he did not take the good sword and gun, but turned his head into the capital market. Nowadays, most of the people who say this are gone, or run away, or jailed, or disabled, but Henan is down to earth and dry. It is said that now people's business is doing really good. It opened 2 medium-sized KTV, there is a small bar and a restaurant. In short, with his reputation, a year is really quite a lot of money. So don't look at the time these rotten people in the society said that we are both the same name. In fact, people mix much better than me. At 5:05, we arrived at the seafood pier on time. This restaurant is my first time to come. The appearance is very atmospheric. A look is not cheap. Brother, let's pull over. The car here we can't afford to pay for the one we scratched. Xiaobei angrily glanced at the mouth. They're all so rich, they're just showing off. Carefully parked the car, I made arrangements in the car. Look at my eyes in a moment, I'll do the talking, don't interrupt. If someone on Henan's side provokes, we don't make the first move. Of course, if we really do it and can't run away, then he can be greeted alone. A breakthrough, some dissatisfaction back. Brother, you dare to be a little more goatish? As for not to, how to say you two are also the characters of the same name. You are afraid of him for what? A moment if he pretends to coin, I do him. I stared at Achuan. He is driving an Audi, I am driving a cab. What is the name of the same? Don't you mouth so many strange words a day. You like me in it to see more. Trumpet one off, I'll lie down. A breakthrough was scolded by me after lowered his head, also did not return the mouth, but I can see, this little guy is still not too convinced. Let's go in first. At this time I didn't have time to enlighten Ah Bang. I pushed open the car door and ran towards the door of the seafood pier. Hello, please ask how to get to room number, noble guest. The waiter who was asked by me froze for a moment, then the smile on his face was a bit stiff as he returned. Hello, are you Gu Yi, Mr. Gu? I am. Good, this side is what Mr. He has instructed, I'll take you there directly. I saw this nervous expression on the waiter's face, and instantly felt that something big is not good. I guess Henan is going to skip even the process of talking about it, and start directly. The box is very large, and also has an independent bathroom. The decoration is also very chic, ancient colors and styles. There are only 5 people on Henan's side, and they are all about the same age as me. Dressing is also quite like that. Look at the appearance, is not like doing black work people. This time I am a little confused. Could it be that I want to come with me to be polite first? Guyi, Hana, long time no see, can't recognize me. I mean Nana, we also went to the Old Bay village to help Li Dejia to ask for money before. Do you have any impression? I've heard that you've come out, but I don't have your contact information, and the people I met before are no longer in contact with me, so I've been delayed, so don't blame me. I just stepped into the door of the private room. Henan was very facetious to welcome me. At the same time the several people around him also all rose. This scene made me a bit flattered, but at the same time, I was also more confused. What kind of drama is this? Hongmen Banquet is not this drama. Chapter 17, New Era Jerk Benchmark. I thought to myself that my relationship with Henan couldn't reach this point, so I was still cautious at this moment. What's there to complain about? I didn't contact my previous friends after I came out, you're just too polite. After simply coping with a sentence, I pulled a chair closest to the door and sat down. Henan invited me to the main seat several times, but I didn't agree. Xiaoyi, they say that guests follow the host, so I just ordered a few of his signature dishes, so see what else you want to eat and feel free to order. I had something on my mind. I couldn't eat the delicacies of the sea, so I waved my hand and refused. Henan also did not take it seriously, and took the initiative to order some small dishes and staple food. They are all big men, cannot all dry eyes sitting before the two of us do not have much to talk about. There is really nothing to talk about, the topic of natural talk to the wide military. And this is also what I expected. Zayano, Guangju and this person I still have some understanding, now although the age of the older, not as fierce as when young, but still have some temper. Besides, these years he has done a good job in buying and selling, he didn't snatch a lot of money, and those who come out to mix understand that the bullets in this pocket are definitely more useful than the bullets in the gun, so I think, if you can back off, you should take a step back. I narrowed my eyes at Henan, thinking that I finally got to the point. So how far back do you think I'd go to be considered understanding? When I said this, Henan visibly froze, as if he was quite surprised. Henan looked at me for a long time without saying anything, after which a companion beside him, with his hands on the desktop smiled back. Brother Wild, my big brother didn't mean anything else, your flavor of gunpowder is too much, the whole thing scares me. I disliked back without thinking, I'm the one who should be scared. See, you guys said you want to invite me to dinner, I'm here. You guys represent Guangjun, so let's all have a good time. I can come, so I must be sincere, so let's not beat around the bush. Lindsay, don't say anything for now. Henan stood up, touched his head, and his face became gloomy. Zayano, are you telling me a story, or are you chattering about ghosts? Why can't I understand a single word? I tilted my body back, my hand was already tucked inside my pants pocket. Inside was a flat-bladed screwdriver that I had been sharpening for the whole afternoon, which could be called a godly weapon for stabbing people. Today at noon, I don't know that brother of your family called me. The original words are this: my big brother Henan asked you to eat at 5:30 seafood pier. If you don't come, the consequences will be borne by yourself. Henan again froze, then he violently raised his hand. I thought it was him who wanted to lift the table, and in the process, I took out the screwdriver, and Xiaobei's several people's reaction was also very fast, already. But who knew that Henan's slap actually hit the back of Linzi's head? You say you can understand what you do in a day? Is that what I originally said? Lindsay glanced at us, then hastily waved his hand back. Misunderstanding, absolutely misunderstanding. I make a phone call, then everything will be understood. Then Lindsay dialed his friend's phone, and then transferred a few calls. Finally picked up that person in the face of Lindsay's questioning, but also very aggrieved back. Lin brother, that you next time there is something to say clearly some. I know that you guys inside the thing I thought Nan brother to pose a game with Guiya, so it is on its own to understand. You are definitely drinking fake wine, get lost. Lindsay collapsed and covered his face. After screaming and cursing, he directly hung up the phone. At this moment, the atmosphere was that awkward. The only sound in the room was the heavy breathing of us big men, a stark contrast to the laughter at the next table. Xiaoyi, put away these things that ruin the friendliness. I invited you to dinner. You can't stab me for no reason, right? Henan cried and laughed as he looked at me. My face flushed red, gritting my teeth and looking at Lindsay. Brother, next time you do something reliable. You said this matter made me how embarrassing. Lindsay nodded remorsefully. Blame me, I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. After a misunderstanding was solved, Henan didn't mention the matter of Guangjuan again, and I didn't ask him how far his relationship with Guangjuan had gone. The atmosphere gradually melted, and between the cups we exchanged, we were already called buddies. Xiaoyi, I asked you to come to dinner today, not to mention other things. Before you drink too much, we're to talk. Henan moved a chair and sat beside me. I was very happy to nibble the hairy crab back. As long as you don't borrow money, anything is fine. Oh, I do not look for you to borrow money. Is the hope that you have a friend with money can give me a recommendation. I got a new loan company, now just opened, lack of customers. Your side if you can introduce resources over, I will give you a commission all. I put down the hairy crab, some curiosity asked, how much interest do you want? Divided into whether there is collateral, large amount or small amount. I immediately frowned, whispered back, big brother, people to the outside to put prints, are sneaky, you can be good, directly open the company, blatantly engaged in, your family has relatives when our ice city governor? After hearing my words, Henan immediately laughed out loud, making me confused for a while. Zayano, this you do not understand, now put prints, can be different from our time, not a note on the pull down. To have a contract, to have a mortgage, but also to go to the notary public, are reasonable and legal, of course, if we encountered the place stinky scoundrels we say, because that is, after all, a very few cases. Henan to say a word of arrogance, with me to play stinky rogue, is not also have to weigh? Henan then went on to talk about some of the ways to make money in the loan industry, and I was shocked to hear that. For example, if you want to borrow money for a car, the car will be held in the hands of Henan, and in the meantime, the car belongs to Henan, so he can use the car to make profit again. For example, if there is a project that has a project in hand, but there is not so much money to advance, then he can come to Henan with the contract. And he can talk to the person in charge of the project conditions, such as I lend you the money, the interest is less calculated some, but your project work to me part of the package and so on. In short, this line of work to come to money in many ways, and the ceiling is extremely high, if you do a good job, that a year genuinely quite a lot of money out of pocket. Are you physically strong to this extent now? Although I am now some of the meaning of the old man into the city, but the basic thinking is still there. Henan this business operation, not in the hands of a small few hundred can do. And although he is now mixed really good, belongs to the Bingcheng new era of the benchmark of the mongrels, but I always feel that he has not yet reached this segment. Even if it's Guangjun, I feel that it's a little less interesting. I get my own surely laborious I only a few money, my big brother Yin Foam gave me a lot of money. Henan said so, I realized. After pondering for a while, I did not excuse myself, but directly put the words agreed. Because in the previous contact with customers, there are indeed some customers nag me, saying that they want to expand the scale, but no money in hand. Chapter 18, Don't Shoot, Silence. Nan, I'll take note of this. Tomorrow afternoon, I'll bring someone over to you, and you don't have to count any commission for me, just give me a lower interest rate, they're all my friends. Nan's eyes lit up, immediately picked up the bottle of wine next to me to fill a cup. You take my Nan as a friend, I definitely take you as a brother. I am now really worried money in the hands of not to go out, that is paper. Because of this, my big brother scolded me several times, said I non Janlu dry, it is not easy to buy and sell to support up, and no achievement. I'm a few friends loan money is not particularly much, if you want to run to get rich dry, or have to work hard themselves. Oops, now there is a single is good, come on, let's drink a brother. A glass of wine down, Henan snapped his fingers, then a pile of A4 paper appeared in front of me. Ziano, I have a few stores under me. With the amount of goods is not big, but at least it is our own family trade. We say it ourselves. I told Lindsay, from the beginning of this month, I don't use other people's goods. All the alcohol drinks from where you are. You go back to look at the contract, and then leave Lindsay's phone number. Tomorrow, you two will hurry to sign the contract. I came today with the attitude of holding a fight with Henan. I didn't expect that there would be unexpected surprises. Then I'll thank Bossy first. I have too much on my hands recently. You allow me a few days. Pouring breath. Shell north side of the market. I help you run a run. Do not dare to say that a burst of how fierce, but certainly there will be friends to give face. And just as I picked up my glass of wine with a cheap smile on my face to open my mouth to say thank you, the door of the box was kicked open, and I turned my head to look at it quite bewildered. I only saw Chen Mo walking in with an expressionless face, and in his left and right hands, each had a short imitation 6.4 gun with sharp edges and reflections when the light shone on it. Guangjun, Henan stand outward. My name is Chen Mo. Let's dish the road and see who's a warrior and who's a basket case. Time was frozen. Chen Mo stood in the doorway position with a gun in both hands and a murderous look on his face. Henan and I were each holding a glass of wine with a smile on our faces and wanted to clink glasses. Xiao Bei and Lin Zi were red-faced and were rowing their fists. The rest of the crowd was either drinking wine or chatting softly, and the atmosphere was quite harmonious. Don't shoot, Mare, don't ever shoot, put it away, hurry up and put it away, all are friends, let's go out and talk, go out and talk. I put down the wine glass with my hands and feet, then I looked at Henan with an apologetic face and continued to add, Nan, I'll come back to explain to you later, ha. After saying that, I pulled Chen Mo out of the door of the box. The two of us stood in the over corridor. I was smoking a cigarette, my face was devastated and I didn't know how to explain. Chen Mo into a frown, snatched the cigarette from my mouth and smoked it himself, then opened his mouth and asked, what are you playing at? Didn't you say that Guangjun joined forces with Henan to do you in? I let out a long breath, organized my language, and said the cause and effect. Chen Mo was speechless for a while after hearing this, then gritted his teeth and said back, how can you let me say hello? I spread my hands and said innocently, didn't I tell you not to come? Who knows which one you are singing again? Chen Mo stubbed out his cigarette with a rather complicated expression. Almost 5:30 I had the mind to ask you what's going on, do you need me to go, but as a result your phone didn't pick up, and he didn't pick up when he called Xiao Bei's phone, so I assumed that something had happened, and then contacted some of my friends on the road to inquire about it. My friend said that Henan did eat at the seafood pier today, the car was parked downstairs, so I rushed over here. I pulled out the phone and pointed to the screen and apologetically explained, I also thought at first that we might have to start a fight, and when we got to the place we muted all the phones. Chen Mo shook his head mockingly, okay, it's okay, then I'm leaving. Don't go, go in and eat. Chat a bit. I don't have much to talk about with them, you can do your job, wait for a while, I'll ask you and Xiao Bei, let's get together. To be honest, I'm just being polite and courteous with Chen Mo, he has this temperament, going in 1 or 2 words can't be understood, it's troublesome to do it with others. After personally sending Chen Mo away, I cheekily returned to the private room. Henan did not take it seriously, but said jokingly, they say you and Chen Mo have a good relationship, I thought it was a rumor on the road, but it seems not to be a rumor. Ha, this guy is really fierce a line of dialogue did not, into the house to open crash, no wonder people name hard, indeed have crazy capital. I red-faced, hard-headed for Chen Mo explained, he that person is like that, you do not take offense ha, come on, continue to drink. Ziano, my big brother also talked to me when he was not doing anything, saying that our young generation, only one Chen Mo can stand out, the rest of the people have to step aside. Brother Feng's words are flawed, you can't stand up even if you take it out now? I smiled back, not to praise Henan, purely to find face for him back, after all, just now Chen Mo into the room when the speech is really not very good. I can't stand, now I squat when I pee, huh? Henan didn't answer my question positively, but laughed it off. This meal lasted nearly 3 hours, Henan Zhang Lu which had to be arranged for the next one, I originally wanted to refuse, but thinking about yesterday's matter, it is true that I have somewhat shortchanged Xiao Bei several people, so I agreed to it. You buy me dinner, I buy you a drink, if you do not agree, then we can withdraw. I'm not pretending to be a big spender in showing off, but I can be stingy in doing things, but not in being a human being, and the money that should be spent must be spent. Henan waved his hand and refused, to the north of the clams, can you still use you to spend money? With me, it's over, and our family is to do this, you want to invite, when I go to Shell South, you in the arrangements for me. Then a few of us were Henan and his brothers forcibly taken out of the hotel, straight to his own blue sky KTV. It wasn't particularly large, but it wasn't small either. There were 15 boxes, more than 30 regular girls, and a dozen or so string tables. This small north several people can be counted on to spread joy, play that called a buried, in fact, I also have a heart, but in the end or reason prevailed, snatched back the body's dominance. There are 2 reasons. 1, Henan looking for me to talk about his business, our business matters, this time I called a girl, that inevitably seems too unprofitable. The second, Ching our relationship is really quite embarrassing, I do not mind to give her a cuckold in advance or something, but when I think of the bar when she lost the look, this old brother cannot give force. To summarize, I became a monk again tonight. But this monk is worthwhile, Henan's many views have given me inspiration, and then the heart of the confusion slowly dispersed, the goal of life is more clear. Chapter 19 Opening Gifts. In the next period of time, Henan and I were quite close. When I was idle, I would go to Shell North to look for him to drink and chat, and when he had no work in hand, he would come to Shell South to find me to talk. As our relationship grew closer, we did more and more things for each other. Of course, people still helped me a lot. For example, the 3 large supermarkets in Shell North, now in my place to go to the goods. As for those small KTV or restaurant, that is even more countless. In return, Henan's side of the matter, I am also very attentive to him to poke a lot of customers. The money is indeed not less earned, but also really tired, more tired than before when running a car. Cross-area delivery, delay, which leads to our current is not enough cars, people are not enough. However, the good thing is that the social small a barge or have some contacts, we do not know how he fooled, anyway, and called a few strong boy over, it is a solution to the urgent need. Drivers on this side there is no way, can only recruit for the community, want to find the right, can only slowly touch, so at present as long as the hand is fine, then you have to hurry back to the warehouse to act as a driver. At 6 o'clock in the evening, I just finished delivering the goods, and I haven't even waited for a drink of water yet. Henan's phone call came over. Hey, Nan, I can't drink today, I still have several orders of goods not delivered, are in a hurry, want to make an appointment with us tomorrow. These 2 days I have no time, looking for you is to say something else, I'd at Lom Company to do a little opening, the day after tomorrow, you want to have time to come over, I also put my big brother to introduce you. This is to let me force to give you on the wave gift chant. If you don't come, the broken warehouse will give you some. Henan smiled and joked. In fact, even if Henan doesn't ask me out recently, I still want to look for him. At the moment, this warehouse place of ours is too small, and the location is still a bit remote. It was fine to use it when we were just starting out, but now it's obviously no longer applicable. Henan has been playing outside for such a long time, that way is definitely not comparable to me, so I thought of letting him help me ask around to see if there is a cheap and suitable location. Okay, I'm sure to go, just something also need to find your help. First do not say I have to order goods, location, and time you send me a text message, the day after tomorrow I'm sure to arrive. After hanging up the phone, I began to busy work again, although tired to the extreme, but the heart is very happy. The day after tomorrow, 10 o'clock in the morning. Xiao Bei and I purposely changed into newly bought clothes, striving not to disgrace society. My Nan. You take good care of the house, why are you following? In the face of the deadskin also want to go a barging, I am also quite speechless. A few days ago this kid was promoted by me, became a district manager, although the name is relatively loud, but in fact there is no who he leads, it is just a change of work, from the previous follow the car delivery, into docking customers. Henan's loan company opened, Yen Feng must also have to go that must be a variety of Jiang Hu big brother gathered scene. A broke a face of excitement, a wave of one hand continued to add, this scene without my broke, that is also too uncharacteristic, wild brother, please, you take me to it, the work I'm done, you do not take me to, then I'll die in front of you. Considering that it's just a gift, it's not going to kill anyone, so I agreed to do it. Took a car, early we rushed to the place where the banquet was held, the Pearl Hotel. Although there was still an hour to go before the banquet, there were already a lot of people gathered, and they had to line up to offer gifts. In the crowd I found Lin Zi who was already sweating profusely. Where is your big brother? The phone does not answer, what did he go him? He accompanied Feng to chat with the guests up there, I guess a little while down, right, wild brother, my big brother left a seat for you guys, you go to the second table, don't stand in the doorway, go in first and drink some tea. I saw Lin Zi hands and feet to greet the guests, also did not pester him to chat, with Xiao Bei and a barge slowly went to the second table. After being seated, I bumped into a few familiar friends and chatted for a while, and just when there was still half an hour to go, I saw Guang Jun leading a group of people whooping and hollering as they came in. I didn't take it seriously, not to mention that after the last incident, Wang Jun has been quiet. Even if he really wants to do something, I don't believe that he will mess with me on this occasion. After the table opened, since I didn't recognize any of the people around me, I started to eat with my head down. And just as I fell on my bladder and began to eat and drink, a young man caught my attention. His age is also 25-6 up and down it, but the dress is very scary, based on the watch on his hand alone, no $100,000 will not be able to get down. We are eating, but he did not eat, but one hand pulling the phone to send a text message, one hand to play with the Mercedes-Benz car keys. Although this kid is a bit pretentious, but it should be said not to say that people are still quite handsome. Yanqing, you this is now really good up, later again a little engineering work, you think about point these old brothers. Youth raised his head and put down the phone grinning, I'm just to follow my brother-in-law to drink soup, with your boss how to compare Okay, I've made a note of it, when there is another project, let's get together and dip a bit. That's right, come on, Yanqing, let's have a drink, it's been a while. I noticed that several people at the table seem to value this young man, older than him, talking and nagging or also holding him up. Come, have a drink together. Heaven and earth, I'm not giving face, but after eating the banquet, I still have to go back to deliver the goods, now the driver is not enough, I and Xiao Bei have to top it up, if we just rely on Jia alone, it will have to be sent to tomorrow morning. I'm sorry, I still have to drive in the afternoon, I'll take water instead of wine. At this time, a customer who was not familiar with me expressed understanding and nodded at me. Zayano, the business is so big, don't be so stingy, hire a few drivers, and personally deliver the goods. It's not that easy to hire people. Hey, it's all tears, you guys drink well, don't mind me. Afterwards, the crowd raised their glasses, Xiao Bei and I both picked up bottled mineral water. At this time, the one called Yanqing opened his mouth and said back in a somewhat conspiratorial manner, how much business do you want to do? Either this way, I'll give you your afternoon profit, you accompany us to drink a few cups, as long as you say a number, I won't return the favor. Sorry brother, really cannot drink, afternoon. Not yet, wait for me to finish my words, a break in the side of the disgruntled dislike, line an afternoon with the profit is not earned, almost 3 million, you point money in place, I accompany you to drink to the end of the earth and the sky. Yanqing eyes narrowed, made a gesture to run to a breakthrough to come over, but was beside the guests to pull back. That's when I noticed that the youth named Yanqing glanced at me and muttered something softly, which I guessed wasn't something nice to hear. I didn't take it seriously, I just thought that this Yanqing was targeting me because he mentioned the wine and I didn't drink it and refuted his face. But when a few people chatting I just reacted. This called Yanqing has two identities. One, he is Pei Lord's own brother-in-law. The second, he is the Guangzhou army head horse Big Mouth's own cousin. Chapter 20 Race the face, then zap it hard. Since there were still things to do in the afternoon, plus we didn't drink, so we ate quickly. This side to contact Nan, he is also still busy, so we three can only so dry sitting here to listen to their table of people blowing coins. We do not laugh at anyone, the men of the Northeast, after drinking the cattle money loose, really talk a little exaggerated, willing to blow a little bull. Not to mention others, I myself also this behavior, so I understand. But blowing coins can be blown to the point of Yanqing, really rare. People bragging are not bad, there may be some exaggeration in the ingredients, but you do not taste, absolutely cannot figure out a 2 or 3. And Yanqing bragging is he opened his mouth, blowing very bottomless. From this detail in fact can also be seen, this person does not have much social experience, purely a spoiled adult child. Yanqing, let's find a place to play later? The man who said this was a thief, his physique was similar to that of a junior high school student, dry, and his appearance was quite lewd. The rest of the people swept a glance at the thieving middle-aged man and waved their hands, all very resistant. Yanqing grinned, his body naturally rested on the chair back. Rat again whip you will become a dry corpse, still play it Rat lowered his head and smiled in embarrassment, it's not much, now also do not stab the needle, not so addictive, serious, said you have good goods in your hands, let me try, big deal to give you money, do not have to you please me. From Rat's appearance and his conversation with Yanqing, I was basically certain that this was the iceberg messenger. For this kind of person, I was disgusted from the bottom of my heart. Hee, how did you know I had a good deal in my hands? Yanqing pretended to be surprised back after a sentence, but also in an inscrutable tone continued to add, I tell you Rat, is my brother-in-law has been pulling this I get engineering, if I let go of my hands to do, 2 years into the richest man in Bingcheng is bragging coins, but a year to get a hotel like the Pearl with the play is that do you believe it? Rat pure addict not to mention holding Yanqing nagging a few words, as long as to give him the goods, you let him recognize his father are not a problem. This has what do not believe, your brother Qing's energy, Ice City who do not know Yanqing was cupped very comfortable, satisfied nodded, we have friends in the Golden Triangle, do not look at the years of no contact, but I make a phone call, the side does not look at the money, directly sent 2 tons of goods, out of the mix, this face is not, that also makes what Rat rubbed his palms, at the moment his eyes already have light, fearing that Yanqing backtracked, and immediately picked up the words. Okay, then I booked a hotel, called 2 girls, a moment we go directly to open the hole. Yanqing waved his hand back, our own family is to do this, but also to go outside to book what hotel, a moment after eating we go to the 21st century, just recently I've been eyeing a little pussy, tonight what to say to his legs broken open. Rat is also purely a word for word, normal chat here, your purpose has been achieved, but also do not have to spend money on your treats, stop squinting, but he did not. Who is it? The 21st century, I've seen a few women, but I haven't seen any loyal women. The corner of Yanqing's mouth spread a bad smile that made people extremely uncomfortable to look at and murmured softly, there's a girl named Qing, have you heard of her? I've always wanted to fix it up, this doesn't give a damn. Oh, Qing I also know, he is running vegetarian Taiwan, but there is a say one, the strip is good, on her a leg, that is enough for us to study. The words fell, a burst of laughter on the table, but my face was completely gloomy. Xiao Bei twisted his head to look at me, his eyes inquiring whether I should do it or not. And Gang was even more direct, already grabbing the nearest beer bottle. Buddy, we are all big men, willing to talk about flirty, go home and talk, and then behind the back of chewing on the tongue of other little girls how bad. Rat's eyes were already small, and when he squinted, it was as if he had died. Who are you? What does our conversation have to do with you? What are you pretending to be a moral saint here? I stood up with a huff and frowned at Rat, I'm no one, but Qing is my friend. What's wrong with your friend, if she really has that kind of vigor don't mommy Rat's words really left me powerless to refute, but since we can't say no, let's do it. I grabbed the bottle of wine in the hands of the barge, crossed the crowd, and dunked it directly on Rat's head in a dunking position. Then I took the rest of the half-drawn bottle and stabbed him hard in the thigh. We don't know what's wrong with Ice City. How come you're such a pussy that you're able to get a word in edgewise? From the beginning of the table began to beep. You are flat conductor, so able to speak. Come on, stand up, the two of us to dig a little. After a few consecutive stabs, I felt the back of my head sinking, and my body couldn't take the strength. After a few seconds of slowing down, covering the back of my head, I looked up and saw that Yanqing, the king of bragging, was leading 3 people, carrying a bench and Xiaobei and a gun to smash it. Being smashed by a fake asshole like Yanqing, it immediately made me furious. I really want to see what the level of someone who carries 2 tons of goods at a time is today. I picked up the ground broken just left a mouth of beer bottles, instantly rushed up, one hand in front of the body, fierce enough strength as a hard pull out. Before countless times in the street battle, I also understand some experience. That is, the more you are afraid to get beaten, definitely get beaten more. Mixed fighting is not rumored to be so evil, to see as a psychological quality. As long as your psychological quality is strong enough, then no matter how brittle your physique, then basically will not suffer. Of course, Chen Mo like livestock except. And just as I was zipping up, Yanqing several people already want to run away. Henan arrived with a large group of people. Henan first forcibly pulled apart our 2 groups of people, and then stood beside me. Some puzzled rushed me said, Big brother, I opened the business, how you still open Zide, there is something cannot be out of the door to say. I did not pay attention to Henan, but pinched the bottle of wine pointing to ring covering the stomach is about to fall. Tears. Yin Cheng shouted, you are not the golden triangle have friends? Come on, today you are to kuncha called to me Gui all reception you, we too shall lie down a countdown, Xiao Nima. For Yanqing this kind of mouth cannon warrior, the most afraid is to come to the real chapter. So at the moment he was abashed, began to look for his brother-in-law as well as the figure of his elder brother all over the field, wanting to seek protection. Alright Zayano, stop cursing, what's going on? Henan also had a questioning look on his face, because normally I definitely called myself a good person to people, but whenever there was an argument, I chose to trivialize it. My anger has not been reduced. Pointing to Yanqing back, after the opening of the table he mentioned a glass of wine. I said I cannot drink in the afternoon driving. He beeped endlessly, I did not pay attention to him, and then after a while he in the ground lying on the stupid coin and then said that my object. At this time with Henan certainly cannot say that I am just friends with Qing Ching, so I came to a good will lie. Henan was also quite angry when he heard this, and expressed his understanding of my anger. After all, this is something that even that big old man can't stand. Big brother, Feng said there is something to bring him upstairs to deal with, there are many guests below, don't let people look at the joke. Lindsay followed the phone jogging rushed over, the expression is also quite embarrassed. Henan rubbed his face, an evil fire is no place to send, running lying on the ground is still confused. Rat is 2 feet, a few you dead or not dead dead me this side of the grabbed buried, Janima, who invited you to this stupid coin. 5 minutes later, we ran to the hotel suite. Chapter 21, Ice City's top big brother, Yin Feng. Hotel 12 layers, connected to the 5 rooms full of guests, no empty seat. There is no lack of business celebrities, Jianghu big brother, but let me think it is, there are some uniformed friends are also in, and the position is not low it. This shows how extensive Yin Feng's circle of friends is. This is my first time to see Yin Feng, he gave me a very different feeling. If the face of Guang Jun, let me feel that he is a big gangster, face Chen Mo, let me feel that this is an outlaw. Then Yin Feng gave me the feeling of an authentic Jianghu big brother. You know, although the gangster and the big brother are doing the work of stepping on the line, but not to be confused with each other. Yin Feng obviously wine did not drink less, face a little red, he took the side of the people handed over a hot towel to wipe his face, and then said in a flat tone at Henan, you go to pay lords in Guangzhou and also called over, just say that I'm looking for him. Henan agreed and immediately ran to the next private room. As soon as Pei Lord entered the room, his face darkened when he saw that his dear brother-in-law's shirt was covered in blood. Guang Jun, on the other hand, was sitting on a separate sofa with a slung shoulder, looking at me with cold eyes. In my good wine and good food arrangement, the big day is where the hospitality is not good? After Yin Feng finished speaking, he first looked up at Pei Luang, then at Guang Jun, before finally placing his gaze on me. Then Yin Feng once again opened his mouth and said at Henan, tell me what's going on. Henan was naturally somewhat biased in my favor, and after adding to the story, Pei Lord and Guang Jun also frowned straight away. Because it was Rat that I hit first, and that Rat did deserve it, this belonged to the conflict between Rat and I. But Yanqing had to stand up for Rat, who himself was not in a position of reason, so naturally, it was not justifiable. Brother Feng, my brother-in-law is young and unintelligent, go back and I'll teach him, you also said, today's big day, can't afford to get angry. Yin Feng has little expression on his face, after nodding his head his voice is not too loud and not too small returned, okay, if you can't teach him, you send him over, I'll help you teach him. Pei Luang smiled awkwardly and didn't reply. Then Yin Feng stood up, a look of sending off, and as he moved, Pei Lord and Guang Jun also couldn't sit still and immediately got up. Old Pei, Xiaojun, our Bingcheng place is not big, our head up and head down, no our relationship people understand that I practice, your brothers below the trouble is a misunderstanding, you say to not know our relationship how to think? After the two glanced at each other, both instinctively avoided Yin Feng's eyes. Oh, these 2 years more and more mixed the more finished, just drank a little anxious, I wake up, you two first go back, I will go over in a while. After the two nodded their heads and made a polite remark, they left with the braggart Yanqing, and the three of us and Henan were left in the private room. You're Xiao Guyi? Oh, Nan always mentioned you to me recently, saying that you helped the company pull in a lot of orders. I saw that Yin Feng didn't mean to get angry either, so I found a seat opposite him and sat down. Mutual fulfillment, Nan also helped me a lot, the person who should say I'm sorry is me, brother Feng, you are a senior, I'm offended today, some other day you're not busy, I'll treat you, and then thank you properly. Yin Feng smiled and waved his hand, then seemed to quite sigh as said, now this society of qualified friends less can be called a brother is even more rare, a person to go forward, and a few people together to go forward, the result must be different. So I always tell Nan, friends are the road, brothers are cattle, people have to think about repairing the road when they are rich, but even if they are poor, they are determined not to sell cattle. It is said that the big brother should be as good as gold, so that he will have a deterrent effect on the people below him. Before I think so, but since the contact Yin Feng I think it is a bull. Because deterrence is not performed, but made. A few years of light, Yin Feng led Henan from a street punk into today's appearance, this is not enough to illustrate the problem? And more importantly, there weren't many characters similar to Henan under Yin Feng. You're right, brother Feng, I'm truly educated. I nodded heavily, expressing my strong approval. Yin Feng looked up at me, laughed, you that liquor wholesale get good, either you even people with horses over it, so that the little misunderstanding between you and Guangjuan is not a matter of fact, it happens to be Nan do things a little fidgety, the two of you take a team. First of all, my little business is absolutely not worth Yin Feng to pull together, and secondly, I do not think I have any superiority, the only thing I can take advantage of may be more diligent than ordinary people. Yin Feng's men are not short of people like me, and even if you are willing to come over to act as a hawk and dog, then what about Xiaobei? The 4 Causeway Bay small big brothers how to do? Usually bragging coins can be used to defeat the fire. But when it comes to business, a big man's word is his bond. I promised the guys 3 months later we will have changes, now the time has not yet come, I run to my own future to go, that is still a person? Then I put my hands together and looked to Yin Feng, brother, I thank you for looking up to me first, but my business is a few brothers together to get, if the business is now doing a red hot, calm, then I'm sure to come to you to run for riches, usually you eat to drop a little rice particles, that are enough to fill me up. But you should have heard, now this business is not so smooth, I am also groping for stones to cross the river, may not be tomorrow on the yellow stall. You say this situation if I come to you, that is not to sell cattle. Yin Feng listened to the expression of appreciation nodded lightly murmured, young people have the heart is right, then you toss your own toss, I still have guests on this side, will not accompany you to chat first. You are busy brother Feng, we are also withdrawing. After Yin Feng left, Henan walked out of the box in no time, grabbed the Audi's car keys and insisted on sending me. On the way back, I first talked to Henan about business, said he wanted to change the idea of a larger warehouse, let him help me keep an eye out, if there is a suitable help me ask the price. Then I simply apologized, after all, it was their wedding day, and I really did something wrong if I was serious about it. Nan, go back and help me tell brother Feng, today is really sorry, really did not suppress the fire. Other to nothing, I see just now when I left, Paylord and Guangjun also both nose not nose, face not face, don't misunderstand brother Feng, think he is pulling the wrong side of the fight, after all, Yen Cheng and that rat all let me stab enough. As soon as I finished my words, Nan returned with a devastated look on her face, you're thinking about it too much, neither of these two will misunderstand. I stood outside the car, looking at Henan's slightly puzzled question, you can read minds off? Why are you so sure? I only saw Henan's arrogant face, and said back in a strong voice. Grass, on the basis of my big brother called Yin Feng, pulling off the fight they dare what? Chapter 22, no hurry, there will be opportunities later. An hour later, in the city hospital, inside the old cadre ward. Yanqing has sobered up at the moment, tears just hovering in the circles of his eyes, ready to fall at any time. Pei Lord and Guangjun looked at their hearts and were quite upset, but more than anything else, they were angry. 3 of them, 5 or 6 of you, how can you let someone you into this kind of? Usually you and I that 2 times it? You have been called the Northeast First Ruthless? Really finished off. Still have the face to wipe tears here. Pei Lords pinched his waist, also a belly full of anger. Yanqing sat up violently from the bed, you still have the nerve to talk about me? This side just fought, I haven't even waited to play it, let Henan lead a dozen people to pull away, if it wasn't for them pulling away from the fight, would I be like this now? You don't need to shout with me, if you have the ability, you shout with Yin Feng, that counts as you have the ability. A sentence to Pei Lord also dislike enough. He dared to shout with Yin Feng? He did not dare. The side of the Guangjun dare? Naturally do not dare. If he dared, he wouldn't have acted hastily just now when his side suffered such a big loss. No one wants to care about you, June, let's both go, let him die hospital. Pei Luang was disliked and also had no more language. In a rage, he took Guang Jun and left the ward directly. On the way back, Pei Luang smoked cigarettes one after another. He and Guang Jun are different. He has now shed the coat of a gangster, a magnificent turn, to put it bluntly, that is to ascend the ranks. Jun, that Guya's quite a jumper. Guang Jun first snorted coldly and carefully explained, if there was no Chen Mo, do you think I could have watched him take over the liquor wholesale business from old Lu smoothly? I would have done him already. This Chen Mo really has no one to take him? Mentioning Chen Mo, Guang Jun's eyes obviously softened a lot. Yes, so I haven't dared to move. Pei Luang rubbed his face, as if forcing himself to be more awake. Forget it, let's not talk about Yin Qing. Did you hear Yin Feng's words today? That is the point of our this time the city to engage in the construction of the city opportunity, and word piece of the side to be the first to demolish and relocate. He is to see that we take a little too much work. Guang Jun also looked worried. Let him misunderstand cannot be good. If he whispered to the top, turn around we one wear a small shoes, then the loss can be big. After Pei Linguang was silent for a while, he suddenly opened his mouth and said, why don't you and I go over there again? Take advantage of Yanqing's matter to have a good chat with him? Without hesitation, Guang Jun replied, I think it's fine, as long as the project can be successfully taken, what's the point of us giving him a bow? Said, the driver turned around, once again turned back to the Pearl Hotel. 7 o'clock in the evening, home. Xiaobei and I delivered goods in the afternoon, really do not have the strength to toss again, so at home we cooked some noodles to deal with a mouthful of even dinner. You guys didn't see that scene today, after Wild gave that rat guy a hard time, Bragger made his move. I saw that this is not good. I as our family's first heavy gunner, I have to go. I yanked up a chair and used it as a blood-drinking knife. 3 or 5 people couldn't get into me. The battle was a grueling one, it was absolutely amazing, really. A breakthrough is this good, no matter what environment, what situation, how much money in his pocket, but still does not delay his bragging coins. All of us were a joy to listen to, just as a meal while watching the program. But Song Lu had to raise a bar. Then you're so fierce, how come Wild Brother still gets a bench in the back of the head? You as an Imperial Guard with a sword, this is pure and simple dereliction of duty. I think that you should be cancelled from your position as district manager. Du Xiaofeng also immediately raised his hand to express his approval. Yes, I agree, come on, let's vote by a show of hands, let's give him a direct dismissal. A breakthrough saw the situation some panic, shouted, want to step on me to the top is not it. Taking the opportunity of a few people joking, I cleared my throat and also said the main thing. Remove or not remove a break we will say later, this area manager thing I pondered, really have to change a little. A breakthrough seen me say so, immediately panicked. Brother, you give me another chance, I really don't want to go back to carry goods. I waved my hand to signal a gung to shut up, and then continued to add, Xiaofeng, Song Lu, and Xiang Zhe, you've been working with me for 2 months now, and you're all quite skillful in the business now, so it's really a bit of an overkill to let you guys carry the goods. Near the south of the clans there are 3 districts, the 3 of you, their own study of their own responsible for that district. From next month onwards, you have to give me the knife on the horse, dry out the results, the end of the year I will give dividends, do not do a good job, then honestly come back to carry goods. After the 3 looked at each other, they grinned. Although the salary is almost the same, but who wants to do strength work? And how honorable to say the words district manager. The one who reacted first was Song Lu, who immediately put down his chopsticks and clasped his hands together. The humble servant accepts the order, and I will certainly not dishonor the holy grace and do my best. The more dumbfounded Xiang Zhe pushed his eyes and softly murmured, you are really good at licking. This kid is a traitor at first glance. Seeing a few people again without a proper line of fighting, I immediately shouted to stop, but the words in front of before the end of the month, each of you 3 to hire a person to come over to cover the shift. Now our family is too short of people. If you can't find the cover shift, then the district manager is a fairy tale, but also have to be honest to carry goods for me. After finishing the business, I will go back to the house to lie down. Yanqing that a bench smashed me all afternoon are confused, vomited several times. And just when I fell asleep in a daze, someone couldn't sleep. Who is it? It is the usually silent Jane Jia. Inside the hospital, Jane Jia's calloused palms clasped his father's palms, pants pockets carrying this or all kinds of bills. Dad, nothing, we cooperate with the treatment on it, I now work unit is good, earn a lot, enough. The old man breathed heavily, his voice horseback, son, we do not treat, go home, I'm so old, that is, the cure can be what, I dragged you down enough, I deserve to die so much, too many sins, Dad did not walk the right way in his life, harmed your brother, but also harmed you. Jane Jia's nose was sore, look at you old man, say this for what, you rest, I'll go pay the bill After speaking extremely fast, Jane Jia turned around and wiped a handful of tears, quickly stepped out of the ward. Standing at the window of the first floor payment hall, Jane Jia touched the remaining several $100s in his pocket, hesitated again and again, or dialed Xiaobei's phone. Hey, Xiaobei, are you asleep? Jane Jia's voice was very soft, and this softness also carried a little apprehension. No wonder, because although the two are neighbors, but not a lot of exchanges, now this time of day should be normal to sleep, so at this moment Jane Jia really is a little embarrassed. When Xiaobei heard this small movement, he was immediately frightened. Because Jane Jia, this person is usually quite withdrawn, in addition to be able to say a few words with Xiao Bei, with us or not much communication, is stuffy work. That one didn't he sleep, what is it? Do you have a wide hand? Or can you talk to Zayano, advance me a year's salary, my father's disease relapsed again, to use money, you can rest assured that this money I am sure to pay back, my home to be demolished, by then there will be a demolition money, I give you to play the IOUs all. When Jane Jia finished speaking, Xiao Bei hanging heart just counted down, long breath. Big brother, you next time something directly say okay, this gives me a fright, I thought you wanted don't my back door it, where are you, I now send you over, don't delay the old man to see the doctor. Chapter 23 Retribution. This is not good to say. At the same time Xiao Bei hung up the phone, directly dragged me up from the bed, completely wrapped me to the hospital. My impression of Jane Jia has been very, very general. Not very much want to manage this matter, it is not that I am inhuman, but every family has a difficult to read scripture. Today, Jane Jia's father is sick and needs money, the company gives to take, tomorrow, Gung's mother got gynecological disease, then is not also have to be reimbursed by the company? But Xiao Bei doesn't agree with me, and this is one of the rare disagreements between the two of us. Wild, Jane Jia's side of the money, take it from my dividend, he does not pay you back, I pay you back. As soon as I heard Xiao Bei say so, suddenly the mood is not very beautiful, think this kid take words to organize me. Grass, you so nagging is not looking for a beating. Xiao Bei while driving the van, while rushing to me to explain, Jane Jia, this person used to be quite cheerful him, if you say you went in the best years to squat for 5 years, is rich in experience, that Jane Jia is born again. I am confused to light a cigarette, some small curiosity pursued, what? He practiced the Sunflower Treasure Dictionary? Grass, I'm not kidding you, I'm serious it, before Jane Jia family conditions in our street can be said to be the best, marriage is also early, daughter-in-law is also beautiful, the family that the 2-story small building, who look at all envy. Along with the rhythm of the small north I took over the words tentatively asked, what? He played money ah? Why is the family still in the middle of it? Xiao Bei briefly silent for a moment after returning, he was 19 years old just married, 20 years old when his daughter-in-law was pregnant, and then the family had a change of heart, their family were arrested, his own big brother death penalty, his father reprieve, he squatted for 8 years, this year just came out, and his old man is because of what infectious diseases, coupled with the age of the really too big, the prison does not accept, only to give him out. Hearing that Jane Jia had this experience, I couldn't help but sympathize in my heart. Then her child must be in elementary school now. Xiao Bei smiled bitterly and shook his head, that is ruthless, to the family savings gathered together, behind the back of Jane Jia went to the hospital to the child to play, the two are separated from the window to do the divorce. I was speechless for a long time, sullenly smoking cigarettes, sighing this fate of God strange. Arrived at the hospital parking lot, this side of the small north and I just got off, Jane Jia welcomed up, after seeing me, obviously froze, look a little unnatural and formal. Jane Jia, you also know my family's situation, I don't have enough in hand, so I took some from Zayano, you can use this money first, if it's not enough then we will discuss it together, it's important to give the old man a medical treatment first. Xiao Bei said this I am not surprised, because this is Xiao Bei's style of doing things, even if they are aggrieved, but also absolutely will make friends comfortable. After Jane Jia froze for a moment, he actually bowed at me, which made me feel uncomfortable. Aya, what are you doing go, we both bought some fruit to eat, let's first look at the old man to go. Accompanying Jane Jia to pay the fee, we came to the ward on the 5th floor. I and Xiao Bei looked at each other, all regret. Because the old man's appearance is really too miserable, arm and calf most of the skin is festering pus, sanity is not very clear, Xiao Bei talked to him, he can only and yes, I guess even Xiao Bei said what cannot understand. Thin is a skeleton, estimated to be just over 80 pounds. Let's come out and talk. Jane Jia greeted the nurse on duty before dragging the two of us out the door. After being silent for a while, he looked at me with some embarrassment, Zayano, this time of the year, the company is busy, I'm dragging my feet, it's really my fault, but my father is the only one, even if there's only one breath left, I should fulfill my filial piety, I have to fulfill my filial piety Because the old man got this disease is quite scary, so the caregiver is not good to hire, so I can't go to work during this period of time. As he spoke, Jane Jia kept looking down at his toes. In terms of public, people are employees, and when something happens at home, they definitely have the right to resign. But for me, this is undoubtedly something that makes me very angry, because I am really short of drivers in my hands right now. But what can I say about this situation? It's okay, leading the old man to see the doctor is important, don't worry about the company side, I will think of a way, when the old man gets well, you are willing to come back, there is definitely still a place for you. Thank you Zayano, my house will soon be demolished, the city has issued a document, this money I am sure to return you, we go in accordance with the normal interest. The interest is not interest, then say it, the company is now profitable okay, this money can afford, you go back to accompany the old man, we also go back. No, let's go back to my house together, I give you the car keys, just to give you a note. You quickly don't bull, what kind of a note, besides you're gone, less a driver, the car can't be used at the moment, when you have time, send the car back on the line. Jane Jia very insistent, must play the note, so helpless, I and Small North can only follow Jane Jia back to his home. Xiaobei also really did not brag. Jane Jia's home, this 2-story small building to get really quite elegant, small building in front of the door and a small yard, this summer planting some eggplant pepper, do not have to buy vegetables. The house is a bit messy, you guys feel free to sit down. After a polite sentence in Jane Jia, then went to fetch a pen and paper, while Xiaobei and I wandered around the house. Hey, Xiaobei, what the hell are you looking at? In the corner of the side room, I found an arm-sized shovel that was already rusted. Xiaobei frowned for a moment, and then immediately shouted in a low voice, "Don't mess with other people's things, you're a child, your hands are so it." I played back and forth with the shovel, some curious back. What is this for? I have never seen. For digging graves. I stared at Xiaobei for a few seconds to make sure he wasn't joking, and immediately put this obscure thing back in its original position. Then I quickly walked to Xiaobei's side and tentatively asked, in the past, Zhen Jie and his family were all engaged in civil engineering? Xiaobei nodded heavily. Well, when they came to arrest people, the armed police are dry to come, long guns and short cannons from his home to search out the old moor. When we blocked the street, the battle to get really not small. On the occasion of the two of us chatting, Jane Jia rummaged through the box to find a pen and paper. After signing the note, took the car keys. I and Xiaobei then did not stay long. Polite sentence on the withdrawal. After arriving home, I have no sleep, the old man lying in the hospital bed in my mind, really some fear. Xiaobei, do you think this thing exists, retribution? Xiaobei up a bottle of beer to pour a mouthful after sitting cross-legged on the sofa silent for a while after turning his head to look at me. There should be it, don't care what industry, do people can't be too damaging, you see Jane Jia. Hey, really can't say. Chapter 24 Oh no, are you afraid of ghosts? The next small half-month is numbwork, sleep will never exceed 6 hours a day. Driving, moving goods, an infinite cycle of this. Until 3 more drivers were recruited, my side was relieved to find some sense of being a human being. And just as I was freeing up on my side, Henan's call came through. Good news, he found a venue with an excellent location, enough area, and a fairly cheap price. When I asked him on the phone where exactly, he still refused to say, so I had no choice but to let him come to the warehouse to pick me up. Henan has been selling, and also godly. Xiao Yi, are you afraid of ghosts? I snorted coldly, little master, I believe in the 3 Qings, afraid of what ghosts are, you in the end to take me where engage in mysterious. 15 minutes later, I came to an abandoned maternity hospital. The main building up and down 4 floors, each floor covers an area of 600 square meters. The self-underground. Well, is the former morgue? The yard has a parking lot, but now it is overgrown and looks deserted. The weather was originally very hot, but after coming here, I felt that my back was cold, as if someone wanted to twist my neck. Nan, is this the place you found for me? I said incredulously as I pointed at the dilapidated building. Nan introduced me like a real estate agent. Isn't this place good? A hospital, a place to save lives, large enough and very cheap, come on, I'll take you in for a spin. You go to your mom's egg, I'm not going in, this place is eerie, I feel like I don't have enough young energy now. I was quite resistant to this request from Henan. Henan saw my mood is not high, hands a stall, you want a large enough area, the location is also good, the price is also cheap, big brother, you're too difficult for people. I asked a large circle of people, all alarmed my big brother, and finally found such a place. If you did not like, then I cannot help. I am silent. This did not say, the warehouse side is the limit, if in such a delay, not only will affect our work, and may even affect the customers to send work. Doing business, to be a word of mouth, people do not owe us money, then we cannot drag people goods. So at the moment to say that I am not anxious, that is false, but this place does make me quite resistant. This area is too large, the price is estimated to be not too cheap, I now belong to the small stage, I'm afraid I cannot afford Henan snorted coldly, holding his shoulders and rushed to explain to me. This land is really not expensive, before it was the Health and Wellness Bureau, and then in order to even out the books this land was transferred to the Construction Bureau. The Construction Bureau was originally going to develop on its own, but there is no way this place is quite evil. 2 consecutive leaders are in the stage of development to be shut down in a small black house, so this land has been left until now. In recent years my big brother has been getting real estate, with the Construction Bureau of the people close, so if you want, price I can help you talk. After hearing Henan's words I curiously asked back, Brother Feng is also in real estate, why doesn't he develop this house himself? This location is so good. My big brother doesn't believe in these ghosts and gods, but think about it Ziano, would you dare to buy a house built from this place? Aren't you afraid someone will knock on your door in the middle of the night? I smoked dryly and said to Henan, don't say those useless things, how much does it cost to rent this place for a year? Henan grinned, I've asked for you, rent for $50,000 a year, how is it, cheap enough? I nodded involuntarily, this price is indeed a cabbage price. That must be, we still have this strength, but I don't suggest you rent, buy it is more cost effective, the whole price of 80, with formalities, you can directly transfer. I also planned for you, the first floor is a warehouse, the courtyard is a parking lot, the main building directly into a hotel, partitions are ready made, a ward is a room, based on this alone, you will save old money. I squinted at Henan. The more I said, the more I felt that this kid is like a trust. Why are you planning everything for me? What, the land is sold, the construction bureau to give you a rebate ah? Henan shyly smiled. I previously violated the rules to do a little work, and later rectified, but the leader responsible for this was transferred, and now the construction bureau has been dragging my project money. If you can buy this side of the people who are estimated to be able to immediately give me a release of money, I think it is a matter of mutual benefit. In the middle of the Bridget. After a burst of collapse, I organized my thoughts and continued to ask, even if I want to buy, I don't have so much money in my hand, and after I buy it, I have to renovate it, which is a large sum of money. Now you let me put together 80,000 no problem, but 80,000, I really can't do it. What kind of business are we doing? That with the bank relationship is gaga, this for a while. First you go through the formalities, and then you take the land formalities in the bank loan, so it's about the same, and you now buy and sell to get a good month into the money. The big deal is to slowly install it. Henan's thinking that I do have some heart. Since the last time with Henan drank a big wine, saw the strength of others, I have been thinking about whether I also want to do something entity. After all, this piece of wholesale liquor I can occupy, all the resources have been occupied, the market has stabilized, the following no matter how hard to develop, that want to further are not easy. And the hotel is also a good way, now not to mention us, even those students, out of a room are not looking for small hotels. The location is also first class, there are many small KTVs and bars on this street, and the next street is a university town, which is a stable and invisible source of customers. Nan, this is something I have to go back and discuss with Xiaobei, just wait for me for a few days. Henan expressed his understanding and nodded. Well, moving so much money, it's true that we should discuss it, but you'd better hurry up. I'm really in a hurry to use the money lately. I'm waiting for the construction money from the construction bureau to quench my thirst. You die or not who son it, also thought it was enough friends to help me, but the result is to take me as a favor. Humph, lazy, send me back to the warehouse. Henan natural also quite weak, worried back. You also understand my difficulties. Okay, my big brother's side of the formalities down, the site will immediately be able to start. Phone live or dumped to me, the cost cannot let others pat it. The following brothers are also open mouth waiting to eat. Okay, my own things are enough headache, you don't tell me those rotten things you. After returning a sentence, I sat on the passenger side with a sad face, full of thoughts on how to put together money. Chapter 25 Go to the Fire. After returning to the warehouse, Henan left. He also has a bunch of things in his hands, which came to me are taking time out. At present, the operation of Han Yuan is almost like this, although Xiaobei is also a shareholder, but in fact he did not take a penny of the cost. The following to make another investment, normally, I do not need to discuss with him. But through this period of contact, as well as through so many things, I really take Xiaobei as a brother. So in order to get along in the future as well, I still intend to discuss this with Xiaobei. If he doesn't agree to expand, then I definitely won't sing the opposite tune. When I finished my thoughts, I unscrewed a bottle of black tea and gulped it down. Xiaobei dryly smoked 2 cigarettes before slowly speaking. Zayano, things are a good thing, 800,000 is indeed not much, the place I know, but the problem is that we do not have so much money on hand. Although Nan said she can help us run a bank loan, but the loan also has interest, and also have to give the intermediary favor fee, plus the later renovation, this is really quite a lot of money. I looked at Xiaobei without taking my eyes off. I've considered all these things you said, just tell me if you want to do it. Xiaobei hands a stall, of course I want to do it, who do not want to get better and better, see people driving Audi, I also envy. Xiaobei said, in fact, is exactly what I think in my heart. Even if I'm not willing to admit that the mouth and the heart, but whenever you see Henan's Audi, will also fantasize about when they can also buy an addiction, so that those who once looked down on me look, I was down, but stood up again. They are all mortals, if they really have such a high realm, then they don't need to come out to do business, they all run to the temple. Oh, I also envy, then we will do, or the old rules, 82 split, earned a normal dividend, lost, you give me a note, slowly pay me back, no interest. Xiaobei excitedly lit another cigarette. I noticed that his palms are trembling. I calculated, now we have about 270,000 on hand, stay 70,000 pressure goods, the remaining 20 can be taken out and used. My car, with the big buyout procedures, according to the current market price, more than nothing, 250,000 is certainly no problem. So we have almost 45 in our hands, let Henan help us run a loan, the preliminary operation is certainly enough. Now that the business is relatively stable, we can collect the money and renovate at the same time. We tighten our belts to the end of the year, and so on next year, we are certainly not now this way. A cigarette, Xiaobei almost 4 or 5 mouths to smoke out, see his mood at the moment is a what state. I'm thinking of a way to get 50,000, let's put together 50, and then we'll start, you give me a few days. Okay, then it's a deal, I'll give Henan another call at night to see if I can squeeze down the price a bit more. On the other end, Jane Jie's side. He hadn't left the hospital for a while, and had been accompanying the old man, but the situation was quite bleak. The old man had liver cancer and some complicated skin diseases. To put it bluntly, he was now relying on medication to keep him going, and if the money couldn't keep up, once the medication was stopped over here, the man definitely wouldn't live for more than a week. And even if the money has been topped up, Morsaid can only survive another 3 years or so. Considering the situation of Jianjia's family, the doctor also frankly said, in this treatment is a bottomless pit, while the old man is still a little conscious, go home and stay. Constant chemotherapy will only make the old man suffer more. And trying to wait for a liver transplant for free is a fairy tale. Self-funded it. One time at least have to come up with $300,000, and this is not counting the late convalescence. So to summarize, this disease is really meaningless in the treatment. But Jianjia does not see it this way. In his worldview, he should have died a long time ago. It is his big brother blocked the entrance to the Yellow Springs Road. When the master of three with the team together down to the ground, shipments of gang infighting, committed murder is not Jianjia's big brother, but Jianjia. But when the infighting of another gang was captured, the official traced the trail to find this master 3 times. Jianjia's elder brother but did not hesitate to stand out, shoulder all the charges, to protect his brother. Jianjia vaguely remembers what his big brother said to him in the last stage of his life. Little brother, my body cannot, and did not leave our family after, now your daughter-in-law Xiaoan have, you and our father in not a capital offense, to stay for a few years on the way out, the family's little bottom is enough for you to go out to flutter, brother did not ask for anything else, I beg you for one thing, be sure to take care of our father. At that time Jianjia did not say anything, but nodded heavily. This is a promise, a man's agreement with another man. So after Jianjia was imprisoned, even if the days were hard, he never gave up on curing his father. Nowadays, although this is quite difficult to do, but the good thing is that God can't starve the blind house sparrow, the old house is going to be demolished. Isn't this hope? The old house has more than 200 square meters, plus a yard, the demolition money according to 2000, that will be about 500,000. With this amount of money, the old man to do liver transplant surgery costs will be enough. Whenever he thought of this, Jianjia's brows, which were always locked, would stretch a little. But the truth can really be as he thought? On the other end, inside the conference room of famous real estate, Pei Luang was sitting in the position of the old general manager, rubbing his temples with gentle movements, giving the impression that he was extremely tired but was carrying on hard. Guang Jun pushed the door and entered. Now his injuries have almost healed, at least he doesn't need to go out with a hanging bladder anymore. I saw the drawings, this time the job is quite fat. We can pay a lot for the demolition alone, not to mention the construction later. It's just a pity that we don't have the resources to bid. If we can get on the table to participate in the development, share the cake, that would be better. Pei Lord's gaze like a torch, the fatigue in his eyes swept away, replaced by a full of confidence and ambition. Give me 2 years' time, surely there are opportunities for us to get on the table, but then there is no need to look at Yin Feng's face. Let's go to Yin Sheng's office to sit down. This kid grated on me for a long time, said that the demolition of the live down, he can do it. Said, the 2 big men toward Yin Sheng's office, but the closer the distance, the more wrong. Yanqing's office came from a very complicated sound, let the 2 people are a blush. Now the situation is a bit awkward, not to go in, stand here to listen to the sound, but go in, then bump into it is not even worse. After standing in the doorway and listening for about 2 minutes, Pei Luang's side just wanted to give Yanqing a call. Inside the house came the sound of high heels walking, only to see Yanqing's secretary wiped his mouth and walked out from the house, just with the 2 big brothers hit a face. After the secretary froze for a moment, her face turned red and she walked away with small, broken steps. Pei Lord pushed the door in with a grim face. Yen Cheng was cleaning up the battlefield with toilet paper on his back. Can you have some business in a day? This is the company, you don't have a face, I still don't have a face? Yen Xingyi has a cheap smile on his face. Brother-in-law, June, sit down quickly, I am a little on fire today, it just so happens that Xiaoro doesn't have anything to do, I'll let her help me get rid of the fire. Chapter 26 Toward Happiness. Yanqing, this person, although after drinking alcohol is more like to blow coins, usually do things are also very flamboyant. But his ability is still very much recognized by Pei Wang. In the past few years, some of the company's more difficult things, most of them are Yanqing to help deal with. Otherwise Pei Wang wouldn't have given such an important project to Pei Wang just because of the relationship between brother-in-law and brother-in-law. Okay, old Pei, don't talk about Yanqing, young people, more energetic, now let's organize, we are both at this age is not able to Yanqing smiled and poured a cup of tea to Guangjuan. Don't be so modest, military brother, Jianghu rumor, your size is not small, there is a chance that we compete on the same stage. Seeing that the topic was getting farther and farther away, Pei Lord pulled back. Okay, say something serious, the document has been officially down, today I just went to the city after the meeting, the demolition of the work, you always Zhang Lu which want to do, then give me to do something. Yanqing heard again to Money Road, excited eyes are going to stare out. Brother-in-law, you can rest assured, other we do not dare to guarantee, but our company is responsible for the area, I guarantee to let you start work first, but also take the opportunity to let the city's leaders look at our company's strength. Pei Lord nodded with satisfaction, obviously pleased that Yanqing could consider this level. For our company to take on this job, making money is only one aspect, more importantly, it's for the sake of showing our face in the city, and this is an opportunity that I've fought hard to get. In terms of demolition money, the city gives 3,000 a square foot, the company gives an assessment of 1,009 to 2002, the maximum cannot exceed 2005, the scale you figure out yourself. Yanqing bared his teeth and nodded, obviously satisfied with this attitude of Pei Wang. What do you mean, figure it out yourself? Isn't this just giving himself the opportunity to deduct madness? It's done, brother-in-law, wait for my good news. Said, Yanqing clamped the crotch of the pants in a puff of smoke and left the company, began to convene his own men of the cowards, studying the demolition of the matter. In the next half a month, Henan and I began to run all kinds of formalities. During this period, Henan really helped a lot. Not only did the construction bureau side first give the account, approve the procedures, the bank side is also very helpful. The interest rate is the lowest in the policy, the speed of lending is also fast, and the red packet is just a little bit of meaning, and did not slaughter us. My car was sold very quickly and was given on the same day and settled in cash. With the money, the waste will be hard, the bottom of the business is also sufficient. Hotel things began to tightly open the building up, I began to run a variety of formalities with Xiao Bei. Of course, during this period is also inevitable to trouble Henan and Lu Mingchuan, these two old acquaintances. Two people have greeted the relevant departments, there is almost no obstruction, basically take the procedures to the place can be approved. Oh yes, Jane Jia also helped me a great deal. Although the internal structure of the maternity hospital is similar to the hotel, but the building is an old building, water and electricity wiring and other things have to be changed. If you're trying to figure out how to do it, it's not easy to organize the work behind you. And this time I thought of Jane Jia, after all, his family are doing civil engineering, in the underground or playing open it, not to mention the ground the small work. Not as I expected, Jane Jia came to a trip, up and down 2 circles, immediately out of the drawings, some complex work, but also personally on the hand, to me to get the board as a square. This has 20 years of experience and the decoration of the master is very confused, sighing that this Jane Jia has this craft does not come out of their own work for nothing. Through chatting with Jane Jia learned that his home demolition has been finalized, the survey team went to his home, the money should be in a month or 2 will be in place. In this regard, I am also very happy for Jane Jia, with this money, the old man's disease does not say completely cured, at least do not have to rely on medication to maintain as now. Jane Jia, I talked to Xiao Bei, the hospital that is the place to spread money, last time I lent you, I guess your hands are empty, I just came down with this loan, the renovation are settled in batches, there are still some surplus in my hands, I'll give you a moment to fetch another 20,000, you first use. Jane Jia silent for a moment after also did not polite, he is now indeed very short of money, the hospital side will call for money almost every day, and he can only pretend to be confused, procrastinate a day is a day. Okay, it's a deal, you want a heart over, not busy when you come over to help me busy, decoration in this regard, no one familiar is not, I'm also afraid of this group of old guys fooled me, have you in, I feel relieved. I forced things down, returned home to change clothes to go, not to go on a date, not to be lazy, but today is my mom's birthday, how I have to go back to see. Changed clothes, drive from Henan Loan Company hard borrowed a new Honda Accord, I toward the direction of my sister's home. Looking at the co-pilot put the gifts prepared for the family, the feeling in my heart is difficult to express. 15 minutes later, arrived at my sister's home, I carried a large bag upstairs. Brother-in-law is also at home, but this time his attitude towards me can be described as a 180-degree turnaround. Before I even opened my mouth, he came to the door and took the gifts and some supplements for the elderly and children in my hands. Aya, Zayano, the next time you bring something over, brother-in-law won't open the door for you, huh? We're all family, why are you making it so polite? I smiled flatly, changed my shoes and entered the house. This is the cosmetics I bought for my sister, this is for the child, the learning machine, these are the clothes I bought for our mom, and I don't know what you like, so I bought you a watch. Brother-in-law took the watch I gave him, glanced at the label on it, his mouth was grinning to his heels, but his words were still serious. Mama, more than 3,000, quickly returned, I don't want it, it's too expensive, enough for the child to pay a year of tuition fees. At this time, my sister poked her head out of the kitchen, then return it, little brother your brother-in-law is happy enough to know that you have this intention. Brother-in-law immediately face a black, although has been Zhang Lu this to be returned, but the watch has not been taken off since it was worn on his hand. Okay, don't fight, open dinner. In my impression, my mother has always been very thrifty about life, usually basically can eat enough on the line. But today, my mother had prepared 12 dishes, which in the Northeast can be said to be the highest specification for a family dinner. I understand in my heart, this is not the mother wants to luxury but because she see I now have some achievements, feel satisfied, this satisfaction he cannot directly say, so can only be reflected in this. Mom, here is 6006, wish you happiness like the East Sea, life like South Mountain. Before dinner, I took out the red envelope that I had prepared long ago and put it in front of my mother, then I took out 5,000 cash and gave it to my sister and instructed, this money, you keep it for your family. Chapter 27, I am the rules. Sister showed off and glanced at her brother-in-law, then immediately tucked away the money. And although the mother does not want, but in my old sister and I on both sides of the attack also compromised, said that this for us to save, in the future have to use the money to find him to ask for. Little brother, I heard a friend say, you now get a good wholesale liquor. Now we are in this area, but all the larger restaurants, KTV, and so on, are from you to get goods. A month, quite a lot of money it. I lowered my head to clip a mouthful of food back. Well, not bad, a month of good times can get 100,000 or so. This is water, because now the labor expenses are also big, and the settlement speed is far less than before, but on this occasion, appropriate bragging is small cattle, it does not hurt. Oh my god, my brother will be a millionaire in a year's time. Sister's expression is very exaggerated, aside from the brother-in-law do not know because of the past all kinds of weakness or how, in short, today his words are not a lot. Millionaire, I don't think I can stop it. Xiao this child, since childhood I think there is a future, you guys watch it, this is a start. Brother-in-law interjected appropriately, lifted his wineglass and looked at me with a somewhat complicated smile as he continued to add, come on, Xiao, brother-in-law toasts you. I put down my chopsticks and picked up my wineglass. How dare I, you are the elder, I toast you, my mom is here with you, you have suffered. 2 tales of white wine, brother-in-law drank it all in one go. What do you mean, Xiao, your mom is my mom. Brother-in-law's words are so natural, so righteous. You see, the gap is so big, I'm still the same as I was a few months ago, but this family dinner, I am very comfortable, even some enjoyment. Why? Because I have a certain economic foundation, I have a day-to-day business. Oh no, you changed your car here? My brother-in-law's eyes looked to the car keys on my waist, directly yanked them down and murmured softly, Accord's car keys, right, this car is not cheap, it has to be more than $100,000. I explained in passing, the previous maternity hospital building was bought by me and my friends, to get a hotel dry, buy materials, run formalities and what always taxi is not convenient, from friends to get borrowed a car to drive first. My brother how so promising it, that building cannot be small, buy down shall not be several million Not so much money, and I am with friends partnership, and the bank also has a loan, in fact, I do not have that much money. That's great, that's great. By the time this family dinner got underway, it was basically a question and answer session. However, I didn't mind my family's nagging, but patiently explained how I had gotten to where I was step by step. Of course, some of the things that were laced with social aspects that I didn't bring up were tampered with. Mom, let's do it next year. Next year I'll buy a new house, you'll move over to live with me, and you'll be able to cook for me or something if you're not doing anything. When the meal was about to end, I gave my mother a clear time. Mom is not worried about the house, I'm so old, there is a place to live on the line, but it's you. Is it time to think about considering personal problems? Is it necessary to find a partner? At this time, the old sister interjected, Mom, you are blindly worried, my brother looks so spiritual, and now the business is doing so big, that outside the little girl shall not woyang to pounce on you still worry about daughter-in-law. Next time I'll have them line up downstairs for your inspection. Mother's mouth corner smile more wins, movement gently touched my head, really quite good Mom does not ask you to earn how much money can support themselves, in a family, mom will be satisfied, is a pity your father cannot see. When the words fell, the atmosphere in the room changed. Look at your mom, today is your birthday, why are you talking about this? My mother froze and reacted that she had said the wrong thing. I instinctively lit a cigarette, the joy in my heart subtracted most of it, you guys clean up, I'm going to burn incense for my dad. Saying that, I walked into my mother's hut, where I visited my father's last photo. I stared at it for a long time, there are many words in my heart that I want to say, but I don't know where to start well. Dad, I came to see you, I'm fine now, the family is all fine, don't worry, I can carry this family. The words landed, my tears flowed out uncontrollably. Some people say that the father-son relationship in our country is the most complicated in the world. It's a ruler and a minister, it's an enemy, but the only thing it's not is like father and son. When will both parties recognize this relationship? That's when one party leaves the world before the other one puts love into words. Once, I scoffed. Today, I am convinced. On the other end, Jane Jie's side. He also just came back from the maternity hospital side, because the development company side called him, need him to come to the old house side to sign. When he got this news, Chen Mo hated that the car didn't have 2 more wheels, and rushed all the way back. Looking at the terms of the document and the amount of money, Chen Mo suddenly confused, the smile on his face instantly solidified. This is not right, how to give price so low The street in front of the demolition are given 2002, our location is better, how only give 1009? And this area is not also calculated wrongly, before the measurement team came to my house, the area given is 260 square meters, this document how to write only 138 square meters. Famous real estate people took Chen Mo handed back the document patiently explained, this price is the company set, if you are not satisfied, you can negotiate with the company, this does not belong to our management. As for this area problem. The latter words did not wait to finish it, Yanqing heard this side of the quarrel, so he brought people immediately rushed over. What's going on? Manager Lee. This head of household doesn't recognize both the price and the area, I was just about to explain it to him. Yanqing swept a glance at Chen Mo before waving his hand at Manager Lee, you go to the next one, I'll solve this one. said Yanqing. Yanqing took over the document and swept a glance before saying, the prices currently the company can only give to these. If you do not recognize, then you can do the replacement. By the time you build a new building you want to sell, not also money. Jane Jia patiently back, but this area also has a problem. My house is so big house, how can it be just 138 square feet? You do not believe you come in to see, it is really not that I do not play stinky scoundrel, blackmail, it must be that you are mistaken. Yanqing did not move, but grinned, brother, you this yard is also counted area and you this is the second floor can't be counted as equal area too. At the time of the demolition, this matter was indeed more controversial. But even if there is a dispute, the worst condition is the yard and the second floor area is half, there is absolutely no say that does not count money. Yanqing so play, in fact, is to eat this money, bully Yanqing. It is also true that there are quite a lot of people who engage in demolition and relocation, so, on the one hand, they are bullying the people who do not understand the law, while on the other hand, they are relying on their complex social background. I asked when the surveying team came, the city is not so stipulated at all, I can't sign this document of yours. Jane Jia saw that the other party was flowing, and there were quite a few people, so he didn't do too much pestering. Oh, the surveying team is not responsible for giving you money either, they are the ones working underneath, what do they know? Yanqing see Jane Jia bite the bullet, also have no patience, cold words threaten, you do not sign, then you'll hold it, not afraid to tell you. This demolition since I took over, then my words are the rules. Chapter 28 Living is too suffering. Back to the car, Yanqing side of the companion loudly some uneasy instructions up. There is no way, he also belongs to accompany the prince to study, out of the results are people Yanqing's, but if there is a pot, it must be his. Xiaoqing this kind of person is a lot, we can privately contact is just to add a little money, talk more about welfare policy, you cannot mess or pay general side blame, I cannot afford. Oldly this is still quite real, you have to say the real deal, that Yanqing guaranteed the first time ruffled poll. But to say that the bare common people without background, out of a loss of tactics and so on, that I city, Yanqing absolutely have a number one. Lee brother what era? You still think it's when the chopper team that time? Who is ruthless and who is bull coins? Yanqing tucked up the phone, smiled with disdain, pointed to his head, now is the era of playing with the brain, who has the brain, who can make money. Fighting and killing is not impossible to do, but to give other people to do. As soon as Old Lee heard Yanqing say this, instead of feeling uncomfortable in his heart, he kinda had a bottom. Okay, you have a number in your heart on the line, you can figure it out, I won't follow and worry about it. In the blink of an eye, a week's time has passed, my hotel side of the exterior wall insulation has basically finished. Warehouse moving to get is also smooth, only these two warehouses, the future shipping delivery will be some trouble, after all, the rent over there is not yet arrived, I cannot waste is not. So under no circumstances, can only let them break into 2 shifts to operate, and then every day shall be unified time distribution list. To be honest, this recent period of time although there is running, but it is my most tired time, more tired than the previous delivery. This kind of tired belongs to the kind of heart tired, although the prospects for trading is good, but the pressure of the money is too much. Once the accident, I estimate that my life will not have any possibility of turning over. Just when I was thinking of looking around, if there is nothing to do, I will go to find Henan to drink, relax some time. I met Jane Jia by chance. His appearance is very chic, this hot day, even put a military coat, left hand carrying some dried tofu and other small dishes, right hand holding a bottle of Old Village Long. Hey, Jane Jia, you are what dress change style Jane Jia casually explained, my home side is not to get demolished it, water and electricity are stopped, the hospital to live also charge a bed fee, I'll be here at night to deal with the deal, but also to help you guard a little material. Find a hotel to live first, you're going to be a rich man, but also poor that a few $100s of room fees off. Jane Jia and I chatted while walking towards a cubicle inside the warehouse, this room is the former morgue to beat the night watch. My father's side is not necessarily how much money it, and before to see the doctor from the family relatives also borrowed a lot, this demolition fee down, I guess there is not much left. I grinned, look at you scared, I do not look for you to borrow money Jane Jia put the small dishes, and went to brush a cup in front of me, if I have money, really not afraid of you to borrow, but the problem is that we really do not have money The demolition side of the pile of bad things, worried to death. I lowered my head and ate a mouthful of shredded potatoes, raised his head and then asked, what else is there in the demolition, measuring the finished waiting to play money, are unified to play money, and is the government to get the project, you are still afraid of money yellow Then, Jane Jia the ins and outs of the matter with me once again, but Jane Jia did not know Yanqing and I have had a crossover so did not say Yanqing's identity to. This is indeed a little bad, but you do not have to worry, you anxious, the demolition side of the people more anxious than you just delay a little, they finally have no trick, certainly you say what to do, the old man's side of the money is not enough, I will help you think of a way, the big deal is that I talked to Nan, 2 or 3 million will certainly be able to give you the first to use. Jane Jia nodded gratefully, somewhat a loss for words back. Xiao Yi, according to reason, our relationship is not to the point of moving so much money, you can help me, I am really grateful to you, in the future, but wherever I can be used, you talk on it, really, Jane Jia people talk about not shrewd, but absolutely heavy credibility. You quickly stop it, before quite boring individual, now this is able to say ha, come to drink a mouthful, to the hard life. I amused myself by raising the cup. Jane Jia is a very real person, a mouthful went down most of the cup, spicy he is also sub-teeth grin. Why don't you go home and eat it, just now I saw you also look sad, what's wrong with you? I lit a cigarette, pondered for half a day, also did not want to understand what is wrong with me. I can't say, just feel tired, there is a kind of breathless feeling, huh, you say strange, before nothing to do when I was full of thoughts or thinking about the future if I have their own business, that have to play this dry, but now there is, but did not imagine so happy. Jane Jia did not say anything with his wine glass, but shook his head and laughed. Look at you, laugh what ah? Jane Jia sighed long and returned, Shia, I think you are just cheap. Ha? I looked at Jane Jia blankly, a little confused, unable to figure out what this dude was doing suddenly scolding me. I've heard Xiao Bei talk about you some, we've known each other for so long, I have some understanding of your character and temper. I said it lightly and heavily, don't mind it haha. I disgruntledly urged, hurry up and beat, you've learned to sell your secrets. Oh no, I really don't know what you're still worried about, to have business, to have friends, mom's health is also good, they are also young. If I were to compare myself to you, I'd be hanging in this room today. Since I was a child, my family has been poor cannot eat, my mom cannot live in the hard life, with a repair of their own ran away, my father pulled me and my big brother. Can't afford to go to school, followed by my old man and big brother to go out to work, went down the wrong path, the rich days have not lived a few days. You go in, there are family members to control you, but my family has come in, who can spare a hand to control me? At that time I was only 19 years old, every day with a group of felons together, to say that not bullied that is not true, inside that day you should be clear, I am now still mentally normal, we say that are burnt incense. It is not easy to get out, the daughter-in-law ran away, the family scattered, the old man is sick, the other prisons do not accept, I have to give back, but you say I do not even have a job, it is difficult to feed themselves, how to give the old man to see the doctor off? Before I came to work in our company, I had to empty the toilet, can you believe it? The more he said, the more emotional Jane Jia became. Really, Zayano, this people live too damned bitter, wait for one day to serve the old man gone, I pack up and die, live to suffer. Chapter 29 For the sake of money relatives count what? The two of us talking about this effort, say more than 10 minutes, a bottle of the old village chief has basically bottomed out. I do not know Jane Jia what the situation, anyway, I am a little confused. But to be honest, my mood really good a lot, my life plight in Jane Jia's past compared to that is the difference between kindergarten and college. He is so strong to live it, then what reason do I have to complain? You quickly light farted, are going to give me collapse wake up, nag what stoned it? And also the old man served away, you die, you owe me money on the horse don't know ah? After paying back the money on the pull down the favor does not return I have a mouthful of wine high, but do not think I drink too much, but also open the building to let Jane Jia in the out to buy some wine. I tell you Jane Jia, from the time I went in, my view of friends changed, I think this society does not have so much chun haonan and chicken, there are all see the benefits of forgetting the righteousness. But look at me now, I want no Xiao Bei to help me, Nan to help me, you to help me, I trade can do it? Not to mention you guys, but the kids from a burglary, how hard it was in the beginning, boxed lunches all the time, but who ran away? But who ran away? They were with me, weren't they? These things although I do not say on the mouth, but the heart has always been there, these friendship I have remembered, but I cannot be a one-time all pay back, I have to slowly pay back, I also have to let you all accompany me. Said, I have a brain directly tied table snoring. This is also a characteristic of my right, if drunk, the first second can still talk eloquently, but the second may be passed out, this time you are to give me chicken building, I do not come with a reaction. But I can't say when I will wake up, it may be an hour or two, or a few minutes. Anyway, it's a weird problem I have, and I've heard of a lot of people having it. On the other hand, in front of the old house of Jane Jia's family, Yanqing's Daban is parked horizontally, and there are two women and a man beside the car. These two women are Jane Jia's old aunt and third aunt, while the man is Jane Jia's second grandfather. Why did Yanqing bring Jane Jia's relatives over? Because these three people were not only Jane Jia's relatives, but also Jane Jia's debtors. In the period just out of prison, Jane Jia hand a penny no, basically rely on the three families to succor life. Although each loan is not much, but cumulative to now, a family must have a couple of million. And Yanqing called them to the purpose is also very simple, that is, let them urge Jane Jia to pay back the money. If Jane Jia does not pay back the money, then these three people will sue. Jane Jia name does not have any property, only so a house, then the court will auction the house to pay the debt. But if you go to the court auction, then sell how much money is not Jane Jia said forget it. Some people may think, these three relatives why will cooperate with Yanqing Even if they do not cooperate, then Jane Jia dragged a delay, demolition money down, not the same can pay back the money. The complexity of human nature is complex here, Jane Jia's demolition money, priority who It must be the priority of their own bedridden old man These three relatives are afraid that Jane Jia will compensate for the demolition of the money all brain to their own father to see a doctor. Then their own money will still be out of reach? Moreover, Yanqing also gave a promise: as long as the three families are willing to prosecute, then each family of $5,000 in favor of the same day. Point clear. In the face of such temptation, the three families did not have any hesitation, directly agreed to Yanqing. This move could no longer be said to be detrimental, it could be completely said to be giving birth to a son without an asshole. You guys call now, one by one, all of you have to call, otherwise I won't pay. Jane Jie's third aunt took the lead in pulling out the phone, followed by Jane Jie's old aunt and second grandpa. On the phone, the three didn't say anything about paying back the money, but told him to hurry home and have something to say. Jane Jie swept a glance at the huffing and puffing me, give me a military coat, carried into the folding bed inside, then immediately rushed to the home. After people arrived, Yanqing did not avoid suspicion, so blatantly told Jane Jie, this is what I jumped up. After the three elders clarified the situation, Jane Jie is also very headache. Normally, debt repayment, natural and natural, although it is a relative relationship, but there is no who owes who. But this one wants money in such a hurry, it is indeed also a bit unkind. Xiaojia, we are not what big rich family, big brother that disease, really not worth in to throw so much money. Your little brother is now looking to get married, the woman said. No 66,000 do not marry, you cannot look at your little brother bachelorette. After the third aunt launched an attack, the two aides were not idle, and began to make crazy moves to Jane Jie's heart. Yes, if big brother's disease can be cured, not to mention you smash pots and pans, I also have how much to take how much, but that disease of his even if it is to do the operation and can live a few more years off? We're a big family, we can't just leave him alone. Your old aunt is right, you did not have the money before, not this condition, you see who we have urged you, but now the situation is different, you cannot have the money also do not pay it, who does not live off. Jane Jie originally drank a little confused, three people this attack, but also some of the hands and feet at a loss. Three aunts, the old aunt, the second master, I did not say do not pay back the money, I absolutely will not renege on the debt, I now really have no money, such as demolition money down, I will be the first time to contact you. The old aunt slanting this glanced at Jane Jie, then pointed to Yanqing said, Xiaojia, we are a family, you this also with the old aunt to keep an eye on, the demolition company people also told us, you want that is absolutely the price of the sky, you so get, delayed our big brother's disease not to say, we are not also delayed a few families? My family your old uncle also said you this child filial piety, I see you are serving enough, want to give your father drag down, and then keep their own demolition fee. When these words came out, Jane Jie was a little fried. Old aunt, what are you saying? If I didn't have to guard my dad all these years, would I have to wear one piece of clothing for 2 years? We are all relatives, you don't believe in my words, why do you believe in the words of outsiders instead? The old aunt was no longer speaking human language, sitting on the ground with her buttocks on the ground, her arms wrapped around her chest, and she was splashing around. It's useless for you to nag other things, if you don't pay today, it's definitely not good, big deal, I'll sue you, anyway, you don't want to renege on the debt. Jin Jie frowned and was about to help up the old aunt lying on the ground, and at this time, the third aunt opened her mouth again. Xiaojia, words thick reason is not thick, your old aunt although the words are not pleasant to the ear, but the facts are in front of you, you can afford to delay, my big brother cannot afford to delay if you are really filial piety, hurry up to sign the word, demolition money down, you give us a few points, should be given to the big brother to see the doctor, just give the big brother to see the doctor. Right, Lao San this is not wrong, it should be arranged like this. Chapter 30, break it up, don't interact with each other in the future. Jian Jie himself was not good with words, and at this moment, when he was surrounded by three elders, his brain felt like it was about to explode. In a rage, he walked to Yen Chang, and yanked up Yen Chang's collar. The two men beside Yen Chang took a step forward and were about to step forward, but they were stopped by Yen Chang. Don't move, let him hit me I'll lie down, sentenced to a minor injury, what not 3 years can come out by then the house is better to solve the matter. Jian Jie raised his fist in mid-air stopped, with a grieved and uncomprehending shouted, all you stabbed Debt repayment, who needs to poke at this? You sign now, 1009 good, further delay, 1009 this number are not in. Brother, you full of ice city to ask around, I want to demolish the land of Yanqing have demolition cannot be down? Just at this time, I sat in the van driven by a barge, a dragon swinging tail, parked in the back of Yanqing Daben's car. Look at me is also alarmed, thinking just take the ticket really should not let a break into the road, more than just the danger of us sitting in the car, the passerby is also too irresponsible. Obviously there is no maneuver, but also froze to pretend Takumi play drift. Wow! The car door was pushed open by me, I looked at Yanqing with a mouth full of alcohol, how can you be so able to blow coins? When you talk, Ice City is all out of cows, it's the fourth master who didn't dare to nag like this back then. Jane Jie saw me and Xiao Bei with a trespassing and Son Lu two people came also very surprised, stride forward. Why are you here Xiao Yi? I'll handle it, you guys go first, I'll look for you guys later. A breakthrough just took the ticket today, said what to celebrate, went to the warehouse to find me, I was pickpocketed after waking up, they said they bumped into you on the road, said that your family relatives looking for you, you wanna go home, I thought a car can also fit, don't let you drive a separate one, so I rushed over. There is a saying, enemies meet each other. Yanqing also hated his teeth pricked and scratched when he saw me. But this guy still had some sense and didn't directly clash with me. What's it got to do with you? Your house, Grass, why I am so unhappy to hear you talk it, and I have nothing to do. I come here to do chicken hair off. Jane Jie also owes me money, owes me 8 million. I do not agree with the price you give to demolition, so what? Yanqing see things are about to come to pass, but was intervened in a bar, suddenly face gloomy down. Guyi, you'd better have a number in your heart. Don't think that doing a little business and getting a few tens of thousands of dollars makes you a character. It's not your turn to talk in Bingchang. Sometimes I admire people like Yanqing, no vigor at all, but just hard language. Not to mention, just like him, the average white man is really bluffed by him. Your mouth ate corkscrew, how so can spray it? I grabbed Yanqing's collar, frowned and shouted, you want to say that play the blind stream son of that set, you still almost mean to know not? Jane Jia family house bet to me, tomorrow I show you the formalities, now immediately give me with these silly coins around you to me to get out of the caf, or. The latter words I did not wait to finish it, a sour pain in the stomach, and then I directly vomited in Yanqing's face. There are shredded potatoes, dried tofu, sour cucumber, and the cold skin I ate at noon. In short, it is quite mixed. Yanqing froze, I also froze, everyone froze. We are also reasonable. I do want to apologize to come, but Yanqing is faster than me, he first anxious. I chow naima, I'll kill you. After receiving a punch in the face from Yanqing, I instinctively kicked him in the stomach. Xiaobei several people saw the action, also did not idle, a turn around and went back to the car to get the guy went. I and Yanqing's side has not fought more than 3 rounds it. Yanqing was small north swinging the board to dry line down. Yanqing brought the other 2 people were also respectively by the A barge and Son Lu with a screwdriver or plate to the ground. Social big brother is not, last time not addicted, this time we can this addicted to, you now call people, I let you know what is called the knife to knife pout fold, people come people kneel down. Still struggling, believe it or not I take a screwdriver to give you an electric light poison dragon drill, give me to stop squinting. See a break in song 6 these 2 young people to suppress the temper to do it, I immediately stop. But we are definitely not afraid of things, but this does not have to be resolved this way. Don't fight, we won't be in charge if we fight, Xiaobei, call the police, I'm Chao's, say they violently demolished the house, I'm confused, my head hurts, I can't catch my breath. I also lie on the ground, not to play the blind son of that set of coincidentally, this set of work I am most familiar with, before we are doing this. Yanqing head hanging on the potato wire, angry to pump past. Okay, Guyi, we can't turn the mountain, you wait, we definitely have a back storyline. Xiaobei raised his hand as a mouth, you are here to find yourself a step down? You are not a social big brother, your courage, your ability? Make it out but the mountain does not turn water, you are the sun all have to surround you. Okay, Xiaobei, let them go. The parties Jane Jia have said so, then we a few natural bad bite not put, if really shocked the official, although not a big deal, but always be called to record indeed also annoying enough. Yanqing a few people also did not put any more harsh words, Gray ran away. Jia Z, these are your family relatives, right? I got up from the ground, patted the dust on my body, and asked in passing. Jane Jia nodded in silence and turned around. The 3 of them weren't afraid of us, presumably because they could see that we were friends of Jane Jia's and knew that we wouldn't make a move against him. Shao Jia, this is our family's business, what are you calling outsiders over for? Just tell me what to do today, I won't take it away until I give a statement. Right, how many years has this money been here, it's time for a statement. I looked at Jane Jia, turned my head and looked at Xiaobei who had already taken a step to go forward, and then I picked up the words. Want money, right? How much is it, give me a quote. Jane Jia's third aunt squinted at me, give you the number you give back Oh, I have to listen to how much money first what, do not let speak You want to control the freedom of speech The 3 nuns were disliked by me enough, skimming this mouth back, owes my family 16,800. What about you 2? Old aunt and second grandmaster each gave a figure as well, none of the amounts were particularly large, no more than $20,000. In other words, the full amount was 60,000. Okay, this is my business card, Hangyuan Liquor Wholesale is what I do, my name is Guyi, tomorrow noon you guys call me, I'll prepare the money for you. Jane Jia went forward to stop me, but I forced my business card to his third aunt. Not much money, you guys want to sue and hang yourselves, shabby or not? You are all Jane Jia's elders, and his father is a sister, all think about it, if your family ran into Jane Jia such a thing, Jane Jia door-to-door debt collection, you will be what mood? All relatives, meat things do not help even if, how to fall on the well. Grass. Why am I saying these things? I've spent all my money, why don't I let myself have a good time? Come on, Jane Jia, let's drink, this J-ba like relatives, the break on the break, the future do not come together. Wrapping his arm around Jane Jia's shoulder, we returned to the van. In the A barging gods method, the Gold Cup van froze out of the feeling of a sports car, straight to the 21st century. Chapter 31, Blink of an Eye and it's the end of the year. Time flies, from the time I was released from prison in April to now, it's the end of the year in the blink of an eye. I also completed a magnificent transformation from a cab driver. There is an element of my own hard work, but more than that, it is the support of the precious people around me. Maybe it's because my 5 years in prison squeezed my luck to the limit and now it's starting to bounce back. Nowadays, the liquor wholesale business has reached the off-season, but the benefits are still good, and there will be a fixed income of about $100,000 every month. The hotel side of the 4-story main building has been renovated, began trial operation. Xiaobei and I put together the money, as well as take the land loan money is not enough. In the end there is no way or take the business license and go from Henan's loan company a big one, which can be considered to quench the thirst. Famine is more, but I believe that as long as the hotel business, there is a year or so, certainly can pay off. At present, only Jane Jie is still walking back, his demolition money is still late, has to be almost 3 months. His pressure to say that not big that is bull, every month just the hospital costs are enough for him to drink a pot. So for this reason, I and Xiaobei lent him some money, and even barged a few of their little brothers have also expressed. These money Jane Jie all received, and did not in too much polite. With this small half a year together, our feelings warmed up quickly, although it is not up to the point that you are me, I am you, but can also be called a brother. As the old saying goes, all hands make light work. I am a firm believer in this. If there weren't so many people, who am I to dare poke out the queen with just one hand? Oh yes, the queen is the name of our new guest house. The name is the result of 3 days of pondering by the contemporary poet Song Lu. The moral is also very simple, guests who come to stay are all emperors. The opening of the hotel is definitely a must. This year, I have been with the gift out of how much, say anything must be recovered. The first thing I contacted was Henan, and now Yanfeng's construction site has begun. Covering relocation housing that is almost as good as robbing money, the kid cradled money cradled fat head, for such a capitalist, I must ruthlessly slaughter a wave. As soon as the phone was dialed, I went straight to the point. Hey, Nan, I'm going to open, what do you say? What? My signal is not very good, so what little while, I have a bit of business abroad, soon to board the plane, there is something waiting for me to come back to say ha. Oh, nothing, I thought to say hello to you, this month my money is a little tight, the repayment day certainly cannot pay, you have business on the first busy, wait for you to come back to say it. Against this kind of person, I still have a very good way. Now who does not know money is the master. It's okay, the temporary foreign business is cancelled again, you say what's wrong? I'm going to do this opening, notify you, then must support the scene Ahem, my side of the site is also quite busy. It's okay, people to not kin, money in place I understand your heart. Henan on the phone side of the hate is also gnashing teeth, the last no trick, can only compromise, you say how I know you so a loss of friends. Don't praise me, I'll be proud. Seeing that Henan's side had already agreed, I wasn't dawdling with him and directly hung up the phone. The second call I contacted was Chen Mo. This guy is a god, something must be contacted in advance, otherwise it is really impossible to find others. Good luck today, the phone went through as soon as I hit it. After explaining the situation, Chen Mo said we can open after the business, not so busy in the gathering, the opening he will not come over. I thought also right, he has too many cases, the opening day is sure to be 3 religions and 9 doors of what people have, if anyone who does not want to point him a little bit, then I have this opening ceremony into a gunfight scene. Okay, that's agreed, after the opening I contact you, let's meet and get together. Well, after seeing you guys this time I'm almost going to the field. Hearing Chen Mo said so, I immediately heart some bad taste. To be honest, I can have the courage to step by step to today. Chen Mo's impression on me is very big, because this brother was born with a sprightly strength. In his heart, even if the sky collapsed, that can also rely on 2 shoulders top up. How to go to the field? I'm still thinking of making an effort to run towards the governor to make an effort, and when I'm in office, I'll help you with your cases. Chen Mo listened to a bashful smile. You have this heart, I will be very pleased. Okay, not with you, I still have some things to deal with, later to send you a text message, tell you the time and place. Grass, you this hole with the humongous joint like, hey. The unqualified Chen Mo didn't wait for me to finish my sentence and already hung up. The next step is to notify Lu Mingchuan and other bosses on the cooperation, the guys are also quite facetious, said that will definitely be there. This busy work, I was in the queen to play almost an afternoon of phone calls. Looking at the phone book, verified one by one, see nothing missing, then ran to the parking lot to go, intend to go to find the clear walk around, buy New Year's Day goods, and by the way to ask her family arrears and how much money, I'm waiting up to no head, this is the monk's days is really enough, and strive for the end of the year before the most important thing to hurry to implement. I'd been waiting for a long time, and I've had enough of being a monk. After picking up Cheng Cheng in the 21st century, the two of us went straight to the mall, thinking to have a meal and then start sweeping. Haruka was wearing something sexy for work, so I couldn't help but look at her a little more. Xing Cheng, my guesthouse is in trial operation, the environment is also quite good, either you don't rent a house outside, directly move to my place, at night when there is nothing to do, let's try the quality of the bed together, what do you think? Xing Cheng lowered her head to return various work text messages, and replied in a bad mood, you're a monk when enough, to return to secularism, is not it? It's not so bad, look at the small pimples on my face. Xing Cheng put away the phone and said back in a conspiratorial manner, really? Then hurry up and make a date with Henan to go see it together. When these words came out, I immediately felt a chill on the back of my neck. The day before yesterday, Ching Ching asked me to go. I stood her up, because Henan's side has a dinner party. Feng brother is also there. I don't go really not good, so I went. With a that naturally there are two, and Yin Feng Jiang whose status is there, naturally it is not possible to be Rohan Bureau. So, it is true that I made a little mistake, but the key thing really did not do it, because I have been drunk into the mud. And how did this news leak? There had to be a traitor. The first image that surfaced in my mind was Du Xiaofeng. I said, why did Ching Ching inexplicably buy him a pair of sneakers? Du Xiaofeng, this dog scum, betrayed me. Xing Cheng hugged his shoulders and snorted coldly. Do not do anything wrong. Afraid of what? The ghost knocked on the door. Gui, I think we will be a friend is quite good. You know this is also worth a lot of money. More and more business, bigger and bigger. In the Shell North is also considered a person. I really do not dare to climb high up. I am, far from it. That what? You have no place to go in the new year. Back home is not enough to toss it, or go to my home for the new year. You see how? Xing Ching was obviously stunned, and her tone of voice was not as eerie as it was just now. Meet the parents? This is too sudden. Chapter 32 Tolerance, Compromise, Until Explosion. For a girl like Ching Ching, no matter how strong and domineering she was on the outside, due to the profession she was doing, it was not recognized by society. So their hearts would be very sensitive, very insecure, and even somewhat inferior. In fact, this is somewhat similar to the state of mind of a gangster. Why is it that after making some money, the first thing many Jianghu big brothers do is to get rid of the label on themselves? Because don't care how much they mix the scenery, it's all external. When the people above want to move you, you are the fish on the board. I believe that, whether it is Henan or Yinfeng or Guangjun, none of them are willing to admit that they are what Jianghu big brother. Okay, I'm getting ahead of myself, let's get back to the point. I invited Ching Ching home for New Year's Eve, and it wasn't just a casual remark. Rather, I believe that fate is something that must be respected, and when I met Ching Ching, it was considered a low point in my life. She gave me a different feeling, so I don't care what her occupation is, I'm willing to be with her and run towards the future to make strength. Don't think I'm pretending yet, I've got quite a bit of hunger right now, but it would be pretty easy for me to really work on my dick. You let me think about it, it's also been a long time since I'd been home, discuss it with the family. Haruka's tone softened a lot, not going toe-to-toe with me like before. I think that this is basically about 8 or 9, she did not directly agree, in fact, is to point face. Why do I have so much confidence? Because in the process of sweeping the goods, Ching Ching did not buy anything for themselves, buy the old man and the child with, and also gave my sister picked a set of this calendar year's clothes. This is not a proper daughter-in-law, brother-in-law. Of course, my gang of friends also followed the advantage, a total of 7 sets of suits, although they are not what big brand, a set of $500 or $600, but this is absolutely enough luxury. During this period I did not stop, but really cannot stop off. You do not let her buy, really with you anxious. In the blink of an eye, the opening day arrived, the location naturally chose the 21st century, here is the beginning of my takeoff. Henan is very powerful, to get me a lot of luxury car dress rehearsal, flower baskets are also placed throughout the hall. Lu Mingchuan also very much to give face, personally to the scene not to mention, but also sent a pair of people with the people by stacked hundreds of flowers competing in colorful paintings, which at least to say more than $10,000 it. This day, can be described as guests, a sea of people. I was so busy that I didn't even have the time to smoke a cigarette or drink a cup of water, and I didn't even have a chance to say a few words to this one, and then another table of guests arrived. Xiao Bei's situation was no better than mine, also sweating profusely. Wild, you take the time to find Jane Jia, this guy stepped horse dry what to go, said to help me pick up people at, now the phone and cannot be reached, I really convinced, temporary put my pigeon. Jane Jia has always been a man of his word, he suddenly put the pigeon let me also feel very strange. But at the moment is too busy, and are running to me, a turn of the head I also forget. Soon, the auspicious time arrived, 12 o'clock 18 minutes, I and Xiao Bei and a group of friends began to cut. At this time, although the firecrackers were blazing, my heart was very inexplicably twitching, making me suddenly breathe a little difficult. 2 hours ago, the old house of Jane Jia's family. At present this is the only household has not been demolished. This makes Yin Cheng lose face in the company, and can almost be said to be unable to raise his head, to which Pei Lord urged him many times. Normally, such a large company will not delay the progress because of this $100,000. But this thing is bad in the bad with me involved, which makes Yanqing is very unconvincing, so has been biting Jane Jia this side does not let go. And Jane waiting for money to the old man to save his life, naturally refused to compromise, so the two sides have been barred to the present. Today, Yanqing really cannot stand, can only use the killer, but also the next best thing. Then demolition, while no one in the house, directly take the bulldozer push. This happens in the Northeast from time to time, but for those who say that after the demolition of nothing, I do not believe it. Because no matter who you represent, as long as you demolish, then there must be a backstabbing people in. Yanqing think is very simple, directly find someone to drive a bulldozer to the house push, and then let the driver to turn himself in, and then do medical parole or how that's another story. In short, today the house must be demolished. House push is indeed very smooth. Yanqing group of people in the push before also did a survey to determine that Jane Jia is not at home before moving the hand. The fact is also true. But the old man is at home. Because Jane Jia really cannot afford the cost of the hospital, so they brought the old man back home, medicine from the hospital, but the injection or nearby open clinic old neighbor's door to get. Jane Jia did this, but also afraid of Yanqing and other people anxious to jump over the wall, demolition. But this is bad, and the bad Yanqing did not think of Jane Jia back to the old man back. I believe that if you know someone in the house, to give him 80,000 guts, he would never dare to push. After being notified by the neighbors that their house was pushed, Jane Jia rushed home. Rescue people, call the ambulance, send to the hospital. In this process, Jane Jia did not say a word, and did not give that kind of anger that something had happened to his house. And the side of the Yanqing also completely stupid coin, keep explaining this. The driver of the bulldozer saw this situation, also did not care about Yanqing, and ran away. The old man also really liked this situation or left a breath it. Seeing the situation, Sneak followed to the hospital. Yanqing long breath, as long as the person did not die, then the money can be solved, and it happens to be that he is not bad money. But Jane Jia did not talk to him, but politely drove away the demolition of the gang, and said, now the house is also demolished, he cannot afford to delay, later we'll contact them to discuss the cost of things. In short, the implication is that I am convinced, I compromise. When the people left, the old man was also sent back to the ward from the resuscitation room. Yanqing also did do a personnel, looking for a hospital relationship, to get a single room for the old master. The environment is much better than before. At this time, the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon. Jane Jia looked at his hands awry, and Xiao Bei called missed, and did not call back to explain their situation, but chose to turn off the phone. Then Jane Jia changed into the suit that Qing Qing had prepared for him in the hospital room. His movements were very slow, even the folds of his shirt, he smoothed them out bit by bit. Until after wearing it, Jane Jia looked at himself in this mirror, and the corner of his mouth actually leaked out a smile. After 8 years, the first time I wore new clothes, it's still a bit uncomfortable. Then, Jane Jia turned around and walked to his father's hospital bed, pulling a chair and sitting down. Father, either you go. I'll go accompany you after I finish my business. In our next life, we'll still be a couple, and I'll be filial to you again. With every word, Jin Jia spoke with certainty, and his voice was quite loud and strong. The old man, who had never been very conscious and was already confused by the disease, was very lucid at the moment. Okay, son, I won't drag you down, I've had enough of this life. But I have a request, live well after you change the way you live. Even if you live well for a day, I can close my eyes. Jin Jia nodded after thinking seriously for a while. Okay, I'll try my best. As the words fell, Jin Jia grabbed a pillow and directly covered the old man's face until the value on the instrument pulled into a straight line, and only then did he let go. After taking a big breath, Jin Jia organized the old man's remains, and then left the hospital without looking back. Chapter 33 The Devil King Descends, Blood Stains the Avenue of Chuanin. After leaving the hospital, Jin Jia drove to his family's ancestral tomb, the place where his elder brother was buried. This place is surrounded by mountains and water, the feng shui is excellent. Looking at the tombstone of his elder brother Jane Ren, Jane Jia went up and touched it, grinning. Brother, I don't know if the things I promised you were done. After I got out of prison I often think, the person who died that year would be me, how good. After sighing a sentence, Jane Jia drew out a shovel and began to do his old job. Jane Yan's grave to less than half a meter, leaking out a small 4-square iron box. Iron box has been rusted above, with a sour smell. Jane Jia threw down the shovel, jumped into the small pit, put on gloves and struggled to break open the iron box. A package wrapped in buckskin appeared in front of him. Opened the package. A gun and a knife. Gun at a glance is not the goods of Yanzhao land, more like the old Maoist side. The gun body is longer than the normal 54. If there is an old magistrate on the age of the old, surely recognize, this guy is exactly the year when they can only be led on a mission to the 77 type, semi-automatic hand snatch. And what kind of knife is the knife? Is a 3-pronged military spikes, knife body snow white, cold light. This thing stab, that don't mention how addictive. These two things, before are Jane Jia's, because since following his father and big brother after the ground, he is responsible for has not been purely technical labor, he is mainly responsible for doing things is to press the goods. That is, once the underground blood, then he is responsible for going out to find buyers to trade, and in the process of trading, that will inevitably appear black eating black situation. So there is a guy evening, that is very necessary. A knife and a gun Jane Jia weighed in the hand after some, and then to the firearms to do a check, to ensure that there is no error. Jane Jia even pits are not flat, directly down the mountain. On the other end, at 7 o'clock in the evening, Shell North, Kuniying Avenue Bar. This bar was newly opened and Yen Cheng had some shares. Usually he and his friends had a party or something here. Today Yen Cheng was in a good mood and felt that he had a very positive idea. Bulldozers to the house are pushed, people froze did not die, this luck is simply heavenly. And most importantly, Jin Jia had already compromised, so it meant that their company was going to be able to let go of their hands and start construction in the next few days. Brother Cheng, or you cow coins, inside someone to get the house you have to push, really trampled on the courage Yanqing, although the heart was panicked into a dog, but now also cannot lose face. Jianghu road is still long, let's walk step by step to see, also is born late, otherwise I really want to wrestle with Xiao Si, they say he is the king of the ice city demolition, how can I not serve it? You see, this is Yanqing, but where a drink, that directly transformed not to speak human words. It is estimated that the surrounding friends have also long been accustomed to Yanqing's style of accidents, so instead of making fun of him, they also held him up and chatted. Brother Qing, this time you quite a lot of shelling out it, I heard, just that one tendon family house, you hard deducted down more than 100 square feet, this can be more than 200,000 it. Yanqing pretended to be low-key, waved his hand, I find a woman is happy to give 3 to 5 million, now 200,000 is still counted as money I'm telling you, it's not that your brother Qing has a black heart, but that one tendon has a relationship with Gu Yi and the others, otherwise I would have played so ferociously. Who? Gu Yi? Is that the one who's doing the liquor wholesaling now? I've heard of him, rumored to be a fast horse too. Facing his companion's answer, Yanqing grinned contemptuously, Xiaogua, let me tell you, their names are all touted, what have they done? What are their war achievements? In the 21st century beat up the big mouth, June did not say anything, and afterward, in Henan to do thanks to the Mingzhu with me to do it, my brother-in-law also did not say anything. I tell you, are these old guys spoiled? If it is not my brother-in-law and military brother to stop me, on that a few little brats, I would have let them disappear in the northeast earth. Yanqing was in a good state at the moment, and had already forgotten about the severe beating that I had inflicted on him at the entrance of Jian Jie's house. And just at the moment when Yan Chang was about to carry the bragging coin to its peak, the waiter at the door pushed the door in. Brother Qing, there's a man named Jian Jie at the door who says he's looking for you, saying something about money, and asked me to come and talk to you. Yan Qing flung the Rolex on his wrist, it's looking for me, you let him in. The bar owner on the side, Xiao Gua, immediately asked, who is it, Brother Qing, you still have friends tonight? Yan Qing returned, this called Jian Jie is the one that I told you that attendant, said urgent use of money, first take 20,000 from me to use, can give me an IOU, I thought that the house are demolished, also not afraid of him to run, so I agreed to him. Bar boss Xiaogua heard this, immediately raised his glass, Brother Qing, Jianghu that's set or your benevolence Aya, they are all friends, you guys drink your own, I'll whisk him away after paying here. Not a moment's effort, Jian Jie pushed the door and walked in. Looking at Jian Jie in a suit, Yan Qing didn't even recognize him for a moment. After giving up a seat, Jian Jie didn't give face, but chose a seat at the door. And from the moment he entered the room, he began to look around the crowd. Yes, he was looking for the people who demolished his house today, but the result was very disappointing, because the people who went with Yan Qing to demolish the house today belonged to the horsemen, and were not qualified to come to this kind of occasion. But good, the culprit Yanqing is not in it. This was enough for Jian Jie. Playing dumb there? Do you want your money or not? Jian Jie retracted his gaze, inserted his hands into the pockets of his suit pants, and looked down on Yan Qing, his face expressionless. How much did you guys pay for this meal? Yan Qing retracted the palm of his hand that was delivering the money, and sighed helplessly, I come out to play, I want a face, do you really think I'm worse off than you are with that amount of money? Jian Jie spoke very fast back, you are not bad, but I am bad I wait for the money to my father to save his life, you say why can't you lift your hand, I let a step, you further, a little living road or not for me to go. You have finished, I listen to you give me a lesson to come the money is here, you want or not? With Yan Qing's voice roaring, the few youngsters drinking and chatting in the rest of the house also stopped their hands to look at Jian Jie. Brother Cheng is talking to you, are you ing deaf? Give face, this money you do not want to forget, we go out to talk. Hurry up and get out of here, don't affect our drinking. In the face of the crowd up pushing and shoving, Jian Jie did not move. Suddenly, he laughed, his hand also reached out from inside his pants pocket. I don't want your money, but your life, I'll take it today. As the words fell, Jian Jie struck out like lightning, sheathing his blade and instantly splattering blood. The small country closest to him was stabbed twice in the abdomen. The companion on the side took a wine bottle and wanted to smash like Jian Jie's brain dio, but before he could strike, Jian Jie met him with his head. The moment the bottle broke, the man was also stabbed down. At this time the people in the room have all been confused, have seen fierce, but have not seen such a fierce out of the run to kill to go. Yanqing sat in place, did not move. It is not that he suddenly had vigor, but he was scared that he did not dare to move at all. You are not Jianghu brother well? How come once you see blood you don't even know how to fight back? Do you know what the governor's office characterized me as before they arrested me? I'm an extremely dangerous criminal. If they want to arrest me, they'll have to go to the armed police, the SWAT team. In the old days when I was off the ground, someone like you wouldn't even be qualified to light me a cigarette. Give me death you paralyzed. Sonic roars, guns blazing. 4 sentences, 4 shots in succession. Each hit Yan Qing's limbs. Jian Jie was furious to the extreme, but he didn't want Yan Qing to die so painfully, and rightly so, it was too cheap. Unbeknownst to him, this act saved Yan Qing and also saved himself. Chapter 34 Be calm and restrained. Yan Sheng had been pretending to be a coin in Bing City for so many years, and although there had been some minor ups and downs before, everyone had never really gotten on his bad side for the sake of his brother-in-law in Guangjun. Now, in Yanqing's eyes, a pseudo-male who gave his old man no money to see a doctor and who was a wimp to the extreme has knuckled down and given him a lesson. It turns out that society is not a kindergarten, not everywhere will take care of you. Don. T spare me, help, ah. Yanqing babbled some shouting and then wanted to stand up, but because Jane Jia's just a few shots were in his joint position, his knees could not eat the strength at all, and he could only assist the sofa. Bang! Jane Jia kicked Yanqing's chest, causing him, who was just about to stand up, to stumble again and fall on all fours. Then Jane Jia quickly stepped forward, grabbed Yanqing's hair and ran into the marble wine table. Yanqing's forehead instantly bled out. Chao Nima, what about when I begged you? Did I beg you? If you had left me a little bit of life, I wouldn't have to play this game with you. Yanqing, eyes staring round, seems to realize something, waving his hands, convinced, I'm convinced, I give money. How much money you want to give me? Everything we can talk. Jane Jia's eyes did not have a trace of hesitation and remorse. The movement of numbness drew out the military spikes in the hands of weighing a little. On the bridge of Naiha you walk slowly, wait for me, when the time comes I'll kill you once. Don't kill me. As the words fell, the military spike instantly pierced through Yanqing's chest, and blood was once again scattered all over the place. Looking at Yanqing, who was lying on the ground, rolling his eyes and twitching convulsively, there was an indescribable coolness in Jin Jia's heart that spread throughout his body. At one time, Yanqing was so unattainable in his eyes, he had begged and pleaded, but he was unable to get a fair result. Now, everything was finally over. Jin Jia shook off the blood on his wrist, picked up an open bottle of foreign wine, pouring a mouthful, striding away from the Kuniying Avenue. Jane Jia did not intend to turn himself in, because he had been inside and knew how much he would suffer. Therefore, his thought at the moment was that a day is a day if he can run, as long as he is not captured alive, then any result can be accepted. But before he left, he had one thing to do. In Ice City, there are only two people that Jane Jia trusts, one is me and the other is Xiaobei. When I received Jane Jia's call, I was still socializing at a dinner party. Xiaobei, you stay with Feng and the others, I'll go take a call. Jia Z might have gotten lost and couldn't find his home, he finally came to the phone. I clipped the crotch of my pants jogging out of the box door, picked up the phone, not yet waiting for Jane Jia's side to open their mouth, I took the lead in splitting my head and complaining. No, we say good brotherly love it, I do this opening, you people even do not come, is not afraid to accompany the gift? Jane Jia over the phone after a pause back, Xiano, my father has gone. This time it was my turn to be silent, I was never thought that the old man will be this time to go, so at this moment is very understandable Jane Jia mood. You are there, I go to find you, or you come to me. Jane Jia whispered back, Xiao Yi, you have to help me with my father's funeral, can you promise me this? At this moment, I had already heard that Jane Jia's tone was a bit different, there was no sadness, no pain, but instead was unusually flat. But at that time I did not know that Jane Jia has been born to push the Kuniying Avenue bar, so also just thought that Jane Jia this is the loss of a loved one after the pain, the spirit of some insanity. Grass, this is still a matter your father is not my father? You are there, let's meet and say, I also go to send the old man. Xiao Yi, the old man in the hospital, he pillow under a little something, is I leave you later good it. Said here I more figure out the wrong taste, the first thought in my head is that Jane Jia may want to commit suicide, because this recent period of time to make him very depressing, from the hands of me and Xiaobei borrowed a lot of money, but never on schedule to pay back, it is not that he does not keep his word, but the Yanqing side is always tuned to his side, today agreed, tomorrow and said that have to be re-examined, so he has nothing to do with nagging those useless. You're really a psycho, are you drunk? Why are you nagging me about alcohol? Not only do I have to be good, you also have to be good to me, don't talk nonsense, I'm in the 21st century, everyone is there, you're the only one who's missing, hurry up and come over. Jane Jia on the phone, giggled a few times, I saw that he was not talking back, then hung up the phone. At that time back to the box when I was still thinking, to see if it is to let the small north to find Jane Jia, this grandson don't really do anything stupid. But when I returned to the box, before I could talk to Xiaobei, Henan and Feng and a few leaders received a phone call, and the core content of the phone call, all pointing directly to Jane Jia. What? Is the person dead or not? You step on the horse and give me words of certainty, what is still uncertain? Who? Yanqing? Are you sure? Is it really him? A nailer did it? Does old Pei know now? Don't panic, I'm going back to the unit, you send someone to the scene to verify the situation, keep the phone open, good, first. Things to me first cover, cannot be revealed, the main leadership has been studied to open a celebration, you step horse now with the leadership that because of the demolition of dead people, that the face of the leadership to put in? The above four sentences, respectively, appeared in the Henan, Yanfeng, Regional Police Station Deputy, and in word piece of the demolition office leaders in the mouth. Several people hang up the phone, a little pair of information, then everything is through. I froze in place, associated with the words of Jane Jia just said, suddenly felt the heart dull and boring, there is a feeling of breathlessness. I instinctively took out the phone to call Jane Jia back, but my palms were shivering violently, and I couldn't pick up this phone. Nan, you take Xiaobei next door to sober up, I'll be right over. The experienced Yen Feng immediately saw where the core point of the matter was, and urged Henan to forcefully bring me to the next room. After waiting for about 5 minutes or so, Yen Feng came, and when he was about to enter, he was still answering the phone. Xiao Yi, that Jane Jie you recognize, right? I looked up and said back, more than recognizing, he's my brother. Yen Feng obviously did not expect me to answer so bluntly, at once also a little surprised, and then said in a euphemistic tone, Xiao Yi, you are now getting better and better, there are some things, to be rational, to be restrained, and besides, you want to do in your heart that thing, Jane Jia has been done. I raised my head to look straight at this Yen Feng, and at this time, Jing Qing, Mr. Liu, Xiaobei, A Gang and others also received the news one after another through their own channels, and rushed to the private room where I was. Brother Feng, you have been mixing for half a lifetime, only people outside know that you are the big brother, but I, Gu Yi, from the time I got out of prison to now, with more than half a year, I flatly pulled up the queen, relying on not what calm restraint, relying on these brothers around me. You say that Jane Jia has done things almost, this sentence I do not recognize, Yanqing is a clown on the stage, who really get demolition who do not know his pay lord in Guangjun Ah? Chapter 35 Gu Yi waving the flag. Yen Feng see the situation still want to open, I understand in my heart, he must be for my good, pointing out the road is also bound to be correct. But that is in Yen Feng's point of view, not my Guya's point of view. I am now clear about one thing, that is, my brother's father was buried alive and died because of Pei Luang and Guangjun gang of demolition. If I don't have some reaction at this time, in the future, not to mention business, who will look up to me around me? The word love and justice is never said with words. Brother Feng, you don't need to say anything about this. I forcefully and unreasonably rejected Yen Feng after looking to Xiao Bei said, you now go to the hospital to see Jiazi's father. Jiazi said there is something left for me, in addition to get me 300,000 in cash, borrowed or mortgaged. How can I want to see the money right away. Then, I looked at about several people, you usually always say that you have enough horsepower, have courage? Today, I'll give you a chance to let your horses go to war, so I'll see what level you guys are at. After the words, a few people also sobered up and immediately left the private room according to my arrangement. I turned around, took out the phone and asked around, directly dialed Guangjun's number. Now even I knew something had happened, there was no way he wouldn't know. Hello, Guangjun? Which one? Guangjun's side was in a mess, plus he and I didn't have many encounters per se, so he probably didn't hear my voice for a while, and asked a rhetorical question. I'm Gu Yi, get ready, I'll you tonight. After saying that, I didn't wait for Guangjun to reply and directly hung up the phone. As I was about to walk out of the private room, the first person who pulled me back was Qin Cheng. Ziano, calm down first, now it's all about people passing on, things aren't necessarily what you think they are, besides, now Yanqing doesn't know if he's alive or dead, so don't be making a big deal out of it. The old man is also gone now, you say you are now to Guangjun and Pei lords are dead, but also cannot change anything ah. I glared as I pushed Ching Cheng away and shouted in a loud voice, people are dead, but they die with their eyes open, Jia Zi is my brother, I have to make the old man close his eyes. The words fell, I ran quickly to the elevator, left the hotel, and rushed to the Queen at fire speed. Inside the hospital. Guangjun was also quite annoyed after receiving my call, he wasn't afraid of me, and could even say he didn't care about me at all. But what gives him a headache is that now Jane Jia's father has passed away, and that Yanqing's forced demolition is on the table. Yanqing's life and death, frankly speaking, Guangjun is not very concerned, but if things get big, it is bound to affect the company. Guangjun are this age, why still outside the mix? Naturally, it is not because of any hobby, it is because of money. Old Pei, just now Gu Yi called me. Pei Lord at the moment is also quite on fire, Yanqing although only his brother-in-law, but you are raising a dog, raised 7 or 8 years, that also has feelings ah, not to mention Yanqing is a living person. What did he call you? Guangjun also did not care about the hospital's anti-smoking signs, very on fire to light a cigarette, the one called Jane Jia, should be friends with him, he just called Ming said, to do me. Really fight, I certainly do not care about him a child, but the problem is, this time we are not good to move ah. Xiaoqing represents the company, over at Kuning Avenue, getting a murder, 5 or 6 serious injuries, the impact itself is bad enough. If things get too big, and the nail households retaliate because of Xiaoqing's forced demolition, how can we explain to the city's leaders? This is not showing our faces, but showing our asses. Pei Lord heard Guangjun so analyze, immediately also feel incomparable headache. Jane Jia's side was arrested sooner or later, but once he was arrested, then a lot of things cannot be hidden ah. Cannot say that Jane Jia is a mental illness, into the house without reason to open stabbing it. So don't look at the current state of being at a disadvantage, but in reality Pei Luang and Guangjun didn't want Jin Jia to be caught by the officials right away. Then what do you think? Stall it for a while, take Xiaoqing out first so that one case becomes 2. Pei Luang spoke extremely fast and asked back, how do you take it off? Xiaoqing is serving in the company, and many of the demolition households were also negotiated by Xiaoqing, this is already a fact and has been publicized. Hasn't that one called Old Li been working as a deputy for Xiaoqing? You do his job and ask him to take the matter over. Although Pei Luang knew that it wasn't very likely to operate that way, there really wasn't much else he could do at the moment. Okay, then I'll go find Laoli. You also withdraw first, just leave a company man to look after Xiaoqing's side. Before not talking about money, Yanqing is Pei Luan's closest brother-in-law, but when talking about money, then the consideration is the company's interests. Even if Pei Luang is worrying about Yin Cheng in his heart at the moment, then he has to avoid suspicion. Because once tonight's murder involves the company, then the project is bound to be aborted, and this means that Pei Luang's road to the top, which is so hard to grasp, is completely blocked. This result, Pei Lords and Guangjun can never accept. The original maternity hospital, now the Queen's Hotel, at this moment is at the evening rush hour, but the cab to this Sha is quite a lot. These cars, sitting are 20 Langdang years old young guy, full of social knock. In Bingchun, these people are commonly known as clerks. $200 to stand, $500 to fight, and I give the price as 1,000 A. To tell the truth, I gave this price, at that time that is almost the top salary. A breakthrough arm tied with a red cloth, a mouthful of smoke, don't so much nonsense, I'll wait for you for half an hour at the most, the head of 1,000 A. When the youth on the other side of the phone heard this price, he suddenly lost his integrity. Brother Barge said you followed Guyi to scurry up, now the shot is really different, it's done, my side on the 30 people, immediately to. A breakthrough anxious head white face back, I want as the warrior, you don't horse get so many 100 meters king to, or most likely money you can't get, also have to be cut, anyway, you own weighing do it. Once the other party heard that Abao was this tone, suddenly also softened. Play the elite route, line, you say so I realize, brother Barge, I am now eating empty pay nothing to do it, after finishing the matter, you will be wild brother to introduce me to introduce it, in fact, when I was a child also quite worship him, is his fan. Let's talk about it after we're done, hang up, I've got another call here. In this way, more and more people gathered, in a short while, the hotel's parking lot was filled with more than a dozen cars. I stood at the entrance of the hall, listening to Chen Mo's side of the phone, my heart was slightly relieved. Mo, please help me take care of Jia Zi. Chen Mo's voice on the other side of the phone was cold and icy. What you did today made me quite surprised, and now that the sale is going well, I thought you had to pretend you didn't know. Crass, if it was you, I would have waved the flag to help you do it. Chen Mo on the other side of the phone was speechless for a while, unusually rampant back, dare to touch with me, not no one, but all let me dry broken, you that a little vigor, or stay with the use of the white army on it. Chapter 36 Sending troops to Dong'an district. In the blink of an eye, another half an hour or so had passed. At this time, Xiao Bei had already returned from the hospital, with 2 cars by his side, it looked like they should be Xiao Bei's friends. I took the things that Jin Jia left for me from Xiao Bei's hands, and while unwrapping them, I said, Xiao Bei, you watch the house, you don't need to follow me there. Xiao Bei hugged his shoulders and greeted his friend before saying back, Jia Zi is your brother and my brother, in terms of friendship, I'm more familiar with Jia Zi. Both of us are in trouble, what about business? I looked at Xiao Bei calmly. Grass, half a year ago I was a driver selling wrists, Diao brother did not say it, on the success or failure, life is magnificent, the big deal is to start again from scratch. The words fell, Xiao Bei laughed bitterly, after receiving a phone call and went to the hotel door to pick up the car to go. I sat on the stone steps, looking at Jane Jia left me something, emotions are very complex. Inside the envelope was a document, the contract for the sale of his family's old house, on which he had already signed. There were also various certificates interspersed inside, and now as long as I wrote my own name, then the contract would come into effect straight away. Beyond the contract and the proofs, there was also a letter with only a few lines. Oh no, I won't be able to go to your opening ceremony today, and I believe that when you read this letter, you'll forgive my absence as well. It seems like my whole life has been inside a huge prison, you know how hard it was inside, but since I got out, I miss the days inside instead. Because this prison on the outside is even harder for me to adjust to. Although we only spent half a year together only, but this memory is indeed the most precious in my life, I can feel that you and Xiao Bei really treat me like a brother. Now everything is too late, there is no turning back for me. As your brother, I won't be able to see you soar 10,000 miles and roam the 9 heavens. I wish you prosperity, I wish you peace and joy, and I wish that in the industry you tread, there will never be any rivals, your brother, Jane J, in person. I first carefully put away the contract and then straightway tore up the letter Jane J had left me. I do not recognize the words in his letter, he said there is no way back, then I will help him fight a road. Since we are brothers, why talk about parting? Buy and sell no more, I'm looking for, money loss no more, I'm going to earn. I believe that as long as we people are still here, then I can pull a queen out of the ground at any time. Bust, are all the people here? After I shouted, the crowd leaned towards the hotel hall. Ba withdrew the tie of his suit and quickly stepped forward. There are still quite a few people who haven't arrived, but there are 70 to 80 people now. The time is too tight and it's still the evening peak, so some people are still on their way. I didn't reply, but dialed Henan's phone, but who knows, just after I made the call on my side, I saw Henan's Audi with double flashing lights on, followed by 2 cars rushing in from the gate. I hung up the phone and greeted him, opening the door and saying, I want to find Guang Jun, can you help me, Nan? Henan looked back at the people in the parking lot and covered his face with a very broken heart. Big brother, you think it's the 80s and 90s, you get so many people, how can we really do something about it? Can we not calm down? I didn't answer Hinan's words, but continued to repeat what I just said. Nan, I want to find Guangjun, can you help me? Hinan sighed and replied back. He went to the distillery in Dong'an district right after he got out of the hospital. Xiaonyao, can't you see that? He doesn't want to fight with you, he's avoiding you, 2 lives in 1 day, and both are related to the demolition and relocation of the city. Now all the people involved are desperately trying to cover up, not to let things ferment and expand the impact. You say you're making trouble at this time for what? I pushed away Hinan, then rushed to stand in the front of the barge. A few people shouted, can come, do not care whether it is for money. Everyone came as to give me Guyi face. Today I put the words, really something happened, that is also from my Guyi began to sentence. Guangjun is not a big brother in the jungle. Touched, I do today is Jianghu big brother, come, knife in hand, with me, let's see Jianghu big brother or stepping horse what strength. The words fell, I pushed open the door of the Accord, directly scampered on the main driver, and then a pick in place, and then stepped on the gas pedal, the car directly scampered out. Behind me want to stop me, Nancy really cannot stop me, then called out to get on the car. Xiaobei, please persuade Guyi, this will lead to big problems. Xiaobei spread his hands, I have an old brother at home, serving my parents is no problem. Today I give myself the standard is, in accordance with life imprisonment to accompany Guangjun to play this hand. You all are really damn crazy. Nan, Guangjun you also know, and Fang's company now also get the city demolition thing you do not go. After saying that, Xiaobei also got into his friend's car and scurried out of the hotel door in a puff of smoke. Lin Zi, who was standing on the spot, looked at Hinan and asked softly, Brother Nan, what's our situation? Hinan glanced at Lin Zi and said, I'll give my big brother a call, you let people pout first, no one is allowed to move without my words. Soon, the phone dialed. Hinan didn't pave the way and said right to the point, big brother, I didn't stop him, he went to pull out Guangjun. Yanfeng suddenly laughed after a few seconds of silence on the phone. This Guyi is really quite bloody, like a man, a bit interesting. Hinan collapsed back, big brother, you say a little I can listen to understand line not, after all, the company's project just started, the site this side also opened, so many pairs of eyes watching it, we have to have an attitude Yan Feng laughed, this period of time pay lords in Guangzhou really did not engage in small actions, so that the small Guyi to them to set the rules is also a good thing, you come back to find me, we look for the board of directors to drink tea to go. When Hinan heard this, his eyes lit up. What does this mean? It means that big brother is going to make a move. The bottom feeder is there. After hanging up the phone, Hinan pointed at Lin Zi and said, you take people to Xiaoyi, do what he does, you do what he does, I'll go find big brother. Lin Zi stood in place. Performance is also quite excited, this bone is also absolutely a militant. Meaning that we also let the horse to participate in the war? Hinan's face was clear. In big brother's words, let's set the rules for them. Touché, no need to go on, I know what to do. On the other end, Dong'an district, inside the office of the beer substitute processing factory under Guangjun. This field was made by Guangjun a few years ago when he was doing liquor wholesale, and now, although there were not many orders, it was still no problem to maintain the field's profitability. As Guangjun's business has gotten bigger and bigger in the past few years, and he has taken on more and more projects, he has rarely come over here. He came today, one is to hide clean, the second is to contact some close friends, chatting together, thinking of letting everyone help out ideas, see how to get through this pass. Chapter 37 When angry blood is ignited by swords and guns. Inside the house, a group of a dozen people were gathered in a circle. Eating imported New Zealand meat, drinking Moutai, and smoking the worst of the worst are Huazi. These people are considered to be Guangjun's most solid connections. Rising to make money these years, these people gave Guangjun a lot of help, the same, all kinds of business projects here are involved. Their team belongs to the one glory, one loss, the relationship is very solid. June, I think you don't need to get too fired up about this, the project is led by the city, the main leader and Lao Pei are now also hitched. Hitting you in the face, that's hitting the leaders in the face, now things haven't exploded, that means everyone is blindfolded. Afterwards you let Lao Pei contact the leadership, we pretend to be a little more fearful, really can't donate some money, I believe that this hurdle can be passed. The person who said this is Guangjun's absolute beloved lapdog, this beer processing plant is listed under his name. This person's name was Tang Ming, and he was also said to be a warrior character. Guangjun sadly poured himself a glass of wine, hands spread out, send money when we are friends with the leadership, but when it comes to peace, it does not see, and now I and Lao Pei who did not receive a call from the leadership, which in fact has been regarded as a kind of attitude, hey, difficult This is not easy to muddle through. At this time, sitting opposite Guangjun, a middle-aged man with gold glasses added in a soft tone, you don't be so pessimistic military brother, this step can go up the best, not to go, we still have our days, accumulating resources, waiting for the opportunity is. And just now old Tang also said, really can't we a few brothers together, Huan payment chant, let the leadership look at our attitude of repentance. A line of people, you a word, I a word began to comfort up Guangjun, said their own ideas. In fact, from their attitudes, it can be seen that the structure of this gang is already very perfect. When it comes to the upper level leaders, there are people who can make connections and speak up. When it comes to the social level, there is again such a group of bullies and snakes. There's no shortage of money, no shortage of connections. What is missing then? It is an opportunity to jump the dragon gate. When Yin Feng was so over, he succeeded, so now he can attend the activities organized by the municipal party committee and various leaders to push the cup. And because of this, Guang Jun and Pei Luang were so on fire. This opportunity they waited for too many years, and now the opportunity has come, but it was folded in such a small thing. Yes, in their eyes, this was an oops, a small matter. The crowd had been drinking for less than 15 minutes, and several people here received phone calls one after another. At first, they didn't take it seriously, but as the frequency of receiving calls increased, the crowd began to get confused. The first one to open his mouth was old Tang, who coped and said to the other side of the phone, "It's fine, I'm with Brother Jun. I'll talk to him, first of all, good." After hanging up the phone, Tang Ming put down his wine glass and toured around the individuals present, with a look of desire to speak. It was no wonder, who wouldn't want a face? He definitely wanted Guang Jun to run, but so many people were there, how could he run? What's the matter? Old Tang? Guang Jun naturally also received the news, but he couldn't say this himself, because he was the big brother, the backbone of these people. "Jun, Xiao Wuzi called me, saying that the one called Gu Yi has brought over 100 people towards Dong'an." After old Tang finished speaking, the other man on the table's face also changed, putting down his glass of wine and adding in a panicked manner, "My little cub also called me. He said that Gu Yi has waved the flag to the outside world, saying that he wants to capture Dong'an district tonight and smash and sink Brother Jun." Guang Jun smiled a stiff smile, very calmly waved his hand. "Children fight, they will blindly stagger. This Gu Yi I'm not uncontacted. Without Chen Mo, he's a farda. If I say that Chen Mo is coming, I still have some scruples." The old Tang at the moment mentality has been some to explode. "Thought I have given you steps, big brother, you are under this will really come to more than 100 people. Is it you can block, or I can block? June brother, we are not afraid of Gu Yi, this little brat, but now the situation is not more special, well, really dry up the situation and then escalate, that is not good for us." After the old Tang said, a companion also came to a divine assist, immediately picked up the words, "Yes, we have eaten almost, go, change the scene, sing a song to go." Almost done eating? A group of people just nagging, did not eat a few chopsticks. Guang Jun was silent and didn't say anything, which is considered to be the default. And in the old Tang turned to get his jacket, just casually glanced at the door, immediately exploded in the melon skin. Like a long dragon with a double flash of the fleet of caravans of the vast fleet of cars directly crashed through the guardrail of his factory, running to the main building to come. And the leading car, it is I drive. The army. Army brother. Really came, really more than 100 people, all cars. The moment old Tang said this, the rest of the people followed and exploded. They are all worth a lot of money, big brother, the boss, can accept the failure of business, can also accept to be above the small shoes to go into squat for a few years. But if you let them be caught and kicked in the face like a blind man's son, then they definitely couldn't accept it. But the bad thing is bad, today I come, is to do this. It's over, the real Tama is here, what can we do? Run, go first. Call someone, hurry to call someone. Snap. Guang Jun slammed the desktop, grimly shouted, "Panic what? After half a lifetime of mixing, you let a little cub bluff you? Dare to kill people I have seen, but I have not seen, who led the team to get more than 100 people, all dare to kill people, are sitting steadily, should eat, should drink, I'll see what Gu Yi can do to me today." Guang Jun panic? He panicked of force. But he must be steady, this time with the face has nothing to do, but if he really listened to that stinky chess basket run, then tomorrow he also do not have to mix. 10 years of swords and spears for a reputation will be bull. Yes, it involves the rice bowl, it involves his future happy life, so he can't run, let alone hide. Today, even if he was knocked off both legs by me, as long as he didn't give in, then he is still June. But once he runs, then the Jianghu status is lost. These under his control of violence relying on the business, can still protect it? Why did Pei Luang choose to cooperate with him? In addition to buddy love outside, C is not his influence in society. Downstairs, I parked the Accord horizontally, looked back, the vast fleet of vehicles have come in. The security guards of the factory all stared at us with big and small eyes, wanting to go forward to block, but the legs and stomach are a bit clenched tendons. Song Lu, a contemporary poet, made a tiger leap and stood on the roof of the cab. "Brothers, today is a historic moment to remember. The Gu family's iron hooves are destined to conquer Dong'an district tonight." As the #1 vanguard of the Gu family's iron horse, on the way here, I wrote a phrase, "Come on, everyone shout with me, ha, we must make the whole momentum of 1,000 armies." Wild brother waved his sword to cut down the sky, half a lifetime of loneliness and arrogance to shake the 8 wastelands. Come on, shout it up. Song Lu was like a virtuoso, hands back to the house, expression very intoxicated. The group also really quite self-face, shouting although not very united, but the momentum is really very great, it is estimated that a mile away can be heard. Chapter 38, Fighting for a Hand, Brother Jun. Standing next to the A barge saw the situation is very annoyed, bared his teeth and looked at the roof of the car fooling Song Lu. Du Xiaofeng, who had a bellyful of bad water, immediately spoke out, trespass, I see that your position as the head horse is not guaranteed. Crass, you wait, I'll suppress him right away. Song Lu does have power now, what are you suppressing? Du Xiaofeng immediately asked back in defiance. Gung's eyes were glaring out, he's only looking for a few people, he has no strength. At this time, usually the most honest performance of the phase, Zay opened his mouth and said, but people Song Lu attitude is good, just started looking for people, Song Lu wanna give his father and his old uncle called, you say this attitude, that big brother will not like? A breakthrough collapsed to cover face, squinted and said, you two better stand to understand the team, or do not say I'm on the throne, but also suppress you. I stood in the doorway, did not go upstairs, not in the blind pondering what tactics, but gathered a crowd, afraid of a moment to dry up in the mess. At this time, Lin Zi through the crowd, beads of sweat on his face also ran over, followed by 7 or 8 people, I recognize, are Henan's side people. Grass, what are you doing here, go back, Lin Zi, I'll take down the love, I'll get this myself. Lin Zi took off the jacket of the military thorns, playfully returned, who said I came to find you, Guang Jun is too capable of pretending to be a coin, Brother Feng said that he wanted to educate him, Brother Nan took over the task, and then handed it over to me, I've come here to do my job. I pinched Lin Zi's shoulder, a touch of emotion surged through my heart. For something like this, people on the other side would be too late to avoid it, but the people from Henan's lineage have always taken the initiative to follow me. From this, it can be seen that a gang that relies on benefits to maintain is really not necessarily more worthy of relying on than a brother who is a friend. Hey, Song Lu, right, quite literate, a moment down to exchanges. It's done, Brother Lin. The first time I saw you, I sensed that you must also be a poet wandering in the long red dust. The relatively tense atmosphere was moderated by Song Lu, and the group instantly relaxed. Seeing this, I waved my hand and ran directly to the stairs of the main building. There were a few bold security guards who wanted to stop and were immediately cut down by Xiao Bei and the others, and during the ascent to the upper floor, it could be described as extraordinarily smooth and was hardly stopped by any decent obstruction. Inside the office, although Guang Jun said that the food should be eaten and drunk, but no one moved chopsticks, even Guang Jun himself is smothered in cigarettes, and from time to time have to look up at the position of the door. He was waiting for his good man. Now, the good man came. Looking at me standing at the door, holding a knife and gun, Guang Jun crooked his neck and stood up. Gu Yi, what are you doing? The unlucky man sitting in the doorway position was picked up by Xiao Bei and Lin Zi, who grabbed his hair and dragged him to the corner for a kick. After vacating the seat, I sat down directly, swept a glance at the crowd present, then grabbed the cigarette on the table and lit it, wrapping a hard bite. You call Pei Lords, tell him to come over, what's the matter, the three of us face to face today to make it clear. Guang Jun, although very panicked, but still holding the frame at the corner of the mouth, old Pei came, what can you do? Kill us both, ah. The words just came. Tang Ming also stood up, pointing at me and shouted, when the military brother mixed, you are still wearing crotch pants, society is not a broken knife to have the right to speak, hurry up and get out of the calf. I looked up at Tang Ming, calmly pointing at him with a wave of my hand, make him kneel down and talk to me. 2 silhouettes swept past me, why do I say swept? Because the speed was just too damn fast. Bao stabbed at Tang Ming's thigh, he grabbed an ashtray and was about to smash Bao's head. Du Xiaofeng on the side raised his knife and ran his hand and chopped it. Chao Nima, broken knife stabbing you, bleeding not bleeding. The old bastard, my big brother let you kneel, you cannot stand, and dare to move, the next knife I am sure to cut the neck. In the blink of an eye, Tang Ming's thighs bared blood, kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, his eyes helplessly looking toward Guang Jun. The meaning is obvious, big brother, you see what should be done I have done, below you play it, I am out of tricks, nowadays the youngsters are too fierce, I didn't bluff. The corner of my mouth rose, a slight smile, grabbed Tang Ming's hair, pulled back and forth. You look at him to do what, he has the courage to fight with me, Gu Yi, a hand? You think he is really big brother, he is every day pretend big brother it. He has a few skills, in addition to bullying the people who do not know anything, he will what? Guang Jun, angry body or shivering, clenched his teeth and looked at me. Gu Yi, you really want to fight with me, that you play also not Jianghua. I grabbed the ashtray and smashed it directly at Guang Jun. Chao Nima, what time is it? You are still posing with me, how do you want to play today, speak. Oh, well, this lesson is so damned vivid, I've grown a memory, I'll make a few phone calls, okay. I glared at Guang Jun, you have the right to call anyone at any time, and I'm sure I'll receive you throughout today, you'd better give the armed police are coming, otherwise today you and Pei Luang will surely have to kneel down. Guang Jun took out his phone, his palms shivered as he began to send the text message he had edited earlier. At the same time, Shell South District Trade City, Barbie KTV, 9 Days Casino and other places, one after another, more than a dozen of young and strong boys, with newspapers clamped with knives and guns, hot and anxious to get into the car, ran to the Dong'an District. Tonight, the wind of the jungle rises. There were countless good people, and even more people watching. The matter of me leading a team to Dong'an District to face Guang Jun head-on began to spread like crazy. The word Gu Yi once again resounded through Ice City, and this time, the name was even louder than 5 years ago. After Guang Jun's side contact people, my phone is non-stop, there are some I deliberately do not answer. Xiao Bei got the phone also ring immediately. These people are some of the cooperation of the old customers, either have economic transactions with friends. Everyone's demands are very unified. That is, today first, I now have face, Guang Jun is considered to be planted, everyone is moderate. If you have any ideas, do it tomorrow. I didn't even answer any of these lobbying calls, and left them all to Xiao Bei. He's better suited for this than I am. Still, if this justice isn't done today, I could easily jump off a building on my own mind. It's too damn suffocating. And just as Xiao Bei was playing Taijiquan with these lobbyists with ease, the phone in my hand rang again, and I was about to press hang up, but when I looked at the caller ID, I was a bit hesitant. Because the caller was Lu Mingchuan. After pausing for a few seconds, I still picked up the phone. Chuan, is he shameless to this extent? Surprisingly contacted you? Lu Mingchuan on the other side of the phone side, as if he was also quite helpless. Hey, I'm also being driven to the duck on the shelf, really a little blood trick no, I'll phone off the phone, but people are looking for my house to go, you say I can still how to do it, the leadership above also called me, what, Ziano, sell your Chuan brother a face, let's today first sound the gold retreat chanting. Chapter 39, the Zhang who is in chaos, who reigns and who is male. It's no exaggeration to say that although Lu Mingchuan was utilizing me at first. But this is actually no excuse, you have value, only worth being used, and Lu Mingchuan did not use us for nothing. My first bucket of gold is in Lu Mingchuan's help to earn. He does know me well. I used to call you Mr. Lu, but today I'll call you Brother Chuan, you are in this position, all parties have to consider the face, I know in my heart. Guyi is not a person who turns the other cheek, you have helped me, I remember it all in my heart, I will not make it difficult for you. After today, the liquor wholesale business I do not want, so you and the leadership also have an explanation, you see so deal with it? Lu Mingchuan on the other side of the phone inexplicably laughed, and then very meaningful back, you think for yourself, this matter I do not care, a moment to estimate that Yen will always contact you, his phone you have to pick up, and to talk to him properly. Said, do not wait for me to follow up, Lu Mingchuan directly hung up the phone, my side in the callback, he directly did not answer. His words made me confused. Although I have been good with Henan, in the middle of some things, but Yen Phone, that is one of the top big brother in Bingqing today, Guyi and what he has to talk about? And just as Xiao Bei and I were tired of dealing with these relationships, the battle downstairs had already started. More than 100 people, it is impossible for all of them to enter the main building, among these people, at least 60% of them must be pouting downstairs. Gang, Song Lu, Du Xiaofeng, Xiang Zhe, Lindsay 5 people pulled into a horizontal row, 5 cars, directly blocked the main entrance. Lindsay smoking cigarettes sitting sideways on the roof cover of the sedan to take military spikes to repair their nails, acting very calm. Brother Lin, when do you think this will be ahead? Lindsay glanced at a breakthrough and looked back in the direction of the main building back. I also have a few years out of the road, but see so do business on your wild brother one. I am also confused. Normally, to a face on it, even if there is really what deep hatred, want to cancel the account, it is also to choose a dark and windy night, quietly and silently dry. But now he is a little bit biting the green mountain will not relax, this more than 100 pairs of eyes watching it, he really killed Guang Jun, then certainly cannot end off. I don't think there's anything wrong with what Brother Wild is doing, this is the jungle. My number 1 ass kisser Song Lu appeared on the scene, with his eyes closed he was just praising, his speech was completely brainless. You line up Song Lu, this ass padding is too raw, in ancient times, you like this as purely a traitor. As soon as Song Lu heard Du Xiaofeng say this, he had the feeling of having his tail stepped on, blushing and shouting, you're falsely accusing me, just wait, I'll turn around and look for a lawyer to sue you, you're an insult to my character. Just as Song Lu and Du Xiaofeng were about to stage a free-for-all, Big Mouth and the others were the first to kill. At this moment, Big Mouth was also very confused, he had the guts to be a gangster, chopping up people and seeing a little bit of blood was a routine for him. But if he really wants to play with his life, then he does not have this quality. And today I made this gesture, like a joke? If it's really a joke, is it possible for Guang Jun to solve it through this way? Let's stop the war first, you see that one is Big Mouth no, it's the one that fought with us in the 21st century. Ah Gung stretched his neck and immediately burned with hot blood after taking a look. That's right, that's him, come on, don't let them enter the yard, directly dislike them. Just as Ah Bao's side was about to organize the organization, Song Lu drew out a kaishan and ran directly towards the Big Mouth, shouting as he ran, I'll show you guys whether I'm a loyal or a traitorous minister. It was only 2 seconds at most, right, before Song Lu was drowned out by the other side's crowd. This tiger pussy, I'm damned if I'm joking with him. As soon as Du Xiaofeng and Ah Bao, who were hairy kids and good brothers, saw this situation, they were also anxious, and swung their pickaxe handles to rush into the crowd as well. Chow Nima, society my mouth brother, I did not expect to meet here, come on, how do you want to kneel down today? Don't talk nonsense with him, give him a dry down, teeth are kicked broken. Big Mouth is indeed a good physique, but he faces a go one is enough to struggle, not to mention there are 3 other tiger pussy. As time goes by, the gap in numbers is also becoming more and more obvious, both sides dislike less than half a minute it, Big Mouth side of someone staged 100 meters king. Fighting this thing is a momentum, there is a person to run, then there is a second, the third. Soon, the big mouth was given special care. The crowd formed a circle, began to crazy explosive kicks, completely take his head as a ball. In the heat of the moment, the big mouth of an old lady drilling quilt scurried out, thighs are still tied to the card springs it, the pipe did not even care, scampered away. Beer substitute processing plant fence less than 1 meter 5, above all barbs, but people's big mouth, a hurdle on the dry past. Sunlight, he has this quality, but also mixed J hair society direct enrollment men's 200 meters hurdles, the national team properly. A breakthrough finished, phase Zay calmly back, who say yellow people have no talent in the future, I really with him anxious. Inside the main building, silence reigned. Outside the main building, the battle rages. Every time Guang Jun and I answered the phone, it was almost always the same time. What was happening outside, both of us knew in our hearts. Do you have any more moves? Aren't you a big brother in the jungle? I'll show you the way. If you can't hold out, call Pei Luang now. Guang Jun has completely given up at this moment, his men are not no one to use, but there is a certain appeal, and there is a certain strength of today are sitting in this house, he can call her the level of the big mouth. Obviously, the current level of the big mouth is completely inadequate. Guang Jun did not think to call Pei Luang come or not we do not say, but is to come, what can be done? Will only make things worse, and they also offend people. So, Guang Jun made a major decision, that is, today, do not care how, he stood up to it. If you can get through it, you can continue to be brilliant and continue to be a bull. If you can't get through it, then you'll admit it. After all, they have been in the limelight for so many years. Although not convinced, but what can be done? Guyi, Pei Lord is my brother, I can't possibly call him, I'm convinced, I admit that I can't do it, whatever you ought to do, I'll take it. I stood up, supporting the desktop with my army spikes, and looked at Guang Jun with an expressionless face. Come on, you kneel down first, and we'll talk. The words fell, Guang Jun did not have a trace of hesitation, directly body straight to kneel in front of me. Just when I was carrying a military thrust pondering where to stab Guang Jun first, the phone rang, is Yen Feng's phone. This atmosphere has arrived, according to reason this time whose phone I cannot pick up. But considering the words of Lu Mingchuan just now, so I still picked it up. Hey, brother phone. Chapter 40 Drinking tea above, swinging knives below. Pushing things back to an hour ago, that is, when I had just arrived at the main building with my team and faced Guang Jun. Yen Feng, riding in Henan's Audi, had already arrived at the Clearwater residence tea house. He had an appointment here with Bureau Dong of the city bureau. Bureau Dong and Yen Feng were old acquaintances, and the two of them had traveled very closely before Bureau Dong had even taken this position. According to the rumors in the jungle, if Dong could sit in this position, then Yen Feng didn't put in a lot of effort in the first place. With the fashionable, the two are also considered to be the real original relationship. Today the tea house business is very dismal, in addition to Yen Feng this table, no other guests. And why is that? No need to say more, right? Henan outside has been considered to shout out to be able to stand Big Brother, but he did not even have a place to sit, can only stand in the doorway of the private room. The two men's conversation is not behind his back, which represents Yen Feng's trust in him. But the Jiang who is about size, trust is not enough, but also strength, so Henan can only stand at the door. This is not a rule that is taken out to pretend to be a coin, but a real rule. The old Dong, nothing is not a matter, today is exactly when you are busy, there is no matter, I will not call you out, you give us a penetration, what exactly is the meaning of the above? Dong said after sipping his tea, the main leaders have formed a tacit understanding that things cannot be stormed, if stormed, the face of the leadership cannot be lost, there must be someone to carry. Yen Feng also followed after hearing this and sipped his tea, but did not reply, as if he was thinking about something. Old Yen, this is what I say you do not follow the mix, you are responsible for the region, has been getting very good, which is very satisfied with the above, you care about these things to do Other people can't even avoid it. Yen Feng disc leg, low head swing flute this tea ceremony, the voice is not big back, Pei Lords and Guang Jun tossed a few years, think they can take this step, they are in the hands of the work, part of it is taken from me here, but walking is not the relationship between me above. Dong Bureau after listening to a frown, as if talking to himself, this is the thing that invites people to be annoyed This matter makes me and the above is not good to explain, and this is why I want to get involved in this matter, I want to re-establish the rules. Dong took the cup of tea to look at Yen Feng, answered back, Kunying Avenue boss died, Yanqing now although stepped on the luck of the dog to live over, but the disability is proper, this is not a good solution Yen Feng smiled and waved his hand, whether it is good to solve is not what I should consider, Lao Dong, I also do not waste time with your nonsense, you also have a bunch of things, you just tell me, I put the bridge for you to set up, you cannot let that child over? Dong bureaus were silent for at least 2 minutes, and then held out 3 fingers. At the very least, and all departments you have to take care of, there is one that does not nod, then my side cannot even take a stand. Yen Feng listened to a long breath, line save a life good this result. I have to go, this time I have to be in the unit, otherwise there is something, I do not even have time to react, tea is good. Dong Bureau nodded after a sentence, directly grabbed his police uniform, turned around and left the private room. When he came, he was empty-handed, and when he left, he carried away a cross-country backpack, and what was loaded inside is self-evident. After Dong Bureau's left, Yen Feng's side directly dialed Pei Luang's phone and had a completely non-committal conversation. Old Pei racked the stove on it. Pei Lord even contacted Lu Mingxuan. How could he not have thought of contacting Yen Feng? Just he couldn't open his mouth, because before the city led the demolition, because Yen Feng's recommendation, their company can get on the table. Of course, Yen Feng certainly will not waste their own network resources. The two have said in advance, Pei Lord's this side of the people, contribute, funding, Yen Feng is only responsible for getting the upper level of the relationship. And in addition to the difference in the profit of demolition, the rest of the project profit and Pei Luang are not half a penny relationship. Before the beginning, the talk is very good, Pei Luang a willingness to be a student's attitude, but after the event is different. Pei did not know from what channel to recognize another responsible for the main leader of this matter, by his company to operate, and took a lot of pick-up money project. The cake is so big, Pei Lords eat more, that Yen Feng naturally eat less. But this is to discuss a right and wrong is not easy, because Pei Lords although the pot on the bed, but people on the side of Yen Feng is not out of line. Your side of the work I do not miss, then you cannot stop not let me take the job. Although Yen Feng cannot talk about the loss, but this thing makes his heart is quite uncomfortable. So, don't look at things have been bad to this point now, but Pei Lord did not have the good sense to contact Yen Feng. Mr. Yen, I'm not hiding from you, this fire can be quite prosperous, are going to give me a roasted hubba. Pei Luang to Yen Feng, have a say or enough respect, and did not beat around the bush, but directly said his current situation. The matter of forced demolition, I'll help you get it done, you also don't rush to thank me first, I do have requirements. At present, Pei Luang's biggest worry is the matter of forced demolition. Once he heard that Pei Luang can solve it, that excitement also can't be. Now don't say that there are requirements, it is estimated that Pei Luang and the old out asleep for a while, he can consider it. You point. The one who died in Kuning Avenue is called Shagua, right? The ones that were seriously injured all have a great relationship with Yanqing as well, you have them unify their confessions. Pei Lords confusedly pursued, you say, I'll listen again. Drunk and disorderly, that Naylor was self-defense. Pei Lord gritted his teeth and continued to ask rhetorically, but moved the gun how can this be explained? Isn't that small country dead, the gun is his, Yanqing is also a victim, this can also take off for Yanqing. Pei Lord after hearing this is a bit off, now the rice bowl is saved, but the reputation of the reputation, their brother-in-law was dried into that bear, their own when the brother-in-law instead of not being able to take revenge, but also to help the perpetrator to wipe his ass, this set out no one believe. Yen total. This is a little too bullying, right, on what grounds Xiaoqing did in the wrong, that is also my brother-in-law, and now Guyi and Dong inside of the siege of Guangjun, the situation is also more responsible, my side if. Before Pei Luang finished his words, Yen Feng's words turned, suddenly serious. Old Pei, are you taking me as a businessman? I'm here to discuss business with you? On the basis of what? Just on the basis that my name is Yen Feng, do you think it's okay? Either I also go to Dongyan to join in the fun and add a fire to you? Pei Luang on the other side of the phone was silent for about 10 seconds and directly hung up the phone. Not long after, the text message came, only one sentence. Do what Mr. Yen means. In my side of the people's heads are beaten into the dog's head, the top of the T, playing the phone, things have been capped. It can be seen that Guangjun, Pei Luang, Henan, the path they took was immensely correct. That threshold, it really is too important. Chapter 41 Formal Worship Door. After the scene of things are resolved, Yen Feng did not stay long in the tea house, but while driving to Dongyan district, while dialing my phone. In the phone, Yen Feng did not give me any reasoning, but the results of the matter told me, the rest of the things, let me look at their own. This is my turn to ride the tiger, because for me, Jane is the most important, I do everything for him. If he just went in and squatted for 3 years, it would be too worth it. After hanging up the phone, I walked towards Guangjun with an expressionless face. Guangjun, today's matter, it ends here, who you should thank, you have a number in your heart. Guyi, don't do anything in the dark, if you want to retaliate, you can come to me at any time, but remember, when you retaliate, it's best to me to death in one breath, but if I'm still able to breathe, then you won't be able to kneel down as simple as that. The Jianghu road is far, first a ring, let's walk and see. As the words fell, I drew out my imitation-modified bugle gun and aimed it at Guangjun's thigh and opened fire. The sound of the bugle gun resounded through the main building, and everyone present shuddered. Everyone knew that this gun couldn't kill anyone, but no one had the courage to stand up and shout a word of defiance. Guangjun covered his thigh, looked at me with a grim gaze, and didn't say anything back. A large group of us left the main building with great vigor, and my side was just about to get on the car when Inan called me. He didn't let me go with the large group, but switched cars with me. Brother Feng has been busy for most of the day because of you, so you'll be a driver for him, your car, I'll take it first, and contact him by phone in a while. Henan patted my shoulder and got into the car in a hurry. I stood in place and instructed the small north and a break into a few people, must not be chaotic, come on that car, go on that car, the driver's money, and the money of this group of station people, but also to hurry to give people to receive the end of the money. People should be done are done, then we cannot be stingy. The Audi car. Mr. Yen, where are we going? I'll switch shifts with Nan Nan, I'll give you back as a driver today. I fastened my seatbelt and said with a smile. Yen Feng crossed his legs and said back, just turn around, let's have a chat, you'll be busy. I didn't understand the words, but I didn't ask. After the car drove out of Dongan district, I went straight to the national highway, because there are fewer cars there, not so many traffic lights. Oh no, what do you think of that Yanqing guy? I returned without hesitation, if he dies, I must have 3 days of big congratulations. Dumplings for every meal. Yen Feng lost his voice and laughed, but you two are about the same age, he drives a Mercedes-Benz, you drive an Accord, and this Accord is still borrowed, do you recognize this gap? When these words came out, I was silent. I am very disgusted by those who are self-hypnotized, I think this is a very unmanly performance. In today's society, I don't think there exists a situation where you are capable but not recognized. Those who drive a Mercedes-Benz may be because they have rice at home, but those who ride a backward donkey must be because of their own lack of ability. Mr. Yen, you gave me confused, I kind of didn't understand. Today this thing, count your kid luck, the city's main leaders do not want to publicize this matter and pay lords in Guangzhou and also in the project, so had to compromise, but what about the next time you do? Words to this point, then I no longer understand is retarded. Yen Feng obviously this is trying to integrate me. In this regard, I can't talk about any antipathy, Yen Feng's Jianghu status is here, and from Nan Nan's mouth I didn't know much about Yen Feng, is indeed a perfect big brother. But since I came out to play, I have not recognized any big brother, has always been their own intrusion. So at this moment, although the atmosphere to wear, but the words are a bit unable to speak. Brother Feng, you look up to me, I understand in my heart, but I'm used to being on my own, and I'm really afraid of causing trouble for you. Yen Feng first nodded, then returned pertinently. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, you so mixed line, but now you still play like this, then even if mixed up, sooner or later we'll be smashed in. Oh no, I have a lot of people under me, and there are a lot of people who can do things. Do you know why I am extraordinarily optimistic about you? I laughed to myself and said back, it can't be because I'm handsome, right? Yen Feng looked out the window and sighed, people have to have human feelings, today you can do this for a brother who knows less than half a year, outsiders seem to think that Yu Guyi is confused, but in my old Yan's opinion, this is the Jianghua. Come out to mix, no righteousness, no brother, that willing to support you? No one to support you, you still do what business, when what big brother, when what boss? You Guyi today do not have this blood, not this temper, pay Lord's side I will be the same filler, but absolutely will not care about you. I silently nodded my head back, phone, I also came to today by mistake, in fact, I never thought of mixing into anything, just think of earning some money, so that the family life a little bit better, you look up to me, I understand in my heart, I'm not really a character Guyi, but I also know the truth of repaying kindness. I might not want to follow you, I also understand the reasoning that it's good to ride under a big tree, Yanqing drove a Mercedes-Benz, I also envy, but I've always been free and loose, I'm afraid of getting into your door, and cause trouble for you. Yen Feng is very happy a smile, in the middle of the airbag, in terms of Bingcheng, I want to manage the matter, that is not trouble. You are now thirsty in the pocket, outside the back so much famine it, my construction site slot is also open, you come over to get the work done, the rest of the matter is logical, so pay Lord in Guangzhou and want to touch you, I also good to step forward to talk. People's big brothers so give face, that I still hesitate At this moment my mood is like a shy girl to be released in the face of this their own lover, know that their body as a daughter should be subtle point, but the waistband of this is like a virtual general is loose. Inside the heart, madly shouted, Phone, come on, rough, don't be polite. Big brother, that little wild can be less trouble for you later, but the sight of the work I will not go, I have nothing to show, just enter the door on the brother's rice bowl to grab rice, easy to be hated. Yen Feng heard, obviously satisfied with my answer, but did not wait for the words of praise to say it, I immediately put forward my request. But Feng brother, you as the Ice City Jianghu top big brother, the following brother to drive a car or borrowed, this is really detrimental to your prestige I have no skin and no face of the habit, I am indifferent, but you are not the same this spread out I'm for you to be ashamed. Yen Feng smiled and lit a cigarette, tone of playful back, then you say Feng brother's brother to drive what car, Feng brother's face only lighted? You also read to me. I think Nan Nan's Audi is good, what do you think, brother Feng? I asked tentatively, in fact, the heart is also quite nervous, this kind of shameless thing, I do a good job, obviously not much experience. The company seems to have just recently collected a top account, you have time to go over there. Hearing this, I immediately bared my teeth back, Feng, I'm not a woman, if I were a woman, you are a whip dripping wax I recognize, too manly, can fascinate me. Shut up. Okay, also my mouth shut right away. Chapter 42, 3 people, drinking until dawn. An hour later, I sent Yen Feng back to the company, he still has some things to deal with. Before parting, Brother Feng instructed me that before 12 noon tomorrow, Jane Jia must be returned to the case. Because Pei Lord's side has begun to contact the city council's Lao Dong, before preventing any changes, it is better to let things fall into place as early as possible. I don't need to worry about finding connections and lawyers, he'll take care of it. I have always been a wild child, before the trouble, but also to deal with their own. Now into the door of Yin Feng, suddenly have a feeling of home, do not say, this feeling is really good. Driving a car, I immediately contacted Chen Mo. An hour and a half later, I saw Chen Mo and Jane Jie in a rural area near Bingchang. Chen Mo was still the same, silent, nestled on the sofa watching brain-dead dramas and entertaining himself. Jane Jie's state wasn't as bad as I thought. When I explained everything to him, there wasn't the slightest bit of joy on his face, there was only bashfulness, the bashfulness of accepting everything. Jie, you can rest assured that the old man's side of things, I will do it properly, although it says 3 years, but I can assure you that I will definitely not let you squat full. Jian Jie smoked a cigarette and nodded with a smile. Xiaoyi, I want to drink some wine. I brought it, it's in the car, I'll go get it. After promising, I went to the trunk to fetch something. I had this prepared before I came, and had also brought Chen Mo a couple of goodwill cakes. I don't know what's wrong with Chen Mo, some of his habits I really can't understand. A big man, willing to watch brain-dead drama, willing to eat dessert, obviously top of the sky, but do all the things that the girls are happy to do. For this reason, Xiaobei and I also gossiped, Chen Mo will not be normal orientation, but considering his obscenity, this has not been too good to confirm. The three of us gathered together. Originally I thought that my words would be the one with the most, but who knows, the two are very chatty. Only the content cracked me up. Jie, I've heard about you in the matter of Kuniying Avenue. I'm quite impressed that you dared to go alone. Come on, drink one. 2 tails of white wine cups, the two of them drank it all in one go. In fact, it is quite normal to say here the following words, let me suddenly no mood in drinking down. Jie, I'm telling you, next time you stab someone, stab the heart or not grasp, you stab at the neck. Jane Jie frankly back, neck is not good to stab, neck is too flexible, or stab the stomach is good to stab, that Yanqing did not die, can only say that his life is great, with my technique is absolutely no matter. You belong to the inexperienced, mending is still very important. Jane Jie seriously think for a moment after returning, indeed, this time is a long memory, blind so good opportunity, mainly in the past we finished work, not so much, stab a few knives, people will be thrown directly into the pit buried. Still have to dig a pit too troublesome. Not troublesome, you just can't dig, there are professional tools. At night, secluded countryside, a professional black work, a hand do not know how many lives of the touch of gold lieutenant, in this chat how to kill, how to bury alive, this let the pure me how embarrassed. Stop, big brother, is it oozing? Let's talk about something enjoyable. Chen Mo impatiently waved his hand, don't mess up, we are discussing business, it's business. We'll talk about business later, Jie will go back to school tomorrow, why are you so unintelligent? When Chen Mo heard this, he instantly understood my words and didn't open his mouth. I looked up to Jin Jie, Jie, I'll call you a girl over? It's fine if I drive and drag you there, you get it in the car and I'll wait for you outside. Jin Jie smiled coyly, let's forget about it, we'll be fine with a drink. Look at you, what are you shy about? Serious, I'm not joking with you. Jane Jie still shook his head after hesitating for a while, I'm not going, I don't know what's going on this time, I don't believe in the words of the people outside, I live every day as if it's the last day to live, and on days like this, I'd rather be with my friends. Jane Jie's pessimism was not formed in a day, and it is difficult to change it. Because it is closely related to his life experience, so I'm not explaining how Yin Feng is reliable. Time will give the answer, and I also firmly believe that sooner or later one day Jane Jie will come out of the haze, embrace life, just like once I did. The three of us have been drinking until dawn, began to have quite a lot to say. For example, Chen Mo asked me some future plans, as well as the Heartless proposed can help me before leaving Pei Lords in Guangjun. I refused to do this, running the rivers and lakes, mixing with the society, fighting and killing is inevitable. But if you want to kill people, it is too stupid for me to do so, because after you do so, other people's retreat is no longer available, your own retreat is also no longer available. It's not that you can't have a sword or a gun, it's that you can't hold it in your hand all the time. And I am quite concerned about where Chen Mo is going, but he did not say explicitly, only said that he would go to the south to break through, to see if he could make a name for himself. In this regard, I first for the majority of Ice City's gangsters group thanked him for this big devil finally change a place Hua people, but also very puzzled. Although I have known Chen Mo for a short while, I have heard a lot of rumors about him in the Jianghu. Just based on the money he blackmailed in the past few years of his rise, not to say that it was enough for him to be rich and famous for the rest of his life, but there was still no problem with financial freedom. But where did all this money go? And what was his ultimate goal? Mo, you're not short of money now, if you ask me, just go abroad, look at those TV staged big brothers, they all do it. Chen Mo shook his head, very dryly returned, foreign food is not accustomed to, do not go. Then what are you doing this for? Just like to shoot people with guns? Chen Mo thought seriously and then whispered back, I don't know what I want to do, that's why I want to go out, sometimes I really feel that living is quite meaningless. Either you show some kindness and give me all the money, it's also considered helping a family and benefiting society. Chen Mo's eyes glared and his attitude immediately hardened, you want to rob me? Joking, grass, just allow you to rob others, not allow others to rob you, you girl really horsebully, not play with you, come on, Jane Jie drink. A meal of wine, the three of us drank until dawn, tossed today, whether it is the spirit or the flesh, I have long been exhausted, genuinely cannot stand up, lying on the desktop hooting and hollering up. At 10 o'clock or so, it was still Jane Jeff who woke me up. Let's go, oh no. It's time for me to hit the road. I moved my shoulders and sat up cursing, go on the road, if you're sentenced to death, I'll go and rob a prison. Chen Mo didn't know if he had drunk too much and didn't wake up, or if he was confused, he looked up at me blankly. Prison robbery? I'll go too. I broke down and cursed in a small voice, then grabbed the car keys and immediately dragged Jane Jia away. Jane Jia now itself thinking is not normal, I estimate if in with Chen Mo this crazy stay, then the two people may not have nothing to do to go to the savings center dry open. Chapter 43 Brother, so the whole quasi-line. Arrived at the city council, Yen Feng and lawyers are in it. These days, there is a relationship as good to do. Jane Jia did not receive any special treatment, recorded an afternoon statement, was transferred to the detention center. And the guardhouse side Yen Feng is also prepared to Jane Jia to find the director of the relationship, that into the house is the head of the store, eat is also a small stove, treatment absolutely bar. A round of busy work has come to more than 6 o'clock in the evening. Lawyer Wang, do you see how my brother will be sentenced in this case? Lawyer Wang swept a glance at Yen Feng, then spoke, if the other party's confession will also cooperate with us, then there is nothing difficult about this case, 3 to 5 years, I'm still sure. I know the taboo of the lawyer's profession, they will never say for sure, so I didn't pursue it. Yen Feng looking for people, nature will not be bad, people are with me a child to say sure of 3 words, then I am forcing people, it is a little unintelligent. After fixing the matter of Jane Jia, I finally have a big stone on the ground in my heart. Men, tired always want to find a weak shoulder to lean on, I naturally thought of Chung Chung. Tentative sent 2 text messages, Jing Qing did not return, I called this side of the past, hit on the hang, simply do not pick up. At this time I realized that the matter is big, in dealing with the matter of Jane Jia, my attitude towards Qing Qing does have certain problems. And just as I was meditating on how to save this relationship and say goodbye to the monk life, Yen Feng in the backseat of the car rushed at me with a consultative tone, Brother Wild, look it's almost 7 o'clock, aren't you hungry? I smiled awkwardly and immediately started the car. Brother Feng, I've never been a driver here, sorry. Hurry up. Yen Feng snorted coldly, expressing his dissatisfaction. 10 minutes later, Yen Feng and I appeared in a ramen restaurant next door to the $7 tube lunchbox. Yen Feng got out of the car and looked at the 2 stores, then turned his head to look at me and said with a wooden expression, you just lead me to eat this? The taste is just right. I always come, all know the boss, can send a free mineral water. Yen Feng wanted to leave several times, but were persuaded by me. Brother Feng, you are cold with the people, come on, don't be polite with me, my treat. I bared my teeth and giggled, but in reality, I couldn't sit still in my heart anymore. This meal with Yen Feng eat not much flavor, and I estimate he also cannot stand me, if not consider the identity, plus this is outside, long ago to scold. Brother Feng, where are you going? I send you first. The meaning of my words is to withdraw. After getting on the car, Yen Feng exhaled deeply, gritted his teeth and looked at me, I'll give you 3 days to deal with those messy things in your home, and then come to me full-time as a driver, or else the legs give you a dry fold, directly inserted into the splitting inflammation, understand? To be able to give Brother Feng you as a driver, that's my honor, I didn't go to school for a few days, you're a cultured person, big boss, don't be general with me. Stop. I was aggrieved and justified back that our brothers who pull more than a million famine, I want to have money, I also know to eat well. A sentence, Yen Feng directly extinguished. I also found out that against people who want face, then you must not face. Obviously Yen Feng is the person who wants face, and I am not. After sending Yen Feng to a private club, I immediately folded back to the hotel. From the beginning of yesterday to now, Xiaobei 5 people have not left the hotel, has been here waiting for me. Cow coins are cow coins, and it is also true that they gave Guangzhou dry knees, but as a result, I and Xiaobei's famine is even heavier. Yesterday, the collection of gifts received more than 100,000 is not false, but the head fee plus the fare to dry empty. Lawyer fees are also dead expensive, a mouth is 50,000, which also said to look at Yen Feng's face. And the old man side of things must be done immediately, this is another expense. I and Xiaobei a total, 2 days only, we have more than 100,000 famine. But adhering to the principle of debt is not pressure on the body, I am still quite happy, I believe that one day we'll be able to pay off these famine, after all, such a large hotel in this place. I don't know if it's the friends around me or what, in short, the occupancy rate is good. What do you plan for the old man side? I smoked a cigarette back, Jane Jia people inside, but we are outside we do not say that the scenery to do, that cannot get too bad, but do not John Lu, we have just finished, in letting people with gifts, it is similar to robbing money. I asked today, because Jane Jia is not in, the old man does not have any immediate family, those relatives of his family are playing disappeared, so some formalities are still stuck, the day after tomorrow is almost, the day after tomorrow we go to the hospital to pick up the old man home. After finishing the main event, I was a little apprehensive to take the initiative to mention their feelings. The first to speak was Xiaobei. I think you are similar to the death penalty, that day you that attitude. Anyway, if I am a girl I cannot accept, you are not taking people seriously. Talking about this, I regret even more, powerless to explain, that is not the emotion in place? You help me think of a move, see if I can appeal. Xiaobei spread his hands. I do not have a trick, you ask them. Sure enough, Song Lu, the contemporary poet and my closest lackey, once again took the initiative to come forward and whispered in my ear. I was also a little sick after pondering Song Lu's approach. Will it work? How embarrassing for me if he gives me a direct rejection. I'm a celebrity in size now, don't you think? Song Lu returned with a strong voice. What is sister-in-law lacking? What she lacks is recognition. Put yourself in your shoes. Even if your sister-in-law doesn't have you in her heart anymore and is really angry, then considering the circumstances, does she have to give you a step down? I confirmed. Will it work? Brother, so the whole quasi-line. You wait for me a moment. I have a classmate in the wedding company as an assistant. I let him bring a set of clothes to give you a good pick up to. At the same time, 21st Century Hotel. Xing didn't let the argument with me affect her work and continued to roam between the various drinking games, accompanying smiling faces and soliciting all kinds of potential customers. Now she was not only responsible for selecting the tables for the guests in the private rooms, she also had to take care of the slow roll bar. Although the position hadn't changed, the salary had skyrocketed. Sister Qingqing, Mr. Lu is here, saying that there are guests over at the slow roll bar, calling for you to come over. A voice came from the intercom, and Qingqing agreed before replying back. Tell Mr. Lu that I'll say hello to the guest and go over right away. Chapter 44, soon to be returned to secularism. Inside the slow rock bar. Lu Mingchuan sat in the center of the largest card table. The desktop is decorated with expensive red wine and foreign wine. In fact, he seldom participated in this kind of entertainment. Today to come, is really forced to. This slow rock bar, his shares are not much. The major shareholder is Pei Luang. But now Pei Luang, because of the city's demolition of the project lawsuit entangled, has no energy in the operation of the slow rock bar. So yesterday, the two people met in the middle of the home to talk about the slow rock bar things. The opportunity to make money Lu Mingchuan naturally will not let go, then directly acquired the full amount of Pei Luang's shares. This cannot be said that Lu Mingchuan fell into the well, should be said that he is noble, because the price he gave is very fair. From this point you can also see Lu Mingchuan's human temperament. It is a businessman with a human touch, although occasionally stepping over the line, but definitely not over the line. This is not, today, after he and Pei Lord signed the contract in the morning, the other shareholders in the evening, Jean Lu this in the store to get together. Mr. Lu, we are old acquaintances, in the future you can take care of we are counting on you this big tree right it. Lu Mingchuan replied, a person is a can, two people hand in hand on a door, we work together to run the field well. When several people were exchanging drinks, Qingqing arrived. At this time, the shareholders of the venue immediately rushed at Qingqing, hooked his hand. Egu, little beauty, you can finally arrive. Mr. Lu, Qingqing's ability to work is really not to say, she is about the same age as my nephew, or take the bridge to introduce the introduction. Qingqing took the initiative to pour a glass of wine for the shareholder. Mr. Li, that's a good feeling, I'm looking for a strong shoulder to lean on. Before the shareholder could reply, Lu Mingchuan instantly frowned and rounded off the conversation. Old Li, don't mess around Qingqing has a master, and an old brother of mine is getting along well, you don't mess around. Qingqing laughed and filled another glass of wine. Mr. Lu, who is your brother? The man of my dreams, Andy Lau. While a few people were laughing and chatting, I stood under the DJ booth, looking at Qingqing's side face. My heartbeat accelerated rapidly. A few people sitting on the small stage on the side, barge, kept urging me to hurry up and get on the stage. I was puzzled by this. You say I'm chasing my daughter-in-law, why is this person more anxious than me? Especially Song Lu, that are letting people dry into a mummy, with a plaster cast to come to join in the fun. After smoking a cigarette and adjusting my emotions, I gathered all my courage and ran up to the DJ booth. We all know the DJs here, after all, we always come here to play too. Dude, the microphone, lend me a little, I'll run some errands, I'll hit you with a $20 tip in a bit. I casually joked, and did not care whether he agreed or not, directly grabbed the microphone. Hey, can you hear me? After I nervously muttered a couple sentences to myself, I only saw the headlights backstage hit me directly, and the DJ, who was still powerful just a moment ago, instantly switched to lyrical music. All the gazes of everyone under the stage all instinctively looked towards the stage, and by this time, the rest of the slow rock bar's staff had all gotten off the stage, leaving me standing alone on the stage. Qingqing, I was meant to walk the rivers and lakes, but after meeting you, I decided to stop. Because by holding your hand, I hold the entire Jianghu. When I was at a low point in my life, the only thing that could make me feel happy was the sweet smile at the corner of your mouth. I don't know since when, you have become more and more important in my heart. I would be happy for a whole day because of a text message from you, and I would also feel sad because of your loss. I couldn't help but be close to you, not on a whim, but a decision I made after much thought. Will you let me be the hero of your future story? I love you, Haruka. I love you, Haruka. Those who came to the slow rock bar were all youngsters, so naturally they would like this kind of tone. With my last hysterical throat-smoking roar, the whole place roared. Who is this dude? What a ing cow coin. A casual visitor rushed to his companion and asked. The companion seems to be familiar with me as if back. He you do not know still have the nerve to play Nightclub in Shell South? Who is it? Don't keep me in suspense. He is the Guyi yesterday to Guangjun smash lying down, serious people red life hard, horse fast knife ruthless, get more than 100 people to Guangjun block the distillery crash 9 shots. The questioner's eyes are going to stare out, how many shots? 9 shots? Cattle coins, this is not to Guangjun dry into a hornet's nest. It must be, people are justified red big brother, now bull coins this it. It is said that in foreign countries have crude oil business, earn our knife. Bull coin, or you circle wide, this all know. It must be old iron, come and have a drink. Lu Mingchuan card stage. Lu Mingchuan looked at me on the stage, his face red, no wonder, his age is really a little bit cannot accept my way of confession. Mr. Lu, this is the old brother you said? Lu Mingchuan froze for a moment before nodding numbly. The shareholder lit a cigarette, looked at Qingqing who was looking at me, then shook his head. I'd better let my nephew give up, your old brother is too tricky, my nephew will definitely not be able to compete with him. Lu Mingchuan covered his chest and said back in an affirmative tone, this kid really isn't generally skillful. At this time, Bai Xiaobei brought up the tempo of the whole audience, everyone shouted in unison. Promise him! Promise him! Qingqing put down her wine glass and rushed towards the stage with a slow pace, and in that instant, there was no heaven and earth in my eyes except for her. Sometimes the matter of feelings is so strange, you can't say it clearly, nor can you understand it. Without realizing it, you are already trapped. This was the case for me, and this was also the case for Qingqing. Gu Yi, will you stay with me on the road ahead? I froze in place, my mind going blank. Song Lu, who was on crutches, shouted loudly, the ring, brother, the ring, put it on, hurry up and put it on, it's properly alive. With Song Lu's help, I immediately reacted, one knee on the ground, pulled out the wedding company kind of $15 a pair of plastic rings. Forever. After replying with a trembling voice, I moved slowly to put the ring on Qingqing. In the shouts of hundreds of people, Qingqing and I embraced each other. According to the waiter who worked later, there were not a few people in tears on the spot that night, and the scene was really quite bluffing. Offstage, Lu Mingchuan straightened his suit and took over the microphone. Tonight all guests, the card table fee is free, I Lu Mingchuan treat. After saying that, Lu Mingchuan waved his hand at Qingqing and I on the stage and turned around to leave. Old 7, what do you think of Xiao Guya's set of words just now? Old 7, while driving in front, returned, the whole thing gave me goosebumps, quite ruthless. In a moment when no one is around, you find little Guyi and ask for the words, I'm in trouble here, your sister-in-law and I are in a divorce, tonight I'm going to have a set of this process as well. Chapter 45 Passionate. Midnight, around 12 in the morning. In the face of the imminent return of life, I was a bit frazzled. Although my brother when I was young, that is also the gun picking the line of fire, 10,000 women cannot be defeated. But how many years have not been on the battlefield, a time to figure out when it is appropriate to launch the charge. I was hesitant, apprehensive, directly after a standard pigeon roll. Qingqing looked at me trembling, tone also more or less shivering. What are you doing, Guyi? Sentence me to admit it, love it. I returned with red eyes and directly raised my gun. After hesitating for a moment, Qingqing hugged my shoulders tightly. Guyi. How? What's wrong? Be nice to me in the future. Must. The whole night's tossing and turning, let my body is very tired, but due to this side of Jane Jia's father is still in the hospital, I and how to come up. But adhering to the attitude that I am uncomfortable, my brother can never be comfortable, I forcefully dragged up the small north. The hospital side of the society iPhone brother has greeted, and there is the city council side to the formalities, so the reception is very smooth. The moment I saw the old man, I was not intimidated by his appearance, but instead had an inexplicable sense of closeness. I went forward and held the old master's palm, squatted down, old master, Jia Z is busy after finishing your errand, he didn't have time to come over, I've come to pick you up and take you home. Words behind, I and Xiao Beiplei's funeral a dragon began to busy, mouth reciting words, nagging what we do not understand, but make it really quite like that. Mr. Gu, because we are in a special situation, the old man where to go to work ah? Mr. Yin Yang's words are relatively euphemistic, almost said, you guys are not even a mixed house, where to put this person ah, cannot throw the avenue ah. I was prepared for this, the previous storehouse has now been emptied by me, that place is what I reserved for the old man to do things with. I have a place, it's just that the location is a bit remote. Mr. Yin Yang turned and said, now the clothes are changed, but the old man cannot touch the ground, the stretcher cart cannot be pushed out, you see how to get good? I have never experienced this kind of awe, this is also very confused, did not expect there will be so much to say. What do you normally do? It must be the son who carries it. Either you hire someone, but the price is a bit expensive, after all, this is a bit obscure. I took off my watch and threw it to Xiao Bei, muffled back, "I'll carry it, don't dawdle, lead the way in front." In this way, I, in the eyes of a piece of surprise, carrying the old man who was like a dry corpse, walked out of the hospital with his head held high, got on the car, and went straight to the warehouse. Although the funeral is not to say how luxurious, but the process all have. Jane Jie's side of the relatives I notified, but people did not come a few. I did not care too much about this, the heart also did not expect them to help any help. The people who carry the coffin are me, Xiao Bei, Ah Gung, and Xiang Zhe. Du Xiaofeng is a bad match, and Song Lu is unable to do the job because he has become a cripple. High on the mountain, I stopped to hear. The heart is quite touching, after the death of a person, just such a big place, fighting and grabbing, and for what? 1 nail of gold, 2 nails of silver, 3 nails of children and grandchildren to prosper, 4 nails of precious long life. Uncle, all here to see you off, you have to be in heaven to bless Jesse to be well in the future. Seal the earth. With Mr. Yin Yang's cry of sealing the earth, paper money flew in the sky, and several of us knelt in a row and kowtowed in turn. Spend it, uncle, we have plenty of money. When we get down there, we won't do any work, every day is just dashing. Yes, it's all about playing, it's all about having fun. Xiao Bei and I stood at the north and south corners, burning gold coins, paper money and other medieval money, chanting under our breath. At this point, the old man's last journey, completely to the station. And in the detention center Jane Jie got the news, sleepless night, tears wet the pillow. Yan Feng is still more humane, knowing that I am dealing with Jane Jie's father, and did not urge me to hurry up the position of driver. So I still have time to get bored with Qing Qing for 2 days. In this regard, I also have a new epiphany in the relationship, that is, the woman is ultimately a woman, there is no such thing as strong or not strong, depending on how you drive. Of course, it does not exclude the long absence of life, resulting in endocrine disorders. Anyway, in the last few days, I got along with Qing Qing very happily, and she even deliberately asked Mr. Lu for a vacation and went around the neighborhood with me. And also promised that she would go home with me for the new year to meet her parents. As for her family's situation, although she did not tell me, and never asked me to help, but I still took the few savings in my hand to her, not much, just more than $20,000. It's not much, just more than $20,000. This money is still from Lu Xiaobei, that Huang Shiren's hand, I hard to gouge it. Xing Xing didn't refuse, and didn't even say a word of thanks. But I was very happy about it, because this only meant that we were a family now, and in this society, only the closest family members don't need to be polite. But happiness is always short-lived, because it will soon be the new year, whether it is the store, or wholesale liquor, there are a lot of things to be busy. The store has just opened, you have to do a good job of publicity, while the wholesale side of the liquor customers have been holding you for a year, you do not have to go door to door to send gifts off. Of course, these trivial matters, I did not worry, Small North can do a good job, my main task is to serve the society I phone brother, acting as a driver, nanny, and bodyguard. Yan Feng's life is quite regular, although he did not have a family, but used to go home to live. Every morning at 7 o'clock on time to get up, and then go to eat breakfast. After 8 o'clock or so we'll go to the company to sneak around, look at the account, look at the progress of the project. After such a busy schedule, it was noon. After lunch, he would usually find some company executives to chat, sometimes about work, sometimes about life, but basically nothing to do with the social aspect of things. And by 5 or 6 o'clock in the evening, then the phone calls kept coming and the socializing started, and the people he met at this stage were more complicated. There are government personnel, there are social big brother, there are some state-owned enterprise leaders, we do not know where he recognized so many people, anyway, look at their relations are good. And when the night after the last wave of socializing, Yan Feng will not immediately go home, but will go to a bath under their own banner to take a bath. And people old man still only wash single room, but he this single room and normal bath single room is not quite the same. The area was more than 100 square feet, and the decoration was very luxurious. Oh yeah, generally Feng's private life problems are solved here. I express my deep hatred for this capitalist is too hateful, the style is really too corrupt. Chapter 46, Watching Chess. Busy life always passes by faster, I didn't even feel how it was already the 30th day of the Chinese New Year. And I served Yan Feng for more than a month, for my work status, he has been silent, but I feel quite satisfied. Look at you, loud and clear big brother, so careful, not just drink too much spit you all over it? Let's put ourselves in your shoes and say, that is not for you to block the wine off. There is no gas last time, the car parked in the middle of the road, I think that cannot be entirely to blame for me, who knows that you are going to go out of town the next day you told me a while ago, I do not go in advance gas to go, right? Yan Feng mouth corner slightly ajar, tightly closed eyes for more than 10 seconds before slowly open, well, so you say, you this driver went really good, I'm quite satisfied. Satisfied on the line, in the new year I will also continue to work hard, also wish Brother Feng's business is flourishing, early to marry me a sister-in-law. I immediately expressed my loyalty, and by the way stretched out my small snow-white hand. This Yan Feng is very puzzled, what does it mean? I justified back, the night will be New Year's Eve, you do not say give me a few days off? Yan Feng nodded woodenly, yes, put 5 days. I shyly smiled, slightly bowed his head, just like the love consort about to be favored. The focus is not on vacation, it's the new year. I just paid my respects, pay my respects without red envelopes? Yin Feng completely froze in place, annoyed beyond measure, scratched his head and gritted his teeth back. How do you have the cheek to open your mouth? You tell me where the face? We are not saying, well, you give me as a driver, I do not give you expenses, but introduced some relations to you to recognize, let you flutter yourself. I expression slightly a few points of aggrieved back. People also did not ask for wages. Is to New Year's red envelope. Look at you, always think of our relationship so vulgar. Xiaonima, I'm convinced, you hurry to roll, I do not want to see you for a minute. Yin Feng cursed angrily, directly to his usual with the handbag smashed in my body. Usually this handbag I take, I know that there is cash inside, at least 2 million. I would have thought less take a little bit, but then thought, is less take, that should be scolded, certainly also scolded. I Yin Feng in this persona with the stink of the beggar almost, so I do not rest on all take, even 50 cents of the dime have not let go. You have to leave me some money for gasoline. I have a gas card, no need for cash, love you brother Ha Feng, wild brother first farewell. I pinched more than 20,000 yuan of cash in my hand, a moment did not stay more, directly out of the car. In Yin Feng's burst of anger, I calmly stopped a cab, and then rushed back to the queen. This year to the end of the year, the guys are quite hold me up, each person to some of the New Year's goods is a must, red packets should also have, and the New Year's Eve on duty during the things have to be arranged. In short, I'm the handshake at the moment have to play a role, otherwise the status of the real unstable. As the hotel and warehouse are now moved together, so the group gathered quite together. I came to the time as playing poker playing is fried gold flour, at the moment Xiao Bei has won 7 or 800. I'm bored 50, the last hand, I guess this cannot do you. Xiao Bei proudly looked at Du Xiaofeng whose brain was sweating, grinning, and giggling. Just when Du Xiaofeng hesitated this to stop in time and open the auction, Song Lu on the side pressed his hand, said with a look of a gambling god possessed, he is at most a small smoothie, you listen to me, continue to follow, feed the child depends on this month. Grass, then do it with him, I'll put in 200 shares. A breakthrough originally all down the table, I'll look at this opportunity, suddenly also come to the spirit, pulled out 200 cash thrown on the table. I also into the shares. Seeing such a good opportunity, Song Lu and Xiang Zhe also pulled out money one after another. After hesitating for a moment, Xiao Bei grinded and looked at his cards, then gritted his teeth, then I'll muffle a hand, and if I lose, I'll consider it a New Year's benefit. Xiao Bei's action made me, who also wanted to earn some pocket money, cancel the idea of joining the stock. This old boy is bad at, he played fried gold flowers can be considered to touch the essence, is to cheat small cards to deceive you or big cards but give you a feeling of small cards. Before we drive a taxi together when he was like this, every time you play, the last win money is definitely him. The last result is not what I expected, Xiao Bei is a smooth gold, and Du Xiaofeng is just a gold flower only. Xiao Bei beautifully counted the money, crossing his legs, I'm just lucky, and so you open the payroll let's play again and you play with the fried gold, more profitable than doing business. Du Xiaofeng squinted and looked at a breakthrough, gritted his teeth and said, I seriously doubt that you are a trust, I'm going to open him up, you have to feed the child to live this month, and now it's done, the child properly starved to death. A breakthrough hands a stall, willing to gamble to admit defeat, brother, we have a bit of gambling, either you let the wild brother comment. I pulled a chair and sat down, I do not pull you these things, away from gambling, cherish the family as the king of the road, come on, all of you ice city bearers, the end of the year, all hard chanting. On the way here, I have prepared a red packet, 2,600 per person. 2,000 is the bonus, 600 is the red packet. A few people saw the money, immediately also do not tear the force, and good as a brother. Heaven and earth, although before I break into a few people do a bit of Huang Shiren, but as my business is getting better and better, I am decent good to them, each person's salary can reach 6,000 a month up and down. And this is not counting sometimes they deducted from the middle of a little sewing and so on, but we also do not know where they spend this money to go, a whole wanna go out to drink a drink to get money. The hand has money, don't waste it blindly, New Year's Eve, buy something for the family, right, Xiao Bei, this side of the scheduling how to get? Xiao Bei handed me a scheduling table, the hotel side I understand, but the warehouse side really gave me confused. From the 30th to the 5th day of the lunar calendar, the watchman was a man, and he was on both the black and white shifts. Who is this Guanqi? Is there a new sidekick in our family? Aizawa scratched his head and stood out, this is a friend of mine, he doesn't have much to do, so I thought I'd let him come and help out with the warehouse, doing odd jobs and stuff. I frowned with some dissatisfaction, thinking that this must be a few people of a trespassing bullying and xenophobia. Then how the scheduling is mostly people themselves, you all know to go home for the new year, what is the difference between people Fei Zhe tone of voice lowered a few points, brother, Kung Ches no home, before has been in a scrap collection station work, and then that scrap collection station is yellow, he has no place to go, I will arrange for our family to come, the salary of 800, tube food tube housing, I do not use the company to spend money, this money is every month I give him. I was silent for a moment and then rushed to Xianzi said, you give people called over, I look. Chapter 47, Meeting the Parents. Seeing this, Aizawa immediately rushed at me and instructed. Brother Wild, Guanxi doesn't speak too well. If he says something wrong in a while, don't be like him. Mute ah. No, he had a fever when he was young and didn't have the money to treat it, and then even though he got better, his speech was much slower than normal, so he doesn't usually talk much. When I saw Aizawa say that, I also quite pitied this little brother. Not long ago, that called Guanxi came, his dress is very shabby, pants even there are patches, shoes, where summer wear sneakers, small face dirty, a look at the age is not big, at most 22 or 22 years old it. The most thunderous also belongs to his jacket, surprisingly, it is that kind of old age version of Zhengshan suit, this clothes are not worn by people in their 50s and 60s nowadays. Hello, Guanxi, how long have you been here at work? Guanxi had kept his head down since he entered the room, and kept his distance from several people, only slightly raising his head when I asked. It's been over a month, boss. Oh, we don't have a boss in our house, they're all part-timers. I heard from Shanza that you two are hair young? Guanxi nodded and didn't reply. Okay, I have seen the New Year's Eve scheduling. Are you alone? Also quite hard, this money you put away, take yourself to buy some new clothes, buy some food. Said, I gritted my teeth and pulled out another 2,000 cash from my wallet and handed it over to Guanxi. Guanxi looked at me gratefully, then carefully collected the cash. Well, know you what thing, at night our home library warmth is not too good. A moment I let someone send you an electric mattress and small sun, you first go back, smoking time pay attention to point ha, don't give me library point on fire. Guanxi tone is very light and nodded, thank you boss. After the people left, I got up to cover the a barge's s as a Luohan feet, on you this coin like also day by day Jean Lu want to be on top, want to be a big brother it, the following brothers you do not understand the care, you and Jmao big brother ah. A breakthrough face red, eyes blame glanced at the phase Zay, you see how you did not say you hair small it. A moment first go to lead Guanxi wash a bath, cut hair, accompany him to buy some clothes, and then you give me out of pocket, the electric mattress, small son what bought, hear me? Ah Bao immediately nodded, okay, don't worry, I'll take care of it. Usually, I and Ah broke a few people have no hierarchical relationship, often open some more excessive jokes. But when it came to business, I was still quite good at talking. I've always firmly believed that the reason we can get better and better, and rise in such a short period of time, is because we get along with each other in a relationship-oriented manner, and money can't be said to be unimportant, but it's definitely not the most important thing. I'm not sure about other people's homes, but I can say with confidence, but where I work for me Guyi, then there is no one behind the back chewing the cud, generally come to me after work, I do not take the initiative to lay off, no one jumped ship. You are observing a period of time Guanxi that kid, if the work is still good, not fooling around, give him a salary, first open 1,000 to it. Xiaobei nodded in agreement, okay, 800 is indeed a little too little, this kid is quite capable, he is not only in the warehouse point goods, sometimes also with the car. Well, eat something, you want to be in, call him, the child is quite poor, we can take care of. Aya, I know, your North brother what heart, this still needs you to tell. Then a few of us chatted for a while until we received a call from Qingqing, and only then did I leave. Take Qingqing in the shopping mall a sweep, and dry me a few thousand, near the dinner point, only to return to the big sister's home. Before going upstairs, Qingqing acted quite nervous, and kept fixing her makeup in the mirror. Aya, my mom and my sister are very nice to talk to, let's go, don't dawdle, rush me several times, dinner is about to start. Look if my eyeliner is drawn crooked. I'm not waiting for you, I'm going up first. Throwing down a sentence, I carried the gifts and went upstairs. Qingqing saw this and didn't dawdle, and followed. In the Northeast, the New Year's Eve dinner is quite important, people are not all, resolutely cannot open the table. There is also the time, usually 12 o'clock after the firecrackers, dumplings before the pot. Before, when the old man was here, he would always keep an eye on the time, but now, it's my turn to do this job. Today, I purposely set aside a place for my father, right next to my mother. My mother and elder sister were very, very satisfied with Qingqing, even my brother-in-law, who had the title of the #1 stingy person in Ice City, gave Qingqing a 500 red packet as a token of his appreciation. The thrifty mother, on the other hand, went out on a limb, 1001. This is also spoken of in our Bingchang, called 1001. Firecrackers were cracked, the whole family was happy. At this moment, my heart was greatly satisfied, and my brother-in-law and I pushed the cups and drank to our heart's content. Qingqing also had a rather pleasant chat with my elder sister and mother, talking about some interesting stories of my naughty fights when I was a child, and how my father would clean me up when he was around and so on. While we were having a good time, there was a little accident on the hotel side. If you've ever stayed in a hotel, you've encountered some of the things you've seen in the hotel, such as the stuffing of cards, and we've had some of those. But for this kind of thing we did not stop, completely as if we did not know. Customers have a need, then someone to solve the demand. If we stop, it is likely that customers will choose another home. But we also have rules about this, that is, you plug the small card no problem, but absolutely cannot affect the customer's rest, and cannot take the initiative to sell, or catch as a meal of point gun flying foot, will not spoil you. And for the moment, I Guyi 2 words in other districts do not dare to say, but since I smashed lying down Guangjun in our district, or better. So generally those who are in the flow, the chicken head also dare not make a mistake, are quite abide by the rules. But society is like this, some people give you face, then there must be people who do not give you face. Especially under the drive of money, it will become less rational. This is the person who made trouble in my store today. This person is called Small Ears, he is not much of a character, just a small role, but his big brother is not bad, called Guan Xiang. And Guan Xiang's big brother is even more remarkable, the Jianghu person Huang Huang Taiji. Ice City is the yellow cause of the tripod figure, he waved his hand, then there are nearly 1,000 girls on the march. Huang Taiji's real name is Qin Changcheng, his Bingqing sitting gun, and Yanfeng, Zhujianshan, Luo Jiaji are the same period of characters. He has been drilling the yellow business with a single mind, and after years of deep cultivation, his strength is quite strong, and he has a lot of ruthless characters under his command. Fame is not as loud as the first few big brothers, but in the road is also no one dare to underestimate. Chapter 48 Ah Xiao and San Fat. Normally speaking, this line of Huang is already very profitable, because he himself doesn't cost much, and it's a just need. As long as the quality of your girl is over the top, then there will never be a lack of customers. But there are always some people are not satisfied, Small Ears is one of them. Because he also belongs to the level of the horse, the money earned are layers of skin left. In order to solve this situation, he studied a new set. To ask for a fare. That is, after the guests are finished, he will not let the girl go, but will be extra in asking for a fare. In fact, we all know, they live in the neighborhood, after making a phone call not 10 minutes after the person arrived, to chicken hair fare up. But if the guests do not give, then Small Ears will bring people to the door. Guests naturally not because of $100 with Small Ears conflict so usually will endure, bite the bullet and pay. This behavior so that Small Ears did not earn less, just 1 month, just more than $2 million. But this is a disadvantage also appeared immediately, because the guests are not the wrongdoer. You want more money, then I will not find your house, I change and not just it. Competitors appeared, the little ear is very angry, which led to a huge reduction in his income. In fact, this is the little ear cannot think, you are extra earn a lot of extra money, hurry to stop it, or not to their own rice bowl smashed? But he did not only did not change, but also began to suppress competitors. During this period, Small Ears rely on his big brother Guan Xiang's name, drove away a lot of the neighborhood of the small group of warblers. But there is a family, but did not give Small Ears face, still my way, adhering to the two families sell their own coins, I also do not give you trouble, you do not play Monopoly that set. This is not the case, the two groups met on New Year's Eve, and in my hotel, without fear of dislike. Allow me to tell you what happened. First of all, this customer, he is a southerner, to Bingcheng is a business, the first half of the night to the work are finished, they have no friends in Bingcheng, back to the hotel thought to call a little sister, play together, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers, the three wars. With the idea, this customer dialed the phone number on the small card. Hello, is the purple soft customer service not? Hello brother, New Year what is your location? I'm at the Queen, what do you mean by that obsessed man's wife, won't get me an old lady over here, right? The other side of the phone confidently returned, big brother, I can let you find the feeling of the newlywed cave, do you believe it? That's too tempting to say, so hurry up. It's done, you say the room number, I'll bring someone over now. At this point, the customer showed the vigilance that old players should have. By the way, I ask, how long can I get there? There is no fare or something, right? Big brother, we're just around the corner, our house is not like other houses, there's not so much mess, say how much is how much, well, if the Queen, at most 15 minutes, right, big brother, you take a shower, just wait. Well, that's it then, my room number is 312, you hurry up. After talking everything over the phone, the client hummed a little song and went to take a shower. And in the rented room near the university town, a handsome young man with dyed red hair hung up the phone and rushed to his companion beside him and said, 3 fatty, come to life, Queen 312, demented man's wife, hurry and bring someone over. Called 3 fat youth took off the computer headset, quit the CS game, said, Xiao, we are so gorilla is not away, after the year you hurry to find a field, or this day to be afraid of. A filial piety chewing bread is also a sad face, no trick on now, the big field we cannot squeeze into, to the small field to do it is better than we do it ourselves. 3 fat while wearing a jacket, while dissatisfied back, anyway, this whole thing is not a thing, you hurry to think of a trick. Grass, you still have the nerve to say that we are in the province of Guangzhou over there to do how good money quite a lot to earn, there are people above the cover, you step on the horse drink some pussy wine, to the sister-in-law of the base, if it is not my reaction fast, we are both dead in the province of Guangzhou. 3 fat grin, that expression seems to be quite reminiscent of. Do not blame the brother unfaithful, really 2 sister-in-law is too charming, besides, is that first seduced me. Okay, hurry to send people to go, when you come back we two together to study to see how the whole after the year. Said, 3 fat with the girl out of the door, quickly run to the Queen's hotel. 10 minutes later, knocked on the door, 3 fat smiling rushed to the customer said, big brother, 200 cash, I'm waiting at the door, the service is not good you call me. The customer looked up and down a circle of the girl, see the quality is really good, it is very nimbly took out the 200 that had long been prepared. And just at this time, 312 the next room of the Small Ears and other people are to pick up, just with the 3 fat collided with a face. Peers themselves are enemies, let alone this particular industry. Can finally plug you this coin kind of, I said did not say let you guys don't send guests in the future. Take your ear brother not to take it seriously right. The first reaction of the three fat is to give the girl to protect behind. From this point can be seen, the person is also quite righteous, at least did not throw down the girl to run on their own, more chicken head of the work ethic. Okay, what you say, then I go okay. Three fatty did not hesitate to return the customer's money from the other end with the girl to go. But can little ears just let it go? Naturally cannot. I let you go? I see that if I don't give you a lesson, you are faceless, give me a dislike for him. The people on the side of the small ears just made a move. Three fat people rushed to the phone in his arms and shouted, Shao, I was blocked by the small ears, you quickly come. The tone of voice on the other side of the phone rushed back, I'm on my way, I'm on my way. Small ears this side counted him within 4 people, and three fat only himself, the girl beside see things bad, has first run away. Of course, it's not that the girl is not righteous, she stayed also useless, hurry to disappear in fact, even if help three fat. Fighting dry and usually intense, three fat on their own tonnage advantage, grabbed a small ear as a smothering gun, let others how to beat him, but also resolutely do not care, is a mind to stare at the small ear. Several people in the corridor a toss, dry quite lively. And just when both sides were fighting red-eyed and started to lay their hands on each other, people from both sides arrived. Zhao's side only had one person of his own, while Little Ear's side had called in 5 more people. The difference in numbers was even greater. But the advantage on Zhao's side was that before he left the house, he went to the kitchen to get a kitchen knife. Xiao Nima, all get lost. After splitting the crowd with a blind couple of machete methods, Xiao dragged up San Fat, whose face was already covered in blood, and the two of them were shoulder to shoulder, leaning against the wall, panting heavily. Chapter 49 Bloody Big Scissors. Don't say, 2 people this look is not the first time to cooperate, fight very tacit understanding. Unfortunately, a good tiger can't stand up to the wolves. Little Ears specializes in eating this bowl of rice that can't have 2 brushes. After a messy battle, Xiao's chopper was snatched over. The two basically cannot fight back, can only hold together to cover the vital parts, to withstand the rain of big shoes. And just at this moment, Aizawa rushed over under the lead of the hotel's on duty Amma. Hey, what are you doing? Why are you still hitting people? Aizawa to not be afraid of the other side of the crowd, after all, this is our own head of the ground well. Small Ears messily wiped a nosebleed on his face and asked, Who are you stepping horse off? This is my store, you speak politely, or I call the police. Small Ears heard this Shangza want to call the police, suddenly angry, this New Year's Eve, who would like to go and pouting You don't want to cause trouble, do you hear me? I know this is Guya's store, my big brother and your boss also know, all drink together. Aizawa's own character is not like the barge a few people so belligerent, once heard the Small Ears this side of the intersection with me, the tone of voice is also polite a lot of, the mind adjusted to let the Small Ears they go. But at this time the side of the cleaning immediately opened his mouth and said, Manager, you see, to our door broken. Aizawa did not pay attention to Small Ears, quickly stepped forward, found that 312's door is indeed out of a big pit, the door handle is also broken. Wait, you guys don't go, this broke something, I can't be the master, let's discuss the compensation. Little Ear shouted without turning his head back, Grass, it's not a gang of us fighting, you look for the 2 of them to ask for it, go, a few brothers. Little Ear to go forward, Phase Zay up to block, push and shove between, Little Ear this side of an unintelligent raised his hand on the side of Phase Zay gesticulated a bit. Phase Zay instinctively dodged, feet did not stand firm, fell 4 feet to the sky. Got up and touched his face, immediately felt hot and spicy, this is the other hand with a ring, not coincidentally scratched, although the wound is not deep, but after all, it is in the face, it is estimated to leave a scar. I chow Naimaz, a bunch of coin sellers, to you guys crazy bad, a breakthrough, I got beaten. Aizawa got up, pushed away the assisting cleaning, shouted at the intercom after, also did not care about the Small Ears this side of the many people, directly pounced on it. People gather in groups, and things are divided into groups. Aizawa can get along so well with the barge a few people, can be afraid of fighting people? Can it be a wimp? Sazawa side of the dry, downstairs crackling footsteps sound into a piece, are at home to stay nothing, to the hotel poker drinking. Both sides are about the same number of people, after meeting without saying a word, directly dislike. Gang, relying on his good physique and tallness, pinched a beer bottle with one hand and started to madly explode his head. Du Xiaofeng and Song Lu with the rest of the brothers are not polite, a gung side dry lying down one, they immediately went up to make up for the knife. Just when the two sides dry the most intense time, the person who reversed the situation appeared. Not hurriedly carry pants to rush to the small north, not at home to sleep me, but that very little talk, in the crowd is not at all conspicuous in the view chess. Aizawa is his best friend, and his only friend, today this rice bowl, is a friend to help him fight with the boss. So he could no longer watch from the sidelines, he had to rush up and defend his friendship. According to the later bragging king Mr. A breakthrough oral, watch the chess absolutely will be a bit of martial arts, and is likely to master Duan Yu, that Lingbo Weibu with, simply not a person. We will not talk about whether Guanxi can do Lingbo Weibu for the moment, but from the time he started, the situation was really lopsided. As soon as he struck, he stabbed down 3 people one after another. He used the iron scissors that we usually use to dismantle goods. As soon as this side of the battle was over, Xiaobei, who couldn't catch up with the heat of eating, finally arrived, and it was fortunate that he came, or else Ago definitely wouldn't have let go of Little Ear's several people just so easily, who are the ones who suffered from the loss of their brothers and sisters. Xiaonima, don't move and I'll you to death. Xiaobei's hand pinch is exactly I previously crashed Guang Jun's horn gun. He took it out as just to scare people, because that gun can only shoot one round, after the shot is ruined. But Little Ear's several people didn't know so when they saw Xiaobei coming with a gun, they all gave up resisting as well. Change the room for 312's guest. If he doesn't agree, refund the room fee to him. All these people take away, go to the warehouse, keep the commotion down, don't affect the other guests. After Xiaobei made the arrangement at fire speed, he snatched the blood-stained scissors in Guanqi's hand. Grass, you are also enough tiger. Fortunately all stabbing is not deep. If you want to stab the stomach, you are not ruined? Guanqi looked up at Xiaobei and didn't say anything. Don't flinch here, go down with me. Negative floor warehouse. Xiaobei learned what happened from the two gangs and had a headache about it. This kind of thing was the worst to deal with. Little Ears had a bit of a background, but did not act in a disciplined manner. And is Xiao and 3 fat although doing things rules, but mixed with the is not. In the end, Xiaobei decided to level the playing field and hit each of them with 50 large plates. I opened the door as business, not set up a ring. You carry a chopper at dry, I still do business? Pay $3,000 each, get lost. Small Ears heard this result naturally unconvinced, because after the initiation of the conflict, he was 3 fat extra care. Just now the fight, his own thighs also received a shear. This is clearly their own loss. Brother Bei, I know you are Brother Wild's brother. I also have a big brother. My big brother's name is Guan Xiang. Either you ask around. Xiaobei itself loathes Small Ears, so did not spoil him. Your big brother is Guan. You should be compensated for the money also have to pay off. Little Ear defiantly stood up. Grass, your broken door, up to $200. Why do you want 3,000 off? With me having a gun, but also dare to collapse you, okay? Xiaobei carried a gun and disliked Little Ear's chest with an expressionless face. Little Ears hesitated for a moment before covering his nose and nodded. Okay, you have a gun, you bull coins, I'll give you money. Saying that, Little Ears pulled out $3,000 from inside his money clip and handed it over to Xiaobei, then with a wave of his hand he led the people away. A filial piety in 3 fat side will be difficult. They came back from the south less than 2 months, rent a house, tickets, mess has been to the bottom of the family almost out. Business has not been much better, because the Small Ears side has been suppressing them. Many stores, they do not dare to send customers. This side put together, the most you can take 800. Big brother, you do good, make trouble is our wrong, in the future we also long memory, you less point line. Xiaobei originally wanted to loosen the mouth, but turned his head and thought, if his own side of the less money charged, then if the Small Ears know it is not good to explain. How much is how much? 3,000 less a point also cannot. I see you have nothing to do. Your friend is hurt quite seriously, so, you stay, let him go to the hospital to see, and then in the money over to fetch you. Xiaobei originally thought so take a filial piety. A filial piety may call the money, but did not expect is. A filial piety did not hesitate, directly agreed to down. This behavior makes Xiaobei is still quite touching. Think this called a Xiao person is not bad, quite righteous. Chapter 50, look at what I have here. Little Ears sighed just out of the queen's door, dismissed the crowd around him, drove his own car to find Guan Xiang. He was aggrieved and wanted Guan Xiang to help him out. Of course, the main thing is to monopolize the coin-selling market. Guan Xiang is not too old, 30 years old or so, the figure is very good, it is usually pay more attention to the maintenance of the kind of. The body does not have the kind of gangster's teeth and claws strength, but some like business elite. Guan Rui on the phone already know the thing after, to gas talk, more is speechless. This New Year's Eve, their own love will let a person a violent beating, really quite upsetting. At the door of the box, the two had the following conversation. Big brother, is he hitting me? He's beating you. Look at the stabbing to my thigh. Guan Xiang frowned and swept a glance at Little Ear's wounds, then said, you two, fighting is fighting, what are you doing touching someone else's store? If it were me, I would have stabbed you too. Little Ear aggrieved a skimming mouth, line, this thing even if I do confused, but that Lu Xiaobei know I am your people, before leaving also blackmailed me $3,000. Okay, don't chatter, this 5,000 you take, when the big brother to give you the red packet, today it's too late, tomorrow I will give Guyi a call, about to meet. Small Ears also did not polite, took the red packet face sort of out of a bit of a smile look, a bit superfluous hard cudgel the sentence. Big brother, you want to establish rules with Guyi ah? Guan Xiang speechless frown, what rules? The last rules of the Guang Jun is still injured, you can see a few problems on this beat. Small Ears look at Guan Xiang a little toot face, suddenly also narrowed. I tell you, making money is the main thing, the rest is secondary, you less blowing coins outside. After driving away the Small Ears, Guan Xiang once again returned to the drinking establishment, after asking around, found my phone, but did not play, but politely sent a text message, meaning to let me call him back at a convenient time. In the text message, Guan Xiang also did not bring up the matter of causing trouble in my hotel, in short, the words are very polite. The next morning. I woke up in a daze. My brother-in-law and elder sister and mom went out to visit relatives. I ate a bite of rice in a messy way and then called with Ching Ching, learned that she could not take a vacation tonight, so it is thought to find the small north of them to sneak around to go. I also returned Guan Xiang's call. This person had met a few times before when he was socializing with brother Feng and had some conversations. He gave me the feeling that is quite courteous, talk to anyone softly, not like a jerk. After agreeing to a dinner time in the evening, I also politely hung up the phone, but the heart is quite puzzled, because I am not familiar with him to the point of dinner. With my doubts, I drove straight to the Queen. In the last road junction to turn the corner, my side left and right dodge did not avoid, a little fat wearing a black down jacket directly planted in front of my car. My first thought was that I had bumped into a bumper car. This is also too unprofessional, big brother, this all have monitoring you know not. I stopped the car, pulled a handbrake, clip handbag cursed down the car. Close to look, I was a little confused, because this little fat man's clothes have some undried blood, pressure is not like just hit me. And just as I froze, this little fat man immediately scurried up, yanked me with one hand, and pinched the fruit knife with the other hand and directly pushed it against my stomach. Not a bumper car? To hijack? The little fat man's emotion is very agitated, gritted his teeth and yelled lowly, I don't want money, you let the one called Liu Xiaobei release my brother. People released, I turn around and leave, otherwise I will immediately open stabbing. Brother, you don't get excited first, you tell me what's going on. Taking advantage of the little fat man recounting what happened when the attention is not too focused, my hand ran handbag grabbed over, where there is a handful of imitation 5-4, this guy is not mine, but Yinan gave me, because I was not before to Yin Feng as a driver well. This thing belongs to the big brother driver's standard office supplies, usually I put their own handbag inside, this is the first time to take out. Little fat man this side just finished, my gun also took out. Come on, little fatty, you see what this is, you're say again who you wanna stab. Little fatty saw the gun after the body obviously froze, the palm of the hand is also obviously some shivering, but to my surprise, this kid is really quite temperamental. Crass, it's worth it for me to stab you if you crash my gun. Taking a gun is to scare people, I'm not tigerish enough to shoot on the avenue. Don't, let's calm down, New Year's Eve, can't make a mistake, look at you always excited about what, I didn't say don't call, young age, too impulsive. I said softly, this side took out the phone to the duty of Ah Bao called. Hey, Ah Bao, is there a person called Ah Xiao who has detained our store? Yes, there is such a person, what's wrong brother? Let him go. Ah Chuan was surprised and replied, but brother Bei hasn't paid the compensation he asked for. Don't you care about the compensation, Xiao Bei is just a smelly part-time worker, he is the boss and I am the boss? Hurry up and release him. After I finished saying this, Ah Gung was obviously stunned on the other side of the phone, and then he also understood the meaning of my words. Okay. After promising, Ah Gung hung up the phone. Not a moment later, little fatty received a call, and when he saw that it was Ah Xiao calling, he immediately picked it up. Hey, have you come out yet? The one called a break somehow released to me, I asked him why, he did not say, where did you get the money from? Where did you get the money? Crass, I said how many times, we die also die outside, do not want the money of the family, how ing shameful. 3 fat tone excited back, you do not care, go home and wait for me, I also immediately go back. The phone side of Ah Xiao obviously have to say something else, but 3 fat but chose to hang up the phone directly. See, I'm quite cooperative with you, right? Come on, take this friendship breaker away from my stomach. Little fatty drew back the fruit knife after hesitating for a moment, and with that, the muzzle of my gun went up. And little fatty didn't resist, instead, he was very spontaneous in return. The thing is that our brother did wrong, you don't have to be like this, I'll go with you. Said, the little fat man peeled off my hands 54, limping on the back seat of my car. There were no words along the way, I didn't drive the car to the parking lot, but parked it on the negative floor where I usually pick up my goods. A break, several people see me get off the car immediately brought people to welcome up, after seeing the little fat man, grabbed his hair to kick, but was stopped by me. Do what New Year's Eve, that called Ah Xiao? I lit a cigarette, casually rushed to a break asked. A break threw proudly back, I'm more I smart once I heard you say so, I understand how it is, I first give this kid release, and then let Xiaofeng drive to follow him, to see that he made a phone call, and then the person will be captured back, now pouting in it. As soon as little fatty heard the conversation between me and Ah Bao, he immediately realized that he was tricked by me, and immediately became anxious. Guyi, I chow Nima, if you don't the 2 of us to death today, the 2 of us will you to death tomorrow. For this kind of threat, I was already numb, waved my hand, signaling Ah Bao to get little fatty in as well, and after the people left, I dialed Xiao Bei's phone on my side. Chapter 51, Wild Brother Scared? In the phone, I understand the story, but also understand why Guan Xiang suddenly invited me to dinner. Xiao Bei's character I understand, always is to forgive others, he suddenly blackmail, must have his reason. After learning about this situation, I also had a big headache. Xiao Yi, you see who I usually bullied, Little Ear's gang, excessive things are not done once or twice, the guests of our hotel always reflect to me, saying that they bring a bunch of people in the corridor in the middle of the night to negotiate with the guests, and from time to time, they make a noise. Later I also inquired, they do not abide by the rules, in addition to the work money, and then ask for an additional fare, is completely asking for sky-high prices, sometimes 50, sometimes 100, and bumped into a good bully still have money, 200 and 300 is also a common thing. And phase Z went up is to pull the fight, even pull the fight people are playing. You say this is not a little race face, I came back to sleeper regretting, paralyzed, to 5,000 good. After listening to the words of Xiao Bei, I made a decision in my mind, tonight at the dinner party I must talk to Guanxiang to understand, so the whole thing, affect my business What's wrong with that Xiao and that little fat guy? Xiao Bei said another round of drip, my side of the heart is also counted, hung up the phone, sitting in the office after pondering for a while, then to the A-barge a phone call. Hey, brother, you say so to both of them. Inside the warehouse, the two were arrested and returned, and then by a barging gentle education, although did not lay any deadly hands, but the mouth did not get less. Come on, make an IOU. Xiao and San Fat were surprised at once, because when they were escorted back to the basement for the second time, the two of them thought about it, as long as they didn't do anything to kill them, they had to take revenge. What? What does it mean? Xiao cautiously glanced at the number on the note and asked with a puzzled look in his eyes. A breakthrough half-squatting body threw the pen at the feet of Xiao back. Wild brother is afraid, softened, you two can go by playing an IOU, but this money must be returned within 2 months. And that is, it's fine for you guys to come to the Empress to deliver people, but you have to abide by the rules, there can't be any mess. Once the guests react with us, then you guys have to get out. Xiao didn't expect happiness to come so suddenly. For a moment some can't accept, very brainwashed asked, then how much money do we pay for horse release every month? Gung pondered whether he would get beaten up if he received more extra money, and the answer he got was also very affirmative, so he rejected Zhao's suggestion. There's no need to pay the horse herding money, just be more disciplined in your work. After the people left, Du Xiaofeng, who was on duty with Bao, immediately blinked his ignorant eyes and asked, is Brother Wild really scared? Grass, as for not to just these two goods, you give me a chopper, 2 minutes I give them both chopped into fish and shredded meat, do you believe? Gung rolled his eyes, already lost the emotion of explaining, directly and simply said back. You are a stupid coin. In the evening, at 6 o'clock sharp, Zhang's pig killing dishes. Guanxiang's side brought a driver in addition to little ears, while on my side I didn't let Xiao Bei come, but instead had Tuan follow me. After meeting and exchanging pleasantries, we got down to business. Guanxiang's side of the meaning of this meal today is considered to give me an apology, small ears do not understand things, let not with his general understanding. Brother, the past I will not mention, we are not do not know, this $3,000, you put away, Xiao Bei do not know you, plus your little brother does a little impulsive, he was angry before he opened his mouth to money. Guanxiang immediately waved his hand and refused, no, this money should be compensated, and we know it does not matter. My attitude tough money stuff to Guanxiang, picked up a glass of wine again to speak, brother, I just did this business, not easy borrowed a lot of money, and now a phone call is to call the account. Give away the matter, you see we cannot stop for a period of time, the customer response is not very good, after buddies if you mix well, today's pour over, I'm sure to make up for you. Originally, Guanxiang did not want to take my money, but when I finished saying this money he could not take. Because if he didn't want the money, then it would mean that the two of us would have to tear it up a bit over the matter of giving it away. It was too childish for both him and me. After receiving the money, we didn't dwell on last night's events, talking about the day to talk about the calf, didn't talk about any serious high. Guanxiang and I just had 2 beers each. He also has something on his side, and I am not willing to continue to accompany, so the two of us polite a few sentences, the meal is over. Sitting in the car, this side just to the 21st century to drive, social my brother Feng's phone call came over. Hey, brother Feng, what's wrong? Yen Feng on the other side of the phone should also be socializing, quite noisy. Just finished dinner with Guanxiang Well, nagging, say something, what, Huang Taiji told you Yen Feng smiled back, I am not familiar with Huang Taiji, there is a good friend just called me, said Huang Taiji contacted him, that side is quite embarrassed, afraid that I misunderstood, so let me contact you. Oops, look, this little thing even you are alarmed, you can rest assured that I bear in mind the teachings of young people fighting and killing immature, Guanxiang's side of the face that should be given to the face I have given, the matter is absolutely not bad. Obviously Yen Feng is also very satisfied with the way I handle, in fact, the higher the status of the big brother, the more annoying to meet things to play fight and kill that set. Well, I also listened to friends said, you do this really good, okay, you should do it, the first 5 don't forget to go to work or pack you. Said, Yen Feng hung up the phone. I looked at the hung up phone, involuntarily a burst of heart tired. This is the sadness and helplessness of our industry, as long as in this circle, then no one can refuse. Brother, I do not understand a little, why do we give the money to Guanxiang we are not afraid of him, we also occupy the right. The new generation of the heartless barge in questioned my decision, and rightly so, their thinking is still stuck in the before I went in. The idea is to find something to fight over, to show the world that I'm the fiercest and most ruthless one. Gung, there is no such thing as who to be afraid of, but whether it's worth it or not. A breakthrough seriously think for a while after decisively back, still do not understand, this thing, swinging the knife on the dry bar, what is worth it or not, he Guan Xiang is not long too head. Okay, shut up, let's not communicate, I squint for a while. A break immediately saw the situation is also anxious, look at you, always like this, not you said it, do not understand to ask, brother, you wake up, and I will chat with me or so, I drive by myself is not interesting. In desperation, I can only use a simpler way of thinking to communicate with Abao. Guan Xiang invited me to dinner, do you think it's to socialize? He's continuing to want to send people to our store, and I'm going to turn him down, but I'm still too embarrassed to say it outright, so I can only plug his mouth with money. This way we both have mutual face, but also does not affect the relationship. The next time we meet may also be able to drink, so you understand? A breakthrough disgruntled a mouth, you early so say I do not realize? I broke down and said back, either you put me down in the front, I'll drive it myself. You're nagging me like that, I'm driving with my eyes closed? Okay, you're the big brother, I'm convinced, you hurry to send me to the place. Sitting in the back of the car, I finally empathize with Yanfeng's helplessness at this moment. The driver's job, it's really not something that anyone can do, for example, odd gang is absolutely not suitable. Chapter 52 New Street Night Market. 2 cigarettes of effort, Abao sent me to the 21st Century Hotel downstairs. After getting off the car, I looked at Abao, pondered for a while and decided that I'd better communicate with Abao. After all, I can't rely on me and Xiaobei for all the business matters in the future. And as far as the current state of Abao several people, I am absolutely impossible to give them important business to do. Why? Is not enough trust? No, but because no matter what they do, their thinking is still solidified at the level of a jerk. Frankly speaking, this is very low level, but also the most primitive. Let's even put it more bluntly, I handed over a project to Chuang. I first put aside how he did, I am most worried about how much trouble he will cause me on this project. This is just like a car, he first to quality, followed by its appearance and interior, as well as a variety of features to consider. On the other hand, the current state of Abao's people is that they look quite luxurious on the outside, but in reality, they can't even control the brakes or the gas pedal well. Don't think it's an exaggeration, right now Abao several people give me the feeling that this is the case, the heart of the mind is good, but the people are too tigerish. A moment to do what to go. I first patted a sentence. A breakthrough justified back, go back to drink, penetrate, and then dry poker chant. Ahem. I awkwardly coughed lightly twice and then called out to a Gung, come on, let's continue to chat a few words on the topic just now. Don't be so gentle, why, do you want to dive me? I'm telling you, I have hemorrhoids. It's not hygienic to have a little blood. If you want to straighten it, it'll be a few days. I forced patience, opened the door and said, a break, I'm going to tell you the following words, your own good mind. If IQ is insulted, then I first say sorry to you. A breakthrough a skimming mouth, again buried me. Let's follow your thinking, this money is not given, we borrowed this matter with Guan Xiang to start, and then? A break into a big grin to light a cigarette back, then there is what then? Someone will be injured, then we have to pay for the medical expenses, someone in jail, we have to hire a lawyer, spend money to move the relationship, these costs will add up to far more than $3,000, and we cannot get any benefits, because even if Guan Xiang quit the gangster this business to wash his hands, his wealth will not be inherited to us, right? Ah Gang was silent now, blinking his eyes and pondering there. I won't let our brothers suffer any bullying, on the contrary, I won't take the initiative to pickpocket anyone, because we don't have the capital to do so, right now, your brother Bei and I are still carrying more than $1 million of famine on our backs. I'm telling you this, not to complain, but to tell you what the correct way to deal with problems is like. Among the several of you, you are the oldest and the leader, you say you are so pugnacious, and you can't move without bloodshed, I just want to support you, is it not impossible to do so? Ah Gung was like a child who didn't do his homework and was reprimanded by his teacher, nodded his head obediently. Brother Wild, I understand what you mean, I will try to control my temper in the future. I saw that Abao was still a little bit of a creative force, and continued to add, not control, but to learn to change the thinking of the matter, you see Chen Mo fierce or not? Fierce enough, he cursed at Chao Nima, if there are 10,000 assholes in Bingcheng, the ones who dare to talk back are definitely not more than 5. Isn't your brother GF fierce enough? One person did a murder, 6 or 7 seriously injured. But where are they now? One is on the run, without even a proper identity, and one is already inside carrying a small school bag. Do you think you're as fierce and ruthless as those two? A breakthrough shook his head, the mood has been a little despondent. I looked at the child's education is about the same, appropriate should also encourage encouragement. You adjust your own mentality, years ago, Feng said may want to get contracted a night market to play, words I handed over to him, he did not say yes, did not say no, it is estimated to be about the same, this work if you get down, I give you to do. A break immediately raised his head to look at me, his eyes flashed with golden light. Really? Brother! I didn't say dead ha, one is to see the attitude of Feng's side, another is to see your performance. Ah Gung pulled my wrist, brother, either you dive me a bit, I can get over it by taking some painkillers. Off, what I said to you today, you ponder over it. Ah Gang nodded with a big grin. I have to, I'll go back and tattoo it on my body. On the other end, this side of the warehouse. Today is the first day of the year, it is no longer Aizawa's shift, so the crowd is drinking and playing poker inside the hotel, and Guanchi didn't go, but pouted by himself in the warehouse, and dealt with a mouthful of instant noodles for lunch. Du Xiaofeng, who was on top of the shift, came to call him twice, thinking that he would like to join in the fun. After all, he was Aizawa's youngest friend, but he was rebuffed by Guanchi on the grounds that he didn't want to make a move. Just as Kanji was pondering to squint for a while, footsteps sounded at the door. Guanchi immediately got up, because there were quite a few goods in the storehouse, and if they were really lost, he was jointly and severally liable. Who is it? Only to see a thin middle-aged man dressed in rather shabby attire leading an old lady and Du Xiaofeng walked in together. Looking closely, the middle-aged man's eyebrows and nose bore some resemblance to Guanchi. Guanchi, it says I'm looking for you, so I'll lead it over. Your family relatives, right? Either I'll take over for you for a while, and you go home to take a look? Du Xiaofeng was also a bit confused at the moment, because Xiangzi introduced that Guanchi didn't have a home at all. Guanchi was agitated and spoke even less well. It's okay, I can, that. You go and get busy. Du Xiaofeng swept a glance at the two people in front of him, then pointed to the walkie-talkie and said at Guanchi, I'm on the first floor of the hotel, there is something to shout at me. Guanchi nodded and watched Du Xiaofeng leave before welcoming him. Milk, why are you here? The old lady touched the side of Guanchi's face and said dotingly, it's New Year's Eve, Milk made dumplings for you, came to see you, there's no vacation on New Year's Eve, ah? Guanchi lowered his head and was silent for a while and then lied at the old lady, there is overtime pay for the New Year's Eve, the boss is very good to me and left the opportunity to me. After hearing this, the old lady sighed, our family is incapable, we didn't even pay for you to finish your studies, AI. Guanchi took the dumplings and did not reply. During this time, Guanchi only exchanged a few words with the old lady, and did not even look at the middle-aged man, as if he were a stranger. After the two of them talked for about 10 minutes, the old lady was about to leave, and just then, Guanchi called the middle-aged man to the small bedroom inside. Only to see that Guanchi drew out $1,000 from under the pillow, leaving $200 after all to the man. Take this money, don't let the old aunt bully grandma, every month I will give money to the family. After the man took the money, his face finally had a little smile look. Your old aunt just talked, this is also my own mom, I can see her being bullied? Don't worry, take care of yourself outside Guanchi. Guanchi narrowed his eyes and did not say anything, striding out until he sent his grandmother to the door of the hotel, only to return. Chapter 53 Smiling Tiger, Tan Xiaoxiao. In the blink of an eye, time came to the 5th day of the first month. During this period, I live really not as easy as giving Yin Feng as a driver, everyday meals constantly, the whole I want to wrestle with Ching Ching activities have no time. After picking up Yin Feng, I took the time to eat breakfast with him, talked about the night market. Of course, this job people give or not give me, that is the matter of others, I can do is to try to cheeky contact. From the Feng brother mouth to know, this night market at first he is intended to get down his main relationship with the leader of the brother-in-law, is also a disguised confessionate. Relationships and other things he has finished looking for, and now has 8 or 9 is not bad. But things have changed a bit, the leadership brother-in-law out of the country, but the relationship are running almost the send money or send out, so we thought to take over to get their own. Contracting night market such projects, in fact, with the picking up money is not much difference, because you give the government out of the contracting fee, you can certainly end up from the merchants to earn back, if you are operating on their own, there are good channels of entry, in the middle of the act as a second-hand dealers, that come to money is more. It's no exaggeration to say that a year out of 7 or 800,000, that's the same as playing. And Yin Feng operation of this new street night market, that is more belong to the night market in the best, good location, near the university city, area is also enough. Feng brother, you this level of boss, but also staring at a night market to get, some two-hearted, our brothers at home do not have the right? I skillfully passed the words there, in fact, the heart has been some small apprehension. Yin Feng eat quickly, I am still pickling eggs, he has eaten almost. Our company's main real estate, these years my center of gravity are in the project, our family this group of people now let me accustomed to the high and low, big money cannot earn, small money is also a little bit to see, although the night market is also quite to the money, but have to operate is a worrying work. Seeing this I immediately put down the eggs, raised his hand, I'm willing to share the worries of brother Feng. Oh, said you really, I see you the most shrewd, words outside the words have to give me a set. I got up and sat next to Yin Feng, pulled up his thick and powerful wrist, head leaning on his shoulder. Feng brother, if you like silly, I will immediately give you a trickle of haram, more than 1,000,000 famina, to pressure me to death, you ferry me off. The big deal is that at night people accompany you to sleep, could not to la. Yin Feng annoyed to pull out his hand, don't be disgusting, I told you Gui. Yin Feng brought out the people, must do it like what, the night market is not down, you do a good job to go to the construction site to move bricks, I do not have to support the idol. The relationship between Yin Feng and I, in fact, is similar to me and Bao. I can appropriately joke with him to liven up the atmosphere and bring the relationship between big brother and little brother closer. But when it comes to business, if he says one, I feel that I can't say two, and must keep up with him. Can't keep up? That means you're out of the game. You point a path, I'll lead the team to give you a lie down. Yen Feng skimmed his mouth and asked rhetorically, you're still young, you should learn to be humble, instead of having to find an opportunity, just blowing coins. Said Yen Feng got up, ran to the door of the breakfast store to go. I quickly settled the bill and followed closely. After getting on the car, Yen Feng did not let me drive to the company. I see this situation, my heart is solid. Sure enough, not a moment Yen Feng gave a person called Tan Xiao called the phone, the two also in the phone about meeting. This Tan smile I can be too familiar. The earliest time is in our district dry market. I went to elementary school. My mother also went to his place package stalls, selling beef and mutton. This person can be said to be dry in this area of the veteran. It is said that the ice rink large and small markets, his hands pinched more than a dozen, basically has reached the point of sitting at home to hire people to count the money. As for his background is difficult to say, because no people understand, dry market this thing, you have to be honest, do not need outsiders, your own market stall owners can bear you to death. Half an hour later, I drove Yinfeng's Lexus Big 57 parked in front of a market called Fenghua. Followed by Tan Xiaoxiao arrangement of people, I and Yen Feng together to the management office of the market. This place is decorated quite like that. Once you enter the door is a one-person high statue of Guangong, next to the tea table and sofa. The walls are also decorated with murals. The innermost side is a super large fish tank, which is raising two big golden dragons, contrasting with the dirty and messy outside. Brother Foam, we haven't seen each other for a while, sit down, sit down. As soon as I heard you were coming, I didn't even go to breakfast. Tan Xiaoxiao height is also 1m7273 that look like it, the head is not high, but the body is very strong. He was dressed very sharply, and very much in line with the dress of a socialite. Head type is very wow, both sides are all green skin, only the top of the head has a little bit of plate inch. The whole man looked more than spirited and a little fierce. But this person is very interesting to talk, no matter what to talk to you, face always hangs a smile, almost reached every 2 words to smile, the frequency is quite high. This smiling tiger nickname of his was not really for nothing. Either way, the name may be wrong, but the nickname will never be wrong. And Feng is a bit puzzling in his conversation, he seems to be as calm as water in the face of anything, you can hardly tell whether he is angry or happy. I stood on the side, listening to the two gossip, but also quite boring, but no way, people are for us to do things, in the boring also have to stand off. Old Tan, I have nothing to do, usually you are busy I am also busy, contact is less, this door on something, make me also a little embarrassed. Tan smile initiative to Yen Feng pouring tea, a look of heroic dry clouds. Feng brother you say so can be my old Tan as an outsider, is not the project on the funds a little nervous ah? You wait I give the financial call, how much I have in hand, you leave me a fraction, the rest you take. I heard Tan smile so said, that heart more bottom. These days, willing to take the initiative to lend money to your friends, that really in pandas almost. Just let me some surprise, because I and Yen Feng came on the way to talk to, he said he and Tan Xiao is not very familiar. Old Tan, not the money thing, I Yen Feng out to mix so many years, you see when I have opened my mouth with the side brother, a family has a family day, money this thing, I would rather go to the bank to back interest, but also will never make it difficult for friends. I'm looking for you today, or because of that thing from a year ago, you said last time to discuss with the brothers around you, I see that you also have not been calling me back, so I came over to ask. Tan Xiaoxiao put down the phone, his body leaned on the sofa, one hand touched his inch head and asked rhetorically, Brother Foam, I heard that the male brother who was going to take over the market isn't he out of the country? Yen Feng frowned slightly, but it was just a flash. When Yen Feng explained things clearly after the original reason, followed by added, Lao Tan, you lead this forward is not easy, I Yen Feng do things although overbearing, but reasonable, I Garden International have 2 sets or 110 square feet up to the large household, is the developer left me top account, you can send someone to see, fancy that one set of, I this side of the arrangement of people directly over the account. Garden International house price is about 3,000 or so, the top account house at least 2,506, a rough calculation, this is more than 300,000. Chapter 54, The Humble Servant Takes Orders. Tan Xiaoxiao didn't agree, but didn't reject it either, but chanted like he was talking to himself. Brother Foam, you also know, in addition to getting the market, I also have a bit of other small business, if I say other work, I do not even let you run to me, directly agreed, but now the situation is a bit different Yen Feng lowered his head and sipped his tea, did not even look at Tan Xiao, and Tan Xiao did not feel embarrassed, after a pause, then continued to say. Narcotics side of the Wang captain, 3 months ago I greeted, said his daughter-in-law would like to get a night market to do it, my side also promised him, you can say this can be done, I also really worried. Yen Feng still did not say, but I was a bit unable to stand, the words, Yen Feng has helped me say. And this Tan Xiao gave the meaning is also very obvious, he is also willing to pour some chemicals, now in charge of his business this department leader opened, he cannot refuse, once refused, rice bowl is gone. Brother Feng, you allow half a month for a month, my side is studying it. Tan smile on the mouth although not put words to death, but the general meaning of Yen Feng certainly heard, this is the banishment order it, you are waiting for a decade, and then come back to him certainly also this attitude. Yen Feng raised his head, I do not know whether it is intentional, or unintentional, placed in front of him teapot, directly by him with a pushover. Old Tan, I extra into you to add 66,000, you sell me a face, you see how? Tan smiled happily and got up to reply, but at this time a little brother beside him, Big Beaver, couldn't sit still. Phone brother, we can't compare with you, you usually eat and socialize with the city leaders, under the business are also big business, you say you pinch our neck to do what You are in the bully, cannot let people eat, right? Rabbits know to bite when they are anxious, not to mention those of us who eat Jianghu rice big old men. At these words, Yen Feng laughed, waving his hand and pointing to Ring Big Beaver. You've only been eating Jianghu rice for a few years and you dare to talk to me like this? I domineering? I am domineering when you have not seen it. Big Beaver followed also stood up, blaring eyes as if to eat people. What, brother Feng, you wanna choke me This time there is no need for Yin Feng to speak, and it can even be said that there is no need for him to be doing anything. Because this has come to the moment of my performance. Chow Nima, pinch your neck so what, you have a temper Pussy brat. I cursed angrily, stepping on the coffee table and striding forward, directly strangling Big Beaver's neck. He just wanted to fight back. I followed his strength, directly pressed his neck and ran into the fish tank. 2 seconds later, the fish tank shattered, the big civet is full of blood sitting on the ground, while my gun is aimed at Tan Xiao. Yin Feng stood up slowly with his hands on his knees, his expression flat as he looked at Tan Xiao. Old Tan, a broken night market, I didn't even take it seriously, but you seem to be taking it seriously with me. I'll put words in my mouth, even if I don't do the night market, you can't do it either. From now on, you Tan Xiao give me a 12-minute spirit, because I'm going to strangle you. Yin Feng is in the front, I'm in the back, and the muzzle of the gun is raised all the way. At this time is not I should consider whether to shoot the problem, but the other side, but wherever there is a movement, then I can not even a trace of hesitation, must decisively straddle the fire. Because I am doing this, otherwise what do I have under the Yin family this tree to cover the wind and rain? Tan Xiao stood up and did not even look at the big beaver lying on the ground. Okay, brother Feng, I'll try this barefoot with you in shoes. Out of the market, I palpitating start the car, a foot gas pedal directly scampered out, until after running out of 2 streets, this little heart is not jumping so hard. Yen Feng to the whole process is more calm, a little bit no panic, Big Brother fans still hold the dead. Brother Feng, you make way, I lead the team to play with him. Before I flipped off Tan Xiao, I had to fight for this job. But after flipping with Tan Xiao, I'll have to grab this job. We cannot cheekily say that Yin Feng and Tan Xiao flipped mainly because of me, because I also understand that I just started, and Yin Feng's heart is not so big weight. But as long as the process of flip-flopping, there is a little bit of my factor exists, then I cannot hide. When the big brother may not like the little brother who was willing to cause trouble, but he must not like the little brother who hides. Yin Feng calmly smoking a cigarette, lightly asked back, can you straighten it out? Don't let people dry down in 2 rounds, I can't afford to lose people with you. I have lost everything, but just have not lost face, this spot you find someone to give me a replacement for the shift, when I let the old Tan kneel, in the back. Yin Feng face expressionless nodded, okay, no need to give him face. Half an hour later, after giving Yin Feng a ride to the company, I was free to move around. The task that followed was to set up Tan Xiao and take down the night market. The first person I contacted was Yinan. After all, I went in for so long, this Tan Xiao is what level I cannot touch, while Yinan has been hanging out, he is naturally clear. After a few words on the phone, I learned that Yinan was in the neighborhood, and I didn't dawdle, directly called a cab and rushed over. Inside a certain work shed. Yinan took off the sight cap, patted the dust on the body, handed me a cigarette and asked, what, the night market lied big brother arranged for you? Grass, you what tone, will not be jealous, right? Yinan waved his hand, I cannot, the first time the big brother contacted Tan Xiao when I was around it, that I think this old boy should not agree. Besides, you're new here, it's normal for you to be favored, but this is not a good job to take on, this Tan Xiao is quite difficult to deal with. I casually pulled out a chair and sat down and asked, how is it difficult to deal with, tell me. Think about it, Tan Xiao is a chemist, and he's been doing it for 7 or 8 years, so it's not a problem for him. Let's talk about his people after we finish talking about his connections. Our country has a hard and fast rule that if you exceed 50 grams, you have to be killed, but are there fewer people under him to do this? They are not afraid of the government, can you just swing a katana? Yinan said I also reacted to this, Tan Xiao's men if there are not a few hard people, how can they dare to Yin Feng call the shots? But now regret is useless, because this thing I cannot avoid, can only be tough to come. And just as I was worried, Yinan came back to the language. But you don't need to be anxious, Tan Xiao is what kind of person our big brother has in mind, you pull a few rounds with him, big brother sees that you can't take it, surely he will step in. I'm annoyed beyond measure waved his hand, grass, you fast don't give me ad blockage, bull coins I have blown out, the last have still let Feng brother to step in, then I directly packed 2 acres of land home to swing a pickaxe to it. Look at you, talk about anxious, I'm not also nothing good way to comfort you. Chapter 55 2 Sides of the Attack on the Smiling Tiger. In Yinan this also did not get the scripture, I had no choice but to return to the queen, pondering this group together to discuss to see how to get this good, after all, the night market down, the benefit is not my personal, everyone followed the light. On the road when I called one by one to notify, so back to the queen not a moment, people are all together. At present, our team is more unique. People are both civil and military, while our team is more unified, all martial arts, and each is a tiger coin. After I finished the cause and effect, I also took out my attitude. There is no room for negotiation in this matter. The following knife to knife, gun to gun draya, that is certain. The first to speak is a breakthrough. He adheres to this consistent style of tiger coin, strongly recommended directly to block Tan Xiao from the root to resolve the conflict. It's not that your move won't work, but now that Feng has flipped out with him, he's definitely on guard, and can't say he's still waiting for us to come to his door. I took a dry drag on my cigarette and returned with an incomparably uptight voice. Then the contemporary poet Song Lu took over the conversation. Wild brother, this Tan Xiao, I've heard of him, this old boy can be Thai, raised several women, do you think we can start from this aspect? Before I could retort, Du Xiaofeng interjected, have you been reading too many brain-dead novels lately? If he is so horny, why did you hire a female assassin? Can we talk realistically? This is a serious matter. You do not have a fart geller voice? Song Lu instantly became anxious after receiving a brain slap. You're so smart and brave, you should think of a solution, but you're still sarcastic here? Try hitting me, I'll punch you in the crack of the sofa. See two people to pinch up, I immediately reprimanded, willing to do, a moment you two find no one place to fight go, do not make trouble in front of my eyes, I'm bored. The two people saw that I was a little angry, and immediately squinted. After a few minutes of silence, Xiaobei lit the second cigarette, squinting eyes, said, the market itself is quite a lot of money, not counting the oil and water of his splicing wholesale, booth fees a year have earned over, you say he holds such a pot of gold is not properly run, but also dumping chemicals, which shows what? I hesitated for a moment before tentatively returning, too greedy? Xiaobei nodded, look at these top big brothers in Ice City, who would go dumping that stuff? Caught is a capital offense, even the opportunity to appeal, but Tan Xiao is doing it for so many years, which can indeed prove that he has some relations above, but from the side we can also see that he does not have much guts, or else why do you want to do this head off the industry, not to go to the real estate circle to fight with those big brothers? Xiao Bei's words are indeed very reasonable, in other places are not clear, but in terms of the northeast, especially Bingchang. But where the pouring of that thing, basically our desperate blind son, but where there is a little way to live, we'll never go to that dead end. And it also has nothing to do with how hard you have connections, because the strength of the fight against his industry where it is. Your connections to be really through the sky, you directly circling the building more good earn more than drugs, and the risk is also small, and set out also decent. Xiao Beiso chat, we a few people's thoughts also completely open. Then we can start from both ends, block his way of wealth, I don't believe it, he can because of a night market, the rest of the market is not dry, just focus on competing with us. After I finished my words, Chuang immediately added, we can also touch the people under him where they usually lose goods, catch one, let's poke them all for nothing, do this business, I don't believe they dare to call the police. Speaking of which, we agreed that this idea is not a problem, cut off the tan smile of the financial road, he will not be a small loss, and then give him a step, I guess the night market even into the matter. But then the new problem appeared again, small pouring that circle of people good to get, after all, they do is over the line of work, how to deal with them are not a problem, but Tan Xiao market side is not good to get. First of all, his stallholders are individual households, and secondly, these people are with him to have a formal contract, people are operating, if we force to disrupt, that do not have to tan smile hands, this group of individual households each play a phone call to the police, I'll be properly guarded pouting to go. After thinking about it, we decided to solve the problem from the root, but not to do Tan Xiao, but to pinch his source of goods. Tan Xiaoxiao's several markets are in our neighborhood in these districts, and the markets in this neighborhood will be unified to Hatta to buy goods. We only need to block his source of goods, then this financial path of his market will naturally be cut off. After the discussion was over, Xiao Bei and I began to split up. He took Song Lu and Du Xiaofeng to go to Hatta tomorrow morning to block the source of goods, while I took Bao and Xiang Zhe to go to various nightclubs, KTV to block those from the hands of Tan Xiaoxiao bulk goods of the small pouring. Storytelling here I also explain what is a small dumping, in fact, this is the sale of shaking head, or ice, but these people bulk goods can be completely different from the plot of the TV series, there is no a few kilograms of assay, each shipment, at most, is 49. Why is 49? Because our country is a mandatory requirement, more than 50 is shot, you find who is not good. They bring goods like this, it is a kind of bug. And their reputation and fame within the asshole is extremely poor, belong to who see will pinch a player. Of course, we can't count them among the individuals. These people will generally be in the major nightclub fire escape pouting, store people want goods, they have to take a professional small scales over, after selling goods, but also in accordance with the proportion of the share to the store in charge of a certain cost, or else get beaten up as proper. At 9:30 p.m., the major nightclubs and KTVs started to get people. After I gathered a few good men on my side, I started to leave. Gung has a certain coterie in this area, after all, he has always been known as the elite of the industry, and after making a few phone calls, a few locations were identified. We first went to the place called Oriental Fascination KTV, the scale is not very large, but it is said to play quite high-end, a whole, and the Russian aristocrat's performances, and his family is out of the big stage, as long as you are in the right place, that will certainly be able to lead away, so the business has been very good. When I was walking towards the store, I bumped into Guan Xiang, who was holding a bag, as if he was in a hurry. Hey, Xiao Yi, you come to play ah? That box, I go out, immediately back. I saw Guan Xiang is also stunned, suddenly asked rhetorically, why are you here? Your own home is to do this, but also out to spend ah? You are also too much of a loser. Chapter 56 Sin Buster. Guanxiang, a bright smile, handed over a cigarette, slowly said, this store I also have some shares, today there are several customers, have to find what urban beauty, I just gave research to the people, this is going to send it, did not expect to run into you in this. Hearing this is Guanxiang's store, I was quite embarrassed, pondering whether to tell him, after all, we are also considered to have dealt with, even if not counted as a friend, that is also an acquaintance ah. Moreover, Guanxiang mixed also good, I cannot because of this small matter with him to make conflicts. Come on, brother, let's talk, I have to borrow your store today to do something, you see the convenience? I put my arm around Guanxiang's shoulder and spoke softly about what happened. Guanxiang listened to the straight frown, he is not afraid of the gang of dry small pouring alarm, but some customers to his store consumption, that rush is also able to be a chemistry doctor, if I give this gang of small pouring all dry run, that will affect his business. I see Guanxiang hesitation, then followed by added, I just give Tan Xiao a wake-up call, 2 or 3 rounds he understands what is going on, I'm sure it won't end, how about it buddy, make it easy. Guanxiang was silent for 2 minutes and then nodded, okay, but there is a point, pay attention when doing things, don't affect the other guests, this store my shares are not a lot, many things on the right to speak limited, you must. Did not wait for Guanxiang to finish the rest of the words, I immediately waved his hand back, you can rest assured that friends will not be difficult for friends, this point of proportion I still have, absolutely will not affect the other guests, after finishing the matter, I will leave immediately. After sending off Guanxiang, I immediately followed the foreman into the box, and then Ah Chang's friend began to call the contact person. None of us ordered a girl, also did not drink, only a breakthrough self-absorbed singing, a true heroes are going to give me a heart to sing broken, completely unable to find the key, we also do not know where he came from the self-confidence, but also want to challenge Zhou Huajin song. Waiting for about 20 minutes or so, people arrived, is a thief face man. It's not easy to guess his age, because his features are so compact that you can't tell how old he is. There is also the fact that he may have been in this business for too long, obviously there is no one else in the box, and we are not a SIE at a glance, but he still behaves very lewdly, bowing his body all the time, ready to run away at any time. A few big brothers, want to play? I crossed my legs and snorted coldly, no play, I came to read the scriptures, why do you step on the horse so much nonsense, hurry to light up the goods. Ratface grinned, didn't dare to bare his teeth with me, took off his jeans, and took out a small plastic bag at the base of his thighs, which was filled with transparent and vicious goods. I rushed Abroke to make a look, Abroke immediately understand, I'm a friend of Bright Sun Abroke friend's friend, these brothers are old players, absolute money master, time is tight, the task is heavy, you don't control, how many goods hurry up to take out, don't 49 the whole. Said, a breakout from the arms of the cash I have long given him ready, $30,000 directly shot on the table. At this time, Rat Face has begun to hesitate, because every time they ship out, they have to look at the degree of familiarity of the guests, and also afraid of having a point. Big brother, although Liangzi always take goods from me, but you few I don't know, I'll hold too much at once, I'm also afraid of accidents. I hit this huff, pretending to have been on the strength of the gesture, rubbed his eyes listlessly back, we came here to pick up a few girls to go, you count how many people in the house, plus the girls and doubled, you're this point of things enough to hold a few days? Okay, brother, I think you don't hesitate, hurry to give the majority of drug addicts to add a shift, we are here to wait for you, absolutely do not go, if you are not assured, we can arrange for an individual to go with you to pick up the goods, the trading place where, you say, you see I have sincerity it. Before coming, this gang of dry small pouring psychology I have pinched, their line are half profit, one is to earn $200 or so, and the source of customers is not very fixed, so if you run into a reliable big customers, for them, the attraction is absolutely fatal. After all, once out of the goods to take a risk, can be a one-time poke out, naturally the best. Ratface was really moved by what I said, put away the goods and bared his teeth back, then you wait for me for a while, at most 20 minutes I'll be back. This gang usually shipments outside will certainly follow the people, he said so, I instead more assured, because it means that he is definitely to pick up the goods, rather than to play any tricks with me, otherwise certainly transfer me out. After being tortured by a trespass for a while, Ratface finally came, accompanied by a youth who looks a bit similar to him, presumably with him a bit of blood, the two people are really too connected to each other. People back, Ratface is not in a hurry to take the money on the table, very professional and ethical to take out the goods, said we can first test a test. I yanked out a small iron bucket containing ice under the wine table, then filled it with beer, and then threw all the 3 big bags of goods that Rat brought into the ice bucket. What are you doing? Rat instantly anxious eyes, reaching out to save the goods. And at this time, a breakthrough and Aizawa 2 people did not hesitate at all, took out the military stab on the open stabbing, the rest of the people also rushed to follow, the 2 people pressed on the ground as a crazy output. 2 people really do not have much vigor, did not fight for a while it shouted convinced. Serve, there must be a misunderstanding, we are taking the Tan family goods, do not know where to offend you, if you step on the line you squeak, after this field we do not come. Either people in this line of work are too narrow-minded. All this time, he even thought I was their counterparts. I squatted down and looked at the two people. Ah Gang smoothly grabbed Ratface's hair. I stared at Ratface before gently resting my military stinger on his ear. I don't like this person Tan Xiao. I don't care if you're taking goods from him and selling them yourself or directly helping him to disperse the goods. In the future, if you still want to eat, stay away from him. I'll teach you a lesson today. If you still eat Tan Xiao's food in the future, then you'll touch your ears. As the words fell, I exerted force on my wrist, and the blade slashed downward with force, directly cutting open half of Ratface's ear. Ratface screamed randomly in pain, his body struggling from a distance as if he was a fish that had just been dehydrated. If he is out to mix, perhaps at this moment I will sympathize with him a little, after all, who are born and raised by parents, all for a mouthful of food. But he is dry small pouring. I have no sense of guilt, but also feel that I today is also considered to do justice to God, absolute justice. After determining that the 3 large bags of goods cannot be sold twice, I got up to leave. Lying on the ground, the Ratface covered his ears and called out to me. Big brother, I planted a person, later also long memory, leave a number chant. A breakthrough turned back to also start the fight, but was called by me to stop. Our purpose has been achieved, and the torture of him is also meaningless. Oh, my name is Gu Yi, nicknamed Sin Buster. Ratface originally also a not to report this revenge swore not to be a person's touch, but heard my name, suddenly head, and Darla down. Although I have no intention of pretending to be a coin, since I sank the Guangjun, I have indeed gained a certain status and fame in the Jianghu. It's useless against some big brothers, but when these small pourers see me, then they must stand upright. Chapter 57, Laughing Brother is on fire. Tossed to 3 o'clock in the morning, my side even is the end of the work, the entire clan south dry small pouring, as long as it is to eat Tan Xiao rice all let me clean up once. And I've already put out the word, if you still want to win Tan Xiao's rice bowl, then be ready to get beaten up at any time. A time small pouring circle completely boiled, some said to go to other districts, there are people said to quit, and even said to think about killing my whole family. I am very scoffing at this. If they really have that vigor, they will not do this business, so in my opinion, this is the old lady fighting poor stuttering ability, really fight, all are wimps. My side just wrapped up, Xiao Bei side started. He and Song Lu and Du Xiaofeng clattered together a dozen people, driving these 3 cars directly to Hada. Compared to my bloody methods, Xiao Bei's approach is much softer. The way to Hadar on the road, a truck and an Audi A6 had a scratch, not much of a big accident, there are no injuries, looking like an ordinary traffic accident. The truck driver saw the situation, jumped out of the car, accompanied by the driver of the car behind and the distribution staff. 5 or 6 people smoking cigarettes sneaking run to the Audi A6, did not take it too seriously. Bam! The driver knocked on the Audi A6 window, the attitude is quite kindly said, buddy, the lights are broken which gave me shaking. Fortunately I reacted quickly, or else overturned the car, drive a little attention to it, you so much as a whole more dangerous Sitting in the main driver's seat, Xiao Bei looked at the other side with a smile and did not say anything. Du Xiaofeng sitting in the back seat shouted at the intercom from inside the car, and then the 2 vans behind them also began to huff and puff out people, instantly surrounding the truck driver. Do you think my brother car's driving faulty You're a hard driver, you're a car god? The driver were to see this battle immediately a little confused, back a step cautious said, buddy, you want to blackmail people to find some good car my broken car is going to be scrapped, we are selling wrists, a day can earn a few dollars. Du Xiaofeng completely unreasonable with a wave of his hand, don't you talk to me about those useless, our car was scratched, pay for it. The driver looked around at the people Du Xiaofeng brought, pondered for a while, thinking that a good man is not a good man, if the price is not too much, then it will be a breakthrough. Okay, then you say how much? 80,000 it. Driver heard this number of eyes are going to stare out, his broken car are scrapped, even as serious procedures are not, can only run in the city, specifically for delivery, we said to the car sold is not worth 80,000 Little brother, you want this price is too much, you will give me the car sold also sold on the 80,000 and we are working for the boss, this accident we also have to find, you look at this okay, your car I see, there is nothing, I give you 500, you take to brothers to buy cigarettes smoking. The driver is also a part-time job for Tan Xiao Market, earns a salary, can bite the bullet and give 500, that are under a great determination. Just then, Xiao Bei poked his head out of the car window, Xiao Feng, don't make it difficult for these drivers, come on, old brother you come over, let's have a chat. The driver saw the steward speak and immediately pulled out his own cigarette case and greeted him with small steps. Come, brother, smoke a cigarette. Xiao Bei took the cigarette and wrapped a mouthful of it and slowly said, this road runs every day, right? The driver nodded his head and said back, well, we are specialized in delivering vegetables to the market, basically every day. Go back the same way, I'm not rushing you drivers, I'm rushing Tan Xiao, and you have no formalities for this broken car. You said if I make a call to the traffic police team, you people and cars will have to be impounded. Go back and you don't have to lie, just say what you need to say, my name is Lu Xiaobei, once you say it, Tan Xiao should understand in her heart. The lead driver hesitated and didn't say anything, but the dispenser next to him quit, because the nature of his work can be different from that of the driver, he gets a commission based on the goods, and there is no base salary. Why are you so bull coins? We normally take goods, what do you not let? The avenue is your home I see not to find the traffic police over. The fine deducted the car we recognize, we dared a car on the road, it cannot matter. Who are you bluffing? Xiao Bei saw the situation also did not move angry, grin, then from the passenger handbuckle to draw out a handful of above still with bloodstains on the military spikes shot on the console. You hurry to find the traffic police to come over, just so I can ask him how to sentence for possession of controlled knives. The dispenser instantly squinted, because he also realized that Xiao Bei and his party didn't seem to be trying to blackmail some money to pull it off. They should really have a specific conflict with Tan Xiao. What? Didn't bring a phone come on, use mine to call, I'll see what you say to the traffic police. Xiao Bei took out his phone and handed it over. The dispenser stood frozen in place and didn't dare to take it. The two sides stalemate for 2 minutes, the driver's side directly back to the original road, compromised. On the other end, Tan Xiao's side. From last night to now, Tan Xiaoxiao hadn't slept, and his phone calls were like eating Hyun Mai, he simply couldn't stop. The group of people who called were basically all of the horsemen of the bulk goods below him, either the direct backbone of his small team. The message conveyed to him is also very simple: the goods lost, people were beaten up, you are the big brother, you have to manage me people are rushing to you, we are followed by a pot roast. Just one night only, Tan smiled this side of the loss of goods money to more than 100,000. The cannon in his mouth is growing fast at a rate visible to the naked eye. If just lose some money, I believe that Tan Xiaoxiao should be able to carry. He has been doing this for so many years, this bottom still have. What's really getting to him is that he's losing markets at a rapid rate, and there's no telling how long this is going to last. And just when he was anxious, the market side of the bad news came again. The driver who went out to pick up the goods did not pull back a pound of vegetables. Now the market this gang of stall owners exploded, blocked in Tan Xiao's office, scolded for half an hour, forcing Tan Xiao to give compensation before leaving in turn. Tan Xiaoxiao couldn't stand it anymore. He can accept a little money, because he has some family money, but so screwed up, the faucet to him pinched business cannot be done. So many brothers, cannot every day wide-eyed dry sitting here Tan smile got up to go to the bathroom to a bubble of iced tea like a trumpet, and then touched the corner of his mouth bubble, then dialed the civets phone. You lead the team to gather people, Gui is not in the shell south, stand straight, well, give me to smash his 2 legs, so that he knelt down to me. The civet heard their big brother this is really angry, immediately returned, you see well, brother smile. After the phone call, Tan smile clip up handbag, then go to find small 4 small 5 catch up on sleep to go, he is too need the comfort of the gentle land. Chapter 58, the second combination ready to go. I got up the next afternoon and there were so many missed calls, and after returning them in turn, I got a very uniform message. Tan Xiaoxiao angry, external words want me 2 legs. Leading the team to do this is the beaver that let me in the office that day a meal to return my drift punch. This situation is in my expectation, if Goso around Tan Xiao goat, then he absolutely not mixed up. So continue to beat him for sure. Now the car and horse cannon are set up, even if I soften, Tan smile will never let go of me. As for Yen Feng's side, since the two of us separated, we have not been in contact, I am completely free-range policy. The next thought I also have, compared to Tan Xiao, I am like a street stinking beggar, he is a millionaire. Now aren't they all saying it, there is a principle called the principle of concession of the happy man. My strategic thinking is, as long as the Tan Xiao know that I am like a chewing gum, nausea can be nauseated to death, that's enough. He has a big frame and can't afford to toss it, but I have a small frame and can toss it all I want. If I stop business for a month, how much money can I lose? But he Tan Xiao, he cannot afford to wait, more cannot afford to lose. Get up and wash up, call Xiao Bei and Bao, the second sandbag big fist has begun to brew. The target is still Tan Xiao's face, and this time, I'm going to knock him out. 5:30 p.m. Empress. Xiao Bei side received the latest news, Tan Xiao in the south of the clams several markets have been closed outside, the external claim is a problem with the fire escape, to shut down and reorganize, to which a few of us naturally know well, this is clearly to smash lying down we are in business. Small pouring this side of the Tan smile almost all stopped, no longer put goods to the outside world. Therefore, I do not know how many times I was greeted by the gang of addicts family, sneezing all day. Old Tan is in a hurry, so that the beaver called full of the world to pull out my it, but we cannot give a chance to breathe, the following things so do. As I spoke out my plan in a sinister manner, several people looked at each other in dismay, and finally said in a unified voice, really damn damaging. At that moment, I was also anxious, I risked giving birth to a child without PIs for what? Isn't it still for the sake of everyone's happiness? Don't care if it's damaging or not, you guys just tell me if this move of mine is worth doing? The first one to speak was still the tigerish Agung, it's worth doing, but where are we going to get that much money? I thought about it for a while and then had a plan in mind. I'll think of a way to get the money, we should be able to solve it, as long as everyone thinks it's okay, then we'll do it. A few of us discussed the details of the respective dispersed, and I went to Yin Phone Company, this time period, he should be in the company meeting. In the doorway of the conference room, blocked Yin Feng after, forced to drag to his office. Big brother, I want to borrow money. Treating Yin Feng, I did not go around so many corners, the night market to take down I am sure to benefit, but the company's side must also be a share of the shares. I take the company's money, do the company's business, reasonable Borrow money line, what to use I have to know it. Yen Feng simply did not ask how much I want to borrow, either say it, big brother is bold. I was silent for a while after a playful smile back. What do you do with you do not care? Anyway, it is certainly a positive thing. This money I can give you back at most a month, not good can earn some interest. Yen Fengsum do not believe in contemptuous smile, end of the cup of tea and took a sip. You can return on time I will burn high incense. Okay, you go to the financial bar, I will say hello to them. I stood in place some small shyness asked back. You do not ask me to borrow how much Yen Feng end of the teacup, crossed his legs blandly back. As long as it is to do the right thing, how much can lend you? Ha, who let you call me big brother it? Under the excitement, I ran Yen Feng's brain to a mouthful. I really more and more worship you. Really cannot I really have to Thailand to go a trip, let you well comfortable. Shameless to the extreme pat a horse's ass, I foot on the windstep ran to the financial office to run. At this moment, my thoughts have completely changed. Previously, I always feel comfortable, unrestrained, even if something happens, do not have to worry so much, the big deal is that 2 horizontal and 1 vertical dry. But since with Yen Feng, throw out that car not to talk about, I benefited a lot of before I simply did not have the opportunity to contact the dignitaries, we have to be able to talk to people a few words. Although these relationships are transformed by Yen Feng, but I am in his team, then I will indirectly benefit. And most importantly, Yen Feng has never taken me as a gun, his acting style has been subtle influence on me. Doing things overbearingly, but being generous. After the financial reservation of 120 cash, my mood is not to mention how pleasant, with this amount of money, then take Tan smile, is no longer on paper. On the other end, the 3rd division of the prison. Jane Jia just finished the court today, I and Xiao Bei did not go, because the result of the lawyer has informed me. Exactly 3 years, can be described as stepping on the line judgment, there is this result, needless to say, that is bound to be Yen Feng with a big effort. Jane Jia carefully put away his own judgment, looking out through the narrow window, with more than a hint of hope in his eyes. Brother Jia, who's on duty at night? A youth serving the slot bowed his body and asked at Jian Jia in a completely curt manner. Jian Jia turned his head expressionlessly and finally placed his gaze on a fierce-looking, 5 big and thick man. Lu San, you're still on duty tonight. This Lu San was still the head of the supervisor half a month ago, but ever since Jane Jia arrived, he had become the one with the least status in the entire supervisor. In the 3 clashes with indirectly, he lost without exception, his back teeth were knocked out, and now he can only have soup for dinner, not to mention how miserable he is. Yes, Jane Jia since the prison temperament changed greatly, when things will not be in the courtesy of 3 points, but to be more into 3 points, show the sharpness. Lu San paralyzed in the toilet seat beside the muffled voice back, Jia brother, killing but head point ground, almost got, I also softened, as far as not to Jane Jia got up and nestled a foot in Lu San's head, then grabbed his hair for 2 consecutive punches. Chow Nima, killing people is nothing but head pointing? I'm going to you to death, you won't even have a chance to kowtow, you'll be on the night shift this week, dare to bare your teeth again, I'll make it hard for you to even think about dying. Lu San panicked and covered his head and cowered on the ground. Okay, I'll be on duty this month, don't fight, I'm convinced brother Jia, I won't dare to be stubborn again. Jane Jiege's sinister nodded, then walked to the head bunk position with a big grin, directly said a big word, began to huff and puff, while the other inmates or tiptoe began to busy themselves, do not dare to make a little noise, for fear of waking up to this big devil. Chapter 59, Where did Guyi go? For the next half a month, Xiao Bei and I with the 4 generals of the magic family did not appear in the circle of public vision. Home business is also remote telephone command, some entertainment, party is all put off. So far the circle of people spread, said I faced Tan smile this smile tiger goat, now looking for someone to say in it. The beaver also really clams South District Fire all day with dozens of people, driving a car all over the world to inquire about me. Where have I been? Recently, this life is not a knife or pickaxe, too unhealthy, so after the thing to do, I took a few people out of the reunion, the goal is J Park Lake, by the water, the whole point of a small barbecue, drink some wheat juice, regulate the tired soul. As for the family's rumors, I didn't care at all. In my worldview, a class of people, there are only 2 results. Either standing or kneeling. Before the result, if the mindset is affected by some gossip, then the whole person is doomed to fail. Meanwhile, in Ice City, the office of Funying Market. The Funying Market is located in the Great Eastern District, near the city center, in an excellent location. This market is the project that Tan Xiaoxiao has been most concerned about in the past year, because this place is not contracted in the hands of the main government, but rather, it is built on its own land, and the input cost is relatively high. A week ago, Funying had already begun trial operations, and the occupancy rate was quite good. According to this development, based on the stall fees alone, it wouldn't take more than 5 years to yank back all of the previous costs. Xiaole, you've worked hard in recent times, the company's side will reflect the sincerity in the year-end bonus. Tan smiled as he sipped his tea, smiling like a Maitreya Buddha. The youth who was called Xiaole wore a suit and had the appearance of a business elite, handing over a statement and saying softly, "Boss, take a look at this as the stalls that have been sold out recently, the contracts are all labeled, and the stalls that are in good locations have all been sold out at the moment." The stall fee is just a single incoming profit. What really makes Tan Zhao's heart prick and scratch is whether these merchants agree to take goods from the market or not. In fact, this routine is the same as I do wholesale liquor, also to win by volume, and then earn the difference in the middle price. Did they all sign just assessment rent contracts? The subtext of Tan Zhao's remark was asking if these merchants would take goods uniformly with the market. Xiaoli took the initiative to go forward to Tan Zhao, lit a cigarette and explained, "Boss, now the market has just opened, there is no basis for trust between us and the tenants, so I'm not in a hurry to talk about it. After all, the occupancy rate has not yet reached the passing line, many people are in the wait-and-see stage." Tan Xiao dry market for so many years, this inside the road he naturally understand, know that this matter cannot be rushed. Okay, anyway, just watch and get it done, go out and get busy, I'll take a look at the statement. What to say, although Tan Xiao is a big old man, and doer stepping on the line of things, usually also like to pull a calf. But in business, it is indeed very attentive, without the kind of poor people after the first rich dejected. His business is quite a lot, although cannot achieve everything personally, but you just pick a market and ask him what is the situation, he will be able to give you an answer of 7 or 8 points. In my opinion, Tan Xiao this kind of person, even if you do not mix with the community, is to set up a stall to sell rice, he will certainly be more than peers to sell. Because he knows what he lacks, and knows how to make up for it. Just as Tan Xiao was laboriously picking at his calculator to look at his accounts, the beaver's phone call came through. The two of them spoke every day now. On one hand, the beaver was looking for him to get his fare, and on the other hand, they were reporting on the battle. "Brother, I really can't find where Guyi Man is, his house I have been squatting for 2 days, no news at all, this person seems to have disappeared, either this first, I lead more than 20 people every day as nothing, just skulking around, even if we don't pay extra money, just eating, lodging would be several thousand. Tan Xiao recently because of my disappearance is also very on fire, behold he did not dare to move, for fear of losing big because of small. Is there nothing else we can do? If he doesn't show up, we can't stop doing business. Really can not you entrust someone to adjust him?" The beaver collapsed back. "Big brother, your move I have long thought, Guyi out of the flag waving only how long his circle of friends is very small, can be adjusted out of his people, I do not have much contact, if the hard way, that may also be counterproductive." Tan smile on the phone side of the abnormal fire rubbed his face, gritted his teeth and said, "That's how it is, shall south side of the market normal start business, our driver to pick up the goods, you follow behind the escort car, if you run into Guy's people, directly on the deal with them." Although the beaver is not willing to accept this hard work, but the big brother has spoken, what can be done? He could only bite his teeth and agree. Alright, that's the only way to do it. Well, in a few days of hard work, if Guyi still does not show up, it is estimated that it is a wimp, when the night market side down, the stall you pick this dry. Tan smile for his favorite general also did not stingy, directly give the benefits in return. Yen Feng's Lexus Big 5-7 inside. Today there is an honorarium, so Yen Feng called on Henan, mind to help him also save the relationship. This is Yen Feng's style, other big brother has a little relationship network that are hidden, cannot sleep to the mouth wrapped up, afraid of their own say out by the side of the people know. But Yen Feng never, he is the initiative to introduce their own connections to their friends or the following little brother. In his words, if you are good, then I will only be better. If you are stingy, you will not be able to do great things. Big brother, do you think you should contact Xiaodio? I think he's a bit overwhelmed playing these 2 rounds with Tan Xiao. Yen Feng decisively refused, no fight, he said he can handle it, so let him handle it himself. Henan, as my good friend, naturally had to help me in the fight. Big brother, some things little while do up to strain, but nothing more than you make a phone call to find a relationship thing. Little while just stood up, which turned his head on his knees, your face is not good and now what is being said outside, it is quite difficult to hear. Yen Feng laughed and asked curiously, what did they say? Henan was silent and did not speak, his face was suffocated red. Seeing this, Yen Feng's smile grew even wider. What's wrong? You're embarrassed to say it? Henan dryly coughed and then said in a voice like a mosquito. It is said that Tan Xiao drew a circle in the new street night market, waiting for you and Xiaodio to go together to pick the 4 little swans it. The smile on Yen Feng's face instantly solidified, and Henan didn't dare to beat blindly, because this situation further down the line, it's not good to get a big mouth. Chapter 60 The gun goes off, people fall. Turning out to play on a small 20 days, this period of time is really incomparable relaxation. There is no annoying socializing, no boring work, no complicated human interaction. But life will continue. When I received Yen Feng's phone, I know, I have to go back. Hey, phone, what instructions? Debt collection off? Yen Feng voiced a little cold rhetorical question. Money is not urgent, my face is about to fall on the ground, I thought you cannot take some time out of your busy schedule to help pick up my face, if you cannot, I change someone on. I laughed out loud and looked at my watch and said, is there a game in the evening? Yen Feng at the moment has been a little annoyed, picked the key to say. I invite you to dinner at the Riverbank Hotel at night, there is nothing you go over to sneak around, I take the time to pick up the face to you come. Yen Feng did not even return, directly hung up the phone. I got up and stretched, knocked on the door from house to house and called up all the big brothers, began to prepare for the return trip. At 5:30 in the evening, the six of us arrived at the Riverbank Hotel on time. Riverbank Hotel, as the name suggests, the location of the hotel is on the river. The structure of the hotel is very interesting, a little imitation of the ancient in that kind of feeling, is a circle, the center of the hall is open space, every day there are performers out. Except for a few scattered tables on the first floor, the second floor was all small private rooms connected in lines. Instead of walls, there were screens between the private rooms, which was not good for privacy, but it was quite unique. His business has always been good, and the drinks are also taken from me, so I'm kind of familiar with the owner. Before we left, I booked 20 tables with him. This way, I did not do anything else, just called all the friends around. There is only one reason, I've been gone for almost a month, then I'm back, everyone will get together, contact a little emotion. Only 6 of us booked a table on the first floor, the rest of the people I arranged to go to the second floor. Many people expressed confusion about this, but I didn't explain too much, just said that I would definitely go there in a while. Seeing that the people were almost here, I reached out and poked a gung and said, "Is your friend reliable? He can't not come." A breakthrough stone melon seeds, crossing his legs, cannot. My friend just sent me a text message, said that the beaver got 20 or 30 people, said to give you a leg knocked off, you have this effort or hurry to order a wheelchair on the TV program, you need it. The corner of my mouth turned up and I patted my thigh, I'll stand still and let him chop it, I'm afraid I'll give you a broken knife. Around 6 o'clock, the food on our side had just been served when the beavers with a large group did arrive. This group of people has a clear goal, after seeing me, a head of jaw over, the pace is hurried, all clipped the jacket, needless to say, must have brought a guy. When the beaver was only about 5 meters away from me, I got up and grabbed a beer bottle and threw it directly at his feet. Grass, what are you doing with all these stupid coins? To kill me. The beaver's face grimly is skimming, directly from the jacket pulled out the katana pointing at me. "Do ye, you really trampled as not a general have the guts know that I lead the team to dig you out, but also dare to waltz to dinner, today I'll abolish you." Grass, the 6 of us are begging to be scrapped, you do it. Xiao Bei turned around and craned his neck to look at the beaver. In the northeast, not to mention the two sides have a long-standing grudge and conflict of interest, even strangers meeting for the first time chatting to sky to this, then a fight is absolutely unavoidable. The beaver also did not play with me what the rules of the Jianghu that said, took out the katana, a horse first rushed up. I took a gun handed over the backpack, a double-barreled hunting appeared in my hands, the muzzle of the gun directly on the chest of the beaver. At the same time he was dumbfounded, he brought those people also dumbfounded, as well as in the second floor waiting to see the lively friends dumbfounded. We have never been to those big places in the south, I do not know what is the process of the brothers over there. But in the northeast, the gun this thing you do not move okay, once moved, that is definitely a big trouble, not just find a small relationship can be resolved. And if it is in the public, as long as the other side to pursue, then the case must have a statement. Whether you are the top cylinder or not, or people advance to wait for the bail also, in short, must be someone to carry, there is no such thing as not being able to do anything. Gun cases must be solved, this is a hard rule. Beaver, you've always wanted to spar with me, I'm giving you the chance now, how do you wimp out? I put one hand in my pocket, the other hand gripped the handle of the gun tightly, and vigorously whacked this beaver's chest forward. The beaver's expression was still fierce, and didn't wimp out just because I took the gun, thus showing that this person still has a bit of vigor, no wonder Tan Xiao can leave things to him. Grass, this place I don't believe you dare to shoot, you're in big trouble if you do. I will heartily smile, muzzle down, through the ground roared, come out to mix I'm still afraid of trouble? If I, Guyi, don't have any bloodshed, what can I do to rule you basket cases? Guyi you don't brag about coins, I. The beaver's words have not yet waited to finish it, I decisively pull the trigger. Guns ring people fall, beaver, face me, you have to kneel. Along with my voice there was the ear-piercing sound of a bullet breaking, the beaver was shot in the thigh and directly fell to the ground. As for the gang behind him, each of them stood frozen in place, only 2 people came forward to help the beaver up. It's definitely not enough for you to kneel alone, you call Tan Xiao right now and say that I, Gu Yi, want to talk to him about the night market. The beaver covered his thighs, gasped 2 rough breaths, and narrowed his eyes at me, Gu Yi, have you thought about how to end this? I put away the double-barreled hunt, sat back to my seat with a big grin, reached out and clamped a piece of fish-flavored shredded pork and said frankly, give you all dry kneeling, even if the end of it. Okay. The beaver gritted his teeth back to me, rushed to the side of the companion shouted, call the big brother. On the other end, upstairs. Lu Mingchuan looked at Yen Feng with a grimace, Xiaoyi is still too young, doing things too unstable, how can this place move the gun? Tan Xiaoxiao don't even need to bring someone, just find a small civilian police to come over, then today this is not a good end. Henan also blew me face, frowned and said, yes, Zayano usually do things quite stable today this is what? Yen Feng, who has been eating, did not look downstairs, but handed the bowl of rice to Henan, you are all salty carrots and worry about nothing, to be sentenced is not sentenced to you, he caused his own trouble, he squatted, come on, soak me in some soup, I'm eating a bowl of food, today's appetite is really good. Henan busy a pass after the bowl of rice handed to Yen Feng, big brother, why are you not in a hurry, Zayano this big trouble. Yen Feng laughed and continued to eat and drink furiously. What's the use of me being anxious? The gun he has fired, look down. Chapter 61, I didn't even play much. Tan Zhao's side was silent for a full minute when he received the call from his brother below. He wasn't scared, but he couldn't figure out why I would do this. He even wondered if I was being pushed by him and wanted to die with him. After mulling it over, Tan Zhao made two preparations. 1. Called the responsible for his chemicals, that gang of the Three Blind Sun. These people have a big case in hand. Caught is dead. These years has been raised by Tan Zhao, belongs to the nuclear weapons. Once out, that is a big deal. Tan Smile called on them, mainly to prevent me from jumping over the wall, an impulse to even him to collapse. Secondly, Tan Xiaoxiao found a relationship with the police station, but did not tell the details of this relationship, just said that he ran into something, hoping that the other side to go with him. Tan Xiaoxiao mixed for so many years, the official mouth is impossible not to have acquaintances. The other party see Tan Xiaoxiao or open mouth, and it is not a big deal. It opened a police car in accordance with the agreed location, rushed over. This two-handed preparation can be described as double insurance. If I bared my teeth, then Tan Smile will arrange the relationship of the police station to come in to arrest people. I am sure the tiger will not dare to assault the police. At 7:30, my cider full of food and drink, Tan Xiao finally arrived. As soon as he entered the room, I noticed the three middle-aged men around him. These three people give me the most intuitive feeling, is not like mixed. I've been inside for 5 years, and I've seen too many people like this. Inside the eyes are all dead. Wherever you go will show a very formal, defensive psychology is super strong. You have no intention of a movement, may let them misunderstand. Tan Xiaoxiao pulled out a chair and sat down, first looking back at the injured beaver, then looking back at me. If you can't satisfy me today, your gun can hit the beaver, my friend's gun can kill you. I laughed and patted my chest and asked rhetorically, these three are mountain-moving Taoist priests. Say who wants to take the life of the rule of law society. You can scare me to death. Tan Xiaoxiao suddenly stopped laughing, his body scurried forward, grabbed my collar, and said in a gloomy voice, Guyi, do you think I'm joking with you? Either I'll let you hear a sound first? As the words fell, the leading man directly pulled out a gun and pressed it against my stomach. I didn't doubt for a second that he dared to shoot, because if he could follow Tan Xiao here, then he was definitely prepared to shoot. Brother laughing, look at this before the gun goes off. I ignored the shotgun in my stomach, and with slow movements, I pulled out dozens of documents from my purse and slapped them on the table. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at me, and after hesitating, he still grabbed the documents and looked at them carefully. These documents are all the Fengming Market stall contracts, the money I borrowed from Yin Feng, all used in this. Fengming Market has a good location, a large area, and is contracted and expanded by Tan Xiao alone. Buying the land cost a few hundred, and that's not even counting the costs of renovating the house and so on. Currently, the plowing has been completed, just waiting for a good harvest. But the stalls in the main locations are all flat rented by me. Why can I threaten Tan Xiao with these contracts? Because if you don't have a high occupancy rate or a wide range of products, then no customers will go to your market. Without customers, your market will face all kinds of attrition and even close down. There is that customer will go to a stall occupancy rate of even less than 30% of the market to buy goods? Moreover, the income of the new street night market is like an elementary school student and a graduate student compared to the abundance market, and the profits generated are not comparable at all. I don't believe Tan Xiaoxiao can quit his nearly $10 million business for a night market. And that is the root of my hold on him. Brother laughing, take a close look at the contract. There are more than 70 stalls in total. Although I paid a year's worth of money, I signed a 3-year contract. If you're not done with it, then I'll admit that I don't have the million, and the 70 or so stalls I'll just keep them empty until I give you the market to mop up the yellow stalls. Tan Xiaoxiao looked at a few of the contracts and then didn't bother to look at them, but lifted his head to look at me expressionlessly. You continue on. I put away the contract and returned in a flat tone, you give up one step in the night market. When we sign the contract, turn around and I'll do a handover with you. You return the money to me, and I'll return the stall to you. Tan Xiaoxiao was still expressionless. The dead look, hoarse voice continued to ask, if you continue to take more than 70 stalls, threaten me how to do? What do I want with your 70-odd stalls? I've never done anything to harm others or myself, but then again, I've got the night market, and there's no conflict between the two of us, so why should I continue to fight with you? Tan Xiaoxiao nodded, and after slowly lighting a cigarette, he waved his hand to indicate that the man holding the gun on me could stand down. Then you're not afraid that I'll continue to screw you after I get my stall back? I snatched Tan Xiaoxiao's cigarette case and lit a cigarette. Grinning broadly, I said, what's going to fix me? The brother lying on the ground with his thigh covered? Or the 3 professional killers you brought with you? Brother laughing, I went into school for 5 years, I have seen I don't know how many murderers. If you can do me in this way, I can do you in the same way. The only difference between the two of us is only one, that is, your life is more valuable than mine. Tan Xiaoxiao stood up and shook his head helplessly. Do as you say, but the beaver's side can't just be left alone. You put out some blood, take $100,000. I returned without hesitation, I'll give you 20, you're an old man in the industry. If there's something I don't understand in the future, I'm still counting on finding you to take lessons. Tan smiled grimly and waved his hand, don't look to me for lessons, you're too enlightened, I'm a master who can't bring you along, you'd better count on the one above you. said. Tan Smile looked up to the second floor of Yin Feng. The two looked at each other. Tan Smile took the lead to open the mouth. Feng brother, you this old brother in the raise a few years. That ice city how many people have to have no food ah? Yin Feng arm resting on the second floor railing. Cheerful back. No food to find Feng brother ah. Feng brother this rice bowl more. Tan Xiaoxiao rushed Yin Feng thumbs up, then gloomy face with people left. And has been parked in front of the door of the police car, also followed the departure. Second floor, Yin Feng, Lu Mingchuan private room. I dragged a chair and sat down, handed Yin Feng a cigarette, said breezily, the new street night market down, next time you are arranging a job for me, get a little difficult, okay, this is not challenging at all, I did not play much, the old Tan on the soft, you say how embarrassing. Henan didn't know whether it was to trash me or what. After hearing my words, a mouthful of soup and rice directly sprayed out, just spraying my face. For this kind of behavior, I could only acquiesce that he was envious and jealous. I calmly wiped the rice grains on my face, stood up and continued to punch. Yin Feng added, brother Feng you slowly eat ha, today came a lot of friends, I have to go from one to another or accompanied. Yin Feng smoked a mouthful of cigarettes, squinted at the dejected me back, come to the company tomorrow. I nodded in a serious manner, okay, I heard that the Shell South District government building to be remodeled, we study, see how to snatch this job. The words fell, I turned around and left, just like a top chivalrous person who hides his work and name. Chapter 62, formally mounting the new street night market. Henan looked at my back with complicated eyes, then looked at Yin Feng with a sharp voice. Brother Feng, Shell South District main government building this fat job is not wrapped to Secretary Wan's gloves? If this work can be snatched, we do not do it ourselves, to the outside over a hand, you can earn 500 believe it or not? Yin Feng like looking at idiots generally looked to Henan, very do not understand how he can believe what I said. And in Yin Feng to open the spray occasion, aside the Lu Mingchuan shook his watch, put on a rogue posture, Yen, clams south of the main government building of the work of the small wild if you help you down, small 5 items you don't package outsiders, we this relationship, you do not get me, that's too much to say it. Yin Feng collapsed a pat on the head, frowned tightly and said through gritted teeth, he bragged about the coins you do not hear? After Lu Mingchuan and Henan looked at each other, they obviously calmed down a lot, but neither of them said anything back, and their hearts were wondering. Am I bragging about coins or not? Actually? I'm sure it's bragging coins clams South District government building work, but all long brain people will not touch, that is the leadership of their own money project, I have a few head dare to grab work with the leadership to do? This is just a way of blowing off steam and livening up the atmosphere. But from the performance of Henan and Lu Mingchuan can actually see a problem. You think you can do it, but you can't. You can't, but everyone else thinks you can, so you can't either. When you're okay, and everyone else thinks you're okay, then whoever you point to will be okay. Although a little tongue-twisting, but the reasoning, it is not difficult to understand. Sometimes do things, we have to be negligent, today's society, too real, cannot do things. The next day at noon, the Queen. Last night has been drinking until the latter part of the night, really dry to me. I got up and drank a whole bottle of mineral water to slow down a little bit, Ching Ching slept later than me, has been taking care of me. Daughter-in-law, the whole mouth to eat starving, stomach are pumping. Greeted me as a Shaolin Vajra leg hit me in the abdominal vitals. I stood on the ground in my underwear with a gasp, wanting to fight back, but my legs and stomach shivered a little. Hummer, when brother pays off his famine, he'll just take you off. I whispered a sentence, and ran to the bathroom. Get out and go wash up, in disturbing my old lady's sleep, I'll straighten you out. Hesitating again and again, I humiliatingly returned, hey, got it, I'll leave now. Haphazardly put on the clothes, I went directly to the next door Xiaobei's room, it looks like he also just woke up, his eyes are red, full of alcohol breath. What time you sleep hurry up, we go to the company together, and Feng brother chat. Before with Yin Feng to come and go, are I alone, but this time I want to call on Xiaobei. I agree with Yin Feng's concept that connections can't be hidden, the more you hide the smaller it gets, you have to learn to share and win-win. Xiaobei viciously grabbed the ground slippers rushed to throw at me, like a shrew scolding the street generally shouted, you can drink in the future, drink cannot you quit, you that mouth is a faucet spit a corridor, I will clean up for you until the morning. And, drinking and playing drunk crazy also even if, how can also take the front desk flower pot as a urinalette? I'm ashamed of you. I embarrassed back, too much to drink, really a little out of shape, that what, you hurry up, I'll wait for you in the car downstairs, we have a mouthful of breakfast and then go to the company, I've made an appointment with Feng's secretary, Feng doesn't like people to be late. On the way to the company, Xiaobei complained about me all the way, to which I am also painfully, secretly regret, in the future, drinking really need to control the amount of alcohol, this drink on the transformation, indeed some too shameful. Because of the previous appointment, so I and Xiaobei did not wait a while in the office, see Yin Feng. When he entered the door, he was carrying a file bag in his hand, which instantly made my eyes and Xiaobei's eyes light up. My intuition told me that what was inside that file bag was definitely worth silver. Brother Feng, what's in your hand? What about the golden light? Yin Feng sat down on the boss chair, crossed his legs and casually returned, new street night market voucher documents, yesterday Tan Smila withdrawal, I contacted the relationship to find me, this morning to the approval. I rubbed my palms together and grinned. Then how do you plan to arrange this work? Yen Feng expression as usual, pull this long tone, originally thought to give you to do, after all, in order to do this you busy before and after no less hard, but I think you said yesterday is quite right, people, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility, this kind of small business for you to operate, a little bit of condescension, I pondered to this job to the small skin to do it, he has not had a lot of work in the site recently. Small skin this person I also know, in the Yen Feng family status than Henan slightly lower than some, is also with Yen Feng some years of the old man. In the company is very decent, belonging to the group of non-competitive, social things are not very involved, a bit like the Praetorian Guard, has been surrounded by Yen Feng. I am also idle in fact, either. Not waiting for me to finish my words, Yen Feng once again decisively waved his hand, oops, you are now segmented is not the same, this kind of small business to you, you cannot do it, two dropped. Right at this moment, the divine helper Xiao Bei stepped in. Xiao Bei pinched my neck and looked at Yen Feng with a serious face. Brother Feng, he is pretending to be a coin, don't be like him, quick, give Brother Feng a knee and shout long live. Yen Feng sitting in the boss chair laughed, okay, you two of this millennium of the fox do not act in me, the company draws 40%, the rest of your own play, a little bit of emotional small action normal, but the accounts to be right, cannot let people pick out the problem. The words fell, I was excited and directly jumped up. Thank you Brother Feng, sympathize with us, these are not too long to open the little old brother, I must continue to work hard, create another brilliant, wholeheartedly, 360 degrees without dead angle service Brother Feng. Yen Feng got up, didn't even look at me, directly ran to the office door. Xiao Bei and I did not speak so much etiquette to send, but the excitement of the extreme demolition of the new street night market lease contract. I have to say, Yen Feng work really watertight, let a person's heart comfortable. This new street night market is the company took down, the term is 5 years, with the lease fee of this piece of more than 2 million, and this is not counting the money of the relationship. But Yen Feng did not use the name of the company to pinch this us, but additional to do a sublease contract, above he should sign and seal the place or finished, that is to say, now, as long as I in the small north in the face of a license, sign the word, then the ownership of the new street night market to our brother and sister. This is equal to Yen Feng paved the way, fed the horse, and then personally waved the horse whip and sent me into the city. What is the big brother? This is the big brother, really ing righteousness, son of lying Xiano Feng is now that let me accompany him to sleep, I do not bring hesitation, too elaborate this is no difference with the white to send us money. Xiao Bei excited palms are trembling, we carry a huge loan, has been very stressful, although the mouth does not say, but who cannot think of the heart, that is more than a million That's natural, if the basket big brother, I cannot pull him, go, let's go home to study the study, for a week on the horse into the city. Chapter 63, Guan Xiang has an appointment. Back to the Queen, under my strong recommendation, Agung officially titled the General Manager of the Management Office of the new street night market. Salary 4,000, full attendance 500, mainly responsible for docking work. Don't think I'm stingy, just give a break $4,000, you know, wholesale liquor in the Queen's hotel side, he has a base salary. Now he is at least 10,000 yuan a month, seriously counting the ultra-high income people. Du Xiaofeng, Song Lu, Xiangzhe several people are also considered a slight promotion, several people are also quite satisfied with this, because this money is almost like giving them for nothing. The result is really happy, but we are quite worried, because we are a few who have no sales experience, the circle of contacts is also a black eye, so want to quickly poke out the stall, it is estimated that may still have to beg Yen Feng, let him arrange the company's team to take over. Of course, although we are shameless, but absolutely face, the more money chant. Discussed to pass, we started a few people on their own horse, Small North is still running business side of the official procedures, after all, he always do this kind of thing, with the scalper what is also familiar. And the break into a few of them continue to shine hot recruiting, night market this stall if on, we will immediately face a shortage of manpower situation, which in the previous have suffered a loss, so this time we have to prepare manpower in advance. The other end, Guan Xiang's home. Guan Xiang's biological clock is upside down, usually at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon he will get up and clean up. Then he eats and rushes to the store before 6 o'clock to start arranging scheduling and other basic matters, and by 9 or 10 o'clock, he starts to frequently socialize and drink until 2 or 3 o'clock in the latter part of the night. If my biological clock is unhealthy, then Guan Xiang's biological clock is absolutely anti-human. 5:30, Guan Xiang this side finished eating breakfast, wearing pajamas, sitting on the sofa with a big grin, looking at the thievish little ears frown and urged, if you have something to say quickly, I have to go to the store right away. The little ear rubbed his palms and looked quite obscene and said back, there is a thing, a little embarrassed. Guan Xiang for small ears that is like a peasant uncle to understand the dung, immediately urged, if you are embarrassed, do not say, I'm going to be too late. Oh, then I still say it, Brother Xiang, my cousin got a tent with the kind of skewers, before the other night market that do quite good, now want to do in the new street night market this side, find a good spot, you help to say hello. Either said Guan Xiang or understand the small ears of it, once heard him say this is absolutely not taste. Out of the night market we all know, easy is not to change the place, because the catering industry, the accumulation of customers itself is relatively slow, you change the place that means to start again. Before doing quite well, why suddenly change the place? What does it say? Small ears scratching back. My cousin that trade with the equipment or our home cooking with a gas stove. Before the night market always looking for trouble. Think it's too dangerous. Let my cousin to change the kitchen all in one smokeless stove, but the cost is too high. Guan Xiang, guilty of smoking a cigarette, rubbed his face, still picking the location off. Small ears nodded. The location can be forward on the best. My cousin and I grew up together. We have a good relationship. You say he opened his mouth. How can I also have to help him try off? Hey, I'm kind of convinced you. Okay, I'll take the time to contact Gui in the next few days. He should be able to sell me this face, but you talk to your cousin. Do things a little bit. I'm also writing on the favor. Small ears see Guan Xiang agreed, suddenly excitedly patted his thighs. Line. You can rest assured, brother Xiang, but it is best to quickly contact Gui. The new street night market is now speculated quite hot. Start slow. The good place must be all given to others. Guan Xiang nodded numbly, then changed his clothes and went to the store with little ear. When I received Guan Xiang's call, it was around 9 o'clock in the evening, and I had also just gotten out of the last dinner party. The appointment of the city management of the people to eat, the relationship is Yin Feng introduced, I naturally have to be on the top. The current situation can be said to be a good, city management and business side are smooth, pre-sale contracts are pinched more than a dozen. In accordance with this progress, not half a month, the new street night market will be able to fire up. Even I and the small north are planned, get the money, the first horse to Yinan side of the loan all dislike on the loose, or every month repayment pressure is too big, go out and drink a flower wine have to think about. And in my beautiful plan for the future, Guan Xiang's phone came. He and I usually do not have many interactions, the most recent one is still the last time to clean up Tan Xiao under the gang of small pouring when it. Hey, my dear brother Xiang, what are the instructions? You're now half the sky, shell south, a few old people you have cleaned up once, the whole day my heart jumped, nothing also dare not contact you I can't even call you. My hands are shaking just to give you a call. For this kind of flirting I have long been accustomed to, outsiders say I dry kneeling down the Guangjun, and let Tan laughs at the soft, belonging to the new star of the Jianghu. This is my very headache, the reasoning of the gun hitting the head of the bird I can understand too much, after all, we have suffered such a loss before. If you call just to bury me that I can hang up not good nagging it. Grass, do not talk to you, I also took the time to call you, the store is also busy, looking for you is to ask you to do something. I did not say the words to death, but obediently back, you say I listen to what matter. New street night market you did not take down? Small ears have a cousin to get barbecue and other business, you see cannot sell me 3 thin face, give him a good position, but also let me show my face in front of the following brothers, or I told them that we are buddies, people think I am bragging about coins. Guan Xiang, this is completely hold me chat, I heart although quite comfortable, but also guilty of worry. Since I took the night market, looking for me to do this kind of thing too many people, each want a good location, but good location where there are so many? But Guan Xiang opened his mouth, I cannot be taken seriously, first of all, people's status is there, and secondly, the last time people also quite give me face. Quick stop, you this mouth is really powerful, I cannot say you, okay, things I remember, tomorrow you have time to give me a call, we go to the new street side of the sneak around, the place we study together. Guan Xiang look at me so self-face, also quite happy, tone pleasant back, I'll come back to the new goods, I'll let you try to live first, enough fun, buddy. I don't like the woman, I am quite interested in you, how about, have time for us to make an appointment? Okay, but you time to come, I hurry to cure hemorrhoids, strive to accompany you. Casually joked, Guan Xiang and I hung up the phone at the same time. Chapter 64, Indecent Development, Don't Wave. The next day Guan Xiang did not come by himself, accompanied by Small Ears and his cousin. These two people should really be relatives, facial features are a few points similar. I have a small ear this person impression has not been good, think he is a little bit wrong-minded, and rely on the reputation of Guan Xiang, but also not generally able to pretend, but that bragging coins a day. But Little Ear's cousin is different, can talk, and buy water and cigarettes, has been holding chat, more than Little Ear on the road, at least talk nagging make people comfortable. Xiaofei, you fancy that a few positions I just called to ask, in addition to the head of the family really cannot, the rest are no problem. You see normally it's them begging me to do something, I've said it won't work, so naturally there's a reason for me to do it. But Little Ears had to show off his energy. Wild brother, you give to make strength it, this slipped a circle, I see on the head of that position is the best, we buddies is not pour wine or night I and my brother fly arrangement you? Not to mention the small ears to divide me into a generation within this thing, just based on him to get to the bottom of this kind, I'm not generally upset. I looked coldly at the small ears, then turned his head and rushed to Guan Xiang explained, the head which my brother's 6 family relatives rented, and Tan laughs at the time of this night market, people did not less effort, and now the night market down, there is no other requirements, let me stay a position, I do not give to stay, that is to say it is not good enough, so what, the society I sang brother, sympathize with me chanting. Guan Xiang quickly returned, oops, you say in the next I will blush, this is very good, go, let's eat a meal to go. The words fell, Guan Xiang arm over my shoulder, afraid of small ears in the hole out of 1 or 2 words that do not sound good. During the meal, Guan Xiang and I did not talk less. Guan Xiang this person is, the more you contact with him, the more you will find this person a little unfathomable feeling. Obviously do as a side business, but usually with his dealings, which one is not a dignitary? And what does he publicize now? It's called business matchmaking. You see, obviously is the lower three rode that thing, but once involved in business, obviously high-end atmosphere a lot. Don't care what position, as long as the man has a need, and as long as you have a need, that want to play well, in terms of Bing Chung, but also have to look for Huang Taiji this line. So don't look at Guan Xiang as now doing the work of the head of the chicken, but people take the income of the boss. On the basis of his current situation alone, I simply estimate that I and Henan tied together may not have people earn more. But still, high profit means high risk. Guan Xiang is doing the work of stepping on the line. There has not been a decent identity, which led to his social status, has been stagnant. He now has a lot of money on hand, but has not been able to find a suitable project. Entertainment this piece of him to also want to get a own field to play, but really lack of time, so tonight to take the opportunity to point me a few words. The meaning is that the venue decoration we two can half input, the girl side he is responsible for, and the social mess relationship is by me to handle. I am indeed very moved, but I know that at this time I have to stop, rushing too fast, not necessarily a good thing. From the wholesale liquor to the Queen's Hotel, and now the new street night market, I have gone very, very fast. All of them are day-to-day businesses, but they all need my heart to run and perfect, not just put them out there and make a profit on their own. And then there's the most important thing, which is that at the moment, although I've gotten some reprieve from my financial situation, my hands are still empty. The reason I was so stressed out before, and so afraid to do anything, was because the loan was so hard on me. So now I say nothing will not go this old way. Therefore, I still refused Guan Xiang, but did not say so bluntly, relatively euphemistic a lot. After all, I am not a small ear that kind of emotional quotient negative stupid coin. Xiangzi, your good intentions I understand, we are indeed quite temperamental, you see I now shelf is big, but in addition to the liquor wholesale this piece is currently considered relatively safe, the rest of the business is pulling famine dry. You study your big business, at present I really can't rely on this physique, when what time buddy's hands are wide open, the first to find you, then you don't not bring me to play as. I said this is naturally directed at Guan Xiang said, but good death is not dead small ears again to be on the screen. Wild brother, this is not I blow, you say what trade has we do trade grasp? My big brother is considering this matter or considered for a long time, now is the lack of a hand in hand, that is, you it, if replaced by others, my big brother may not see on it. I nodded my head repeatedly, oh, I understand, this is Xiangzi looking up to me. Guan Xiang frowned and glanced back at Little Ear, signaling him to shut up quickly, then picked up his glass and said softly at me, Xiao Yi, this is not urgent, anyway, you think about it, do the entertainment business, I still have some resources and contacts, if I can pull away, I would have pulled the project on. Partner with others, I really do not feel confident, I do this line or cash flow, there is not a real person to keep an eye on, I really do not feel confident. Buddy I tell you these you don't think too much, come on, the main thing is not to talk about, let's drink. Guan Xiang also point to the end of the topic and I did not continue to dwell on, relaxed in Guan Xiang and the cup exchange up. Because of the previous tragedy, so today drinking I am very control, afraid that I am drinking out of the mind, nonsense promised Guan Xiang something. At about 9 o'clock in the evening, our side was dispersed, but the successive drinking games made me very uncomfortable. Sitting on the street side smoking a cigarette, I dialed the phone of Xiao Bei, let him come to pick me up. After getting on the car, I and Xiao Bei also talked about Guan Xiang just now intentionally pull me to do a clubhouse idea. Xiao Bei's attitude is the same as mine, we are going too fast, we must stop, otherwise one day there is a business problem, then it will cause a chain reaction, and the final result must be a crash. We are now the shell of a Ferrari and the engine of a Jetta, looking at the bull coins, but actually not running fast. Slow it down, we should be content now. Oh no, just the last few days, how much money we collected. I drunkenly turned my head to look at Xiao Bei did not say anything. More than 200,000, this is not a small amount of money for us, let's steady transition for a year or two, then you see what state we will be. I nodded with a silly smile, we have a good day to come, the following is obscene development, do not wave. While talking, I opened the sunroof of the A6, stretched out my head, opened my arms, and blew the wind to my heart's content. Looking at the familiar streets, I can always find the figure that I once drove a cab to run around. My eyes like a torch, looked up to the starry night sky, my brain is like a movie, the past scene after scene, one after another in front of me. At this time, the corner of my mouth smile more prosperous, once those who think that cannot pass things, cannot solve the problem, now look back, it seems to be nothing, belong to my time, has come soon. Chapter 65 Shun Kai Group? Time flies, 3 months have passed since I neutralized Tan Xiaoxiao and successfully took over the night market. In these 3 months, I didn't get involved with anyone, and I was so focused on business that I had to take time off to make out with Qingqing, which made her suspect that I had someone on the outside, and she's been talking in a weird way for a while now. Although the night market is a worrying work, but overall, the workload is not particularly large, as long as the work of the rules, then the top will not find us trouble, and as long as the top is not in trouble, then everything is fine. Henan's side of the loan I have all paid off, which is one of the happiest things in my recent past. As long as I work hard and steadily, I'll be able to achieve freedom of wealth in the near future. It is also worth mentioning that Agung, after the official opening of the night market, the first task I arranged for him was to be responsible for regulating the conflicts between the neighbors in the night market, such as who was occupying whose place, whose chopsticks are missing, who was robbing the customers, and so on. Don't say, Agung really matured a lot, do really good. At present in the night market this area, also mixed like a fish in water. Everyday dinner simply do not have to eat, from the south to the north, a mixed point of food, that will eat enough, people mixed quite can. Just as I was eating grilled squid, drinking beer, briefly enjoying life, Yen Feng's phone call. Currently I'm not only a driver, but also a part-time secretary. I found that sometimes the ability to be too prominent is not a good thing, and now in addition to Yen Feng to the toilet without me to help, everything is looking for me. Although invariably it did accumulate a lot of contacts, but it was really very tiring. Hey, dear brother Feng, what's wrong again? Is the toilet out of paper? I came up with a strong emotion and topped it off, venting my distress of not having a vacation for a long time. Yen Feng laughed on the other side of the phone. I'm at bar manner, come over here. I completely begged, Feng brother, you spare me, okay, with you guys together I'm not comfortable, talking I'll say 3 points, leaving 7 points for others to guess go, cloudy. Give you half an hour, that's it. Yen Feng brashly threw down a sentence after directly hanging up the phone. I sighed, helplessly put down the grilled squid, went to the cardboard to change clothes, ready to go. Still others think I'm pretending, in fact, I'm most annoyed with this kind of flashy way of socializing. We are all the interests required, directly dislike the money to the bar, have to go around and around, and finally get to send money and the heart is not solid, receiving money is nothing cool. For this reason I also asked Yen Feng, why must play this set, to his relationship in the upper echelon, but also to be so cautious. Yen Feng's answer is that when a rule everyone is abiding by, then do not question, or will be excluded by all, to learn to adapt, even if the temperature is cold. Wearing a suit and driving a car, I arrived at bar manner. On my side, I have not yet waited to pull out the phone to ask Yen Feng location. I saw Yinan has been in a state of slightly drunk and walked out. Our ancestor is again to mess with what I've been tossed to pieces every day. I grumbled as soon as I had a chance. Yinan put his arm around my shoulder and smiled helplessly. No one else can even beg for this kind of opportunity. I see that you are still complaining, just be satisfied, okay? I squinted at Yinan. If you want to say that, then let's switch shifts. I'll go to the construction site to deliver sand and gravel, and you'll be the driver. Yinan rejected my suggestion without hesitation. Grass, to you dejected, now my work you dare to rob, I must study how to suppress you. The two of us were fighting while running towards the box. Inside the room is not a lot of people, and it looks like they should not be drunk. In addition to the person sitting in the main seat I am not familiar with, the rest of the people are Yen Feng Company executives. I just took my seat. Yen Feng under a vice president rushed to sit in the main seat of the middle-aged man opened his mouth and said, Xiao Liang, this is what we just talked about. Gu Yi, which is a member of Yen under the general the future of the project on the horse, cannot do without his efforts. Then the vice president picked up the glass and winked at me. Xiao Yi, this is Xiao Liang, the youngest director of the Shunkai Group, but also our company's partners. You hurry to show. I've met this situation many times. Naturally I won't be afraid of the scene, and immediately poured myself half a glass of red wine. I'm dry, you feel free to do what I can do, you just open your mouth. The words fell. I forced myself to endure the discomfort in my stomach and directly dried most of the cup of red wine. Xiao Liang just drank a mouthful of it and then sideways body up and down looked at me. Some smoke said, recently in your Bingcheng can be quite red. I always listen to the side of the friends mentioned you to, said you chopped Guangjuan, captured the tan smile, armored with a sword, swept the clams south. I couldn't tell if Xiao Liang was praising me or being sarcastic, so I could only smile awkwardly. I actually really hate it when people tease me about these things. It's because they haven't experienced the hardships of the consecutive years, and they can't read the Jianghu in my heart. In my opinion, it was never something worth showing off. Xiao Liang, you should stop making fun of our brother. Calling him here today is also for you two to get to know each other. The matter of demolition, it's almost like he's the one who's going to get it. What do you think? Yen Feng appropriately helped me block a sentence. Xiao Liang nodded, then turned around and solemnized a lot, grabbed the wine glass and rushed to Yen Feng. Brother Feng, then the project depends on you, let's get rich together. Good to say, good to say. Then, the people on the table talk about what the business is not closed, east to talk about a sentence, west to talk about a sentence, sitting in my boredom to the explosion, can go and cannot go, can only fight the spirit of accompaniment. And insisted on an hour or so, can be regarded as scattered. Xiao Liang is Yen Feng personally sent, and we are in the back of the slow pace followed, deliberately maintain a certain distance, so that the two have a suitable space for conversation. Taking the opportunity one looked to Yinan, who is this person how do I feel he so can pretend money it, and that the leader of the family's son Yinan pinched my shoulder, signaling me to keep my voice down, don't let Xiao Liang hear, then opened his mouth to add. His father is the city's leadership team, this person I do not know, only 2 years ago from abroad back to start their own business. The main do is also real estate. Now Shangyang district has a large factory, procedures have been almost, but has not been demolished. Small bright this is difficult to find, so looking for our phone, want to let us phone brother to help him a hand to hurry up to the factory demolition. I helplessly spread my hands. It is obvious that he begged us for something. Why is it still so bullish? Henan is also a bitter laugh. If your father is a city leader, you can be so bullish. Hey, in this world, how do you do? Chapter 66. Don't you fool me with a defective product. When Yin Feng came back, he named me to be the driver. For this reason I was still a little embarrassed, because it was obvious that I was going to arrange a job. Brother, you can't think much, right? I don't care about other people's opinions, but Inan's opinion I still care very much. From the door of the Yin family, I have taken a night market. If in the engineering to rely on, that also means that this Inan their bowl of rice will become less. Friends are friends, interests are interests, not cannot be mixed together, but once mixed together, then cannot just consider themselves. Oh, I can't wait to hide. You go, I'm going home to sleep, also tossed all day. I patted Hinan's shoulder and jogged into Yin Feng's car. Drive forward 2 kilometers, Yin Feng opened the window, lit a cigarette. I know that this is to start talking to me about business. This called Xiaoliang in the Shangyang district over the demolition of the difficult point. You step forward to do this. Yin Feng once with this kind of commanding tone of voice, that represents not much room for maneuver, for his temper I still know very well. Do it for nothing? I squinted at Yin Feng, asked weakly. Oops, not for nothing you, and so on the factory demolished, leaving 10% of the work to you. How do you say now? Paragraph also raised, cannot be a bit of interest. Xiaoliang family is very background. If you hand him down, after your road will be a lot better. How day by day on the mine in front of this money? My brain recalled a little bright just now the damage, immediately skimmed his mouth. I can turn down you on the high incense. People are the prince. How can I see a swinging katana on me? Yin Feng loosened his collar, the corners of his mouth smiled lightly. Once I was not also a swinging katana, Xiano. Since you know what your own shortboard is, it is necessary to quickly make changes, so that you can go faster, farther, even if the process is painful, it is not smooth. Okay, brother Feng, you don't give me lessons, I belong to the gang that is rotten, you'd better tell me who the right gang is. Yin Feng glared at me and gave me a standard brain slap after murmuring lightly, Tan Shao. In my excitement, I almost lost my grip on the steering wheel. A few months ago, I had just finished facing Tan Shao, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that my last victory was a fluke. Even to put it bluntly, the luck component was a big factor. Brother Feng, are you kidding me? I asked a follow-up question with a fluke in mind. Yin Feng shook his head, then added, you try to talk first, see what the attitude is on Tan Zhao's side. If the talk doesn't work out, I'll support you behind the scenes. After the words, my mind recalled Hinan's earlier look that he could not wait for me to raise the gun on the horse, and only then reacted. No wonder he was not at all red in the eyes, it turned out to be a hard job. I was silent and didn't say anything, but I did have a little emotion in my heart, because now my state has just stabilized a little bit, and it's the right time to get money. There's also the fact that Tan Xiaoxiao took a step back last time. That's because the profits of the night market are dispensable to him, but this time it's completely different. He can do positively with small bright face, then naturally not afraid of small bright above people. And this is a bad thing to get a year has not been straightened out. The middle is not necessarily how many nasty hooks it. Yin Feng saw that I have not said anything, also felt my mood change. Xiao Yi, if you are not willing to take this job, I will ask the other brothers of our family. You do not need to be so burdened. I turned my head and looked at Yin Feng, smiled bitterly. You quickly don't take the words to fix me. This thing if I hide, how can I still have the face to say that it is your younger brother in the future? This thing I took over, but can it be done? This time I can't dare to give you a guarantee. I can only say that it is the best I can do. After a few words with Yin Feng, he sent him back home. Before getting off the bus, Yin Feng handed me a note with the phone number of Xiao Liang's secretary. He just let me contact the other side, but did not say exactly what to do, and also instructed me, Xiao Liang is father on the company's support quite a lot, so I must make good relations. After seeing Yin Feng into the building, I patiently played the small bright secretary's phone. After 5 minutes of conversation, my face completely blacked out. This small bright really take me as a lapdog use, even find a woman, have to I personally give him to the door. And also trampled on the horse is a requirement, must be a chick. The car is parked at the entrance of the Shell South Villa area. I began to play my circle of friends, calling around. In the end, there were only 2 groups of people who replied to me that they could try to do it. One was Guanxiang's side, and then there was Du Xiaofeng. After I informed the 2 people of the location, I sat in the car and smoked a cigarette. After waiting for about half an hour, the first to arrive was Du Xiaofeng. Brother Wild. Du Xiaofeng went up and greeted me, and then rushed to Xiao and 3 Fat said, you too with also Wild brother to say what is going on, you which line I do not understand. A filial piety and 3 Fat I went to the hotel to check the account when I have seen a few times, so it is also quite familiar. Now the 2 have been rooted in the queen, it is said that the small business is quite red hot. And Du Xiaofeng is currently mainly responsible for the hotel. This piece of business, both sides of the age is also similar, naturally get along well. Can arrange not Xiao? I'm not sure about the price of this piece, you see 10,000 okay? Not enough you talk, I really do not understand. This money Yin Feng is certainly able to reimburse me, so spend up I also do not feel pain, so I pretended to be a big money. Ah Xiao waved his hand in a formal manner. Wild brother, you take such good care of me and three fat. How can I ask you for money? I'll learn how to do it with you first. You listen to it and see if it's okay. My girl that are professional players, certainly not suitable, so after Xiao Feng finished with me, I contacted a circle of peers to see if there are any goods in hand, and then my friend helped me to contact a group of specializing in buckles. I mumbled softly in confusion and asked, what does it mean to be a buckle? You do not say your professional terminology, I do not understand, you used the vernacular to explain to me once. It is this girl is not the first time at all, but every time after work, he will go to the hospital to make up a mold, in order to sell a high price, a time 8,000, if you think it's okay, I'll call the person over. After listening to Ah Zhao's explanation, I was very crushed. I did not expect this line of water so deep, even this thing is fake. Won't let people see it, right? Ah Xiao hands spread out, I have not tried, this let me how to answer you ah. Just as I was hesitating and in a difficult situation, the phone rang again. Hey, oh no, Little Ears helped contact one, asking for $15,000, do you think it's okay? With Ah Xiao this side of the prompt I immediately cautiously pursued, really fake, you cannot take the defective products to fool me, this line of water is too deep. Chapter 67 Humanity? Guan Xiang didn't react to what I meant for a moment, and muttered softly, what's true or false? Hey, oh no, did you hear what I just said? I coughed lightly, organized my words, and emphasized the point of the matter with Guan Xiang again. Guan Xiang sighed and breathlessly returned, if not, I'll double the money to compensate you. See, Guan Xiang have said so, then I did not nag, 15,000 price I directly agreed. Turning our head a group of people in the car to chat a day, waiting for about half an hour, a cab stopped at the curb, came over a pair of men and women. Close to see, but also acquaintances. The man is Little Ear's cousin, and because his face is similar to a baboon's, we all call him Big Baboon in private. The woman is his new girlfriend, I heard as a college student, usually no class, will go to the night market to help. The two have been quite love, for this a breakthrough a few people are very unconvinced, think the good man or let the dog to match. Egu, Big Baboon, why are you here? You didn't go out to the stall today. Although I don't like Big Baboon either, but after all, I'm also considered an acquaintance, so I went up to greet him. Let me also explain here that my dislike of the Big Baboon is not a matter of discrimination based on looks, but rather that the man's business is too damaging. With the base material or additives, after eating must ensure that the stomach, with the goods are not the market goods base, usually with the neighbors and what is often because of each other to borrow a place to quarrel, no belly. Wild brother, my cousin asked me to find you. The Big Baboon moved stealthily to push away his girlfriend's palm and came trotting towards me. I only heard that Little Ears had found someone, but never thought that it was brought by Big Baboon, so I asked with a surprised face, okay, I'm done talking with your brother Xiang, $15,000, where is the person? The Big Baboon turned around and pointed to his girlfriend with a flattering expression and said, do you think she's okay? I followed the Big Baboon's gaze, finally fixed on his girlfriend, and then froze for 20 seconds. The smile that appeared on his face before also disappeared instantly, replaced by a haze. If you think it's okay, I said in a cold voice to the Big Baboon. Then, the Big Baboon nestled and ran towards the girl, and said without backing, daughter-in-law has wronged you, it is the husband who is incapable. The girl's pretty face did not have that kind of feeling of being forced to be helpless, embraced the Big Baboon's arm as if pampered back, you have to treat me well in the future, to listen to me in everything. That's for sure who made you my daughter-in-law? The sweet words of the two of them made my anger climb to the extreme for a moment. I made a look at Du Xiaofeng who was also grimacing, then the two of us quickly stepped forward and ran towards the Big Baboon and his girlfriend. Only to see Du Xiaofeng dislike the Big Baboon's shoulder position with a fist, and then pointed at my Audi A6 with a fierce expression and said, get out of the car and pout, I'm going to talk to your girlfriend with Brother Wild about something. The Big Baboon turned his head to look at me with a lewd expression and smiled, completely misunderstanding what I meant. I guessed that he thought I was going to prepare some chic outfits for the girls or point out the tricks. How can people be shameless to this extent? It's really baffling. After the Big Baboon got into the car, I pulled the girl forward a step, and Du Xiaofeng turned his back on the two of us to help me look out. Girl, recognize me? I tried to squeeze a smile from my face. The girl, whom I've also seen before, nodded with a fallen grace. Brother Wild, I know you. Know what you're going to do later? I tried to make my tone as euphemistic as possible, but then I had to make sure that the girl would definitely understand. After hesitating for a moment, the girl avoided my gaze and nodded. My brow furrowed. Did the Big Baboon force you? If he forced you, you'll tell me. The girl shook her head dryly and returned, no, Brother Wild, you've misunderstood, it was me who wanted to come. What kind of difficulties did you meet at home? I asked again. The girl smiled brightly, her hands resting on the position of her knees, carrying a handbag, a look of being completely overwhelmed by love. No, the two of us discussed, and so I graduated to get married, mine to do a barbecue store, now the money is not quite enough. I did not wait for the girl's words to finish, immediately waved his hand, signaling that he did not need to say. You go in, Area A, the second building. I twisted my head, no longer looking at the girl's face, and directly spoke the address. After the girl nodded in agreement, she waved her hand at the big baboon inside the car, then ran towards the address I mentioned. Du Xiaofeng turned to look at me. Brother, these handful of things are too up. After saying that, Du Xiaofeng went forward and was about to go after Big Baboon's girlfriend, but was yanked by my wrist. If she doesn't go, who will? Are you going? Or should I go? Will they be satisfied if we go? If they're not satisfied, what will Feng say? Where are the jobs of so many people in the company tomorrow? My consecutive questions made Du Xiaofeng freeze in place, shock written all over his face. In fact, not to mention him, my heart is not the same. I counted out $15,000 in cash from my handbag and then waved at the big baboon inside the car, signaling that he could come over and withdraw the money. The big baboon's speed was still as fast as Lu Xiang's. I didn't talk to him. I didn't talk to the big baboon because one can't communicate with livestock, although I wasn't too far from this one. Hey, big baboon, how are you going to spend this money? Really want to open a barbecue restaurant, ah? Du Xiaofeng suddenly laughed and wrapped his arm around Big Baboon's shoulder in a close friend-like manner. The big baboon counted the money and said cheerfully back, open chicken hair barbecue store, fooling the words of the women. How can you still believe it? A moment I arrange a few brothers, we go to the 21st century, a person to find a big horse to ride. Du Xiaofeng's smile solidified, slightly bent over, then continued to ask, and then? Then find a field to push Paixio yesterday lost $2,000 to win back, beautiful home to sleep. The words fell, Du Xiaofeng violently punched in the abdomen of the big baboon. Under the severe pain, the big baboon held his stomach and squatted down, then Du Xiaofeng made enough energy, a foot on his head. Seeing this, A Xiao and San Fat immediately stepped forward, and without using 5 seconds, they also joined the battle. The 6 big feet surrounded the big baboon and kicked him flat, kicking his face full of blood. Don't fight, because what where did I offend you, A Xiao Feng? Money I don't want it, okay, my cousin is a small ear, is also out to mix, you all know Du Xiaofeng a kick then a kick hard, that strength as if the encounter with small children like. Xiao Nima, you call little ear, if he dares to come today, I'll even do it with him. Chapter 68 Disgust. I watched the trio violently beat the big baboon out of the car window with more disgust than a hint of pain. Disgusted with the big baboon, and even more disgusted with myself. A year ago, I was so poor that I had to count the cost of my daily meals. Nowadays, the money in my handbag has never been less than 20,000 yuan, and I'm in and out of the top entertainment venues in Bingcheng. I did get what I always wanted to get, but today I suddenly feel that I have lost more. I lost my conscience, lost the bottom line, lost the qualification of being a human being. I believe that if I were the Guyi of the past, I would not hesitate to stop this from happening, even if it would affect my future. But now, I acquiesced and avoided. Enough to wait for 10 minutes, the cigarette I smoked to the third when Du Xiaofeng reluctantly got into the car. I looked back at the big baboon lying on the ground, turned around with an expressionless face, and then took off, not caring about his death. Xiao Nima's, this dog basket, if killing is not a crime, I'll be the first to get him killed. How old is that little girl? Still a student, this is 2 ing do damage. Du Xiaofeng's character and a barging some similar, is also a fire on the temper, and straight talking, cannot hide things. Little Feng, are you scolding me? Du Xiaofeng dryly smoking a cigarette, looked at me, silent and did not say anything, is considered to be the default. In this regard, I am not angry, but there is some relief, because the loyal words are always less favorable. Little Feng, one buys, one sells, it's supply and demand, as long as there's no element of coercion present, then it's a business. You feel sorry for the girl today, then tomorrow when you see a street beggar do you have to buy him a house and get him a wife? Society is like that, class is like that, it's not something we can change with a single passion. You have to learn to adapt to this temperature. Du Xiaofeng nodded thoughtfully, obviously, my enlightenment to him is working. But who should I look for to enlighten? Find Yan Feng? Does he have the effort to pull me? Society is not a kindergarten, will not consider the feelings of each person, endure, then continue to go down. Can't help it. Then out. The next day at noon, I just woke up from a nap, I received a call from Guan Xiang. Needless to say, this must be a small ear sued. After picking up the phone, I didn't wait for Guan Xiang to open his mouth, I jumped the gun and said, Xiangzi, I know what you're going to say, I'll tell you what's going on, and once I say it, you'll definitely understand. 3 minutes, I told what happened, and did not intentionally discredit the big baboon, nor did I harbor Du Xiaofeng and A Xiao as well as the 3 fat. I had thought that Guan Xiang would also be very angry, thinking that the big baboon had done this thing in a genocidal manner. But that was not actually the case, Guan Xiang's voice was very calm. Xiao Yi, I think you do not do business, directly open a temple, the gods do not even need to invite, you sit there and it's done. We are in the society, we eat the rice of the Jianghu, this is the money we earned. Little ear obligation to help, the results you do not appreciate even if, but also beat his cousin, I let you say, I have to do this big brother how to do good? This time it was my turn to be silent, but I did not how angry, much less because of this small matter with Guan Xiang tear face. But I also made a decision in my heart, if there are no special circumstances, then in terms of personal friendship, Guan Xiang and I will not be in a close step. Xianzi, I don't want the future rent of the big baboon's side. In addition, I am compensating him $5,000. Do you think it's okay? Guanxiang sighed and then gritted his teeth and said, Xiaoyi, you also don't think that I speak harshly, this matter. I impatiently interrupted the words of Guanxiang, bluntly asked back, line or not, is the rent is not satisfied, or money is not satisfied, you speak. Guanxiang did not reply, but directly hung up the phone. Then, I received a text message, which says, the money directly to the big baboon. After getting up with a belly full of anger and washing up, I went out the door, and this side just thought about what is good to eat, and the capital summoned the runner's phone call came. Hey, Ono, I'm Xiao Liang, are you awake? Although my heart has always been very disgusted with the small bright, but the surface of the work also have to do enough. After all, people dad hard. You this capital summon, I got up or not get up can what? What do you say? But if you still want a whole last night that thing, you change people, I am no trick. Xiao Yang bright smile, also recently a little back, my mind scurrying ideas, you see you still take words to damage me. Directly to the matter. You come to the villa, we eat together, talk about the demolition. Hanging up the phone, I turned around at the front intersection, and went straight to the villa area. Xiao Liang, this villa area is very large, I estimate that the upstairs and downstairs together must have about 400 square meters. There is a separate check room, an indoor swimming pool as well as a gym, and even a pet room. The decoration is quite luxurious, even now, it will never make people feel old-fashioned and outdated. The rectangular dining table was set with a dozen dishes, hot and cold. Originally I was extremely hungry, but when I saw Xiao Liang's face, my appetite was completely gone. You still cook yourself? I crossed my legs and smoked a cigarette squinting at Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang laughed, then where would I you don't joke. So you ordered it from the hotel? Xiao Liang glanced at me as if he was surprised that I would ask such a question. I hired my own chef, he left after cooking. You seem to be quite concerned about my personal life. I waved my hand and said back, I'm an old man's child, not the same lifestyle as you, simply curious, the demolition of the matter you tell me in detail. Xiao Liang lowered his head and drank a mouthful of soup. There's no rush, wait for me to finish eating before we talk. I turned around, not talking back, avoiding myself and Xiao Liang communicating about official accidents, trying to adjust this own mindset. It's really true that people have to die and goods have to be thrown away. It is said that all roads lead to Rome, but some people are born in Rome. The world is never fair. Just as I was rambling, young Master Xiao Liang finally finished eating. Ziano, let's go to the study to talk. Said, Xiao Liang strides to run to the second floor, that little temperament to you whole, I guess I now call him a commissioner. He dared to agree. Disgust began to grow crazily, there was a moment, I really want to rush up to stab this stupid coin. Left and right, Xiao Liang first went to the check room to change a clean clothes, and then went to the bathroom to take a shower, a full toss half an hour before bringing me to the study. I could feel that Xiao Liang was declaring to me the difference in class and reminding me not to ask for more. At this, I was very dismissive, it would be better if this job wasn't given to me. Xiao Liang, why don't I go home and take a nap, and we'll talk when you're done. I looked at the sofa sitting on the flute sniffing incense. Xiao Liang could not help but top a sentence. Xiao Liang laughed, put down the fragrance, friends from the capital brought a box of more than 10,000, outsiders I cannot afford to use it. Since you do not like, then forget it, come on, let's talk about business. Chapter 69, this matter absolutely cannot be involved. After Xiao Liang retrieved the smelling incense, he sat cross-legged on the sofa, and after a pause, he began to talk about the difficulties of this demolition. This factory is the former grain factory, at that time is also absolutely good unit, Bingqing Star Enterprise. But because of the wave of layoffs, the factory could not pay wages, and basically belonged to the semi-collapsed state. After 2 years of hard work, not only wages cannot be opened, but also facing a series of problems such as obsolete equipment. Want to revitalize the factory, it is necessary to have a new injection of funds, but the city also has no money. Began to attract foreign investment. Finally, someone really took over. This person called Shen Xiaochong is also a famous Bingqing son of the family background also bar. Then Shen Xiaochong and the city, after discussing the decision, a one-time injection of 8 million grain mill, accounting for 40% of the shares, but not involved in the management. This is needless to say, this kind of transaction, there must be positive factors exist. Because at that time, Shen Xiaochong this 8 million, that's with the water almost, the grain factory has been rotten, pressure is not saved. The situation is, indeed, did not use on 2 years, the grain factory and insisted on not, this time the city is no trick, can only see a large number of workers began to lay off. But the city is still doing things quite well, all the laid-off workers have gotten the buyout, and did not cause any controversial events. And this money normally, Shen Xiaochong should be burdened with 14%, because he also accounted for 40% of the shares. But at that time Shen Xiaochong began to cry poor, coupled with his family relationship is really hard, and finally this matter will not be settled. However, what people did not expect is that after a few years, the real estate industry began to rise, the land rubbing up. The grain factory that was hot to the touch before became the meat and potatoes, and was worth thousands of dollars. Xiao Liang spoke here, I guessed a rough heart, both sides are not a good person, but also want to make a lot of money without labor. Xiao Liang, that means you've got 60% of the shares from the city now? Xiao Liang nodded, yes, I also talked to Shin Xiaochong, after all, he still pinched 40% in his hands, but this stupid coin is soft and hard to refuse. I looked for a lot of relations he did not let go, insisted on co-development with me. If it is in accordance with the normal investment price to co-development, I also recognized, after all, how we're making money, but this grandson is doing too much damage. Open your mouth and I have to have an engineering work, but also all-powerful package to him to do. This has clearly let me make up for his previous investment in the whole that I certainly cannot be willing to so this matter is delayed until now. I was a little worried, rubbing my face, feel that this seems to be an addition to the front, hard to fight a little, there is no good way out. Because don't care Shin Xiaochong before with the city is how to talk about, and now people's hands pinched, the contract is real, you want to develop, you can't get around people. What is the final official statement on this matter? I ask this as purely luck, because I really do not want to face Tan Xiao, more do not want to mess with Shin Xiaochong the son. Before Shin Xiaochong how to say is also helped the city favor, and do this to the main leader either retired or up, you want to fight the lawsuit, that is a daydream, there will not be any results. Now Shin Xiaochong relies on Tan Xiao, I estimate that he looked for me to ask for the project, it should be the contract to Tan Xiao, and the extra 10% is to make up for his own. Xiao Liang said this, my heart is even more cold, such a huge profit, that change I am Tan Xiao, I will also fight, have 10 points of force will not bring with 9 points. Seeing my silence, Xiao Liang somewhat flirtatious urged, before I also looked for a few gangs, such as the Big Python in Shell North, and Liaoyong in Big East, but the demolition team has not yet waited to enter the factory, it was beaten out. I looked for a lot of relations, just want to find some hard solid people to help me do this, and then one of the elders in my family recommended Brother Phone to me, saying that if this is something that Brother Phone can't even do, then I'll just run and talk to Shin Xiaochong about it. Xiano, do you think this elder in my family is bluffing with me? Once I heard Xiao Liang say this, I was furious, but I was unable to refute it, and finally could only throw down a sentence that I would do my best, and then hurriedly left. On the way from the villa area to Shell South, I hesitated again and again, or dialed Yanfeng's phone. I don't have any good feelings towards Xiao Liang, and now that I'm about to face Tan Xiao, I have to find out Tan Xiao's attitude. Otherwise, once my side to make things big, there is no bottom of the person, then I can be completely waste. After the call was dialed, I didn't beat around the bush and directly stated my thoughts. Phone brother, I talked to Xiao Liang, this factory is not good whole, the land is not now he holds alone, to put it bluntly, he has nothing to do with the hard robbery, and now that the position of the grain factory has become the meat and potatoes, whoever that will not be easy to let go, so face to face with the whole hand, it is certain, not smash lying down the tan smile, this thing is absolutely cannot be done. I heard Yen Feng on the phone over there in silence, guessed that it must be small bright this grandson yesterday did not put things out of the original appearance, otherwise Yen Feng absolutely will not hesitate. Things are also really not what I expected. Yen Feng was silent for half a minute before he slowly opened his mouth. Find my people did not tell me that the situation is so complicated. If the land is not a small bright alone hold, then this thing is really difficult to do. The Shin family in the city is not for nothing. Many important positions have their people. Speaking here, Yen Feng paused for a moment before asking about my attitude. Xiao Yi, from your perspective, how do you think this is appropriate to get? I returned without hesitation, come on hard, offend the Shin family, and the result may not be good. Shin Xiaochong's side offered Tan Xiao a condition that is quite generous. Anyway, with my understanding of Tan Xiao, he is just fighting for his life, and will definitely not take a step back on this matter. If we look at it this way, if we can't get the job done, we won't be able to hand over Xiao Liang's side, and we won't be able to do well on either end. So my idea is that we step forward to talk with Tan Xiao, also take out the sincerity, so that also plug Xiao Liang's mouth, proving that we make efforts, is really too difficult to do, we cannot organize. Yen Feng was silent for 2 seconds, blurted out, according to what you said, small bright side you continue to contact, if things have a turnaround the best, no turnaround, I will put the tail good. I immediately had a feeling of relief and added in a sincere tone. Brother Feng, this Xiao Liang is too unpredictable, and too capable of pretending to be a coin, leaving out our company's cooperation with him. I think it's hard for us to get through to this person, because he simply despises us in his bones. Yen Feng whispered back, your big brother I know in my heart, then first. Chapter 70, the man who does great things must keep a low profile. For a week in a row, Xiao Liang has been endlessly harassing me, either drinking or singing, going to the place dead old expensive, but also do not talk about a serious matter. But whenever the drinking party was over, he always asked me about the progress of the matter, whether intentionally or not. Why don't I want to end this quickly? But Tan Xiaoxiao is now out of town, not yet back, this is not on the phone inside the talk-off. When I couldn't hold out any longer, Tan Xiao finally came back. And I didn't beat around the bush, because to be honest, this is something I resolutely don't want to get involved in, even if Xiao Liang gives me Jin Shan is useless. After the phone call was dialed, Tan Zhao's side was very surprised. Because although the night market thing had a relatively decent ending, but as far as the relationship between the two of us is concerned, we definitely can't be called friends. Brother laughing, this is Ono, what are you busy with? Tan smile on the phone side of the silence for a moment after the return. I just got off the plane. You this phone call over, it seems that you are a 007 ah. Oh, 007 thing we do not hurry to chat. I this good wine and good food ready, thought to invite you to eat a meal, let you come to give me a lesson, how about it? Can you give wild brother a face? Do not wait for Tan smile back, I continue to shamelessly say this owner disgusting words. I can hear, smile brother's broad-mindedness with the sea, that is called a vast and boundless, can't be the rumors of the Jianghu, right? Oh, little cub, you this mouth is really quite to kill, today cannot, after all, just come back, home some things to deal with, the day after tomorrow night, you see how? Tan smile can give face is not bad anything, how can I still pose, so immediately agreed. Okay, that said agreed ha laugh brother, seafood peer chant, we eat some with shells. Okay, I'll give you a good bleed. Said, Tan smile this side of the two of us mutually polite on the hang up the phone, and this side of the phone just hung up, I will hurry to yen phone put the phone over the past. Hey, phone brother, I this side on the Tan smile on the appointment, I guess after talking about the small bright will have to endlessly harass you, you can have to carry the fire or I'm not a person at both ends, Tan smile this side, I am sure to say the words to death. Yen Feng is a person who does things decisively, and rarely appears to hesitate. This time was naturally no exception. Well, I've also considered it, this is too risky, not good to do, both ends are not people, let's not talk about it, you and Tan Xiao have a good chat, if he has an obvious attitude, then let's say the words to death, just so that we can also plug Xiao Liang's mouth. Done, that's what I mean. After hanging up the phone, I let out a long breath, my heart is tired. It's really not that I'm pretentious, you just give the Monkey King the whole thing, after a month of days like this, he's definitely also shouting to go back to the mountain of flowers and fruits. On the other hand, the outskirts of Ice City, Crouching Cloud Vacation Villa. Rows of detached villas, all the colors are old Mao style, far from a look, proper European aristocracy. On both sides are two people around the thick trees, a small wind, the leaves scattered, if this place to play a mixed doubles, it may be able to cross. However, such a feat do not touch the ground of the resort was only built less than 2 years ago. The owner is called Li Huadong, a southerner with a solid family background, and this place can only be considered one of his many properties. This person is very low-key, do not play what circle culture, is bored to earn their own money. But such an honest man, Ice City, this gang of demons and monsters froze, no one dares to bare their teeth with him. Why? First, Li Huadong bought the land, just after the construction of the resort, the city began to vigorously develop the tourism industry, less than half a year, he should take the title of the whole take, which to say that he has no one in the city, the ghosts do not believe. Second, after the construction of the lodge, the first year of ticket sales, with a well-known Big Brother in Bingcheng had some conflict, because the Big Brother is also engaged in tourism, the mind to do a group ticket, there are profits everyone dipped by a little bit, of course, certainly a little bit of bullying suspicion, which do not have to think. Then the well-known Big Brother was smashed in, hit the black, the first trial is a reprieve, even some of the old cases on his body are turned out. And it is said that even a big man in the province have been in the middle of the words, specially sent a secretary to pay attention to the case. Such financial strength, such a background, you can say in addition to a sentence of envy and jealousy what else can you say? Li Huadong is about 1 m, very thin and weak, like a child's body. Keep a clean and sharp plate inch, like to stretch his neck when talking to people, a smiling, amiable look. Dressed on the casual side, the accent you can't hear where he is from at all, it's very mixed. I think the fire is almost ready now, all that's missing now is an opportunity to make the two groups pinch each other, do you guys have any opinions? The first person to speak was Guang Jun, he touched his injured thigh and spoke back in a very quick tone, Tan Xiaoxiao has a cousin who is usually willing to play a little smoking. Li Huadong laughed and patted Guang Jun's shoulder, Jun seems to be recuperating from his injuries this period of time has not been idle ah. Pei Lord's hands around the chest some puzzled asked, Huadong, we know the time is not long, but I have some cannot figure out, you do not lack of silver, nor lack of relationship, why find me and Xiao Jun cooperation? Li Huadong laughed and did not say, Pei Luang saw this immediately added, you do not misunderstand, now I and Xiao Jun all the family are thrown in your place, if you do not believe you, certainly will not do so right, just want to have a bit of a bottom in the heart. Li Huadong waved his hand, signaling Pei Luang a little overthinking, softly explained, you actually want to ask is, why I circled around so much, but also want to take that piece of land in the Shangyang district, right? Pei Luang nodded with a smile, Xiangyang district has really developed well in recent years, but after all, it is still too far away from the city to be considered mainstream, and the return on investment will definitely be there, but if there is such a large sum of money, smashed in the south of the clams or the north of the clams, wouldn't it be a bigger profit? Li Huadong did not immediately answer Pei Luang's question, but pointed to a tea house not far away and said, let's go in to drink tea, drink, and chat, just I also have a friend to come, at first he let me contact you too. Guang Jun curiously asked, do I know this person? Li Huadong deliberately sold a secret, oh, you'll know when we meet in a while. Half an hour later, a Mazda sedan slowly drove into the Crouching Cloud Resort. The person who came down from the car was the famous Big Brother of Ice City, Huang Taiji, as well as his most valued brother Guan Xiang. Came really quite fast, I still think you have to get a while. Li Huadong pushed open the door of the tea house and welcomed him out, then pointed at the Mazda sedan and said, "You are really getting more and more advanced, starting to play back to basics." Huang Taiji smiled and shook hands with Li Donghua. Didn't they say in the movie, people who do great things should keep a low profile? Chapter 71, Shocking Big Conspiracy. Pei Lord and Guangjun see Huang Taiji are very surprised, because weekdays they contact is also quite a lot, both sides almost a week to meet and drink once. However, with such close contact, the two of them actually had no knowledge of what Huang Taiji was going to do, so it can be seen that Huang Taiji how deep this person's city is. "Evergreen, what are you playing at? How did you confuse me?" Huang Taiji greeted him and smiled. "Let's go in and talk, it's windy outside." After several people entered the tea house, the security guard immediately unlocked the door of the tea house, the wide floor-to-ceiling windows, but also all the curtains were covered. Several sofas inside the house slowly lit up warm-colored lights. The small atmosphere with the whole to tell a ghost story seems to be. The first person to open his mouth is Huang Taiji, and he sits in the most central position. From this detail can be seen, the dominant person of this gang should be Huang Taiji. Both of you should be curious as to why I want to fight for that grain factory in Shangyang district, so let's start with this factory. I received accurate information, Shangyang district grain factory direction, to repair the highway. This is the province to support the project. The city's main several leaders have been ventilated, is expected to have 2 to 3 months, the project will be proposed. Now the holder of the factory one is Xin Xiaochong, one is the city Zhang Bureau family's youngest son, Zhang Liang. I can give you a bottom line, I and Xin Xiaochong his father are in private contact, this news is what he revealed to me. When he said this, Pei Luang interjected with a very puzzled tone, then if that's the case, what role did Tan Xiao play in the middle? Huang Taiji loosened his collar, crossed his legs, and returned in a domineering manner. I don't want to contribute to the force, but I still want the money, so there's Tan Xiao, is that clear? Pei Lord's eyes lit up and immediately understood. I said how Donghua has been paying attention to the two groups of people, Tan Xiao and Yen Feng, the original waiting hero. Then, Pei Luang continued to add, but I still don't understand a little bit of Evergreen. You can get the news, that Yen Feng's network, it is impossible to confiscate the news, so come to the silver thing. His attitude seems to have been not too resolute, this does not conform to common sense. Huang Taiji softly explained, Yen Feng's original mate, Dong family is currently under investigation. The final result should be the internal retreat, and this is why Yen Feng recently began to frequent walk with the Zhang family. The purpose is to let the upper level of the rights of the peaceful excess. And why is Yen Feng's attitude not resolute? That's because Xiao Liang didn't tell him the truth, that is to say, Yen Feng actually doesn't know right now that the province is going to open up Shangyang district for a highway project. Pei Lord frowned when he heard, Evergreen, you talk a little left and right contradictory. Yen Feng since he does not know the highway thing, then we still hesitate what directly boldly do it. And Yen Feng now the upper layer of the relationship is so weak, it is a good time. Huang Taiji laughed lightly. I said, I don't want to force, but I have to earn money. Oh, I forgot to tell you, the Zhang family and I have also reached a consensus. Pei Lord and Guang Jun glanced at each other, both of them acting confused. At this time, Li Donghua took the words over, continued to explain, these years, Yen Feng rely on the Dong family to gain power, real money took too much, now the Dong family is about to face the downfall of the Dong family, Yen Feng's priority is definitely to reattach a thigh to himself. But the matter of selecting a relationship than picking a daughter-in-law is not worse than what, that is certainly to be prudent, so that Yen Feng easily is not going to go down, and that's why we want a Tan Smile and Yen Feng to play a ring. Doing so is actually to confuse Yen Feng, so that he will steadfastly stand on the side of the Zhang clan and collect land in a big way. And in the end result, no matter if it's Xin Xiaochong who takes the land, or Xiao Liang who takes the land, the people who benefit are us. Guang Jun didn't know if he was overly nervous or what was going on, his smoking palms were trembling. Okay, so following your logic, what if we say Zhang Liang got the land? Yen Feng isn't a little cutie, how can I not guard against Zhang Liang? In my place I am Yen Feng, the land plot I will definitely choose to pinch in my own hands. Li Huadong thwarted his palms and raised his head. Under the light, his smile became more and more exaggerated. Jun, let me ask you, if you are now with the gloves above to do this project, what is your first step? Guang Jun returned without thinking, step up and set up a company, then hang all the land for the project and hold it together, one for all. Yeah, as long as the project is up, Xiao Liang will step in to set up this company and hold the shares of the company jointly with Yen Feng. Good then, here comes the most crucial one in Evergreen, what do you say if you were Yen Feng, how would you divide this share? Huang Taiji and Li Donghua cooperated with each other beyond compare, and blurted out, in order to increase my control over the company and increase my own shareholding, I would choose to move all of my own properties, and projects that were previously related to the Dong family to the newly created company. There are two reasons. 1. Projects supported by the province earn red resources, the more shares I have, the heavier that voice will be, so I have to fight. The second, the old boss fell, for their own security considerations, that is certainly to protect the old capital. And how to protect the old capital the safest? That naturally is to smash the family capital in the province to support the project, so that even if someone in the city wants to kill the pig, we'll also consider the attitude of the province. Immediately after, Li Huadong spoke again. When Yen Feng smashes all his family's capital on the new company, that's when we'll eat at the table. After Li Huadong and Huang Taiji recounted all of their plans in extreme detail, Pei Luang and Guang Jun were shocked and unable to speak for a long time. From using Tan Xiao as a scapegoat, to luring Yen Feng into the game and conspiring with the Shin and Zheng families. Then step forward to set up a company, jointly hold shares, pick up the provincial key support projects, let Yen Feng put down the guard, pouring all the family background, and finally see the blood to seal the throat, can be said to be step by step, counting without omission. Layout of the subtle, human nature to pinpoint the precision, is simply seamless. Pei Lord digested for 10 minutes before slowly opening his mouth. In the end, how do you plan to swallow Yen Feng's family fortune? Huang Taiji and Li Donghua glanced at each other before waving their hands at each other, signaling that it was better to say this to themselves. Old Pei, Xiaojun, I have my ways. I definitely can't say until I get to where it is, but I can tell you too very responsibly that Yen Feng's family likewise has my people. Pei Lord crooked his neck quite evil smile. It seems that you have been staring at Yen Feng for a long time, hidden deep enough. Huang Taiji did not hide it, and admitted it painfully. A year ago, from the trend that the Dong family was going to fall, I started to plan, and it was also from that time that I contacted the Shin and Zheng families. Pei Luang smiled to himself. It was also from that time that he set his eyes on Xiaojun and I. Right, the only people who have the strength and also have a direct conflict with Yen Feng are you and Xiaojun, so I had Donghua contact you. Pei Lord and Guang Jun slowly stood up and ran towards the two of them, picking up their teacups. In lieu of tea, let's wish us a happy cooperation. As the words fell, the five of them drank the tea from their cups in one go, and then once again perfected the huge conspiracy. Chapter 72. Let's see which one of us gets home first. In the blink of an eye, the time for my appointment with Tan Xiao arrived. For this kind of negotiation, I had wanted to go by myself, but Bao and Song Lu had been busy, clamoring to go for a walk. Also gave a very fashionable expression, meaning that this kind of negotiation, brush a face, that will invariably increase the so-called Jianghu status. Eat a meal. Two people have raised the issue to the status of the Jianghu, then what can I say? The three of us arrived at the seafood wharf half an hour earlier, and ordered a large number of dishes. Of course, this is not to see the face of Tan Xiao, but this meal Yen Feng will certainly be reimbursed, so I naturally will not miss this opportunity to improve the food. The three of us will pull the calf, look down at the watch, has been out of date for 10 minutes, cursed at Tan Smile to no concept of time. I lowered my head and dialed the Tan Smile's phone. He did not pick up. This time I was a little upset. Face also gave him. I also lowered my head. How so uninterested it, then followed by sending him a text message to urge a little. The text message was written like this. Laughing brother, bull coins I have blown out. You do not come. Old brother cannot get off the stage. The dishes I have finished ordering. Wine is also ready. You do not come. I certainly do not go. Text message Tan Xiao was a quick reply, only 2 words. Wait for me. In the blink of an eye, time passed for another 20 minutes before Tan Xiao arrived at the seafood pier. However, Tan Xiao's state was very wrong, dressed in black, with a white cloth tied around his shoulders, and without a hint of a smiling look on his face. There were rules in Ice City. Only when someone close to the family passed away would a white cloth be tied around the shoulders. Brother laughing, I'm sorry, I didn't know something happened in your family. I'll punish myself with 3 cups later. Tan Xiao looked at me with a leathery smile, crossed his legs and smoked a cigarette. I won't eat the meal. There's something you can say. Considering that now Tan smile this state is really not suitable for beating around the bush, pulling the calf, so I'm not so euphemistic, bluntly said. Brother laughing, the matter of the Shangyang district grain factory, Xiao Liang found Brother Feng, and Brother Feng found me. You are a senior in the jungle, eating and watching. That's not something I can compare to. I am a teenager riding a horse. Well, Xiao will not ride. About you, this little heart is also very apprehensive. On this matter, you see, can you give way? Our side is sincere. You can open conditions. I help you negotiate in the middle to ensure that you do not suffer, face and face. The whole time I was almost holding Tan Xiao chatting about this matter, but Tan Xiao on the other hand has always been a state of skin and flesh smiling at me, and the beaver on the side is even more eyeballs are on fire, looking at me a little hairy. After saying that, I stood up and dried 3 glasses of white wine in a row without taking a single bite of food, but not 2 or 2 glasses, but the kind of super small glasses used for eating cuisine. But this is also enough to make me hard. My heart is on fire. The last mouthful of goodness did not swallow. Oh, Yen Feng now are overbearing to this extent? Night market, you fell in love. I have to let me. I do not let you guys on my neck. And now the grain factory also stared, but also I let. I see Tan smile a little to not speak human words, immediately to find the words to make up for the back, show the attitude, for fear that he misunderstood. Laughing brother, you say what words I can have to explain to you. The night market is my Zhang Luget. Feng brother is completely for me. If you do not unwind, a moment I was drinking 3 cups. I try to put together a smile and continue to add, after finishing the night market, we are talking about the grain factory. Feng means, how do you say is also a personage in the Jianghu. Politely say hello is supposed to be. If you insist on your side to take, then the big deal is that we do not fight. Not waiting for Tan Xiao to speak, the beaten up beaver did not have enough to take over the words. Do not fight? Oh, Sid and Sing are good to hear. Guyi, you guys play not Jianghu, play not moral justice. Today if it is not laugh brother stop me, Itama. Not yet waiting for the beaver to finish his words, Tan Xiao fiercely stood up and looked at me with one hand in his pocket. Guyi, go back and you tell Yin Feng, grain factory he does not need to mind, I definitely help Les Chong fight, he has any idea can find me, I take this chat to this extent, then I naturally do not have to be hypocritical polite. Okay, you are so bull coins better directly to Feng brother to death of, you have this strength, the people of the city know. I did not hesitate to top Tan smile a sentence after, gloomy face, turned around and grabbed the jacket to also want to go. What I should say I have said, to Yin Feng, to Xiao Liang, I have an explanation, in short, my job content has been all completed. Oh, good, now Yin Feng's family's little brats dare to talk to me like this. Tan's smile eyes narrowed, face without a smile, through his voice at me shouted, Guyi, we both go together from the hotel, to see which of us first to the home, today I let you know what is called treadmill Jianghu, grass. I frowned and looked at Tan Xiao who turned to leave and muttered breathlessly, everyday grass, 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 really no quality ah. White blind me this table of food, ah break sick son, call the waiter, packing, wine also take away. Ah Bao held his chin with a hard-thinking look and said to me, wild brother, this Tan Xiao is too wrong today, according to reason, is to talk about the collapse, that his character will not directly turn over his face ah. And don't you think he just talked weird? Being Tan smile dislike a meal, I am in a rather bad mood, where there is the heart to consider these details ah, and in my thinking, talk about the collapse of the better, so that the matter of the grain factory does not have to follow me in the mix. No matter him, love it, let Feng find someone to communicate with him when the time comes. Dear readers, move your little hands, urge more and comment the discussion to engage in it, give me some motivation, everyday single machine, too hard to get through. At the entrance, inside Tan Zhao's Mercedes. After getting on the car, Tan smiled and directly rushed to a phone that had been talking and shouted, Xiao Xiao. A moment later, the person came out to directly find an opportunity to get him. The person who answered the phone is exactly the one who took the gun against me last time to do black work professionally. To what effect? Give me on the spot to die. Da. The phone hung up and then Tan Xiao drove a Big Ben and took off. The car just after the front foot, the opposite side of the road slowly opened a shabby and incomparable van. The car body is dirty dirt, resulting in the license plate are not very clear to see, and the car windows are also pasted film, even if you stick to the neck to look at, but also a black. Inside the car, Xiao moved very skillfully to put a hat on himself, and then quickly checked the office supplies. Ka-ching! After the bullet is loaded, Xiao then rushed to the driving companion and said, Old Pie, this kid wants to go home, surely go to the side of the second grain store, cross the bridge and you'll overtake him. After holding back the stop, Xiaozi and I will directly get off the car to do our business. Chapter 73 Running for Your Life. On the other hand, inside the car. I was disliked for no reason, my mood is naturally not good, and I have been pondering in my mind how to make things clear with Yin Feng. Just when I was distracted, Ah Chuang put me on the job again. Brother, do you still use the car at night? When I heard a broke so, I understand what is going on, this is a proper to take my car to go out to meet the girl. It's not that I'm cheap. If you say you're going to meet a girl, then you're going to do it. Are you going to clean up the battlefield afterward? Broken stockings, set of bags, toilet paper just so in the back seat thrown. The last time I break in the afternoon to return my car, I did not look, went to pick up Ching Ching. This is good, directly dislike me a panda eyes. Brother I tell you, brother to pussy this thing is more experienced, that thing with a less once, you have to save a little bit to get, later married, Poku not come out, daughter-in-law is not anxious I? A break into a big grin back, today is not really will sister, my great aunt today birthday, I want to go to see her, oh, you know me, good to have a face, I thought to drive your car over to pretend, after all, I'm now mixing well. A break this great aunt I know, since childhood a break parents work in the field, childhood, a break is almost in his great aunt's home to spend. This great aunt had 4 daughters, we can see from this number, this woman how desperately want a son. So this aunt and nephew affection is extremely good, the previous delivery time, his great aunt will always ride a small electric tricycle to send food to a break. Then you'll deliver the night market for me and 6th son, and then you're on your way. No, at this point they've pretty much eaten, I'll just go over to take a look and give a red packet, let's do it together, or else I won't be able to come back even if I want to come back in a while, and there's no car at night at my great aunt's place. After pondering for a while also think it is really so, and then in my in song 6 under the strong request, looking for a supermarket, the 2 of us a person and buy some 8 treasure porridge, milk and other things. Inside the van. Xiao was all set to make a move, but our traveling route suddenly made a change, which more or less left him at a loss. Don't panic, follow him, if he doesn't turn right and keeps going straight, there's a fork in the road up ahead, and the surveillance in that place isn't good. Xiaozi, you hit the glass, I'll hit the tires, and then make up for the gun together. Xiao's quality is still quite strong, the ability to improvise is very strong. When the first set of plans didn't work, he would immediately make a deployment. And the remaining 2 companions didn't show any excessive emotions. From this it could be seen that this small team definitely wasn't the first time they had done this kind of job, there was a tacit understanding between them. Brother Wild, look at that van behind us, how come it keeps following us? Song Lu pointed to the rearview mirror and said at me. The avenue is not driven by your family. How do people drive and still have to report to you? Ah. You really have no words to find words. You that mouth. Ah. A minute does not take a break, as if rented. Song Lu buried his feet, aggrieved back. My mom said I was scared when I was little, so I talk late. I am now making up for the words I didn't say in those years. Technically, I'm considered handicapped. You guys have to take care of me more. There's nothing wrong with that. Being brain damaged is also disabled. Amidst the mocking laughter of Bao and I, Song Lu's face instantly darkened even more. 3 minutes later, the Audi was traveling straight through a dirt road intersection under construction. This broken road. Ah, you say nothing, construction, nothing. I really stepped on the horse convinced. Dug the pit is not flat. A breakthrough. Read a sentence, hit the turn signal, slowly let go of the gas pedal, to cross this corner. And just when our car presented 75 degrees, a loud sound of a tire scared the three of us a shiver. Just as the three of us were still frozen, another loud bang exploded in our ears. Wow! The glass of the passenger side of the car instantly exploded. Gu Yi, brother laughing, saluted you with a bullet. You caught it. The third shot rang out with it. The shot was accurate. It was running through the back seat. The bullet went through the door. Although it reduced the impact, it still hit me. It was then that I felt a slight tearing sensation in my abdomen. I felt no pain at all, and when I reached out to touch it, it was all blood. Sit tight. Ah Gang slammed on the gas, and with the left tire already flat, the car rushed out left and right. The van behind him was still following closely and kept trying to overtake. Are you okay, Weil? This Tama must be Tan Zhao's man. I'll count my life as a waste if I don't yank down his JB. Song Lu haphazardly touched his upper body, screaming in shock, while Bao showed more calmness this time, keeping a tight grip on the steering wheel to keep the car from drastically running off course. Don't panic, don't panic. I'm calling Feng now. Let's try to stall for time and drive towards a crowded area. I gave a haphazard reply and dialed Brother Feng's number. Hey, Brother Feng, I'm in Shell North, this side of Guanghua Road. Tan Xiaoxiao made a move. I've been Ed with a shot. The pair of guys haven't left yet. It's a van, and there are at least 2 guns on the opposite side. Yan Feng on the other side of the phone was silent for about 2 seconds before returning. Wait for me. After a short period of mental relaxation, the pain came up. I was gasping for air. Even gasping for air is a bit laborious. Brother, the front is full of unlicensed small KTVs. There are especially many hutongs. The route is quite complicated. Let's get off where we are and run separately as you said. Okay. 6. Take care of Brother Wild. Song Liuzi was drawing pictures. Amitabha Buddha, Holy Mother Mary, Infinite Heavenly Father, God, save our brother and sister. Chanima, stop chanting. I said take care of Brother Yi. He's been shot. Did you hear me? Ah Gung twisted his head and roared. Spit sprayed Song Lu's face. I know, you step on the horse a little quality. Your mouth seems like a sewer, a smell. 2 minutes later, the Audi car had jerked into the alley. The moment the car stopped, I covered my stomach directly, scurry out of the car, ran around the corner of a trash can, ran over. Song 6 is turned over to help me. Thin body is almost carrying me forward. Just when we thought the victory is in front, his Audi car again started and ran out again. Whistling past is always in hot pursuit of the van, before and after the difference of less than 5 seconds. Song Lu and I hid behind the billboard and froze at the same time. Wild. Wild brother. You see. What are you looking at? Xiaotama, Bao must have been shot. Song Lu touched his face, then spread out his blood-stained hands, tears crackling down. At the same time, my eyes instantly reddened. The blood on Song Lu's face was spat out by Bao just now. Only at that time, since we were all too nervous, plus the lighting conditions were bad, none of us paid attention to it. When the second shot was fired, Bao was shot, only he was driving, so he never said anything. Why did he drive away? Because he knew that if he got out of the car and ran after him, all 3 of us would have to fold here, so he decided to distract the other party by himself, thus creating an opportunity for Song Lu and I to escape. Chapter 70 For the Jianghu in the Heart of the Reckless Man. Audi car. A break in the Hudong scurrying more than a minute later, at an intersection directly blocked by the van. The other party did not even get out of the car, came up first, avalanche a gun. This shot was directed at the back seat, although it was not directed at Bao, but the bullet still penetrated into Bao's back. Put. Bao's palm shivered as he ran to grab a cigarette from the console, his expression wooden. Once. 2 times. 3 times. As the fire flared, Ago stretched out his blood-covered palm and pinched the cigarette tightly between his thumb and forefinger as he looked toward the photo hanging in the car. The photo was taken at the first closing when we were still in the first depot. On it were me, Xiaobei, Song Lu, Xiaofeng, Xiang Zhe, and Jian Jie, as well as several other master drivers. At that time we were wearing tattered camouflage uniforms. Each of us was grimy, but everyone had a smile on their face. I had my left and right arms around Trespasser and Xiaobei. Xiaofeng was riding on Song Lu's body, and the 2 of them, Aizawa and Jane Jia, had their hands behind their backs in koi expressions. Xiao Nimas said that in the future we will work together. Cow coins, play together. Cow coins I am not seeing, now it is left to play. These 2 colorful laziness should run away right. Run away right. In a soft murmur, I broke his head, directly fainted. And Xiao several people in the car after determining the only person in the car a breakthrough, angrily cursed, while jogging this on the car, while dialing the phone of Tan smile. Brother laughing, I missed, but did one. Tan Xiao on the other side of the phone didn't complain, because this kind of thing, no one can follow the script, it's too normal to have accidents. Dad? I don't know, I think it's bad enough, the old skin hit a shot, I penetrated a shot, both hit quite solidly. Good, you guys withdraw normally, I'll get someone to set you up. Hospital, in front of the resuscitation room door. I just snapped out the bullet, sitting on the wheelchair with a wooden expression and a lot of thoughts in my head. Xiao Bei was making this phone call excitedly, constantly looking for someone to inquire about the location of Tan Xiao. He Nan and Lin Zi are arguing with a person wearing a police uniform, sputtering and very emotional. Yen Feng was discussing something with several doctors, also frowning. It looks like the situation is not very optimistic. Song Lu kneeled on the ground painfully grasping his hair, howling. Du Xiaofeng and Xiangzi both stood frozen in their positions at the doorway, tears flowing wildly. It was as if these people were in two worlds with me. I could see them, I could hear what they were saying, but I wanted to open my mouth to communicate with them, but I couldn't open it. My mind was filled with the scene after scene of Ah Bao at my side. These kids, Ah Gung is the one who can cause the most trouble, and also the one who is the most disobedient, and he is usually the most stubborn with me. However, Ah Gung is also the one who does the most work. One thing, others may get 80 points, I will praise a little, or give some material rewards. Only Ah Gung cannot, he has to do 100 points, or even 120 points. For this reason, Ah Gung has been complaining to me, threatening me with resignation, and I always say whatever he wants, but he has never left. I from a big mouth chasing cut cab driver, to now Yen family wild brother, my own efforts, but more is around these people with life to help me spell out. Sometimes the feelings of this matter is really complicated. Normally, the breakthrough they work for me, I give them a salary. This is a relationship of interest, there is no emotion. Because of the 5 years of squatting, I have always been very careful with the word friendship. But without realizing it, I realized that I really can't leave this group of friends around me. I needed them, they were already part of my life. An hour later, the door to the operating room opened, and a doctor in a white coat came out with a tired face. Haruka pushed me in my wheelchair and immediately stepped forward. Everyone looked at me. I adjusted my emotions and asked with a choked voice, "Doctor, my brother?" I really didn't have the courage to ask the latter words. I was afraid that it would be a bad result. I was afraid that he would give me a "sorry, we tried our best." Now the situation is not very optimistic. Some of the shrapnel hit the spine. Even if the life is saved, the patient will have the possibility of paralysis. I instantly froze, tears rushed out, my emotions nearly collapsed. Yen Feng saw the situation and made a look at Ching immediately went forward. "Doctor, our family is not bad money. What medical equipment you can rest assured on. I and your director Yuan is a good friend. Come. Nan I let you prepare it." The doctor with a difficult expression spread his hands and returned. "The shrapnel is stuck in the 5th spinal column. The patient has already had one major surgery. We don't dare to do another surgery now, otherwise he definitely can't carry it. We can only observe it under observation. Would it be better to go to Dragon City or Night Capital?" The doctor shook his head after a moment of silence. "We'll have a meeting in a while to discuss and see if there's a good way. We'll discuss it later." Fine, you've taken the trouble." After sending the doctor away, Yen Feng called Xiao Bei. "Xiao Bei, you take people back first, it's useless to keep so many people in the hospital." Before, Xiao Bei and I had discussed avoiding Tan Xiao. At the same time, I had also explained to Xiao Bei that this was Yen Feng's intention. So when Yen Feng said this, Xiao Bei instantly misunderstood. "Brother Feng, let's do Tan Xiao's matter on our own, so we don't need the company to step in." What kind of mind is Yen Feng? How could he possibly have a general understanding with Xiao Bei? You guys came in late, you probably don't quite understand my temper, let alone the fact that it was Xiao Bei that Tan Xiao shot today. Even if the person he shot was the rag picker at my construction site, that wouldn't be good. Xiao Bei instantly froze when she heard this and looked up at Yen Feng. Yen Feng handed his handbag to the driver, then pointed at Inan and said, "Trust someone to contact Tan Xiao, tell him to hide it, let me find it." Head he screwed down. In the early morning, 3 o'clock, a breakside woke up. The situation now is that it is not difficult to save his life, but if he wants to completely recover, it is almost impossible. The location where Ah Bao was shot is in the spine, that is the most critical place in a person's body, where the shrapnel is now stuck. It is not impossible to do surgery to remove it, but once the angle is not right, then it is a major medical malpractice. Doctors are not omnipotent, and the risk of this kind of surgery is too great, they can't make up their minds for a while. I sat in the wheelchair, looking at the body inserted full of instruments, face pale a breakthrough, emotions once again out of control. "Grass. You're crying." Ah Bao turned his head to look at the few of us, the corner of his mouth spread a smile. "Are you alright? Where's 6? Song Lu, who had already cried until he broke down, took a step forward with Aizawa's help. I woodenly retained my tears and tried my best to restrain my emotions. "I'm fine, I just got bitten in the stomach, I'll be fine after the shrapnel is picked out and a few days of anti-inflammatory injections. It's you." It is natural that the doctor of such an important surgery could not hide it from Abao, plus the fact that none of us are immediate family members, and we are not even qualified to sign. I have nothing to study here, you won't be able to afford to pay for my surgery, right? The more I break through so full of care, I this heart the more with a knife like. Chapter 75, Something Weird. I shed a wooden tear and clutched the palm of Breakaway's hand. If you can't get up, I'll send Tan Xiao to keep you company. Bong twisted his head away, no longer looking at us. All of you go out, let the doctor check me properly. There is no JB thing, you Bong brother me, I can still fight for another 300 years, it's all a small thing. The more sentimental Son Lu once again collapsed, whimpering and crying, and Xiaobei also twisted his head away, not daring to look at the hospital bed of Bao again. The next day, in the morning, I chased another shot of closure and anti-inflammatory and forced to leave the hospital, and now my situation is that I do not dare to walk a big stride, for fear of pulling the wound. Normal eating was limited to thin gruel, and with the slightest drastic movement, that abdomen just hurt like hell. But I have to do something, in the hospital to stay I wanna go crazy, as long as it closed eyes, is the barge driving Audi rampage away from the scene. The first person I met was Chen Mo. Frankly speaking, if it is other out of the mixed people have Chen Mo so a friend, that has long been flaunted not. But I have never intentionally admitted my relationship with Chen Mo to outsiders. Not that our relationship did not reach which step, but I think Chen Mo walk this road has been very difficult. I as his friend cannot help him even if nothing to him to find things, it is purely a basket case. But this time is different, now throw out the grain factory thing not to talk about, not mixed with any interest factors, I also want to dry Tan Xiao. This is what I should do, and what I must do. Inside the breakfast store. Chen Mo lowered his head to drink this millet porridge and eat the pie. The sunlight shone on his side face. The whole person appeared to be not as dead as in the past days. Instead, he was somewhat like a youngster who had just joined the workforce. Mayor, I'm not sure of the rules, here's 20, you take it first, not enough to tell me. I took out a small backpack and pushed it in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo didn't even raise his head, and softly followed up with, the pretty strong kid who usually follows you? I nodded, then turned my body sideways and opened my clothes first to show the wound where I was injured and stitched up. The second shot hit him, but he didn't say anything. If he didn't distract Tan Xiao's people, I would have definitely folded, and the opposite side ran to get me killed. Chen Mo nodded, his expression unchanged. This kid is quite benevolent, no wonder you value him. The two of us are brothers. I do. Tan Xiao is rushing to you, it has nothing to do with money, you touch some of it, I'll also inquire about it. My phone is not turned off, contact me at any time if there is any news. I woodenly looked at Chen Mo, said tentatively, Mo, either we together. Chen Mo froze live for a moment, then smiled, this character of mine can't get along with other people, it's also troublesome to be with you, this relationship we have now is quite good, you pay the bill, I'm leaving. When he was close to going out, Chen Mo stopped again and turned back. Wild, I'll leave after helping you with this time, I'll walk a bit faster than you on this road, today it's Abao, who will it be tomorrow? Xiao Bei? Or Jane Jia inside the prison? You're not stepping too deep, if you have the chance to pull out, don't hesitate. This was the first time Chen Mo talked to me in such a serious manner. But at that time, I had long been overwhelmed by anger and didn't pay any attention to it. And when I reacted and wanted to repent, I realized that I had already stepped too deep into the mud and couldn't pull out. On the other hand, Yin Feng Company inside. Today come are not the company's executives or management, but are Yin Feng around the brothers, a dozen people. Henan, Lin Zi, Xiaopai. These needless to say, we almost 3 to 5 days to get together. Wan Ping, you talk about the information you've inquired about, the guys will study it and see how to get Tan Xiao on his knees as soon as possible. This one called Wan Ping was one of Yin Feng's brothers, there were 2 others, one called Zhang Guanyang and one called Li Shanha. The 4 were about the same age, and it was said that they were mixed up together, and their relationship was quite iron, and they hadn't experienced a lot of things over the years. Yin Feng most of the business is Zhang Guanyang and Li Shanha control, while Wan Ping is responsible for the normal operation of the company. Relative to the first 2, do can be said to be clerical work. Oh yes, in fact, the earliest time is 5 people worship, there is also a called Hiyong, that is, Henan's own brother, only people long gone. I sat on the edge of the position, but there is no imbalance in the heart. Today can come to the people that are Yin Feng family absolute core characters, each is the level of the big brother. I can enter the house, that is actually even a recognition. Listen, Ding Anan said, there have been many years have not gathered so together. From this point can be seen, Yin Feng is really angry. Just as Henan and I were whispering, Wan Ping spoke up. Tan Xiaoxiao has a cousin, called Tan Bing, has been responsible for helping Tan Xiaoxiao to get Pao Pao's business, but now the person is gone, the cause of death is an overdose. It is said that Tan Bing was blocked at home, and he was forced to give him 3 or 4 injections. In short, the way of death is quite tragic. And the time when Tan Bing buckled was the day after Tan Xiao returned from the field. Now it's basically certain that Tan Xiaoxiao mistakenly thought that it was us who wanted to rob the grain factory before laying hands on his cousin, and that's why he went out and attacked Ono. After Wan Ping finished speaking, Li Shanha, who had a rather stout, giant-like figure, spoke in a muffled voice, the backstabbing has to be investigated clearly, or else we'll shy away from doing anything in the future. Behind his words, Zhang Guanyang held his chin like he was talking to himself and added, "We and Tan Xiaoxiao pinch up, who benefits the most, then who has the greatest suspicion? I estimate that there is a possibility that it is Xiaoyang. This little brat has a belly full of bad water, doing things extremely unreliable." After saying that, all the people all twisted their heads to look at Yin Feng, waiting for his attitude. Yin Feng hands around the chest, bottom of the airbag, Dong family downfall, we are affected by the biggest, red rabbit horse is gone, but Yin Feng would rather run barefoot, but also absolutely will not take a donkey to fool themselves. Saying this, Yin Feng looked at Wan Ping, asked Xiao Liang to come to the company, just say I'm looking for him. Wan Ping turned his pen, what if it's him? We now have a thin relationship above, if an offending Xiao Liang, then the future road can be more and more difficult to go. There is also the fact that, if Xiao Liang accelerated the speed of the downfall of the Dong family, then a lot of our industry cannot be drawn out, this loss can be too big. These information I listened to was also fearful, but also realized that the so-called big brother, not all day blowing a bull coin, to the offices sits so simple. The more power you hold, then the more restrictions you are subject to. Yin Feng's pressure at the moment is absolutely unprecedented, in front of the brothers if he is a big brother, in front of the staff, if he is the boss. Usually he slips and slides all day long without much of anything, but once something goes wrong, then one of his decisions affects everyone's rice bowl. Oh, Yin Feng is hanging a sickle on the waist, to account for the start, the money is gone, I'm earning on it, but not 70 years old, but the following people chilled, who is still afraid of me outside Yin Feng in the future. Walking the road, the name stinks, how do you still end the bowl? A moment to give me about him, if it is really what he did, then I first try kneeling tan smile, and then it is him. I had thought that there would be a part of the people to step in to stop Yin Feng, or to persuade him not to be impulsive. After all, now Yin Feng above the hardest relationship is already in jeopardy, rashly, then it is likely to cause many chain reactions, and finally lead to the overall collapse. But to my surprise, when Yin Feng showed his attitude, all the people's ideas unprecedented unanimity, there is no question, only the implementation. Everyone around the rhetoric, but also all Yin Feng some ideas, constantly improve, key details, looking for shortcuts. At this point I realized why Yin Feng can tigerize city for more than 10 years, become one of the top of the touchdown big brother. This strength is really a bar. Chapter 76 Yin Feng Style. This meeting opened very quickly. After Yin Feng started, he almost didn't talk much, it had been Wan Ping who was arranging, Guang Yang and Shan he took the lead to cooperate. It's done brothers, the plan to exterminate Tan is officially launched. Wan Ping was usually quite serious and personal in the company, but in private he treated these brothers casually, and spoke with a big grin, for this coin-loading peddler, we must fire on all cylinders to ensure our gang status in the jungle, come shout our gang slogan once again. Guan Yang's face flushed red, and reached out his hand, can you stop shouting? How old are we? Don't talk about this stuff, there are still cubs here. This is corporate culture, what do you know? Wan Ping looked at Huanyang with a grudge, and then with his voice, he led the shouting, the Jianghu has created 10,000 waves, and Feng has stepped on the emperor's path. In his hand, the blade shines coldly, and he is bold enough to enter the dragon pool alone. The words landed, my goosebumps rose all over, was thunder not light. The several big brothers beside me clenched their hands into fists and shouted in unison, especially a big brother next to Yinan, who shouted with a red face and neck and broke his voice. Wan Ping scampered up to the conference table with a single stride, and continued shouting with a wave of his hand, good, good, the brothers are in a full mood, here comes the next line. Treading through 1,000 mountains to find the enemy, gunning down the gang to show off their style. Fierce winds and bloody rains are not to be feared, mighty fame shakes the 9 heavens. A group of old gangsters over 40 years old shouted with passion and fighting spirit. Don't say, this word is really brainwashing, the image of the social seal in my mind, suddenly again a lot of greatness. Ahem, that I go to see Xiao Liang, today is first. Yin Feng's face was green as he ran towards the door of the conference room, and when he was close to going out, he suddenly stopped and shouted at me, Xiao Yi, you accompany me. I got up and greeted several big brothers and followed Yin Feng to go out. And just then, Wan Ping called out to me, Xiao Yi, do you see how well I wrote this word? As a newcomer in our family, I think you have the most say in this matter. I thought seriously for a while and then returned, decently good, I have an old brother, who is also a modern creative poet, introduce you guys to each other sometime, you are both cultured people with a lot of common language. That's great, this kind of academic exchange, my favorite. Wan Ping was obviously very flattered that I called him a man of culture, and immediately looked at me differently. You're a man of culture? You stepped on a horse and went to 4th grade, then went home to raise pigs, what are you pretending? After being exposed by Guanyang, Wan Ping also did not get angry, but instead crossed his legs very calmly, sipped a mouthful of coffee back. I and Zayana were discussing the culture, with the education has nothing to do with, you are not a few years ago also bought a bachelor's degree it? What is the use of you usually sign to write a own name hate to look up the dictionary. Our cultural people chatter, you blind son to listen to it, what interruptions dislike you 2 sentences, you can come down to the stage Guanyang fighting words is obviously not Wan Ping's opponent, was disliked and froze in place, while the others were laughing. Lousy is still good at hands-on, come on, you come over, take off your broken pussy glasses for you, let's wrestle freely for 5 minutes. Hey, stop, the suit is very expensive. You step horse also not according to the routine fight how to also use the monkey to steal the peach. Instantly, the two tore together, but also what loss of tricks are used, and buckle eyes, and pinch thigh root, no big brother style, dry quite buried. Yen Feng office. From entering the house, Yen Feng is drinking tea, pulling the phone, did not produce any conversation with me. Much less because I have been implicated for the company to do too much explanation. Soon, Xiao Liang came, hair are not washed, visible how smart he came, the side can also be seen, his respect for Yen Feng that is not at all a small role like me can be compared. To me, he dared to pretend to be a coin, and even in some things will also rely on their identity background to command me. But to Yen Feng, I saw only awe and compromise in his eyes. I think this may be the meaning of Yen Feng has been insisting on his own style. Come out to mix, no one is afraid of you, then your road basically comes to an end. Brother Feng, you look for me received brother Ping Feng, this immediately came over. Yen Feng put down his teacup, got up from the boss chair and sat on the sofa opposite Xiao Liang. Xiao Liang, you see we are not unfamiliar, is there any misunderstanding? My old Yen is a real person, you have studied abroad, cultured, do not fool me. Xiao Liang blinking eyes, embarrassed and restrained smile, and did not reply, it is estimated that the heart also pondered it. Come on, Xiao Liang, you come closer, I'll tell you something. Ha! Xiao Liang first froze, then stretched his neck forward. Snap! A very loud mouth smacked on the side of Xiao Liang's face. Looking at me, I was shivering, at the same time my heart was very shocked. This is the child of the leader's family, where was I Guyi at that time? Said to hit. Xiao Liang covered his side face, very confused, looking at Yen Feng, bursting with anger. Yen Feng, on the other hand, calmly retracted his arm, and then took out a very fine Glock pistol from the drawer of the tea table. The gun is British made, fully automatic, with a stable output and almost no jamming problems, so it can be considered an excellent tool for killing people and goods. I treat you as a child, but you seem to treat me as a silly coin. Chao Nima, is it as simple as the grain factory is going to be remodeled? The province's redhead document will soon be out, half of Shangyang have to cooperate with the action, do highway, why don't you talk to me? This is the attitude of cooperation? Xiao Liang waved his hands repeatedly, Brother Feng, I'm wrong, it's my selfishness, it's my greed, don't shoot, if you do, it's a big deal. Yen Feng's expression remained unchanged, the gun body still gripped steadily. The matter is big? I just collapse you today, go out and shout a sentence, there are 10 people come forward to turn themselves into the city bureau, do you believe? Yen Feng raised his eyebrows, a hand grabbed Xiao Liang's collar, stood up, the muzzle of the gun straight at Xiao Liang's skycap. Chao Nima, did you instigate the death of Tan Zhao's younger brother, wanting me to help you fight for the grain factory's land? Xiao Liang's frightened voice changed, almost choking, he shouted, misunderstanding, Brother Feng, this is definitely a misunderstanding, this has nothing to do with me, I don't even know who Tan Zhao's cousin is, you believe me, this is definitely a misunderstanding. Yen Feng narrowed his eyes at Xiao Liang and stared at him for about 10 seconds before finally letting go of Xiao Liang. While Xiao Liang leaned against the sofa, he was completely paralyzed with fear, his little face pale and white. In the past, he had flaunted his armies and pretended to be a coin, relying on his family background and the resources that the upper echelons had favored him with, but when these were faced with cold bullets, they could be useful, or they could be worthless. So he was afraid and wimped out. And Yen Feng wants this effect, people only in absolute fear, will not be able to think about how to lie. Chapter 77. Both sides are moving. Xiao Liang slowed down for a full 10 minutes before stabilizing his emotions, while Yen Feng remained calm. Xiao Liang, listen carefully to what I'm going to tell you below and go through your head. Tan Xiaoxiao's younger brother died, he thought I did it, so he sent someone to attack this little brother of mine last night. This little brother of mine has a great life, or else we would have met at his funeral today. My situation is indeed not optimistic, the Dong family is about to fall, now I do lack channels above, but you Xiao Liang do not think you can threaten me with this matter. Yen Feng is now wearing a suit, but I will always carry a knife and a gun inside my suit, whoever gets in my way, I'll start killing right away, I won't wait a minute. Xiao Liang's slightly shivering palms lit a cigarette and then gave Yen Feng another one, and then put a very low posture and said, Brother Feng, the matter of the grain factory, I admit that I have selfishness, but you also have to understand, I am not the same as you, I am a businessman, surely I want to use the least cost, to obtain the highest profit. This matter I was wrong, I admit, you hit me, hit no problem. But I have to make it clear to you, I don't even know who Tan Zhao's brother is. And even if I want to provoke the relationship between you and Tan Xiao, that is certainly also around the grain factory to provoke, you think about it, I said this reasoning right or wrong? Yen Feng nodded with a cold face, then opened the door and said, Tan smile unsure to let him kneel down, this point is not much room for discussion, your attitude? To the top to find a relationship, are kneeling to beg, this point I believe that even if not out of the mix, surely also understand the reasoning. Because in the eyes of the group above, how much you can do is secondary, the main thing you have to listen. Yen Feng is just the opposite, the attitude is not generally tough. This is why. Because Yen Feng to the small bright out of the single choice, pressure is not multiple choice. The attitude is also very obvious, you do not cooperate with me, then I guarantee that no one dares to cooperate with you. So don't look at the small bright surface as very beautiful, mastering the upper resources, the right to speak a lot, but in fact, he harnessed this Yen Feng at the same time. Yen Feng is also in the bind this him. Brother Feng, grain factory down, how to operate, you say count, I fully cooperate, and as for Tan Smile's side, you open fire, I will support the umbrella, we are proud, alas. For Xiao Liang this attitude, Yen Feng is naturally satisfied. Wan Ping will contact you afterward, you go first, I'll chat with Xiao Yi for a while. Xiao Liang got up and after giving me an awkward look, he left Yen Feng's office with a hurried pace. I sat down at the position where Xiao Liang was just now and looked at Yen Feng with some heartache. Feng brother, do what when you hit me, how to say is also a leading child, he can stand in front of the stage, that represents the leadership, treating food and clothing parents, we are in the heart and the heart is not happy, that the surface also have to pretend and there are still contacts in the future, which really offended, the above to us to wear shoes how to do it. Yen Feng mocked a smile, light-hearted back, no relationship above, I still do not eat? Xiano, I tell you, dealing with the above, posture pose a little lower is very important, but more important is that you have to learn to refuse, cannot say that he pulled a poop for us to eat, we also eat while shouting incense, we have to tell them what our bottom line. After mulling it over for a bit, I nodded in agreement. On Xiao Liang's side you've been in contact before, so going forward it'll still be you who'll be in contact, it's troublesome for me to change people at this time. You don't have to worry about little a trespasser's side, I contacted the hospital in Dragon City, there might be a solution there, let's treat him conservatively at home first, if it doesn't work, I'll send someone to send him to Dragon City. I thankfully clasped my fist, I thank you for Bao. Yen Feng stood up, holding a cup of tea, from the floor-to-ceiling windows of the office to look at the street traffic, suddenly tone a little sad emotion, in the past, I look up from below, I think it's unattainable, and now I look down from the top, and think it's unfathomable, maybe it's really old, Xiaoyao, you and Nan Nan are still young, do a good job, the future of the company depends on you. I squinted at Yen Feng, you really may be pulling, I and Nan Nan now help you run errands and do things are strenuous the company's banner will have to be carried by you. Yen Feng frowned slightly, his expression slightly with a few painful colors. Carrying it is really tired I did not reply, holding a cup of tea looking at Yen Feng, the heart is very puzzled. What is the figure out to mix The figure is not the word of fame and fortune. Yen Feng has long been the name and profit, now the company's profit status is good, the status of the Jianghu was very good, if in the smooth connection with the small bright family this thigh, then in the brilliant 20 years is not a problem. Or even now, even if you wash your hands in gold, that is definitely considered a winner in life. But this splendor does not seem to let him feel happy, on the contrary, it is also a bit like a burden. In this regard, I express deep contempt, think this is purely pretend money behavior. But I don't know, Big Brother has Big Brother's suffering, million is not my now this segment of the little old brother can understand. On the other end, Tan Xiao side. Yen Feng comprehensive strength is indeed stronger than Tan Xiao, but Tan Xiao also mixed for so many years, that can be a general gun? We are thinking about how to get rid of him at the same time, he certainly cannot be idle Tan Xiaoxiao's side of the idea is also very radical, private cousin's death revenge, public grain factory huge interests, from any point of view, are definitely worth dying for a fight. Soldier's son's revenge to be reported, the grain factory also want a fight, so we and Yen Feng face to face a whole hand is a must. He's not afraid of his big family, so let's not be polite. Guyi is not the most jumpy, so let's take him. At this time, a man about Tan Xiao's age suddenly spoke up, Brother Xiao, what's the attitude of Xiao Chang's side? Don't let us start the whole thing, but in the end, when he sees that it's a big deal, he'll strategically retreat again, so we won't be playing for nothing. This person is called Old Su, is considered the core person in Tan Zhao's gang, and also manages a few markets under him. And when the Old Su's words just finished, next to a man with a big back head was not happy, his name is Ada, with the Old Su has not been particularly deal with, the two people although both follow Tan Xiao dinner, but hardly any personal relationship. Brother Su, Shin Xiaochong withdrew or not withdrew with us dry or not Yen Feng has what to do. Bingzi died, shouldn't we take revenge? Don't put a label on it, Bingzi's matter must have a statement, but revenge also pay attention to the way Seeing that the two are about to quarrel, Tan Xiao immediately spoke out to stop, don't quarrel, Xiaochong won't withdraw, this morning he even sent someone to send 80 to Bingzi's family, this money isn't even my initiative to ask for it. Putting aside the kinship with Bingzi, he is also a brother who follows me for meals, I won't keep a single penny of this money, and in addition will make up another 20 to Bingzi's family. And what you have to do is, give me all the firepower, have what moves to use what moves, I have to let Yen Feng and Guyi know, I have no good days, then they do not want to stop. Chapter 78, Knife Light all over the city. Just when I was looking for Tan Xiao all over Bingchang, Yen Feng's side also immediately launched an action. At the official level, the many markets under Tan Zhao's name are facing constant harassment from various aspects such as industry and commerce, taxation, and city management. One day to find you a problem, just disgust you, just do not let you open the door. Tan Xiaoxiao's side is also tired to cope with, because his market does have some minor problems, before a little bit of fighting will pass, but now it is completely unworkable. His partner Shin Xiaochong also did not idle, began to help him run these things, although the results are not high, but at least the attitude of the above is not so resolute, there is room for détente. But Yin Feng is what kind of person? Will give him a chance to breathe? Social level, Yin Feng around the brother, as well as the following follow him to eat the brother, all on the horse to participate in the war, no one idle. At one time, Tan Xiao small pouring circle all dry extinct, no one was spared, means than when I can be much more tragic. I was most stabbing a few knives to scare the scare, and Yin Feng's style is wherever caught, first chop 2 fingers and then we talk about other things. As for Tan Zhao's import channels, it was completely strangled in one breath. Had his boss in Yin Feng private meeting, directly after flying Sanya, phone off, no one can contact. If the Tan smile shows the attitude is to make Yin Feng soft, step back, then Yin Feng's attitude is, let's not talk about it, do not pull what the interests of the matter, I have to kill you, or this is not finished. Continuous small half a month, in addition to the location of the Tan smile every day to find out, is to follow Yin Feng out to run relations, talk about things. And it was also during this time that I realized why everyone outside was afraid of this polite middle-aged man. Because behind his politeness is hidden unreasonable dominance and ruthlessness. Other people walk the road, relying on 3 points of the knife and gun, 3 points of contacts, 3 points of opportunity, 1 point to fight for their lives. Yin Feng is 5 points of the knife and gun, 5 points to fight for their lives. He gave people the feeling that you messed with others, spending money, looking for relations may have the opportunity to talk about, but you messed with me, you have to kneel down, and then we have to talk. Brother, where else are we going? Tan Xiao lowered his head and lit his cigarette, looked at his watch before returning. You go back early today, I'm going home too. I forced Tan Xiao to push so hard, you pay attention too. I first nodded my head and agreed, then immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie and shouted, Yin Feng is not going out, to go home, I'll turn around from the front, follow closely ha. Yes, now Yin Feng went out and also careful a lot. Shan has specially arranged 2 cars of warriors to follow, just afraid of Tan smile playing. Brother, less smoking it, you have to 2 boxes a day, the body do not want. Yin Feng leaned on the car seat and wrapped a mouthful of hard, previously also quit, but cannot quit off, not their own perseverance is not enough, but a go out of this toast to the cigarette that toast to the cigarette, you do not pick up and not so much, pick up, unconsciously on the point up. It's better to smoke less. The body is important. Oh, in our profession, who expects to live a long life? Hearing this I unconsciously frowned, feeling, in recent times, it seems that Yin Feng's sentimental a lot, which is completely different from his previous character temperament. Currently we are facing Tan Xiao, it can be completely said that we are suppressing each other to fight, but he is from having a feeling of power. This is why I couldn't figure it out for a while. My sister got it for me, bought it from a rural beekeeper, the quality is quite good, it's fine for you to make water and drink it. I pulled out a small jar of honey from the passenger seat, handed to the back seat of the Yin Feng hands continue to add, insist on drinking for a period of time, if the effect is good, I'm looking for my sister to ask. Yin Feng took the honey smelled, and then expression slightly a few points of surprise, said, the flavor is quite positive, have a heart. Their own body their own not think, but also let us follow the worry, I cannot say you. Maybe the whole company also I dare to talk to Yin Feng so, not how I am favored, but I came to the latest time, in the Yin Feng rise within those years, and there is no my figure, so the relationship between the two of us is more pure, sometimes it is the relationship between the big brother and the little brother, but sometimes it's more like an elder and the younger generation to get along with. Have I been a bit of a nag lately? I nodded back after hesitating for a moment, not really. Yin Feng smiled to himself, recently I have a bad feeling, but there's not much direction, I have no bottom in my heart What do you mean? I do not understand the follow-up question. Yin Feng twisted his head and looked out the window, murmured softly to himself, Dong family fell, although I cannot do the whole body, but the loss is not very big, after all, it is an internal treatment, did not implicate so much. But just when I was worried about how to pick up a big leg above, Xiao Liang appeared, and then logically led to the highway project hosted by the province, oh no don't you think this is a bit too smooth? What I lack, what appears? Yin Feng said this, I also followed and pondered over it, it does seem to be the case. It could be that we are lucky, I think it could be that you are overly concerned. Yin Feng followed by asking, what about Tan Bing's death? This time it was my turn to be silent, is indeed some two-horse coincidence, these things are like about to be, at the same time all outbreaks, so that we do not even have the time to react, can only be forced to make temporary deployments. Feng brother, I think this thing we hard check cannot find out what, not as good as first follow the other party's strength to get, I think as long as we smash Lei Tan smile, then a lot of things will be much clearer, by then who benefit the most, we will mainly focus on who chant. Yin Feng nodded, well, can only do so, I close my eyes to rest will, you quickly open it, a little tired today. At the same time, the 21st century side. Just outside the sword, we and Tan Xiao Pinch is coming to the point of force, making a storm in the city. Beaver, the one who gave birth to a child with no PIs, was setting his sights on Qingcheng. The last time I shot him, it left him with a very serious aftereffect, causing him to walk now, high and low, similar to Ghost Foot 7. His hatred for me is like Chow Chow seeing Fatty Dong, he will eat his flesh and drink his blood. But door to door to find me, he did not have the courage, because the recent period of time, I am followed by Yin phone. Even if not followed by Yin phone, the side is absolutely no one, so he put the main focus on Ching Ching, wanted this kidnapped Ching Ching, so as to blackmail me. Brother Beaver, we go in and directly give people to snatch out or what? Civet Face lifted his hand as a standard big neck slips, and then shouted at the companion next to him in a bad mood, "You silly money ah, how many people in this hotel, just a guest alarm, we cannot come out, follow me to go on, I have a way." Companion was Beaver dislike a sentence, the mood is not so beautiful, covering the neck standing in the crowd at the end of the softly muttered, "Grass, on your legs and feet, I follow you do not go lost ah, dejected, and so this gooey to you that leg also dryfold, you do not cattle money." Chapter 79, Do you still dare to play in the buried point? The Beavers took a dozen people hooting and hollering and went to the 21st century. The crowd did not choose to go to the slow rock bar side, but went to the clubhouse. Open the box, point wine, point table, everything is very unusual, and did not make any excessive behavior, there is no picking a fight. And this time with the Beaver to come a few brothers began to wonder, cannot figure out the Beaver this is playing what it. If it is to drink for pleasure, then come to the 21st century to do what consumption so high, play also fear. The Civet's plan is not complicated, is a little buried. As we all know, the 21st century girls can be out of the big stage, only the price is relatively expensive. But then again, what people play is high-end quality and quality of service. What about those who go out on stage, usually choose to be in a hotel? One is the environment is good, the second is safe. But there are also guests will choose to lead people out, eat some snacks, in a drink or something. And the Beaver's plan is to call these girls away, and then coerce these girls to contact Ching Ching. When you come out to hang out, your reputation is important. Woe is not as bad as family is a rule that everyone knows by heart, and it's also everyone's bottom line. Because who has not popped out of the crack of a stone, today you fix my daughter-in-law, then I can fix your mom tomorrow. Who cannot always prevent, so less than the last resort, desperate, no one will do this buried thing. Normally, the Beaver would never do this, but since he was scrapped by me, his temperament has changed drastically, and he has also caught the needle problem, completely living one day at a time. So he doesn't care about his reputation, he just wants to get back at me. Drinking for more than 2 hours, the Beaver slightly drunk touching the girl's tender white hand, said with affection, "Beauty, do you think we can talk about a never break up love?" The girl stared at the Civet gritty face without hesitation back. "Brother, hand touch glue ah? Oh, we cannot tease?" Beaver from the money clip pulled out about 1,000 cash, did not even look, directly into the girl's helmet. "Do you think I look like I'm joking with you?" The girl's eyes lit up, thought today is considered to have met the master of the money, to this Beaver is full of Gada's big face on a bite, we also do not know how much courage she is drumming up, how to go down to the mouth to get it. "Dear, then you wait for me for a while, I talk to mommy, we go upstairs, my hotel environment is quite good, I greeted the front desk, charge you half of the room fee." The Beaver waved his hand back, "My skin is not good, not accustomed to living in the hotel, let's go back to my home, the tools are complete, can be a big fight. Customer is God, this has always been the tenet of the 21st century. Darn, then you wait for me huh?" The girl pouted at the Beaver, then wiggled her little butt and walked out of the box. And just as the Beaver was about to walk out with the girl, she happened to collide face to face with Sagazawa, who had come to pick up Haruka from work. The Civet didn't recognize Sagazawa, but Sagazawa recognized the Civet. It wasn't that Sangzei's memory was so good, but the damaged look of the Civet was just too good to recognize, plus his legs were a bit defective right now, so Sangzei wouldn't be able to remember it wrong even more. After seeing the Beaver, Seizi's brain immediately came to life, because the girls that the Beaver brought with him were all in Harui's group, and he had even ordered one of the girls before. After making sure that the several people from Beaver had entered the elevator, Sagazawa immediately dialed Ching Ching's phone number. "Hey, sister-in-law, this is Sagazawa, did a girl in your group come out just now?" Ching Ching was doing this job, now the time was just after 12 o'clock, it was the time for the girls to come out of the package stage, so Ching Ching didn't think too much about it, so she replied back, "Yeah, 7 or 8 came out today, what's wrong?" "Grass, that's finished, I just saw the Beaver, the ones he led away should be from your group." Haruaki had also heard me talk about the Beaver, and immediately associated it with what might happen next. In less than 2 minutes, Haruka found Aizawa on this floor of the clubhouse, and after the two of them matched the information, they were both shocked. However, the decisions the two made were completely different. What Ching Ching meant was to immediately call the security guards, and by the way, also notify Lu Mingchuan, and hurry to snatch it back for the people while they went to the underground parking lot to get the car. On the other hand, Xiangzi thought that the security guards in the 21st century are all paid, no one will help you to play with your life when you really meet something, it is better to notify me properly. Aizawa, this matter is not to be discussed. Ching Ching seriously shouted it serious after taking off her high heels, barefoot and ran towards the elevator. "Hey, where's the security team, where are they all dead, our girl has been taken away, something might happen, I'll go to the underground parking lot, hurry and snatch the person back." Sister-in-law, wait for me, I'll go with you too, don't go by yourself." Ching Ching frowned and urged, "Then hurry up, it'll be too late, it'll be troublesome if the person is taken away." Some people might not understand why Ching Ching would be so agitated. It's not even a big deal yet. It's a mess like this. Is the mental capacity too poor? In truth, there wasn't a single problem with what Haruyuki was doing. Who did the beavers and the others come at? It was definitely her. Because of their own problems, leading to losses in the store, then she as the manager is a million reasons are useless, because the boss gave her salary is not to raise vases, she must create value. After public affairs, let's talk about private affairs. The girls who were taken away were all from Ching Ching's group. Although they were doing the most despised work, it didn't stop Ching Ching from treating them as sisters. They are all children from poor families, and they do this just for the sake of food, so if Ching Ching knows that the other party is in danger, how can she possibly ignore it? In fact, I like Ching Ching, but I also like this strength in her. Although she is a woman, her shoulders can carry her when necessary, and she never thinks of relying on anyone. In her own words, in the co-pilot of the bull coins, it is not as good as holding the steering wheel tightly by herself. So, when several of her little sisters were taken away, she was anxious, angry, and did not consider the consequences. Big brothers, once again, I implore for a little hip shift in comment criticism. New book period, count data is too important to me, the highest etiquette in the Jianghu, hug it out. The entrance to the underground parking lot. When Haruka arrived, several people from Big Beaver had already driven out, and after turning a corner, they could exit the 21st century. Only to see Ching Ching open her arms in front of Big Beaver's car, shouting in a loud voice, "Big Beaver, are you considered to be out of the business? You have a conflict with my man, bull coins, you go and him to death. What kind of ability is it to make things difficult for a woman like me?" Big Beaver poked his head out of the car window and saw Ching Ching, his lewd eyes instantly brightened. "That's Gu Yez, get her up here for me." Chapter 80 Ice City's #1 Knifeman Old Lu. The people brought by Big Beaver are all following Tan Xiao for their meals, and their interests have long been tied up. So at this moment, even if the heart is not very willing, but at this juncture cannot talk about what Jianghu moral, push open the car door and all rush down. And this time, was taken by the Big Beaver. A few girls also instantly understand what is going on. In the car after some struggle, each along the crowd ran out. "Robbery, quickly come to people, someone robbed. Help, call the police, quickly help us, call the police." The few girls who ran out were also very smart and didn't go up to add to the chaos, but instead shouted at the crowd of onlookers watching the scene as well as the guests who had just come out of the hotel. "Chanima, all of you stabbed to death." Aizawa's intention was to not want to come, because from the fact that the Big Beaver dared to come to the 21st century, it was not difficult to deduce that people must be quite well prepared. But Ching Ching rushed down, he can't ignore, so at this time can only grit his teeth and rushed upwards, taking life to protect Ching Ching. As soon as they touched each other, Aizawa stabbed one before being yanked down. Large swords crackled on Aizawa, while Aizawa was grabbing Harui's wrist with one hand, the other hand was holding onto this card spring, and with his eyes closed he was stabbing. Drafting it, "Big Beaver, you are a dog basket, men's affairs, you punch my sister-in-law to move chicken hair hand, bull coins, let's pair stab a little." Aizawa again jaw lying down after a, covered with blood, wailed and shouted. The Big Beaver licked his lips from the passenger side of the gap to pull out a handful of Kaishan limped out of the car. "Chanima, let go, if you don't I'll chop your hand off." Big Beaver's expression at the moment was maniacal, and his speech was also sputtering with excitement. In the melee just now, Ching Ching also received 2 knives, but this group of people were quite shameless, and did not run at Ching Ching's vitals, they all ran at the back and chopped. Big Beaver right, "Don't touch my brother, I'll go with you." Ching Ching was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and shouting at Xiangza, "Let go, I'll go with them, I'd like to see what they can do to me today." And just as Ching Ching struggled to break free from Xiangza's grip, the large troop led by Lu Mingchuan finally arrived. Lu Mingchuan was dressed in a robe, holding 2 electric heaters, and when he looked closely, there was an eye booger in the corner of his eye. His appearance was quite rakish. "A bunch of small than cubs really live enough, dare to come to my store, trouble, all give me to death, dry, accident eye pocket," said Lu Mingchuan. First horse rushed up. But let's be honest, Lu Mingchuan's slogan shouting really quite bull coins, but he as well as he led this group of security quality is really not very good. This side has not waited to dry a minute, there have been security guards ran, and even directly begged for forgiveness and shouted to serve. Of course, this we cannot blame people, a month on $2,000, counting full attendance and bonuses only $2,500. Who would play with their lives for $2,500? Before the Big Beaver brought this group of people are embarrassed to charge Ching Ching down, but now on this group of security guards cannot care about, that large sword swung up is also very fierce, in a short time to the group of security guards rushed away most of the time. The rest of the security guards are basically not able to fight, only to be beaten up. Buzz buzz. Not far away from the police siren sounded, judging from the sound, rushed to the scene with less than 3 minutes at most. Get in the car, Beaver don't cut it, damn, we'll be redundant to come with you, this thing is done too hastily." After the Beaver was forcefully dragged into the car by his companion, he also shouted along the car window at Xianzi, who had long fallen into a pool of blood, "Chanima, tell Guyi, I'll look for his family next, if I don't give this group of people around him a hoochie to death, I won't be called Big Beaver." An hour later, on the way to the city public security hospital. I rushed over there only after receiving Yin Feng's call, and neither Cheng Cheng nor Xiang Zhe contacted me. On the way there, Yin Feng has been doing this psychological counseling to me. Xiaoyi, I asked, in addition to the Fei Zhe injury relatively heavy, Qing Qing that girl is nothing, you ought to be calm. Tan Xiao can run to Qing Qing, that proves that he does not have any chess. I know, brother Feng. This time, I was surprisingly calm, because anger was of no use now. If I was considering catching Tan Xiao and directly getting him killed before, then there would definitely be one more big beaver on the death list now. At this juncture right now, it wouldn't surprise me if anything happened to anyone. Under the huge interests, there will certainly be huge contradictions. This is human nature, no one can control. But I really didn't expect Tan Zhao's gang to be so underhanded, not even speaking the rules of the Jianghu. Inside the ward, Lu Mingchuan and Driver 7 and Qing Qing had all just finished their stitches, while Xiang Zhe was in the resuscitation room. Old 7, you just say I just fierce or not, I tell you, that is the police came early, otherwise I'll give them this gang of youngsters mutiny. Back then I just thought of the choice of doing business, otherwise if I go the way of the Jianghu, now the society must also have my number 1. The old 7 pondered half a day also did not understand around to let people cut down Lu Mingchuan in the end were fierce, then speechless back. Lu total, you were fierce or not I did not see, but your old lady drilling comforter posture is really too standard. You if you did not do business but go to learn gymnastics, not good are now in the national team, body flexibility is too good. Lu Mingchuan heard the old 7 think they are not fierce, suddenly scurried up from the hospital bed, gritted his teeth and shouted, grass, over there at least I have to do 3 serious injuries, my knife law is not ruthless? I grew up but properly practiced, known as the Ice City First Knife. Yin Feng frowned tightly, rushed Lu Mingchuan direction coughed twice, signaling him to blow it lightly, this is the public security hospital, next to someone to make a statement. The old Lu reacted immediately after blinking and added, cough cough, in fact, I didn't how to beat, this is not beaten, the mood is not good, blowing coins defeat fire. Yin Feng sighed, and then rushed aside to record the criminal police said, Wang, this big night toss you over, sorry. The old king obviously and Yin Feng is quite familiar with, said jokingly, outsider rumored that you and Tan Xiao to come to a Huashan sword in Bingcheng, Feng brother what you are worth, you say you and Tan Xiao this old bastard pull what that is not a level of Yin Feng self-deprecatingly shook his head and laughed bitterly, oh, I also do not want to pull, this is not no way out? Old Wang, you see this side of things how to get? The old king hesitated for a moment and then returned, the big beaver must be arrested, the surveillance have photographed him, the facts of the crime are obvious, but the Tan smile sighed. Yin Feng expressed understanding back, the political commissar of your precinct is surnamed Shin, this I know, rest assured, not difficult for you. Chapter 81 Two Old Guns with. The old Lu swept a glance at the old Wang and Yin Feng after the tone of excitement shouted, what do you say is not difficult hacked is not you, I tramps also normal tax, I am not protected so what? Old Lu, you stop. I'm making a JB, I was cut, I'm not balanced, I have to find a way to say, otherwise I have to suffocate to death. You're hitting me in the face? It has nothing to do with you, you go to the side. Well, old Lu you just so do it right, okay, that I still do not care about it, you love and what? Two old guns inexplicably quarrel, aside the old Wang very difficult to persuade, but the effect is almost equal to 0. Soon, this side of the old Lu dialed a phone, it is also estimated that the leadership of the upper echelon, this is early in the morning, we do not know how he mind, even tomorrow morning cannot wait. Hello, director bye? I am Lu Mingchuan I tell you this year's tax task I certainly cannot finish, from today onwards, all the business under my banner, a point of tax will not be paid. After saying that, Lu Mingchuan directly pressed the phone amplifier. The white bureau on the other side of the phone had a tone of not waking up, old Lu, are you drinking too much and playing drunk? What the hell are you talking about? Hurry up and go to sleep at night. Are you sleeping? What do you sleep you now hurry to the top of the report, I want to apply for tanks with the government, or I cannot do this business. Lu Mingchuan is also not at all control, open the bloody mouth is a fierce spray. Originally I was asleep in the hotel, the security guards told me that there were guests making trouble and kidnapped our hotel service staff. I rushed to bring the security guard downstairs to stop, a sentence did not finish it, the opposite side of that katana swung over. I ask you old white, on this security environment, your leadership team still expect to attract business? Who dares to come everywhere are bandits. The old white on the other side of the phone also understand what Lu Mingchuan means, the tone of voice is not soft and hard to ask, did you call the police? Called the police, the precinct's old Wang in my place, but he has many concerns, afraid of offending Tan Xiao and the Shin family. White Bureau is definitely a man of nature, directly scolded, then you ask him, afraid of not afraid of tomorrow I take the whole bureau to his unit door sit in, I'll be on the horse suit, we carry out this work as easy? They do not help together to make efforts, but also tear me down. Well, tomorrow I will find a hand to go, I quit, I ask for early retirement, let the city find someone to clean up the mess. Old Lu, you leave me a position in the hotel I can do accounting. Okay, then say goodbye, your side resignation, my side will give you to do the entry. Well, tomorrow I'll find a hand to resign. Da. The phone hangs up, a side of the old king's face are green, look at Lu Mingchuan, and look at Yin Feng, a face of sadness said through clenched teeth, you say you guys fight, and I have nothing to do with take me as an islander hole it is not? Brother Feng, you don't act, you help me to talk to Mr. Lu Yin Feng hands spread out, a look also in the angry look, I can help you say what get cut is not me. Old Wang rubbed his face vigorously, is worried, this side of his phone also rang. Hey, it's me, good, yes, I understand, I will immediately implement, good, sure, you can rest assured, then you go to bed early. Let's say just look at this way of returning the call, that is bound to be Lao Wang's leader and certainly still direct line. Mr. Lu, you get hurt, the transcript I come tomorrow to record, I have much strength to you to make much strength, but the specific what results, I really cannot say, really cannot I also apply for early retirement, I really cannot toss with you. The old king sighed, clamped Ching Ching just recorded the transcript, grey face left the ward. After the old king left, Yin Feng sat down to Lu Mingchuan bedside, patted his thigh and said, Lao Lu, thanks. Lu Mingchuan a mouth, who does not have some relationship this tan smile to do things really not on the stage, you say that between you, for my girl to do what, it should be a holy. You do this in my heart warm, Yin Feng did not make you this friend for nothing. Lu Mingchuan sighed, okay, don't brainwash me here, the old white side will certainly make efforts, but you also have to mean, my security guards heard a lot of it. Yin Feng did not hesitate to return, this is certain. Go, you help me out to skate around, can't lie down. Rest, old arms and legs, fool what a moment to pull the wound, you will be honest. The old Lu squinted at Yin Feng, you this big brother how to be, did not see the other young couple to nag will be Yin Feng suddenly realized a slap on the head, help up Lu Mingchuan ran outside. The house is monitored, you two don't blindly talk about it. Lu Mingchuan bad smile this commanded a sentence, and Yin Feng and Lao Chi's support limped away from the ward. I sat beside Ching Ching, my heart was very unfavorable. I do have a lot of things I want to say to Ching Ching, but I don't know how to open my mouth. Real life is not a fictional story, I can't lick my face and tell Ching Ching, you followed me, then you have to bear this kind of life, you are big brother's woman, you have to learn to take responsibility. Daughter-in-law, I'm sorry. I lowered my head, my heart was so clogged that I was almost going to explode, I could only squeeze out such a sentence from between my teeth. Ching Ching turned around, her eyes red, her hands resting on my face. Oh no, don't blame yourself, I believe that if you were in my place, you would have done the same. I'm just scared. Filled with guilt, I looked straight into this Ching Ching's eyes and said through gritted teeth, daughter-in-law, this is the kind of life I'm living right now, if there's ever a day when you can't live with it anymore, just tell me. Ching Ching's tears slowly stayed, her head gently buried in my chest, her body trembled violently, Xiaoyi, I don't want you to have millions of wealth, I don't want you to be famous, I just want to stay with you, don't throw me out. Good, I will accompany you for the rest of your life, definitely. I murmured this softly with a single voice, until I put Ching Ching to sleep, I slowly loosened my arm that had been sore and numb long ago. On the other end, Aizawa's hospital room. Sagazawa was slashed 11 times by Big Beavers and the others, although not to the point of being crippled, the injuries were serious enough. When I went there, the anesthetic strength on Xiangzi's body had just passed, and it was the time when it hurt the most. Du Xiaofeng and Song Lu as well as Xiao Bei were there, and the few of us were sitting around in a group, all in a low mood. Xiao Bei, you go out for a stroll, we'll chatter and whisper. After Xiao Bei froze for a moment, he decisively stood up and patted me on the shoulder, yeah, it's time to talk. I reluctantly smiled at Xiao Bei, then watched him draw back and leave the hospital room. There was no need to emphasize the tacit understanding between Xiao Bei and I. Before we came here, the two of us had discussed that it was time to follow a few of our little brothers and talk. After all, we are now not simply stabbing a little small business, we all bear the risk. We cannot let people take the waiter's salary, do this top chef's work, that's too uncouth, but also not my Guya's style. Chapter 82, this is all I can give you now. This 300,000, of which 20 is I intend to give Chen Mo, but he did not want, so I have been left in the hand. Before coming to the hospital, Xiao Bei also withdrew 100,000 from the account intended to pay the medical fee, but the company side has arranged for people to do all the formalities, so the two of us did not go to pay the bill and Zhang Lu this. This is a family, and are for the company to do things, if the calculation is too clear, but also divided. This is not, I discussed with Xiao Bei, take the money to follow a few little brother chat, want some uncertainty, to determine, so that we get along will also be more comfortable. Many people say, never talk to friends about money, or you will lose both money and friends. I don't agree with this, rather I think that if friends can't even trust each other with things outside of their bodies, then you can't count on them even more when something is really wrong. Our small circle is also quite special, as if by fate, when we get together, all of us are at the lowest point in our lives. So the feelings are much purer, we are together, the interests are not the first element. Of course, no one can live without money these days, but I didn't think that our relationship would change too outrageously just because we had money. Brother, what are you doing? When Aizawa saw me taking money out, his first reaction wasn't one of joy, but rather a bit of panic. I could guess Xiangzi's little heart, I guess he thought I wanted him to leave, but I didn't poke holes in it. After Du Xiaofeng and Son Lu looked at each other, their eyes also stayed on me and didn't look at the bundles of cash. Some people may think again, a few of them are so young, it is the time when they are greedy and like to load coins. How can they withstand such a temptation? Too unscientific. In fact, this is very normal, because I do people, do things, although sometimes stingy some, but absolutely do not do damage. The work they did, the things they did for me, I have long since rewarded them with super high profits. If today I am here to whisk them away, then for them, although they have gotten a lot of cash, what they have lost is indeed a golden bowl. Don't laugh yet, it's just the beginning of the millennium, earning over $10,000 a month, isn't that a golden bowl? You three listen to me, we know the time is not short, each other also got each other's recognition. But now we survive in a different environment than before, the day is better and better, more and more money, but the risk is really also a lot bigger. Before it is a breakthrough, now it is phase Z, tomorrow is who I'm not sure. So there are some words that I think need to be clarified down, otherwise Xiao Bei and I will always be unsettled in our hearts. There's 300,000 here, 100,000 is Abao's, another 100,000 is Aizawa's, and the other 100,000 is Sixth Son's and Little Fang's. After that, the company should also be giving a portion of it, but let's not think about it first, let's just talk about what's in front of us. Now this situation, brother can only give you these, wanna go, can go at any time, or can first go home to rest for a period of time, wait for me to deal with the matter in front of me, in the back, we will still be the same as before. And if one doesn't want to leave, then I don't dare to guarantee whether the future will be as glorious as I said, but I can guarantee that what I have, he will have sooner or later. The first person to speak up was Aizawa, who still stubbornly sat up after I persuaded him. Brother Wild, my family composition doesn't allow me to mix it up for 3 to 5 years like everyone else, so from the time I started with you, I haven't regretted it. I know how capable I am on my own. Every time something happens, I'm afraid that I'll cut someone to death if I slip up, and even more afraid that someone else will cut me to death if they slip up, but I'm still gritting my teeth and sticking to this, just for the sake that I'm putting my life on the line to be able to hold you up, so that when you rise up someday, we won't both have to fight so hard anymore. Aizawa's words were not very emotional, on the contrary, there were some utilitarian elements in. However, I feel that Aizawa is a very honest person, and is worth making friends with. What's the point of going out and hacking and crashing around? Buddy righteousness is not impossible, but there must be a corresponding material basis to follow. Can't say you invite me to eat $5 of noodles, I call you a buddy, I'll help you kill people. Going is silly coin, and even more irresponsible to yourself as well as your own family. Phase Z, don't have such a big hard burden, today I come to find you to talk, is to make clear this, don't go people, in the future, every time I do something, the company give me how much, I will be in accordance with the proportion of the share down, who won't risk for nothing. Phase Z was very happy with a smile, reached out and grabbed 100,000 cupped in his arms. Du Xiaofeng also reached out and grabbed his share after hesitating for a moment. Brother, I really can't resist the temptation of driving an Audi, I'll stay too, I'll do whatever you want me to. I nodded, and finally my gaze rested on Song Lu. What about you, 6? Ever since Agung was seriously injured, Song Lu's mental state wasn't very good, obviously not as jovial as before, and according to the good guy Du Xiaofeng, he saw Song Lu sneaking off to the toilet the night before to wipe his tears. Brother, I think you will make the relationship between us vulgar, playing together is affection, you talk about money. Song's 6 words have not waited to finish it, Du Xiaofeng a hand to snatch over his share, line, you are righteous, then you give me the money, I am a basket case, I do not care. What are you doing this is a wild brother to me, your own share is not enough to spend day after day always think of my money. When I heard Song Lu say this, I spread my hands and asked, 6, you're willing to stay too? Song Lu counted his own money and scratched his head and laughed dryly. How can I do if I don't stay? With you this shouldn't be offended, all offended, leave you no food I touched Song Lu's little brain. At present, brother can give you is this life, but don't be anxious, give me 3 years time, I strive for us to put on the suit, and also don't touch the knife and gun on the thing. Du Xiaofeng listened to the pie I drew was very excited, is the kind of thing secretary do, nothing to do secretary, every day in the office, no shame of the day chant? I blushed, gritted my teeth and said back, almost, I've never had that kind of day, I'm not too sure. Aya, that can be too beautiful, brother, when you give me with 2 secretaries, I have a good physique, to build. Off, you 3-minute player, think I don't know it. I'm at least 3.5 minutes, I've really improved lately, don't believe me, go to the toilet with me, pinch the next second. I left the ward with this big red face, a conversation about interests, righteousness, and friendships ended in such a relaxed and joyful atmosphere. I did not promise them a glorious future. Likewise, they did not tell me how to live and die together. But this day was precious to us all. Chapter 83 Firefighting Plastic Door and Window Processing Plant. For 3 days in a row, Yan Feng's side was carrying out step after step of crushing. Since the last 21st century thing, the Big Beaver became the main target of the official, and now it has been put on the list of fugitives. On Tan Zhao's side, the officials have also made a summons, but Tan Zhao has always claimed that he is out of town, and everyone knows how long this rhetoric can hold back. Big Beaver's impulse, but mistakenly helped us, at least now the official to Tan Zhao gang, is nothing to smile. Inside the hospital, I had just finished my injection and was about to sneak off to Xianz's ward when I received a call from Inan. Hey, my Nan, what are the instructions? The one who answered back on the other side of the phone wasn't Henan, but Mr. Lin Z, who claimed to be the most beautiful man in Jianghu. "Hey, brother Wild, this is Lin Z, where are you?" "I'm at the hospital being, just finished my injection, what's wrong?" "Why are you holding Nan's phone?" "Where is he?" Nan touched the big beaver. "Where, you hurry over, my big brother is now leading people to follow it. It is not convenient to answer the phone." Okay, you give me an address, I'll come over right away." After hanging up the phone, I called up Xiao Feng and Son Lu as well as Xiao Bei. The four of us drove to the location, Lindsay said. In half an hour, I arrived at a plastic door and window processing factory near Shell North. Henan sneakily got out of the car, even the lights did not dare to open. "What's going on?" I carried a military stinger and greeted him with a quick step. From Henan's mouth, I learned that this big beaver has contracted the problem of zapping needles since I collapsed, for which Tan Xiao was very angry and also sent Big Beaver to a drug rehab center. But from the drug rehabilitation center out, the big civet still do what I do. Tan smile on him is, persuade also persuade, hit also hit, but useless, so sex finally no matter what he did. And now Tan smile under the banner of dry small dumping business all by Yen Feng to thunder sweep empty. The big beaver cannot directly find Tan smile to ask for goods so he contacted another sneaky dry this thing people. The person who contacted him was called Old Fatty, and although Old Fatty and Henan are not very familiar with each other, but after all, they are all mixed in a district. So when Old Fatty got the news, he stalled Big Civet and contacted Henan. The first is to think of selling Henan a favor, and in the future, if you have something, it is good to ask. Secondly, in line with the principle that peers are enemies, the trend of suppressing the Tan Xiao gang, to add to their own small pouring cause. People, you're sure you're keeping up? Henan nodded, then pointed to the processing plant in the distance and said, I watched Big Beaver go in, but it's unclear if there are still any of his people inside. At this time, Old Fatty, who had been watching from the side with his hands behind his back, spoke up. Brother Wild, Brother Nan, I think this can't be delayed. The amount Big Beaver bought is not small, enough for a dozen or so people to play with. Now the police are all over Bingching to pull him out. It is estimated that he is ready to go to the field to hide for a while, otherwise it would not be possible to buy such a large amount at once. This time cannot catch him, then later want to plug him can be difficult, and you see, this broken factory behind the four-way, he is now walking no walking or to say. Although my heart a little not bottom, but also instinctively feel that the old fat said this is no problem. What do you mean, you want to do, let's go in, 6 knives, still chopping him a big beaver? Henan in the past 2 years, has almost done put down the knife and gun. Even with whom there is a dispute, it is also through social relations to solve. It is impossible to be like me, carrying a knife and gun to the top. This is progress, but also Yen Feng is happy to see. Nan, you're quite stable now, our big brother won't let you pull those messy things, I can't bring you to get it even more, you go to the car and wait for me, in a while I'll give the big beaver to drag it out, anyway, to do him, it's not possible to do it inside. Henan raised his eyebrows, snatched a katana from Du Xiaofeng and weighed it in his hand, shouting at me in a disdainful tone. Grass, if it's your Guya's business, isn't that my Henan's business? Go in and him. Henan threw down a sentence, took off his own tie and wrapped it around his hand to fix the angle of his palm and the handle of the knife, and then with an eager pace, he ran towards the plastic door and window processing plant. Lin Zi on the side took off his own pants belt, jogging this to follow up, did not even look at me more than a glance. Bam! After the door was yanked open by me, I looked at the densely packed heads and began to look for Big Beaver's figure. Soon enough, I found him, and he was sitting on the innermost couch, legs crossed, hooking up this chemical and preparing for his ascension. And let me feel strange, the presence of 20 or 30 people, none of the card playing, and tabletop also put a knife, pickaxe handle and other murder weapon, this is to see to do. Soon, the opposite side of a big bald man explained my doubts. Chow Nimas, into the set them, can do. More than a meter-long pickaxe handle running at my head smashed over, I sideways to avoid, military spike sweep forcing back the big bald head, I turned to run. Don't think I'm a wimp, it's obvious that it's a setup by the big civet, and if it continues like this, it's definitely not as simple as being cut a few times. Moreover, people Henan is a friend to join, my own accident does not matter, cannot pull people off. Gu Yi, you do not call Shell South first warrior? On a few of this quality run you paralyzed. Big bald head pinch pickaxe handle a blind a few swing, I cannot run, dry cannot do, can only look at the dense crowd constantly approaching. Chow Nima, you know me right? Today I'll let you know me well. I raised my arm in front of me, and after taking a hard hit from a pickaxe handle, I stabbed out with my military spike. Big bald head back a step, I was next to do Xiaofeng slice knife along his head is even chopped 3 knives. Just try lying down big bald, I have not waited to catch my breath, the crowd pressed up, the blade plus pickaxe handle on this me on a slam, I do not even dare to raise my head, can only continue to dodge. Snap. Snap. Brother, run to my side, retreat first, pussy, big beaver, my name is Song Lu, I'll you to death sooner or later. Song Lu stood on an iron machine, his feet stepped on boxes of beer bottles, like a long-distance mage general, to the crowd on the non-stop smash. Not to mention, Song Lu's technique was really good, not generally accurate. I bent down and waved this army stab and rushed over, climbed on the table, 2 feet dry broken glass, then the first one rushed out. Next is Xiao Bei, Du Xiaofeng, Song Lu, Linzi. And just as each of us was like a rabbit running to scurry away from the Audi, the dangling Linzi suddenly stopped in his tracks. My big brother is still inside. A few of us heard instinctively froze. After a short struggle for 2 seconds, I was the first to take the lead in the factory to run. Chapter 84. Who in Ice City doesn't know the king? The people in the house were also surprised when I folded and rushed back again, because in their thinking they thought that a few of us must have run away. Chow Nima, Big Beaver, how do you want to play? I'll accompany you, don't touch Nan Nan. With a roar of rage, I greeted them with my army spikes and my stranglehold. Xiao Bei and Lin Zi were on my left and right, while Du Xiaofeng and Son Lu were behind me. The 5 of us were like a leather ball, running towards the opposing crowd and zapping them. Why did I use the word zap? Because the few of us, no matter from that angle, it was a 4-sided attack. Your knife did not wait to cut out the opposite side of the 3 or 4 knives splitting head and face smashed over. Therefore, when we rushed to Yinan's front, we were almost like blood gourds. Although they were all superficial wounds, they were very scary to look at. Especially Du Xiaofeng, it was as if he had entered a dye-stuff tank. Grass, you seem like stupid coins, all ran away, but still come back to do what? Yinan leaned against the corner of the wall, covering his arm injury wound with one hand, panting heavily. I've never left my friends behind since I came out to play, and this time is no exception. After I messed up a sentence back to Yinan, I pinched my military spikes and pointed at Big Beaver. If you're a cow coin, you'd better us all to death, but if any of us runs out, you'll have to sleep with your eyes open from now on. The big civet may have finished the needle at this moment. The mood is quite hyperactive, that little eyes with Nia Feng into the devil-like. South Guyi, North Henan, Hot Tianlong Bafu, martial arts novels rumored so evil. Cut you guys, not the same also bleeding? The big beaver jumped to the crowd, tilted his head, eyes glaring round. You also do not say that I am a lot of people bullying people less. You too a person to say a sentence. Yin Feng is a basket case, and then kneel down and kowtow. I will immediately let you go. Chow Nimas, you want to do, let's continue to do. Pretend what coins what you body plate, let me give you kneel. After Henan returned without hesitation, I followed and added, my principle is that I'd rather send a warrior 8,000 miles, not let the basket get closer than half an inch. Big Beaver, let's see who kneels for whom at the end. Big Beaver craned his neck to look at the few of us, then reached out and grabbed for the small package behind his back. A handful of sand sprays appeared in his hand. A few months ago, I don't believe Big Beaver would have dared to shoot. Even if his legs were crippled, he would never dare, because so many pairs of eyes are watching, and this is the city. As long as he shoots, then the nature will change. But now I believe, because the big civet at the moment has obviously sucked floating, how to describe it? As if it is to give rabies vaccine zapped cerebellum, that look has been with human beings do not touch. I forcefully endure this fear, tilted my head and blocked in front of Henan softly murmured, grass, dragged you Nan Nan. Big Beaver's face was grim as he turned on the safety and his gun closed in again, less than 3 steps away from me. In other words, now as long as he pulled the trigger, then I was bound to go into the locket. Guyi, Chanima, you're saying it again, kneel or not? Kneel your ass, if you're a dragon, just shoot, sooner or later someone will kill you. After Big Beaver and I sprayed a sentence at each other, the door that had long been shattered beyond repair once again let out a loud bang. Whoa, bang. The gate was shattered by the hardtop of a modified pickup truck, and the doorframe flew out a long way. A clean-faced man came down from the car, wearing a dark blue jeans underneath and a flight jacket with a pure white turtleneck tight sweater over it. Dark yellow big leather boots walking, thumping sound, soon attracted everyone's attention. And at this moment, I was more than a little teary-eyed. Before I came to find Big Beaver, I made an appointment with Chen Mo, but my intention was not to let Chen Mo help me do Big Beaver, but rather I wanted to catch Big Beaver and send it to Chen Mo's place, and then force out Tan Zhao's location, so that I could go with Chen Mo to do Tan Xiao. Just you make my brother kneel down This was the first thing Chen Mo said when he faced Big Beaver and the others. Big Beaver Z turned his gun around and aimed it at Chen Mo. His expression was not fearful, instead, he was still a bit excited. It's me, what's wrong with you? The smile on Chen Mo's face disappeared, and he violently raised the muzzle of his gun. Mom and Dad gave you a good body, why don't you know how to love it? You're Chen Mo, right, I really don't believe you, bull coins you. The Big Beaver behind the words did not wait to finish it. Chen Mo stood in place and violently pulled the trigger. 7.62 caliber bullets, crazy roar. After 5 consecutive loud bangs, the sound of an empty gun appeared, and Big Beaver fell into a pool of blood, while the rest of the people all froze in place. No one escaped, no one resisted, all of them looked at Chen Mo as if they had lost their souls, not daring to say a word. Putting away his empty gun, Chen Mo stepped forward. At this time, the crowd instinctively gave him a way out, and he did not even look at the left and right sides of the gang, as if walking down the red carpet. The expression of that called a relaxed and happy. You are also really finished, why are you always getting beaten up? This I'm going to leave soon, what can you do about it later? Chen Mo completely flirting style stabbing this wound on my arm. I slightly embarrassed back, grass, you do not look at how many people on the gang, I can hold out until now is not bad anything, change the general people early lying down. Chen Mo eyeing everything skimmed his mouth, looking around the house. Tan smile family centaurs, you said the gang is this bunch of baskets ah? No one chimed in, all looking down at their toes. Is there anyone who wants to fight with me? Why can't I see my partner there? Chen Mo tilted his head, his gaze arrogant, opened his mouth again and shouted at the crowd. Still no one chimed in, as if they had gone deaf at the same time. Let's bring up once the positive light brother as an analogy. He is also the knife and gun origin, and there is no what prominent background, cattle coin connections. But why is it that no matter whether it is the big brother or the boss see him all confused? Unconsciously short on him 3 points? In this kind of person's heart, as long as you dare to bare your teeth with him, even if you carry a bazooka he will never false you, absolutely dead to the end. What is absolute dominance? I think this is. Right now, the gun in Chen Mo's hand was already empty, and there were at least 20 people left in Big Beaver. From a scientific point of view, as long as the other side swarms again, it's a certainty that we'll fold here. But why no one dares to shout a sentence? Chen Mo, what makes you so bull coins? Today I will do you such words? I also deeply puzzled, I also asked Chen Mo. And Chen Mo gave me the answer is. What is not based on, just based on my name Chen Mo. After our party left, the plastic door and window factory within the Big Beaver brothers are also scattered, but in accordance with the normal process, I still through the Yen Feng side of the relationship reported to the police. On the way back to the hospital, ice city rain and snow, the weather is bad to the extreme. And it is also after that night, the Jianghu spread a sentence. When the sky sees Chen Mo, the sun and the moon have no light. When the earth sees Chen Mo, not an inch of grass grows. When people see Chen Mo, they will die. Chapter 85, Preparing for the Final Fight. Because the big civet itself hangs on the side of the fugitive, coupled with his dead before, inhaled a large number of chemicals, so Tan Xiao's side of the choice is to deal with the cold, and did not make a big fuss to pursue the responsibility of our side. Yen Feng is also very Jianghu, did not grasp the Big Beaver thing stalking, the attitude is still to Jianghu means mainly. As for Chen Mo's side, he is ready to travel. Tonight we'll go, is me in small north to send him. In the past, Chen Mo was in Bingcheng, and he had a new place to go, plus the people he dealt with weren't clean, so no one would take the initiative to report the case, so the police really couldn't find him. But this situation right now is different. The game between us and Tan Xiao involves more than just the Jianghu, there is also the hooking up of the upper echelon of people. So for safety's sake, I must let Tan Mo leave immediately. National Highway fork in the road. Chen Mo lightly smoking cigarettes, not the slightest burden because of the atrocities just now, as if the kill is not a person, but a small chicken like. Let's just talk about this heart quality alone, I'm not as good as myself. You cannot behave like a pervert, okay? Big brother, bam 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 5 shots, what good man can carry you so collapse off? Even for Iron Man to get here, also have to let you do bits and pieces. I'm like a pissed off daughter-in-law, constantly complaining about Chen Mo. Chen Mo smiled blandly and straightened his back, if I don't pull out my gun, they won't know that I have a gun, and if I don't kill someone, they won't know that I dare to kill someone. With that, Xiaobei also followed and inserted, then you don't need to kill someone right out of the gate, now the big shots above in the city are also in the game, you make a murder at this time, or inside the city, it's very troublesome. Chen Mo arm on the shoulders of the small north, tilted his head, I have a gun, but also dare to open, then the trouble is certainly not me, hey, had thought to help you too. Tan smile done in the go, now it seems to be unworkable. I lit a cigarette, hard wrapped a mouthful to Chen Mo's mouth, you do not think about me, a big tree under the good cool, Yen Feng does not fall, my days will not be difficult, but you, the south side of the friend reliable? Cold wind blew, Chen Mo opened his arms, slowly closed his eyes, the corners of his mouth flooded with smiles. This cold strength of the northeast, I really like it. In the face of Chen Mo's answer, I also understand. A golden nest, a silver nest, is not as good as one's own doghouse. Chen Mo, but where there is a way, certainly will not choose to travel far away, there is no way, the case on his body is too much, I city he really cannot stay down, otherwise the fold is sooner or later. You sneak around outside to play for 2 years, I make an effort to fight for a campaign for the governor of Ice City, when the time comes to do the case on you, change a new identity. Okay, then you will be the governor and I will be the chief. Xiaobei also did not hesitate to blow a bull coin after, the tone is also sad, Mayor, in the future, good, people outside, not compared to home, something to the two of us call. Chen Mo laughed strangely and put his arm around me and Xiaobei's shoulders, then took out a stupid camera. Come on, let's take a picture of the 3 of us brothers. In the camera, I had a bandage wrapped around my head, Xiaobei had a plaster on his arm, and the smiles on both of our faces were very forced in the face of Chen Mo's long journey. Although we didn't see each other often before, but in the end, we are in the same city, there is something, we can take care of each other. On the contrary, it was Chen Mo, who had a very bright smile, raising his eyebrows and making this quirky expression. Snap. The picture was framed. Be sure to pay attention to safety, give me a call when you get to the place, tell me if you're short of money, don't rob without money. I stood in place, waving my hand at Chen Mo, very brainlessly instructing this. A good man's ambition is in all directions, the old man is a grandfather in Bingcheng, to the south, the same can fight a piece of heaven. Go! Take care! On the other end, Tan Zhao's side. As soon as Big Beaver died, Tan Zhao's side was still officially online, but the scrutiny was nowhere near as strong as before. As the saying goes, when a person dies, the accounts die down, and this saying applies just as much to the official side as it does to the official side. Inside the morgue, Tan Zhao inserted one hand into his pocket, expressionless, looking at the big beaver that had been broken by Chen Mo for a long time. Old Su's eyes were slightly red, his voice was a little choked. After the accident, let him go, but did not go. Contacted a few lousy people have to counter, said a Gui. Do not think about it, if Gui does not have a few hard and solid people around him, he dared to be so crazy? Ada sighed, frowning tone with grumbling interjected. People are dead, so don't complain. Old Su was agitated and spread his hands. Am I complaining? The beaver and my private tutor were not bad. If he died, am I in a good mood? Stop arguing, I'll get out, I'll be by myself for a while. After Tan Xiao threw out a sentence, he whisked away the two Old Su and Ada in a strong tone. With Tan Xiao, although de Civet usually does things a little more ostentatiously and is not particularly reliable in public affairs, but after all, he has been with him for many years. Let's say a dog died at home, that heart must be difficult for a long time, let alone such a big living person. So at this moment Tan Smile's mentality is a bit of a collapse. From the Yin Feng, their own cousin died, and now the big beaver is also dead. The business is also a full stop, every day is only out of not in. This pressure is not a normal person can resist. Originally thought of this grain factory down, tied to the Shin family, our money will slowly become white, then also do not need you to help me in the fight and kill, just get a clerical, take some dry shares, every day eat and drink the money earned, did not think of Civet, really did not think, is brother sorry you. After a sigh, Tan Xiao sat paralyzed on the ground, expressionless, smoking a cigarette, his eyes gradually fierce. Crouching Cloud Vacation Villa. Guang Jun held a cup of hot water with both hands, his expression was a bit like a college girl who hadn't had her period for 2 consecutive months. And acidely Huadong mood is not high, one after another smoking cigarettes, quite a good tea room let him get with the steam room like. In my thinking, Yin Feng will pinch up with Tan Xiao, but not at all the current situation. Li Huadong 3 or 4 mouths wrapped without one, tightened his eyebrows and continued to add, this Tan smile is also too soft. Yin Feng 3 board axes still waiting for all smash down it, he is going to raise the white flag. Huang Taiji put down the hands of the magazine, unimpressed, said, do you think Tan smile to soften and concede? Li Huadong emotionally returned, Tan Xiao, as well as several cores around him, have all disappeared. I just finished calling Xiao Chong this morning, he said he couldn't contact Tan Xiao either, isn't this obvious? Not really, look down. Huang Taiji crossed his legs, squinted his eyes, and added in a very certain tone, I don't think it's like he's going soft, it's more like he's preparing for the final fight. Chapter 86, The Mole? For half a month in a row, there was no news from Tan Zhao's side, as if the gang had never appeared in Ice City. There were a lot of rumors on the road, just stepping on Tan Xiao and praising us. But I don't have the slightest joy about it. I always feel that things will not be that simple. But also good, so I am also relieved to be able to briefly rest and recuperate. It's also true that we can't afford to do it anymore. At the moment our team can be described as miserable, even Song Lu has now become the main force. A breakthrough has gone to the Dragon City, Yin Feng arranged a special waiter, do not have to worry about us, the current situation is good, the hospital there has received a breakthrough, in preparation for him to do a second operation. Phase Zhe is still recuperating, although now cannot get out of bed, but turn over, go to the toilet by yourself is no one tube. After the battle at the plastic door and window factory, Du Xiaofeng and Xiao Bei were also injured one after another. At present, the only ones who can still be alive and kicking are Song Lu and me. Song 6 also said, if in the dry continue, we can collectively go to the Disabled Persons Federation report, each person to receive a low-income insurance, the future small life can also live in the wind. But don't look at my team miserable as such, but I never complained with Yin Feng. Come out to mix, especially walk the road, as long as with the big brother, that kind of thing is unavoidable. Big brother to give you a bowl, so that you before the scenery, that encountered things, you must be in front of the top. Thunder and rain, all is the grace of God. You cannot hide, cannot hide. 9 o'clock in the evening, the main street of Ice City. After a few heavy snowfalls, the city has a new look, with classic Russian-style buildings that emphasize the historical heritage and show off the aristocracy. I yawned and looked at Yin Feng who was constantly manipulating his cell phone and asked, Feng, we are not going home Yin Feng action vulgar organized a belt, the body is a little tired it. Recently the spirit is too tense, unhealthy. I squinted at him, stabbing and scratching Yin Feng blushed slightly, ahem, men can't always hold it in, it's easy to get cancer. After a few seconds of silence, I advised in a consultative tone, either you go home first, and I'll go pick you up. Tan Xiao also does not show up, I think we still do not fool around good, in case something happens, I cannot explain to the guys Yin Feng simply returned, I do not take outsiders home. It's just a little bit of a rush to get the whole thing done. Yin Feng did not say anything, is a default. Then I spoke again, then go to the old place or what? Yin Feng lightly murmured, this is not a matter of honor, do not get so many people to follow, you let the other brothers to withdraw first, just the two of us to go. I expressed understanding, nodded. Okay, big brother does pay attention to the image, but how do you pay the hush money? Is the cash settlement or bookkeeping? Yin Feng waved his hand in annoyance. Take you a still cannot off? Do not say, I really a little careful to move. This is not recently Ching Ching was injured, so we have not been wrestling together for a long time. Sometimes people are so strange. You see me in the inside for 5 years, also did not do anything. This suddenly am eat to eat it, in a break, but also really quite difficult. I have a daughter-in-law, I do not go. I attitude quite resolute, reserved a bit. You love to go, not love. Anyway, I have to relieve the lack of it. After Yin Feng returned a slightly anxious sentence, I grabbed the walkie-talkie and spoke to the brothers of the Mountain River arrangement. Hey, brothers, Doss is going home, you guys withdraw. It's done, oh no. Okay, then we'll hit the road back home as well. 15 minutes later, after slipping around Yin Feng's neighborhood and making sure that the 2 cars that followed were gone, I started to slam on the gas according to the address Yin Feng gave me. Yin Feng gave me the address is more remote, has been out of the city of Bingcheng, is to the suburbs. Originally, I thought to ask, this is that thing, find a similar on the only, but also to run so far off. But taking into account that people may not want to play a little trick or something, after all, the big brother wants a face, I still don't beat blindly, or this juncture is really easy to get beaten up. The car drove about nearly 40 minutes before counting to the place. I pushed the door down to see, this is a very ordinary township, small KTV, decoration is a mess, or the style of the 90s it. The doorway is also nothing good, car consumption level is certainly very general. Normal to Yin Feng's value, absolutely impossible to come to this kind of place to play. This what broken place? The reception must not be big old ladies. Yin Feng backhand lightly back, you know the ass, his family are good goods, the general public do not know, you play not play? I'll call one for you? I waved my hand wearily, forget it, my daughter-in-law will tear me apart if she knows, I'm quite tired after a day of fussing with you, I'll wait for you on the sofa in the hall, you go and have fun, pay attention to the dragon body. Little brat, wait for it. Yin Feng should also be on the phone with the opposite side of the person to say goodbye. The 2 of us just landed on the ground. We came face to face with a middle-aged man, followed by 2 beautiful girls, or a twin. Either Say or Big Brother will play it. In this point, we really have to learn. In the sofa, and Ching Ching sent a text message, confused, waiting for an hour. Yin Feng, this side has not moved. Suddenly let me some distraction. We say that are so old, almost got it. The body do not want off. In my mind, this send a text message to urge a time. KTV door position flooded with pieces of light. Because we do this profession is more sensitive, so I was curious to go out and take a look. This look, immediately I feel a little numb legs and stomach. For strong men, all hands with guns, with bandit hats, trotting running to the KTV hall. I chow Naima, your home this broken store is not what to do. After I cursed at the front desk girl, I turned around and ran inside. Phone, don't play, someone is coming, hurry out. After continuously kicking 2 doors, I finally found Yin Feng. But to my surprise, Yin Feng's expression is not panicked, dressed is also very neat, not at all like in the wrestling. Sure enough, less than a few seconds, the location of the hall after the sound of gunfire, from the sound can be recognized, this is certainly 2 groups of people in the collapse of the Yin Feng face expressionless crossed my position, hands behind the back, go, let's go out to see who ate the leopard's gall, dare to rush me. I clenched my fists in an extremely unhappy mood and followed behind Yin Feng. You planned this? Why don't you tell me in advance? I was scared to death just now. Yin Feng suddenly stopped his steps and turned around to look at me. Under the 4 eyes, the anger in my eyes gradually subsided. Xiaoyi, I knew all the colors at the age of 3, and now that I've passed the age of majority, it's hard for me to tell black and white in the world. Only our family knows my location, but we just landed less than an hour ago. Tan Zhao's black living warriors killed over. What does this prove? It proves that there are ghosts in our family, am I right? I frowned tightly at Yin Feng. You suspect it's me? Brothers, urge more, comment on the top please. This data is really important to me. Today's Father's Day, an extra chapter, wish all fathers in the world, peace and joy, good health. Yin Feng did not deny it, but frankly returned, the first person I suspected was you, but looking at your performance just now, it proves that you are not, the mole is someone else. Chapter 87 Robot Show. Between Yin Feng and I asking and answering questions, the firefight outside had already ended. 1 was killed on the spot and 3 were arrested. The ones who came were my old acquaintances, the ones who specialize in black work under Tan Xiao. As for the fighters on Yin Feng's side, I hadn't seen a single one of them, but listening to their accents they should also be from Bingcheng. This is a Chiu, you call brother Chiu, people are dragged basement to go, I personally asked. Yin Feng expression is not good, rushed to me after saying a sentence, took the lead and ran to the basement at the end of the corridor. Soon, 3 people yards into a row kneeling in front of Yin Feng. I'll ask, you guys answer, whoever lies, dies, so have a brain when you speak. From now on, you don't have any human rights, and don't tell me any conditions, do you understand? Old Pai Gung Gung neck on the open spray, not the slightest. Yin Feng as a matter of fact, out to do this business, was caught we recognize, you bull coins on the dry death of a few of us are dry death. Yen Feng lit a cigarette, angry, and smiled back. Oh, I'm in Bingqing cattle coin almost 20 years, dry death of people less? The words just came, just when I want to go forward to relieve my anger. First fierce hammer this old skin, the sound of the gun rang. Brother Chiu fired the gun, the first shot was to the head, the second shot to the chest. It was crisp and clean, without a trace of procrastination. After the two shots took away the old skin, Brother Chiu could not see any expression on his face, and he put away his gun in a disciplined manner, and once again stood back in his original position. What do you mean by killing like a human being? This is like a ING robot, no mood swings at all. The same are out to eat this meal, facing my team. You guys didn't even last a minute, what else is there to be mad about? Want to live? Be honest, I still have 4 rounds of bullets, enough to send you away. After Chiu's words, Yen Feng spoke again. Who leaked my address to you guys? Xiao Xiao experienced a painful struggle and then said in a completely consultative tone, Brother Feng, you have attained immortality early, I'll admit it when I'm planted. Tan Xiao has raised me for so many years, and when he opens his mouth, I can't refuse him, so I'll just make a small request. Xiao Xiao was afraid that Yen Feng did not let him say the rest of the words, the speed of speech very fast, and added, I die is certain. From the moment I was arrested, I did not expect to see the next day's sun. I still have a hand of more than 100,000. I give you a card number, you help me to the family, okay? Yen Feng hesitated for a while back. The request is not excessive, can meet, as long as you say the news is useful to me, I can extra in giving your family a sum of money. Xiao Xiao no psychological burden after opening back. The addresses Tan Xiao gave me. He actually has not been gone, just in Bingcheng it, this period of time disappeared, in fact, is looking for your side of the broken, big beaver after the death of the son, he lost his mind a little bit, is completely broken. The address was provided to him by Shin Xiaochong, and the place where Tan Xiao and I met was near Jinqing Road in Dadong District, the exact location of which I'm not sure of, because we both met in a car on the side of the road. Yen Feng frowned when he heard this, because it meant that the mole in the house was not low level, otherwise the information would not have leaked out from this point of Shin Xiaochong. How are you sure it was Shin Xiaochong who gave Tan Xiao the news? Yen Feng pursued the question somewhat undeterred. Xiao Xiao frankly back, I went to see Tan Xiao, in the neighborhood downstairs also saw Shin Xiaochong's car, they should be just met. Yen Feng without thinking continued to guide the Xiao Xiao. Shin Xiaochong's identity is more special, he cannot be everything in Tan Smile direct communication, especially in society these things, Shin Xiaochong more will not directly face, you think in this direction. Sometimes have to marvel at Yen Feng's brain, I really do not know what he is eating to grow up, a tiny bit of detail, he may also drill a little doorway. Xiao Xiao thought seriously before returning. After helping Tan Xiao to finish the last time, he changed the place for us, also arranged by Shin Xiaochong, but Shin Xiaochong didn't show up, and it was a person called Jin Xiaowu who picked us up. Yen Feng's expression remained unchanged as he urged, continue on. We are all in this business with today and no tomorrow, so every time we finish a job, we are willing to relax and unwind. This Jin Xiaowu has a club called Golden Peacock, and at that time, the girl was called from his store. Yen Feng's eyes lit up, and then immediately got up. Tan Smile, if you contact you, you say that everything is going well, but not sure to hit or not hit me in the vitals, the rest of what to say do not say. After throwing down a sentence, Yen Feng ran towards the door with big strides, and while walking, he instructed me, drive, go to Golden Peacock. On the way back to the city, my car speed did not go down more than 150, all the way to the wind. If it is not estimated that the broken van that follows behind, it is estimated that I can step on 180. Yen Feng's expression at the moment is like he obviously has no reproductive function, but his daughter-in-law is pregnant. From nothing, Yen Feng from a street to the account of the little bastard to today, dryfold of the gang has been countless. But this splendor does not belong to his personal, but belongs to him and his brothers. Today's prosperity is the result of the efforts of all people. Right now it was about to go to another level and continue the splendor that was once there. Suddenly a person stood out, Yen Feng, you are a dog basket, I will not play with you. Okay, even so, I believe that Yen Feng's bosom, absolutely not because of the money on the matter and endless. But the fact is so? No. This person more than heart with Yen Feng not together, and also to Yen Feng's heart in a knife. And this is the Yen Feng million cannot accept. This is like two people living, you do not want to live with me, we can leave. Property distribution does not understand, we can fight the lawsuit. But you cannot because we are not good feelings, you will give me a cuckold you do not force me to violate the sacred law. Feng brother, not necessarily how it, Xiao Xiao is an outlaw, doing black work, access to information is limited, you don't be too pessimistic, our family life is so good, I'm a later or driving an Audi, you say that this is what is not satisfied At present, although I am sure that the existence of ghosts, but this I cannot say on the surface, can only be so comforting Yen Feng. Yen Feng expression with a few points of despondency and pain, twisted his head and looked out the window, let the cold wind into the car. Oh, I don't know if I think I give too little, or this person wants too much. If the problem is in the money, it is okay, not a problem, but I am afraid that the problem is not in the money Yen Feng's words to me confused, not for the money can also be for what? Can it also be because of love Chapter 88, Go completely crazy. While we were rushing to the Golden Peacock, Tan Xiao, who was still unaware of the situation, was gulping down clouds as he grabbed the ice pot in his hand. It wasn't a hard dependence on the human thing, but just according to the way Tan Xiao was playing, then addiction was inevitable. His current state was like walking into a dead end. Either he suffocates inside, or he breaks through the wall. Frankly speaking, the pressure was no less than Yin Feng. Yin Feng has already been gotten by Xiao Xiao, so don't give them a chance to breathe. Old Su, you go to the Empress, and Ada you go to Ruweifeng Henan's loan company. The two of them nodded their heads in a spirited manner, and then they began to lower their heads to make phone calls to shake people. At the moment, in Tan Zhao's thinking, Yin Feng was already cool, so he was going to further drive him to extinction. Inside the Golden Peacock's largest box, Yin Feng sitting in the middle of the position, one by one to dial this side of the person's phone. This time I noticed that Yin Feng called her absolute core people, these people among the randomly picked out, that at least 3 to 5 years of seniority. After the phone call, Yin Feng rushed to the warrior under the autumn brother hit a finger ringing said, Small 9, you go to pretend to be familiar with the customer, just say to find their boss to talk about something, transfer people over. Seeing this, I immediately interjected, you just finished the phone call, what if the person is directly surprised? Yin Feng returned without thinking, then it proves that the mole is among these people I contacted, as long as it is determined to be these people, I have a way to screen them out. I licked my lips and didn't speak. What I had considered, Yin Feng had considered ahead of me. And I could also sense from the way he spoke that his method of screening would definitely not be very soft, and this time, he was truly prepared to kill. After less than half an hour, Wan Ping and others were the first to arrive. Seeing this scene, I am even more scared. Yin Feng hides too deep, this plan of his, even Wan Ping these his closest brothers did not tell. After that, one after another, people arrived, everyone's expression has some small apprehension. What's the situation, oh no? I patiently rushed to Henan and whispered what happened. Henan's brows furrowed after hearing this, then what are we doing here, isn't this spooking the snakes? I spread my hands and explained, Feng means to determine the scope of the mole, think about it, they are all his brothers, can he not understand? As long as it's confirmed that they're all those people, then he definitely has a way to catch the ghost out. The Lindsay's silly coin at the side lolled along and interjected, that doesn't necessarily mean it, what if Jin Xiaowu really came? How can this be explained? After Lin Zi's words, Henan and I looked at each other and said in unison, that would mean that the mole is not only from the top, but also has external help. While Henan and I were discussing, all the people had arrived, and there were only slightly less than 10 people in the 100 square foot box. Yin Feng sat on the sofa with his legs crossed, while the rest of the people sat in the seats across from him, and there was a short gun on the wine table, which was already pressed with bullets and opened to safety. Those who are here today are all old brothers who have followed me Yin Feng, there are ghosts in the house, that's for sure. Who has opinions about what I Yin Feng do, now stand out, let's face to face to say clearly, bulk or not, split the family also, I Yin Feng absolutely do not take advantage of you a penny. If it is just a moment of confusion, the family touched something, took the money of the pair of partners, it is okay, as long as set out, this money I Yin Feng for you to return. From eating this bowl of rice, I have been mixed for more than 20 years, how a death I can accept, but I cannot accept the sight of the brother to stab me with a knife, is dissatisfied with me, is not also have to let me know where I did wrong Yin Feng finished, the atmosphere in the room is even more bizarre, the guys you look at me, I look at you, are speculating on this in the end who is the mole. At this time, Henan was the first to stand out. I'm small in generation, I'll say the bad words first, who has been a ghost to the pair of guys, come forward now, I, Henan, swear to the heavens that I will absolutely save his life. Immediately following, Shanha also opened his mouth and said, it is inevitable that people will make mistakes, are all big men, let's be quick, if you can't trust the old yen, still can't trust me Shanha? Who is standing out on their own, or wait for me to dig out, that can be two different things. In the atmosphere is suppressed to the extreme is about to explode at the time, the door of the box was pushed open, a waiter poked his head out and said, a few big brother, our boss came, you see you are not in the addition of some wine? As the words trailed off, everyone in the room all had round eyes and an expression of disbelief. According to normal thinking, after Yin Feng contacted his family to come to Golden Peacock, then the mole will definitely inform Jin Xiaowu to hurry up and run away. And Yin Feng really did not expect to see Jin Xiaowu today, he is to determine the mole is among which some. But Jin Xiaowu came, what does this mean? Just like what Henan and I just said, it means that the mole is not only the absolute top, but also has a very powerful ally, and this ally is not Tan Xiaoxiao. And this also explains why Tan Xiaoxiao's cousin will suddenly cut off the pigtail, this is exactly the mole and his allies to do, the purpose is to provoke our two families of war. Yin Feng sat on the sofa and laughed, a smile filled with pain. He had wanted to put the inner ghost on the spot, but he had never expected that the inner ghost would go along with his vigor and put him on the spot in return. Let's go out and see what this Jin Xiaowu is. Yin Feng lifted his butt and ran towards the front door, the people inside the house naturally did not dare to lag behind, closely following behind him. At the entrance of the clubhouse, Jin Xiaowu was playing with the car keys in his hand, and with his other hand, he was gripping the phone and talking about something. Hey, Les Chong, I came how did not see you people at a meeting to say you were almost to the still play what phone? The words just fell, Jin Xiaowu turned his head and saw Yin Feng, the small face instantly pale, did not hesitate to run to the bottom of the steps. Get him for me, alive. Yin Feng stuck one hand in his pocket and stood on the steps, eyeing this panicked Jin Xiaowu, his face gloomy to the extreme. And just in the nick of time, a motorcycle rushed towards the clubhouse door at an extremely fast speed. A sharp brake, the motorcycle horizontal pull, sitting in the back seat of the man with a helmet pulled out a pistol at Jin Xiaowu's chest to pull the trigger one after another. And just as all of us were confused, the gunman once again turned his gun and aimed it at Yin Feng, who was standing in the middle of the crowd. Brother Feng. Old Yen. In desperation, I could only bump away from Yin Feng, and at that moment, I felt a stabbing pain in my stomach. When I got up again, my abdomen was already bleeding. Crass, honestly drive a taxi well. I muttered lightly with a few points of unwillingness, and then my arm was soft, directly fainted in Yin Feng's arms. Chapter 89, Reunion? In the time that I was rescued, Yin Feng and the senior management around him were all detained in the city council. The successive gun cases, although there is no direct evidence pointing to Yin Feng, but they all have this inextricable relationship with him. For this reason, Xiao Liang also began to explode energy, contacting his dear old dad, intervening to mediate and put pressure on the city bureau. This is the time to see the benefits of having connections. If there is no relationship above, even if you are wrongly accused, then first detained you have no place to cry foul. But as long as you have a relationship, then you can talk to the top, you will have the opportunity to explain. Can explain, natural misunderstanding will be resolved faster so some. In the city council was detained for 6 hours, the first out of Yin Feng and Wan Ping 2 people. Normal 2 people have to be released tomorrow at noon, but due to the small bright father stepped forward to do a private guarantee, so the 2 did a statement out in advance. City council in front of the car, Yin Feng kept replying to this news, as well as some of the hospital's relations, frowning tightly, as if all of a sudden 10 years old seems to be. Yen, this is not quite right the death of this Jin Xiaowu normal, should have run away why would go to their own clubs, that is not self-inflicted well. Yen Feng expression dull dragged his chin to look out the window, he does not come, it proves that the mole is in the box among the people, and he came, this statement will not stand. Wan Ping mood slightly agitated aggravated voice, that's even more wrong if the other side arranged Jin Xiaowu to come, then why exterminate, this does not make sense at all Yen Feng is still that dead child's expression, softly explained, this mole is smarter than I thought, I originally thought, even if I can't immediately uncover the mole, then I can effectively defend a wave, in the name of checking the mole, under the right of all the people in the box. The suspension, the vacation, so that there will be no one to oppose, because whoever has the mood, then have to take the hat of being a mole, and be focused on by me. Then I can arrange for some people I absolutely trust to participate in the highway project, to accomplish our goals, and to keep the conflicts that are going to erupt, temporarily refrigerated, to have a respite. But now that Jin Xiaowu is dead, what other reason do I have to restrict these patriarchs and executives? I can't restrict them, and it's going to continue down the line, then the other party can stab me whenever they want, I can't defend myself at all, because our company's news is equal to open to others. When Yin Feng finished explaining, Wan Ping leaned limply against the back seat of the car, his eyes looking at the roof of the car listlessly. This horse can be who it is, you say there is this brain, not properly research light bulbs, research up us, this bureau is not good to break off for us, now as the internal and external problems, one is not careful, that is, all will never be recovered. And the most terrible thing is that we simply cannot guess what the ultimate purpose of this mole, only passive defense. Yin Feng rubbed his face haphazardly, don't want to think about that much first, go to the hospital first. 5.5 hours ago, the Empress Hotel. Now the Queen's business has stabilized, the average rate of entry can reach about 70%, the holidays can also take some wedding orders, income is still quite considerable. Normally, Xiaobei or Aizawa are usually here to guard the store, so that they can take care of the wholesale liquor side. However, with the small North and Phase Z successive heroic wounded, I have to follow Yin Feng run outside all day messy things, the Queen's side will be temporarily handed over to Washao and 3 Fat. 3 Fat, you cannot eat the horse, dry 3 burgers, look at the run 208 make strength, you say you don't know how to worry about it. A filial piety recently unusually on fire, because he did that thing is stepping on the line to make money, I take into account the recent and tan smile pinch more hard, so let him put the girl this piece to stop, in case the other side from this to find us trouble. And Ashao itself is to rely on our hotel to eat, this belongs to the relationship of dependence, even cooperation cannot talk about, so naturally do not dare to disobey me. What is the use of worrying, I tell you, people live a lifetime, should eat, should drink, annoying things do not put in the heart. Wild brother does not give Tan Shogun Neil, our side will certainly not be able to start work, we are honestly waiting for it. Ah Shao squinted at the 3 Fat, every day sitting on the mountain empty, when is the end? Fatty ate the burger in his hand in 3 or 5 bites, wiped his mouth and said back, be contented, brother, look at Agum, look at Xiangzhe and Xiao Feng, they are all going to let the opposite side of the dry bits and pieces, compared to them, how happy we are. Besides, we are not a little income is not, we are here to guard the store, Wild brother is also to give food and grass, 1 person a day 200, how good tube food tube housing, midnight is not interesting can go to the corridor to listen to the sound. Ah Shao helplessly sighed, not yet wait to open his mouth, the door came from the messy shouting and cursing, and the roar of the car engine roar. Grass, who is this? How much it affects the guest's rest in the middle of the night, really unqualified. A filial piety and 3 fat at the same time get up and run to the door, but not yet wait to walk to the door. A Mitsubishi Jeep directly run to the door crashed over. The two instinctively ran backward, not yet reacted to what happened. The crowd of clattering, holding knives and sticks poured in. Front desk cabinets, fish tanks, chandeliers, and tea table, all smashed. Sofa, this cannot be smashed directly with a knife cut. In short, the practice is quite damaged. Big brother, we are working, and we have nothing to do with us. You are willing to smash as hard as you can. I promise not to report. Ah Shao reacted quickly, immediately made up a set of words. The leader of the old Su hands behind the back, a faction of the master's look that forced him to pretend, simply absolute. In this state, if you call him Mr. Do, he would definitely dare to say yes. Recognize me? Ah Shao simply shook his head. Big brother, I'm not out to play, I'm just a part-time worker, I don't know you. Old Su grinned and choked Ah Zhao's neck, then the katana directly smashed down. Then I'll let you get to know me well. My name is Old Su, Ten Xiao is my big brother, today I came to push down the queen. After Old Su slashed Ah Xiao, he waved his big hand, pointing to the stairway position. Don't hurt the guests, all the remaining ones that can be smashed are smashed for me. Draw some manpower to go to the first floor, alcohol, drinks, and whatnot that can be smashed are smashed for me as well. Don't let the old man make money, then he shouldn't make it either. Words fall, just also thankful that they are not injured. Ah Xiao and 3 fat was drowned in the blade and pickaxe under the handle, although the other party did not lay down any dead hand, but this beating, indeed, cannot be avoided. Chapter 90, Ending Family Feud, Fulfilling Filial Piety, and Repaying Righteous Favor. Let's pull the timeline back again, to the hospital, inside Aizawa's ward. So far, we've had a complete wipeout, with no survivors. Even the supernumeraries, Xiao and San Fat were sent to the hospital by the cleaning lady on duty at the hotel who called for an ambulance. Laughing to myself, the last time people got together so well, it seems like it was last year's New Year's Eve. Guanxi, come over and help me, something must have happened at home again. I heard how the passing nurse even called out Brother Wild's name. Aizawa's stitches aren't even removed yet, and it's very difficult to move around, so Guanxi has been taking care of the sick man since he got off work, delivering meals and stuff in the meantime. Guanxi rubbed his eyes, climbed up and assisted this Aizawa to go out. And as soon as the two of them moved to the doorway, Kahoku blocked Aizawa and Kanji with tear-stained faces. Go back to bed, Aizawa, it's none of your business. Aizawa's eyes glazed over in surprise as he pursued, is it really now? I said it has nothing to do with you, you can't help now like this, obey, go back. After hesitating for a moment, Xiang Zhe frowned and gritted his teeth. I'll tan Xiao this basket case to death when I get out of the hospital. Xiao Bei's voice was ice cold as he returned. He won't live long enough for you to be discharged from the hospital. As the words fell, Xiao Bei hung the plaster on his arm and ran towards the surgical operating room with a slow pace. Inside the house, Aizawa forcefully asked Guanxi for a cigarette, stood on his crutches at the windowsill's position, and took a big, hard drag. You guys are, like, in a good relationship. Guanxi's voice is very weak and slow. There is no way, as long as he speaks fast, then the statement is not coherent. You are the gods come also cannot understand what he wants to do. Aizawa silently shed tears. Didn't I give you $50,000 a few days ago, so that you could find a hospital for your grandmother to get a good treatment? That money was given to me by Brother Wild. Guanxi, I'm a countryside kid who can come this far, really, it's considered God's care. Now what I earn in a month catches up with what our whole family earns in half a year, so I'm thanking Brother Wild from the bottom of my heart. Without him, I'm now either shining shoes for people at the baths or working as a webmaster at an internet cafe. It's a toss-up whether I can survive in this city or not. Guanxi's expression with a hint of puzzlement pursued, but you helped him fight. Him. Gu Yi. Is, boss. Should be. Fei Zhe turned around, snuffed out his cigarette, his tone was a little hard and returned. Guanxi, you are not right, before you do those things is not the risk greater, but how much have you earned? Nowadays this society, pay is not necessarily reward, but I am here in the wild brother, do not care whether I do good or not, as long as I do, then there must be money to get. After hearing this, Guanxi's eyes lit up, and he continued to stutter and chat with Aizawa. Then he is a friend worth making. Fei Zhe will smile after the eyes at first appeared a trace of ferocious color. Wait for me in the raise a period of time, can get out of bed, I will plug Tan smile, I have to abolish him. Xiangzi. I owe you a lot of money. You have to remember it. I have money. Then pay you back. Guanxi said while comparing this, his attitude is very determined. Fei Zhe put his arm around Guanxi's shoulder. It's okay, there's no hurry, we are neighbors, and hair small, don't care about those. When we survive this hurdle, surely it will be better. At that time, I will talk to Wild Brother, transfer you to the night market to go, that way you don't have to work so hard, and earn a little more. Guanxi smiled coyly and gave a thumbs up at Aizawa. At 6:30 in the morning, after Sagazawa drifted off to sleep, Guanxi bought breakfast for a few people and left the hospital. In Ice City in winter, the dawn was especially late. Even though it was morning now, the sky was still dark. Wrapped in his dirty coat, Aizawa ran on foot in the direction of the city office, because when he had just brought breakfast to Xiao Bei and the others, he had heard them chatting. Tan Xiaoxiao is also currently under investigation in the city bureau, although he is not directly involved in the conflict, but the discerning person knows that this is Tan Xiaoxiao in the fight with Yin Feng in isolation, one after another gun cases, murders, all because of the conflict between the two of them. Well, then the question comes, the view chest to find Tan Smile what to do. This is a bit of a long story. In fact, Guanqi did not work in the scrap collection station before. Xianzhe was afraid that we dislike him, so he lied. He used to specialize in helping Tan Xiao and others to transport goods. Why did he get into this business? It's because Quan Chi's father was a real drug addict. After the family's money was sucked out, he began to sell to feed the addiction, so Guanqi knew the tricks of the trade at a very young age. After a whole big, Guanqi's father sucked out of the hallucination, even strangled Guanqi's own mother, and because of this, Guanqi became an orphan, living in the old uncle's old aunt's house. So, in terms of hatred for Tan Xiao, then Guanqi recognized the second, no one dares to recognize the first. Why is it that Guanqi has never thought of revenge before, but today, he suddenly came out of nowhere? In Guanqi's worldview, there was only one relative and one friend. The friend was Aizawa, who was now hospitalized in the hospital after being hacked more than 10 times. The family member is his grandmother, currently temporarily living in his youngest son's home, every day by the daughter-in-law's anger, sick do not dare to go to the hospital, can only be every day to knock painkillers to support. At that time, $50,000 was a huge sum of money. But this money is a bit of a drop in the bucket for Guanqi. He not only had to pay for his grandmother's medical treatment, but also had to find a house to accommodate her, and also had to hire a professional caregiver to serve her. The money may not be enough to pay for the doctor's visit, let alone the last two items. So Guanqi planned to take a chance and use Tan Zhao's life to exchange money from me, and because Xianzhe was in the middle, he wasn't afraid that I would renege on the debt. This stuttering, inarticulate Guanqi, in fact, the heart of life than anyone else understand. Men are born between heaven and earth, do not seek to cross the world, but seek to have a clear conscience. Today, he wants to do 3 things. He will do 3 things today: settle the family feud, fulfill the filial piety, and repay the righteousness and kindness. In front of the city bureau, snowflakes drifted by, the cold wind whistled, and Xianzhe was like a statue, motionless, hands around the chest, squatting on the steps, staring at the door of the city bureau. At noon, Tan Xiaoxiao walked out of the city office gate with a tired face accompanied by a policeman. Li Team, you don't worry, I rule here, these things really have nothing to do with me, the market I'm shut down and closed, recently has been at home to accompany the daughter-in-law child, you casually investigate, as long as there is a need for me, I will certainly cooperate. Tan Xiaoxiao lied without blinking his eyes and said this who also do not believe the lines. There is a problem, just explain clearly, after all, the victim has some social dealings with you, so it's normal for us to investigate, you can't have emotions, or things will get worse. That's that, we don't dare to have emotions. Well, you go first, a moment at noon, you let Xiaochong make a phone call to communicate with the above, and then tomorrow you are coming over to complete the statement, there is nothing more. Tan Smile promised a sound, waved his hand to follow the same police to say goodbye, and then grimly ran across the road to the parking lot to go. Chapter 91, 31 Stabs, Stabbing the Dream of the Jianghu. After Tan Xiaoxiao got into the car in a daze, he took out a bottle of mineral water and washed his face against the cold wind, trying to force himself to be mentally refreshed. In a good state of mind, cannot carry a succession of blows. Right now, Tan Xiao knows that he is completely online in the official, and so continued, even if not folded in the hands of Yin Feng, then the official will certainly also clean up their own. Bam! At the time when Tan Xiaoxiao was worried, Guanqi pulled open the door of the passenger side of the car and directly scurried up to the car. Under the 4 eyes, Tan Xiao didn't realize the danger because he did know Guanqi. Egu, Xiao Lizi, why are you here? Quite a coincidence, where's your father? Haven't heard from him in years. Guanqi crosses his hands in his sleeves and looks at Tan Xiao with big shining eyes. Dead. Dead? Tan Xiao was very surprised for a moment, and didn't know if he was really feeling it, or if he was just acting here, but he even acted a little sad. You, harmed, died, of. Tan Xiaoxiao frowned and was just about to speak out to explain, when the snowy fruit knife sprang out from his sleeve and directly stabbed him in the chest. Under the sharp pain, Tan Xiao instinctively wanted to push away Guanqi and jump out of the car to escape, but he was tied up by the seatbelt. And just in the moment he turned around, Guanqi yanked his hair from behind him, swung his arm, and handed out 2 more knives. Don. Kill me, I have money. Little rascal, calm down, I also bought you candy to eat it, don't kill me, I can give you anything. At this moment Tan Xiao has forgotten to resist, just like a lamb to be slaughtered, can only helplessly keep begging for mercy. Guanqi expressionlessly continued to swing his knife, for a while, blood splattered all over the car. Master, called Guanqi. Guanqi's stuttering problem, under the violent emotional fluctuations, just inexplicably got better. Eyes also in no previous cowardice and retreat, replaced by a stern ferocity, as well as fearless hostility. To kill you, to take revenge, and to repay my kindness. Tan Xiao stared blankly at the roof of the car, the palm of his hand gripping the corner of Guanqi's coat slowly loosened, while Guanqi stowed away his knife, grabbed Tan Xiao's handbag, and then took long strides. 31 slashes to the bottom. Guanxi obviously could have used a more euphemistic way to deal with Tan Xiao, but he chose to do it in front of the city hall. We can't say that Guanxi's tactics are too heartless. In fact, if we bring in Guanxi's character, it's not hard to understand why he did it. His life has been ruined by Tan Xiao. Since childhood, he has carried the cold and warmth of the world alone. Thin and frail, yet like a giant, he'd rather bend than break. This is a declaration. A declaration that if the heart doesn't die, the way won't be born. This is also a kind of resistance to the injustice of fate, who says that the rich and powerful boss cannot be touched. I will do you in front of the city hall, how can you? You just have a trillion, so what? Stab you, you do not die ah? This 31 knife not only stabbed Tan Zhao's dream of Jianghu. It's also a way for Guanxi to break his own back. He's going to change the way he lives. Yes, a different one. On the other end, inside the hospital, Tan Xiaoxiao's body was found only at noon, and this is also considered indirectly help us remove the suspicion. Because of this time period, Yin Feng family, all the backbone and high level, are still pouting in the city council, and those who are not in the city council, but also basically in the hospital. Nurses, doctors, surveillance, all can give us testimony. So even though Tan Xiao died in a strange way, it won't be easy for the officials to pin this on us. When I woke up in the ward, it was already afternoon. Yin Feng has not gone back, accompanied me for a whole day. We don't brag about it, this is also considered to be a saving grace. Just woke up, Yin Feng told me Tan smile in front of the city council was dry dead, if not physically inconvenient. I said would also buy some firecrackers to a 10,000 ring, celebrate. I don't particularly understand the game of the upper levels, but as far as the rules of the jungle are concerned, Shen Xiaochong is not going to be able to protect the grain factory. Brother Feng and Brother Wanping are inside, there is something to say later. No, you let me in, I have something urgent. I laboriously twisted my head to look at the position of the doorway. Sang Zhe was urgently shouting at one of Shan He's brothers. Yin Feng read my meaning and shouted at the door, let the boy in. Not long after, Xiangzi sat down beside me on his crutches, his eyes sweeping toward both Yin Feng and Wanping, signaling that he wanted to whisper something to me. I wiggled my fingers laboriously. We are all family, if you have something to say, just say it, no need to hide it. After hesitating for a moment, Aizawa drew out a grease-stained slip of paper with showy, neat handwriting. I recognized it, it was Kanji's handwriting. Why would I recognize it? Because our handwriting was uglier than the others, and not neat, so we often made a mess when we shipped out our goods. But Guanxi's handwriting is different. Let's not say how beautiful it is, anyway, it's 100 times better than the few of us, so then I arranged for Guanxi to specialize in recording the cargo list. Take a look. I glanced at Xiangzi with some grumbling, thinking, you're sincerely making things difficult for your brother. I'm like this, it's hard to breathe, so don't give me a job. Finally, under my eyes, Wanping took the note. He swept a glance, the change in expression is very significant, first is not understand, then is surprised, and finally completely frozen in place. Under Yin Feng's questioning, he stammered and didn't say a thing, and in a hurry, Yin Feng snatched the note himself. Xiangzi, by the time you see this letter, I will either have already been ambushed, or I will have already left Ice City. I have an undying grudge against Tan Xiao. Without him, my family wouldn't have broken up, and I wouldn't have become an orphan. I don't understand the Jianghu in your mouth, and I don't really trust Gu Yi and Yin Feng's group. In my opinion, they are all rich and powerful bosses, they will never care about the death or life of us bottom feeders, even a smiling face, a kind word, that's like rewarding us. I, Guanxi, have come to this world to take a trip. The world of flowers has not yet been enjoyed, but I have really lived tired, lived enough. May Tan Zhao's death help you rise high, in return for the many years of help, support, and relief. Xiangzi, if I am lucky enough not to die this time, I must rise to greatness. At that time, you come to find me, we brothers drink wine and talk together about the way this came to be. The note fell to the ground. Xiangzi has already been in tears. I was dumbfounded and looked at the three people in front of me. For a moment still cannot accept the fact that Guanxi did Tan Xiao. Brother, what to do ah, save Guanxi ah, he will be caught and it's over. I clenched my teeth and covered my abdomen and half sat up and looked at Yin Feng. Feng brother, you saved Jianqi, is to save me, stretching handed okay, you look at my family these few people, for a broken grain factory, our stepping horse regiment, this time is really one or not left. Yin Feng face leak a trace of shame, waved his hand to point to Wanping, contact Xiaoyang, must be sure to be good now the official arrest did not catch the person yet, come on, Xiangzi you come with me, you think about this called Guanxi will probably go where to hide, let's go from place to find, as long as the person has not been arrested, I have a way to send him out of the city. Chapter 92, The Dust Settles. In the end, no matter whether it was the official or our side, we couldn't find any news about Guanxi, it was as if he had disappeared out of thin air. Xiangzi is very emotional about this, has been clamoring to be discharged from the hospital to go look for himself. For this reason, I specifically moved to Xiangzi's hospital room, every day tirelessly to enlighten him. As for the side of the grain factory, Tan Xiaoxiao died, Shen Xiaochong basically have no chance to fight back, so they directly arranged for people to start docking shares with Xiaoyang, while he himself is directly flying abroad to go. The battle with Tan Xiaoxiao, we can say that it is a miserable victory. Some people may think, this Yin Feng is also General Ah, and Tan Smiler pour this level it, toss so long, and finally get a miserable victory, and if there is no chess this halfway out of the Chang Bite gene, it is estimated that the situation would have to be even worse. I would like to explain. Jianwu fight, not a student dating, today you beat me a meal, tomorrow I block to you to give you a few mouths. Driven by huge interests, ordinary people dare to risk their lives, not to mention the people who walk the path of the Jianghu. There is definitely a gap in strength, but one thing is very fair, that is, there is only one life. If you run into a pair of guys, Yin Feng will have to dry to death, then he has 9 lives or not enough to get the official. On the other hand, Tan Zhao's side is the same, cut and kill, the ultimate goal is for money, for profit. It was like humans and wild dogs at each other's throats. No matter which way you look at it, humans can beat wild dogs, but why would humans be afraid? Because the human pursuit is to kill without injury, while the wild dog is thinking that as long as I can bite you, it's worth dying. So in my opinion, it's already a happy ending. At the same time, Tan Xiao gang side. All of the gang's backbone has been all confused, because Tan Zhao's death is really too sudden. How to say Tan Xiao is also worth tens of millions of dollars of big boss, the name of the market also has more than a dozen, and this is not counting his fragmented small business. Then how to distribute this inheritance is a big problem. To the spouse? Oh, that's absolutely impossible, Tan Xiaoxiao's original spouse can get a tenth of it, but all have to burn high incense. There are 2 main contenders, one is Lao Su and the other is Da. 2 people's current relationship is now incompatible, and the delay has not yet exploded because Yin Feng's attitude is not clear. 2 people are afraid to pinch up now, that just give Yin Feng the opportunity. In fact, they really think too much, Tan Xiao are no shadow, if Yin Feng want to get them, still need to dance knife and stick? Just stand in front of you to draw your mouth, you still dare to fight back how? At this stage, it gave Huang Taiji the opportunity. He contacted old Su and Ada in a fair and square manner, and promised to acquire the market under Tan Xiao at a normal price. And after the acquisition of it, the old Su and Ada before what to do, then later on what to do, the treatment is only higher not lower. And Yin Feng's side, Huang Taiji will also step forward to maneuver. The 2 heard, that heart is naturally very willing, so, without hesitation, said willing to serve as a dog in horse labor. In fact, Huang Taiji also has a small mind, he thinks, at this juncture, he interceded, but also to Yin Feng a step down. Otherwise, now the grain factory has dust, the interests have been solidified, and then fight is not a pure fight? Yes, in his thinking, as long as the sacrifice of a small part of the interests, then Yin Feng will compromise. But in fact, Yin Feng has never been a person to face the sword and gun and compromise. Before he became famous, he was, and even more so after he became famous. In a month or so, outside is already a spring bloom. A few of us are in the hospital over a year, don't say, but also really trampled quite funeral. I did not even dare to notify the family, told a lie that went on a field trip, for which the mother did not complain about me. On the day of discharge, Yin Feng personally came to pick me up, accompanied by Wan Ping, Shanhe, Shou Guangyang, etc. The scene made quite big, give me face. Come on, wild emperor, we drive back to the palace. Wan Ping rushed to me, threw over a key. At first I thought Yin Feng this is to give me a new car, but examination of the key to see, this is clearly a house key. I was full of joy to the key into the pants pocket, expression of a flat hand, look at you, I'm not saying it, outside to be low-key some, so the name of the private call on the line, after someone in the time, you call my brother on the line. Little brat, can give you crazy bad, also let me call you brother? Wan Ping bared his teeth and made a monkey stealing peach movement. While dodging, I asked with a little exuberance, what key make mysterious? Mountains International House, 3 rooms and 1 hall, the best floor, a few days ago, Lao Yen bought it in full. I am slightly insatiable back, the hotel was smashed, now have no money to decorate and clean up it, either or give money, really, I have no status, rent a house to live on quite good, anyway, I this person thick skin. Yin Feng faced no expression, glanced at his watch and whispered back, first eat, you are not hungry, we are not hungry I see Yin Feng's mood does not seem so beautiful, did not dare to joke, honestly on the car. I sat in Wan Ping's car, this person is pure as a broken mouth, with song 6th and is not bad anything. On the way to the restaurant, I learned that tonight's meal is not only our own family, but also Huang Taiji. I was quite puzzled by this, as I had never even seen Huang Taiji except for some dealings with Guan Xiang. Am I even well liked to this extent now? I've just been discharged from the hospital and Huang Taiji wants to invite me to dinner? Wan Ping's mouth was quite detrimental as he said back, that's a must, aren't you the wild emperor of Bing City? If I don't flatter you, I won't be able to eat. Look at you, you're so immodest. You do not ask me I also do not know what Huang Taiji mean, although they are all in the same place, but I do not interact with him much. I continue to ask with intense curiosity, what did Feng say? He didn't reveal anything to you? Wan Ping while driving the car, while skimming back, after the last incident, the old yen obviously some changes, what is in the heart, but also not willing to speak out, so I did not ask. I expressed understanding nodded, did not say anything. For cars, from the hospital, drove about 20 minutes or so, parked in the Clam South area called Jinhua Hotel parking lot. I've been to this hotel, mainly high-end, no loose table, all private rooms, per capita consumption of 300. If a dozen people eat, you do not put $5,000, that simply do not have the courage to walk in. Always come to such an extravagant place, too corrupt. Wan Ping simply did not miss any opportunity to damage me. You are the wild emperor. On this, I feel that the character is low, should be in accordance with the standard of the state banquet, that is in line with your status in the Jianghu. There's nothing wrong with you saying that, but the biggest merit of my person is to keep a low profile in things. Just as Wan Ping and I were fighting, Huang Taiji had already brought people to welcome us. I was just about to go forward and shake hands, but I stopped halfway, and the smile on my face disappeared. Because I saw old Su and Ada, these two are Tanzhou's hardcore. Chapter 93 Hegemony Fiercely iPhone Brother. Old Yen, you are really getting more and more spiritual. I am finished, huh? Come, inside please. Huang Taiji first greeted Yen Feng, then his eyes were put on me. This is the first Yen family warrior chanting. Xiaoyi, I heard Xiangzi said about you a few times, this look, it is really a talent. I nodded my head without a good look on my face, and casually said, where's Xiangzi? Why isn't he here? He couldn't come to the happy occasion of your discharge from the hospital? Inside ordering it, go, let's not stand at the door, inside sit. Huang Taiji, this person is actually not very good evaluation. He and Xu Jinshan, Yen Feng, Luo Jiaji, these classical big brother walk completely different road. The first three, that is from the bottom of the sword and stick to kill out, although now almost all in the way to whitewash, but a gangster unchanged, meet the problem, the first choice is still the Jianghu means. Even the many businesses under the banner, that all rely on violence to escort the upper levels of dependence is not absent, but really quite small. In our people's words, these people are relying on the gun to make money, as long as the gun in the hands of holding, then never lack of money to spend. And the latter Huang Taiji is different, his hands a little money, it is very willing to eat and drink with some gentlemen, dignitaries in the Jianghu thing also mixed, but basically to the point. And he is extremely good people, usually around who if you use the money, or find a relationship or something, he is very happy to help, in Bingcheng very good relations. Take the old Lu, his evaluation of Huang Taiji is very high, said this person belongs to the sticking to the hair than the monkey or find that gang, to the control of the world of human feelings, that he is ashamed to be inferior. Standing in the perspective of human nature, this is Huang Taiji's advantages, more friends more road. But stand in the Jianghu point of view is not so much, although he is also extremely strong, the name is also quite loud, but lack of deterrence. Let's make an analogy. If there is a small amount of money owed to deal with, then Yen Feng may make a phone call to get the money back, but Huang Taiji estimated to have to go through, and even so, the other side may not sell face. After entering the box, I sat next to Guan Xiang. Since the last time the two of us had that little argument, we hadn't been in touch for a long time. He came to see me once when I was hospitalized, and gave me a red packet of $10,000, but since there was more going on at the time, I didn't talk to him much. What does your big brother mean by this? How can I not understand you? We are buddies, he invited to dinner, how to the right partner also called it. I'm such an adult cannot understand what is going on. This is actually to block Guan Xiang's mouth, let him know my attitude. Of course, compared to my euphemism, Du Xiaofeng's people were much more forthright. Bang! The beer bottle exploded under old Su and Ada's feet. What are you looking at? I am your father, you over and over again in that take the ice skimmed frozen me. I did not care, the same Yen Feng several people to not open mouth to block, and under let Du Xiaofeng more bottom. Shanimas, you come out, let's a few good talk about my hotel, I let you break the record of Tan Smile today, no more no less, I'll dry you 32 knife, if you can hold out, the previous things, can be forgiven. Guan Xiang and Small Ears several people immediately went forward to stop Du Xiaofeng, and Huang Taiji also stood up, very helpless rushed to Yen Feng said, old Yen, you see we eat here, the whole thing do what? Yen Feng with chopsticks pointed to the old Su and Ada and then looked to Huang Taiji, a little smile on his face did not look like said, we have dinner with friends, what do you call the right people? I see that you are not sincere please me Huang Taiji blocked in the middle of the two groups of people, aggravated tone of voice shouted, old Yen, usually our buddies are not too much, but so many years, Huang Taiji is not bad for you? Last year, you below a construction company to do procedures, stuck, I am not also help you run to? And you cite pulling material, car is not enough, I do not do their own work, sent the car over to help you, I'm good enough for you, right? Yen Feng was silent for a moment and then waved his hand, Xiaofeng, listen to what your evergreen brother said, on these two rotten garlic, when to clean up is not too late, first sit down. Du Xiaofeng swept a glance at me and with my acquiescence, loosened his grip on old Su's collar and returned to his seat. After Huang Taiji breathed a sigh of relief, he directly opened a bottle of Wolianye and filled a glass for himself when the dishes were not served. Old Yen, in Bingcheng, I serve not many people, but there is certainly one of you, this cup does not involve other, I honor you alone. A cup of wine down, Huang Taiji's face is much more rosy, followed by, he slowly opened his mouth and said, old Yen in Yu Tanzhao's matter I have no qualification to intervene, also do not have that strength to intervene. We do not care. Tan smile is how know it. Anyway, people are now into the locket. He below these markets I fell in love, also ready to money to get, so I contacted the old Sue and Ada. The two are really willing to take a hand with me, but the heart is quite apprehensive, has not dared to show up for fear that you look for their trouble, so I this today to come to you here to call the face. At this time, all eyes looked at Yen Feng, waiting for him to state his position. He, haven't you been getting the pussy bit? How come now you want to get the market again? Didn't Li Ka-shing say? Eggs cannot be placed in the same basket, and I do business or not on the stage. This is not mine. Also improve well. How, old Yen, sell me a face. Just when everyone thought Yen Feng was going to go down the stairs, he swung the cloth, wine, dishes scattered all over the place. Then Yen Feng stood up and shouted at Huang Taiji, you know clearly what relationship I have with Tan Xiao, you know clearly that they are Tan Zhao's hardcore, and then you are now telling me to let me give you face? Grass. You couldn't do this to me back when Q4 Row was in business. Old Yen, look at you, I'm not discussing this with you. There are conditions you can mention, we can discuss it. Besides, you and Tan smile into this way, the above has been concerned, now this situation, you and the sword, that is not to find trouble for themselves? Huang Taiji soft with hardtop, words said very level. Okay, you Huang Taiji opened his mouth, then I'll make an exception today, 5 million in cash, plus one hand for both of them, this matter is even pulled down. Huang Taiji eyes are glaring out, that is to give face this is clearly take his face as a cobbler. Old Yen, a little retreat does not give themselves to stay This chapter, for the Star River, Laugh Primrose, Oba plus more, thank you for the support. If any boss wants to add his name to the book, you can leave a message directly below, I will immediately arrange. Finally, it's the same old rule, please don't be stingy with your comments and hyping updates, the data has dropped too much lately. I'm not sure if I'm going to be able to do that. Yen Feng one-handed pockets holding a cigarette, domineering back, to all the blocking all dry death, even if it is a small hot on, but I walk alone is also quite spacious. Chapter 94, Long Live Our Emperor. Yen Feng's words landed, the atmosphere in the room was instantly tense, and even Guan Xiang's eyes changed to look at me in a complicated way. Frankly speaking, I also think Yen Feng so gets some too overbearing, too unsympathetic. The old saying is not said well, the Jianghu is not to kill, but the world of human feelings. But this seems to Yen Feng does not apply, his Jianghu road, is relying on the knife and gun flat out, without the slightest trickery. Old Yen, you don't move first, this way, I'll give you 200 more, people don't move okay? 500 is already a very exaggerated number, but Huang Taiji still recognized, and is willing to give 200 more, obviously at this moment he is standing down. It is also true that he can be admitted to the old Su and Ada, is certainly a private commitment, or the two will not be stupid coinha delivery. But now this situation is really quite trampled unresolved, who can think Yen Feng so overbearing Meaning you have more money than me? Yen Feng face a little smile touch no more, squinting eyes straight at Huang Taiji, followed by Wan Ping and Shou Guangyang stood up, and Shanhai is more direct, hand directly into the handbag. If the two sides explode at this moment, I can be sure that it won't take more than 10 seconds for this box to turn into a battlefield. And this is Yen Feng's consistent style, either do not beat you, but where he wants to reach out, that will certainly make you a knee in the end. Line, Yen Feng, you mixed cattle coins, hard relations, more brothers, I really can't rectify you, I admit it. Huang Taiji did not speak, the person who opened his mouth was old Su. He followed the tan smile also mixed so many years, the rules of the road he is certainly also clear, today if he does not stand out, then Huang Taiji certainly cannot stop Yen Feng, at that time will only be everyone is very embarrassed. So he stood out at this moment, is wise, so that both to preserve their relationship with Huang Taiji, but also to preserve their own reputation. No need for you to do it, I'll collapse myself, isn't it just a hand, come on, you choose. Old Su drew an imitation shotgun from his own belt, the gun number had been smoothed out, and could not tell what model it was. Yen Feng grimly looked at the old Su coolly back, just draw you this sentence, I give you to stay I can carry a knife hand, come on, the Jianghu road is far, let's first listen to a sound. Old Su licked his lips, the muzzle of the gun topped his left palm, panting heavily, beads of sweat on his head crackling down. Hyper. After a muffled sound, Old Su's pain was a big jump in place, the palm position was dripping with blood, the skin and flesh were separated, so that people couldn't bear to look at it. Don't you flinch here, it's your turn, quick, start your performance. Yen Feng urged with his eyes glued to Ada who was ready to run. Ada stood still and hesitated for 10 seconds, seeing that Huang Taiji still didn't help him, he gritted his teeth and walked up, grabbed the pistol on the desktop, and took a shot at his palm. Due to the speed to come too fast, coupled with Ada instinctively want to pull his hand away, so this shot is a little off. However, it is also because of the missed shot, Ada compared to the old Su worse. 3 fingers, brush on the ground, bloody flesh. Ada's pain straight backward cold air, cannot stand steadily, can only half sit on the chair. Before the matter is considered in the past, but you two give me a good memory, but in the future, but wherever I run into my Yen Feng's brother, all the head to me inside the crotch of the pants pouting, because of their big brother to protect the calf, understand? Old Su and Ada nodded, then in the small ears and Guan Xiang's support, the first to leave the scene. This meal each other eat not much flavor, but I eat quite happy. All the friends who walk the rivers and lakes may have a dream in their childhood, that is, to find brother be like brother Hanan, or to be able to share the glory and wealth with brother How like brother Xiao Ma. I am lucky, really lucky. This unflappable, seemingly unsympathetic middle-aged man has been defending the brothers down here in his own way. He is my brother B, my brother How. After leaving the restaurant, I intentionally kicked out Yenfeng's temporary driver and got into the main driver's seat of the Lexus 570. Hi, how are you, Osamu? Onoko continues to serve you. Yenfeng crossed his legs and sat in the back seat, a rare smile leaking from his face. Got credit for that, huh? I palpitated back, cannot dare to say so in the toss once, may not I also rent it, because a broken factory, good hanging to my life in the head. Oh, have to pay, then there must be a return, small bright side of the contract has been signed, the old building demolition work package to you, no matter how much steel, planing out how much earth, you can deal with, the company does not want a penny. I forced this heart of joy, dead shamelessly asked rhetorically, ahem, this job in fact, I do not take, who else is qualified to take it, unexpected things, I'm more concerned about, Huang Taiji the 5 million inside, how much is mine, how much is the Feng brother you? Yenfeng mood is obviously good, changed before, that fiery temper, has long been open scolding, but today it is appropriate to joke with me. Then how much do you think is appropriate for Feng D to take, brother Wild? Ahem, don't say that, you're a brother, I'm a brother, you are willing to reward me how much, you say? Yenfeng laughed and murmured lightly, the company stays 300, the remaining 200 you go to the financial take tomorrow. I bared my teeth and giggled this, the mood of pleasure to the explosion, mixed to now, finally counted on the horse a little achievement. Alright, there is no hurry, Huang Taiji gave money and then say chant. Yenfeng breezed back, he did not dare to drag my money, tomorrow at noon you go to the company to take on the line, the financial side I will greet, the following center of gravity, you have to approach the highway, this year I hold you, see how high you can stand. You foam a word, I stand on the roof of the car to peek and give the sun bared to extinguish you believe it or not? Blow it lightly, these cows in Bingcheng are really suffering enough. I was a little complacent rhetorical question, promised you a few things, I have a blow? After Yenfeng was silent for a while, some reluctant murmured softly. Oh, it's still true, okay, drive, send me to the company, and then you're free to move around, let you have 3 days of vacation, come back to work properly then. Long live the emperor, long live, 10,000 years old. Aiching drive quickly. Done and done. On the other end, inside Huang Taiji's car. His face was gloomy to the extreme, after mixing for so many years, he had already been happy and angry, but today, he really couldn't suppress the fire a bit. He really did not expect, obviously he was trying to show his face, but it was made like this. Big brother, either we go down early to play with Yenfeng? Huang Taiji did not hesitate to return, although I do not see Yenfeng, but have to admit, the knife and gun on this matter, he did get more than I understand, and now onto the field, is looking for death, and so on the big start, have him cry when, tonight you say hello to the financial, tomorrow morning the money to him to send it over, since we said yes, then hurry up to get sharp. Guan Xiang while driving the car, while nodding his head to agree to this, his face is also iron blue. Both of them didn't continue to dwell on today's matter in the restaurant, but in their hearts, they were actually like a clear mirror. They are like 1,000 times cannot see Yenfeng, do not recognize Yenfeng, but when faced with Yenfeng, but also have to put his head in the crotch of the pants, teeth, that is really beaten off. Chapter 95, read through half the sky. Yenfeng sent back to the company, I was completely happy. Cash took 200, but also got a suite, and the grain factory demolition work also belongs to me. What is not to say, this is not the poor first rich. But happy, I do not intend to take the money alone. As the old saying goes, good times rely on friends, bad times rely on brothers, and now I'm going well, then I should make more friends, for the adversity of more consideration. Life is not smooth sailing, now I state although good, but cannot forget the roots, more cannot pull a pussy face, go out blindly dejected. 9:30 in the evening, the 21st century. I purposely let Ching Ching leave me a big bag, the purpose is to thank the brothers around me. I don't need to mention my own family, each one of them is a player who takes advantage of not enough. Henan and Lin Zi is considered my special guest, and the old Lu side, although people are not bad me these 3 melon 2 dates, but who is too much money? So the cake I also left him a copy, do not care how much it can earn, anyway, it is a thought. Today, I changed my stingy style, as long as there is still a place to stand in the house, the girl must give me dislike full. Poor for too long, today can finally get the waistplate DC, say what I have to splurge a hand. But before I start drinking, I first talk to Washao and 3 fat. 2 people before is belong to the supernumerary, but because we and Tan smile of the grudge and eat the pot roast, honestly, my heart has not been too comfortable, so today to take this opportunity, intends to talk to open the words. A filial piety, 3 fat we contact time is not short, this time you 2 followed me to eat the pot roast, I heart remember it, what are the future plans? If there is no particularly good way out, why don't you follow me directly? eat this fruit plate aside, touching the thigh of Du Xiaofeng immediately took over the words. I think the wild brother said no problem, you two directly accept the integration, forget it. As the second generation of the Gu family, I formally recognize you two. A breakthrough is the big brother, I am the second brother, the sixth son is the three, Xiangzi is the fourth brother. In the future, of filial piety you are the fifth brother, the direct leadership of the three. Fat. 3 Fat took the lead to quit, slanting his eyes. I am not good at anything, specializing in you guys as a senior brother I interrupted Du Xiaofeng's immodesty, tone serious. I do things in the style with others is not quite the same, this later you will slowly understand. I do not brag about coins, said in my stay here for a period of time, I wished you are not willing to go. Night market management office, each hang a position, the base salary of 6,000, in addition to the hotel this side, every month I operate 5,000 out to you. This money is to ensure that your basic expenses and the cost of living, willing to take the girl to earn extra money, that is your own thing, I don't care, and do not get involved. All you guys have to do is, when the horn of war blows on my side, give me a scattering charge, and don't consider any of the rest of the issues. 3 Fatty was the first to open his mouth, gritting his teeth and even smacking himself 3 loud mouths. I'm so ruthless when I myself, just tell me if I count as a warrior. Counting. Okay, you and Xiaofeng and chatting it. Treatment is this, wait for a while, I busy grain factory side of the project, will also share some of your small work, we are together. First figure pleasant, after considering the money. Xiao and San Fat's eyes were bubbling with light, nodding their heads repeatedly, obviously very satisfied with the treatment I gave. Turning my head, I ran to Yinan and Lin Zi's side again. Both of them didn't drink much and were focused on touching their thighs. And I noticed with my own eyes that Lin Zi's tent went from low to high, that's how fast. What, the girl enough, not enough, I dislike 10, today can we enjoy this to come? Lin Zi holding a cigarette, eyes red, no need, so many thighs I touch cannot touch over it, you cannot into me to raise the difficulty, this is very good. Grass, you give your wild brother to make a place can't you see the bearer between to say a little secret? Lin Zi understood and wobbled to his feet, saluting at Henan and me. Yes, come on sis, let's go to the restroom and have a relationship that only takes 5 minutes to complete. The girl laughed out loud. This assisted Lin Zi. The two of them groped and searched and went to the restroom. It looks like it should be to start the 3 wars. Henan ate this fruit, crossed his legs and took the microphone handed over by the girl next to him, and shouted with a dry voice, come on, brothers, stop for the time being, the Ice City Wild Emperor is going to speak, hurry up and croak 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 croak, or not have no food. I am most annoyed with this kind of occasion to say official words, but not to say and cannot, because everyone is rushing to me. Twisting and turning to take the microphone, I adjusted the mood after a little voice said, they say that I go wildfire in this year, but I want to say, behind this brilliant, it is because of you guys, I dared to cross the sword and tan smile on a few rounds. Jianghu renewed a new chapter, the future has 2 days, I do not want to see who see us will say, hey, this is Yin Feng's old brother, have to take care of care. I want to see who see our phone will say this is Guyi big brother, can go around him, Guyi that gang is now mixing too hard, we cannot afford to offend. Either do not mix to be like, since they say I Guyi red, then we run to red through half the sky to go, come on, brothers, drink up. The wound on my stomach is still not healed, so I didn't dare to do more, just a symbolic drink of beer. Henan, under my strong pull, walked out of the private room and ran to Lu Mingxuan's office. On the way there, I clearly told Henan what I thought. Grain factory blasting work, we a half, the company side I will let do 2 contracts, work is done together, but the money is each earn each. Grass, you don't want the whole thing, the hotel to be renovated, your house is also to be renovated, the following, and up so many people, and people small North Trade are with you are now just to pull up when I can't want this job. I've said it's dead, don't be stubborn with me, or don't say your wild brother cut you. The corner of Henan's mouth rose, helplessly smiled, you are also considered to be mixed out of a new realm, really impress me Must be, playing is a state, money is nothing compared to the relationship between us. I didn't hesitate to blow a bull coin, but in my heart I didn't feel any pain at all for sharing out the job, I believe Xiao Bei was the same. When catching the big civet, Henan's remark that your Guya's business is my Henan's business still touches me when I think back today. Between brothers, it is too vulgar to always hang on to the righteousness of buddies, so I have never said thank you to Henan. But now, the earth has been harvested, fruitful, then I do not let people follow a bite, can be too damaging basket. Chapter 96, Director Wang Zhouong. Lu Mingxuan's side I always come when I'm not doing anything, so I'm familiar with it and didn't greet him. Mr. Lu, you're all that's missing down there, so what, you still need me to invite you? I didn't arrive, and shouted at the top of my voice. After pushing the door in, I saw Lu Mingxuan crossing his legs, gulping down tea, and was talking to a youth about my age. Zhao your uncle I don't understand you that thing, besides, your father originally did not agree with you to get those things, you say I'm going to give you the money, when it is not a complaint? You listen, go home and discuss with your family, your old man as long as you support you, even if he does not give you the money, you Lu uncle to get you, so always right? The youth shook off his parted hair of the same style as Chang. His expression was serious and obstinate. You all look down on me. I know that sooner or later, one day, I can shoot the heroes of the Northeast. Lu Mingchuan nodded impatiently. Yes, you have this strength, uncle can see. Look at me here, also come to friends. Today it is here. The youth snorted coldly, grabbed the limited edition LV handbag. Emotionally charged Lu Mingchuan shouted, you will regret for your miserliness. Wait for my movie to be listed. There are your eyes red. Lu Mingchuan shook his head with a smile and didn't reply. The youth swept a glance at Henan and I, crossed over and directly left Lu Mingchuan's office. Who is this person? The hairstyle is quite chic, the same style as brother Henan. There was nothing to do and it wasn't good to talk about business directly, so I casually asked. From Lu Mingchuan mouth to know, this person is called Wang Jiawang, just from Hong Kong City, home from college, after a year of waiting for a job, with a few classmates after discussing the intention to engage in the film industry, but there is no way that the domestic trend of this no money in the industry is really difficult to move forward. So currently only made a few small budget microfilm, revenue is almost zero. After a few of his classmates could not persist, they also announced that the studio had broken up, but he has been working hard for his dream of directing, and is still in the stage of pulling investment. Are you doing business so extensively now? You get involved in this kind of thing? Henan got high on melon seeds and pursued with some incomprehension. Lu Mingchuan eyes a skim. I mixed the day before yesterday I eat with his father when he was also in, I just casually with him polite, said something can find me, who can think of this kid seriously, you say that this is what era, the word said on the table, he even believe, this child is a waste. Too horse naive, do things a little not down to earth. Who's his father? Typing town of Wang Cannon, you should have heard of it, his father and old Yen relationship is also good, before also did things together. Don't say, this Wang Cannon I really have seen, the main business is to do farming, just cattle farms have done 4 or 5, raising more than 1,000 head of cattle. Covering industries such as milk factories, cashmere factories, slaughterhouses countless, the strength of the absolute bar. And the most worthwhile thing to say is that, Wang Debao, a milk sibling of the pro sister, that is, Wang Jiawang's pro great aunt, is the only female general in the city leadership class, people's husband's family in the province have relations in the Bingqing this acre of 3 points, the background is absolutely considered to be through the sky. On this family environment also adhere to a fart director dream get 2 cattle farms which even if not operating, specializing in gripping subsidies, that also direct financial freedom This person's brain is not too good to make it. Lu Mingchuan skimmed this mouth a smile, this child is outside the learning drift, the family business cannot see, always think too vulgar, hey, is not eaten bitter and so fall a few heel, on what all understand. Wang Jiawang's topic of conversation after a few sentences did not say in depth, after all, for this kind of people born with the golden key, we 3 grassroots are jealous of the heart, and then chatting about it is estimated to be open to scolding. Come on, let's go down to drink. Although I do not drink, but the words have to say so took the initiative to invite a sentence. Lu Mingchuan waved his hand with little interest, you have to say that you want an egg, let's nag here, I really don't want to drink now, I'm old and can't drink. Come on, look at this, can you drink with me? I pulled out the blasting contract from my handbag that I had long ago had the company's legal affairs prepared and threw it in front of Lu Mingchuan. Henan's side took 50%, I kept 30% for myself, and on Lao Lu's side, I was prepared to put up 20%. I think this share, just applicable to the relationship between the two of us, he will not feel less, I will not feel more. Old Lu narrowed his eyes and swept a few eyes after a sudden smile. How to suddenly send me money, all said you read this year, read into this. Just say you want it or not. I drink this by 2 sells the best quality Tiguanyin, top to sentence. The old Lu shook his head, Xiaoyi, you have this heart, I'm content, friends make friends, and money has nothing to do with, you are now going up, with more money, we have this relationship, you do not have to make efforts to me here, and again, there is the old yen there, I'm not all rushing you, and a lot of things are also selling the face of the old yen. This is Lu Mingchuan, greedy for money? Absolutely greedy. But people greedy reason, greedy so that you cannot pick fault. How to go between you and Feng brother favor with me does not matter, this is my share, if you do not accept, I will take the brain against the wall. Lu Mingchuan smiled brightly and put the contract into his desk drawer. No wonder old yen rare you, indeed decent, okay, this contract I accept, thanks. Let's go, don't raise a grandpa here, let's go down to drink, lively. Said, the 3 of us talking and laughing downstairs, in the box and a god drink, but I've been quite control, take mineral water to fool this gang. At 1 o'clock in the evening, at the door of the lounge where Ching Ching was. The big director Wang Jiawang shook his handsome parted hair, holding roses in his hand, and looked at Ching Cheng who was removing her makeup inside with hot eyes, just like a lion in love. At this time, a girl who had to leave work early carrying a small bag passed by Wang Jiawang, lowered her head to smell the roses, and said in a flirtatious tone, 99 roses again, it's quite a lot of money to buy flowers for this day, isn't it? Wang Jiawang's eyes were persistent, for love, money is nothing. Oh, I can remind you, usually you come even if, today Ching Ching's sister is man can be downstairs he cannot be messed with, you want a fool, really easy to get beaten. Wang Jiawang thoughtlessly returned, the rule of law society, he still dares to beat people For urge more all big brothers plus a more. That there is an unkind request, comment discussion can also get up, thanks. In addition, if you want to become a character in the book, you can just leave a message, wishing everyone peace and joy and good health. Anyway, looking at your physique you should be quite resistant to beatings, so you keep waiting for love, sister I have to go. The girl covered her mouth and laughed. After saying a sentence, her tone immediately changed, lowered her voice, swept a glance at the slinking over to me and Du Xiaofeng. A few people rushed to Wang Jiawang and said, little brother, listen to my sister's advice, hurry up and withdraw, his man came to beat you up, it's really not a crime. Chapter 97 Dispute over Debts. To be honest, I am a person who grew up with a relatively rich emotional experience, from the time when I was in junior high school, that the object is not counted. On the emotional problems, my thinking has been to let nature take its course. Because this thing you fight is no use, as long as the girl's heart in your this, you take a chopper to cut also cannot cut away. On the other hand, if you have to spend money to keep the person, that is the long with the Gao Yuan like, you sleep with the feeling will also be very strange. So when I saw Wang Jiawang waiting for Qingqing with roses, my first reaction was to laugh, not to be angry like a child, carrying a knife to chop. This is not because I know Wang Jiawang's identity to have a choice, even if he is a street sweeper, today I will definitely not touch him a finger. Of course, the necessary warning is definitely necessary. Brother Wild, what do you think he's doing? The drunken and already almost unrecognizable three fatty dully looked around Wang Jiawang for a while before turning his head and asking at me. Song Lu pondered for a moment and then said in an affirmative tone, from the macro changes in the universe, into human reproduction so far, I deduced that this colorful lazy should be the suitor of sister-in-law. Song 6 so say, that the scene instantly exploded, originally the head is a little short-circuited. Du Xiaofeng first cannot sit still. What do you mean buddy? Digging up my brother's corner? Pestering my sister-in-law? Looking for a beating? Wang Jiawang dashingly flung his center parting, confidently returned, Qingqing and your brother are not married either, I have the right to fair competition, this is my personal freedom, you have no right to stop me from pursuing love. Only junior high school culture. Du Xiaofeng was immediately bluffed, froze for a moment after not quite sure to follow up, you mean, as long as you like, then you can be unscrupulous to pounce on the chant? Wang Jiawang is also a man of God, surprisingly can talk with Du Xiaofeng, after some serious thinking calmly returned, although your words are a little vulgar, but does not prevent me from agreeing with your point of view, love, we must be brave. Just when I went forward to pull Du Xiaofeng, a scene that made me groundless appeared. Du Xiaofeng pouted his big thick lips and directly kissed the side of Wang Jiawang's face, followed by a slap towards his butt. Then I like you too, can I also pester you with impunity? Wang Jiawang first froze, then collapsed and rubbed his face, his eyes helpless and panicked, his back leaning against the wall, his voice trembling as he shouted, what are you doing? Hooliganism is not it, I can call the police. You call the police, just ask him, QJ sentenced a few years, I have a psychological preparation. Not lying at all. After Du Xiaofeng's words, Wang Jiawang's face went white with fear. This person is too naive, living in Hong Kong City since childhood, he doesn't know how crazy the society is. Alright, you guys don't tease him. Qingqing veiled out, handbag ground to me in passing, then unashamedly ran at me and kissed me, then with a serious expression rushed at Wang Jiawang and said, I have a man, if one day I want to find a bosom friend, I might consider you. Wang Jiawang looked at Qingqing with despondent eyes, his big eyes instantly tearful. No, Qingqing, you misunderstood me, he molested me, no, not molested. Oops, in short, it's not what you think. Do not say, Wang Jiawang this small kind is really quite interesting. Du Xiaofeng saw the situation and arm over Wang Jiawang, do not cry ah baby, have grievances with brother said, brother pain you. Rascal, let go of your dirty hands. I see Wang Jiawang are going to be tortured to cry, then went up to stop a sentence, okay, don't tease him, I know his father, brother, Qingqing is my daughter-in-law, today we is a little bit of understanding, if you can afford to me Gu Yi, we will be friends, but if you pull the useless, don't say that I really let my brother to get you in the back of the kind of underhanded, understand it? Understand? Wang Jiawang may not be afraid of me to beat him up, but definitely afraid of me letting Du Xiaofeng cue him, so for a while his face was tense, and he was also thinking that I was not bluffing him. Grass, my brother scaring you, old man is straight, joking with you. Du Xiaofeng nerve-wracking running Wang Jiawang butt and patted a hand, scared Wang Jiawang suddenly another shiver. Our line of people talked and laughed and went downstairs, ready to go to eat a late-night snack, and Wang Jiawang did not continue to stay in the 21st century, slowly followed us, with a very despondent expression. Walking out of the elevator, I pinched Qingqing's cheeks, so, quite charming, huh? There are a lot of suitors. Qingqing smugly returned, must be, sister is a million people, if not by you cheated, chase me from the 21st century to the Central Avenue row. Just as Qingqing and I were pulling our punches and about to get into the car, there was a heated argument and fighting sounds coming from behind us. Chao Nima, having money to pick up a horse, no money to pay us back is it? First break one of his legs, let him learn a lesson. I'll pay back the money right away, I didn't mean to hide from you guys, I have money, don't fight. I stopped my footsteps and looked back, only to see that Wang Jiawang was being grabbed by 4 or 5 run-of-the-mill youths who were grabbing his hair and kicking him violently. It didn't look like he was joking at all. My Chow, hurry over to see what's going on, I really know his father. Several people who were originally willing to transform after drinking, once they heard that there was a battle, one was more excited than the other, grabbing the waistband of their pants, slates and other ferocious weapons and rushed up. After experiencing a succession of firefights with Tan Xiao, the combat power of our small gang skyrocketed, and in less than half a minute, all the people on the opposite side of the street were lying down. I covered my stomach and walked over slowly, first assisting Wang Zhaowang who was lying on the ground wiping his nosebleed, then frowned and asked, "What's going on, you owe the bill off?" Have not waited for Wang Zhaowang to reply, lying on the ground of the leading youth suddenly disobedient shouted, "My big brother, the 7-star street fears, cattle coins you leave a number, today this is not finished." I stored power to lift the foot directly smothered in the head of the leading youth, cold face shouted, "Cha Nima, my name is Gu Yi, you can now call your big brother, I'll see how it's not over." After hearing my name, the youth obviously froze, and then did not have the previous arrogant look, but some aggrieved said, "Wild brother, this is not to blame us, this kid owes money not to pay back, call also do not pick up, the interest dragged on for half a month, we also have to eat I simply ignored the youth's words and raised my hand to a mouth. "You now call your big brother, I will wait for him in the 21st century, he does not come, several of you cannot leave." Said, I turned my head and rushed to the nearest Song Lu shouted, "Go up and run an errand, and getting a small bag, let's sit down for a while, help this buddy to finish the matter of, how to say also give your sister-in-law to send more than half a month of roses." Song 6 rushed to me thumbs up, "Brother, you are too righteous, if I am a woman, to you as a junior I have recognized." Off. I laughed and scolded, then turned my head and looked at the only one who was still awake, Xiao, you go to the barbecue store and pack some barbecue, it's not certain when it will wait, we will eat directly here. After the arrangement, our party grabbed 4 or 5 bill collectors and skipped up the stairs again, while Wang Zhaowang kept following me and Ching sighed to say this words of thanks. That small appearance, for a moment, really quite let me feel emotional. It is said that children of rich families are arrogant and unself-conscious, but this Wang Zhaowang is not really this gossip, at least this piece of politeness really makes people can't pick no problem. Chapter 98 Bread and Dreams, which is more important? In the box waited about half an hour, a stay-in-the-inch head, wearing off the skin coat of the youth knocked on the door, walked in. "This person is fierce, I heard Henan mentioned a mouth, is not what a remarkable character, there is no background, belongs to the kind of soft to the death pinch, neat the hard to go around. For such a person, I even hit him a meal interest is not, because no matter what we say, now the status in this position, I want to be because of this small matter with the fierce player Hot Blood Street, tomorrow Yen Feng will have to take a 3-meter long machete to cut me to death." "Wild brother, sorry, do not know as your brother, misunderstanding I ate a mouthful of rib skewers, swept him a glance and said in a cold voice, "Is there an IOU, let me see." "That I brought, you look at the wild brother, the money is good." Mangzi acted quite politely, and during this time, Wang Zhaowang kept wanting to speak, but was stopped by me. When I opened the note and took a look at it, I was a bit devastated. The principal of 20,000, every month interest surprisingly gave to do 4,000, and when the next payment there is $1,000 of fees. Now interest plus default 3 months, the amount has reached more than 50,000. And this is not counting the fact that they deducted Wang Zhaowang of 4 grams of gold ring. Let's say drinking blood is not so, if according to this interest, this profit is not worse than the robbery. I patiently looked back to Wang Zhaowang. "Zhaowang, did you sign all these words? Did anyone force you?" Wang Zhaowang swept a fierce after, softly rushed to me to explain, "I signed the word, when I was in a hurry to use the money, did not look carefully at the contract, did not think that the interest rate is so high, in fact, this amount of money does not count for anything, is that I recently quarreled with my father." I waved my hand to interrupt Wang Zhaowang's long speech, and then grabbed Mangzi's collar. "I don't have the money, you see if you can take the thing to offset the debt." Saying this, I drew out the imitation 6.4 pistol from my handbag, which still had a slight smell of gunpowder on it. Mangzi's face was pale, waving his hands. "Wild brother, I didn't say I want money I don't want this money, I just came to pick up my friend, by the way, have a drink with you, get to know you, you're misunderstanding me." "Ow, quite look up to me." Mangzi gasped, still with a panicked look on his face, "You're so popular now, who dares to look down on you?" I laughed a smile and released the fierce son of the collar, licked his lips and said, "Line, you want to say so, that is really quite give face, the money is over, you said you want to get to know a little bit, I agree, I like to make friends this person, so it is, this barbecue you pay for it? Okay, no problem." Mangzi replied back without hesitation, the smiling look appearing on his face again. I looked up to Xiao and asked expressionlessly, "Brother, how much did you spend on this barbecue just now, someone else is paying for it." Xiao hesitated for a moment and then said back, 22,000, all a few buddies, 0 erased, give 20,000 on the line. Then I turned my head to look at Mangzi, 20,000 you see okay? Mangzi frowned and retreated half a step, very aggrieved murmured, "Wild brother, I have said, is a misunderstanding, you see what you are doing Hit my friend for nothing? Either we are talking about this matter of arrears, I still have a handful here, either also mortgage to you." I gestured to grab the handbag we'll have to pull out, in fact, is to scare the fierce son, in fact, I have no fart in the bag. "Okay, wild brother, 20,000 lines." Mangzi this kind of moneylender, cash will usually carry some, so put together $20,000 is not difficult. I didn't make it difficult for them either. After handing over the money, I let Du Xiaofeng's side release them. A farce, so the end, and the money I did not stay, directly to Wang Jiawang. What do you mean? Why do you still want to give me money? Wang Jiawang looked at the 20,000 cash into a deep puzzlement. His thinking is still stuck in the Hong Kong City period, that the contract is the only standard of the constraints of the personal code, but also think that they are in order to pay for the dream of this is nothing stupid or not stupid to say. In fact, to put it bluntly, the family conditions are too good, there are too bad money to burn, this is to change the ordinary people children, early horse out to work to make money, what qualification to talk about the dream of? This money is regarded as compensation for their beating you, so understand? Wang Jiawang nodded thoughtfully, and then accepted the 20,000 yuan. Don't think I don't understand what's going on. The one called Mengzi is afraid of you. This money is blackmailed out from him. I'm now filming a new movie. Lack of money. This money is considered to be my borrowing from you, and so on. When I make money from my movie, I'll return it to you. Under Wang Jiawang's insistence, he forced me to make an IOU, and wrote down the interest and repayment date, making it a formalized one. At this I just laughed it off and didn't take it seriously. Brother, what do you think would have happened to you if you didn't have me today? Wang Jiawang ate the mutton skewer and was silent without saying anything. Let me tell you, dry breaking one of your legs might be a bit of an exaggeration, but potting two of your fingers is absolutely no problem. It's right to stick to your dreams, but you also have to think about the survival issue. One can't go hungry and shout long live your dreams, right? Wang Jiawang was so excited that he directly skimmed the lamb skewer and shouted out that classic line. If a person doesn't have a dream, what's the difference between that and a salted fish? Wang Jiawang's eyes were glaring out, and with a turn, he stood up on the sofa, pointing one finger to the sky. Who hasn't been down and out? How about the great director Chen Ge? Wasn't he also cursed by people when he made Wushwang? And Feng's gang's cell phone, wasn't it also said to be box office poison? The downfall is all temporary. As long as you hold on to your dreams, there will definitely be a day of success. I slapped my head and felt that this kid was considered wasted. You come down, don't give people sofas to step on the buried, cleaning still need to wipe, let's be a little public spirited. After Wang Jiawang froze for a moment, he immediately apologized in a formal manner. I'm sorry, mentioning the director's dream, I'm always so excited. Alright, come over and eat something, seeing you being ed so badly, my heart is not so beautiful. I definitely can't lend you money, but if you want to shoot a movie in the future and lack a male lead you can look for me. Bed scenes, kissing scenes I accept, the most important thing is that we are free of charge, that is, to support your career. How about it, is it interesting enough? 100 people heard my words, there must be 100 people think I am joking. And naive Wang Jiawang asked my cell phone number with a serious face, and said very seriously, if there is a suitable subject for my image will contact me. I couldn't help but cry and laugh at this, and could only follow his conversation down the line. Xiano, don't you have any dreams then? Looking at a naive Wang Jiawang, I really couldn't bear to flirt with him, but instead followed suit and got serious. Well, don't say, there really is, my dream is to become a novelist. Then why didn't you stick to it? What a cool dream. I smiled to myself and took out the replica 6.4 pistol that I had previously put back into my handbag and slapped it on the desktop again. Look at my hand, is it appropriate to hold a pen, or a gun? I let out a deep breath and added with slightly so much emotion, children like us without umbrellas, when it rains, we have to run as hard as we can, there's no time to think about going that way is right and that way is wrong, others don't know how to choose, while we are pressed to make a choice. Wang Jiawang nodded thoughtfully, and at this time, Du Xiaofeng Son Lu, who had been teasing Wang Jiawang, also all fell into contemplation, without the punching nature of the playfulness of a moment ago. I think, perhaps they are also recalling what they once dreamed of it. Chapter 99, The Spirit of the Spirit. This night although I did not drink much, but also tossed enough, plus I think about home wrestling, so not in the next activity. But we eat meat, absolutely not let the brothers drink soup, so I specially approved $5,000, let them go out to relax a little bit has been about to rancid brother, is also regarded as a reward for the three armies. Don't be curious about how I wrestled with this stomach wound, while brother has a masterpiece, I won't tell you. This sleep is very solid, 100 times better than in the hospital, and did not even dream. 9 o'clock in the morning, I set off to the company alone, really like Yin Feng said, last night, Huang Taiji sent people to send money over, to the cash, the financial has been checked, the number of no problem. After saying hello to the finance, I divided into 3 trips to take all the cash. Why did you do that? Do you need to ask? I have to show off, my own presence in the company is not high, this time I do not publicize the publicity, that to their own? I have to tell this group of clerical staff, they can eat everyday senior Japanese food, sitting in the office, it is because there are a bunch of us outside the swinging blade to support the scene, otherwise which work for them to study off. After showing off a circle, my mood is more beautiful, we do not blow, I have never seen so much cash in my life. Plowing out the part of the repayment of the bill, at least in the hands of the remaining 90 or so, the hotel side of the renovation must have 20 or so that I now hand, not counting our own side of the deposit outside, can move the money at least there are 70. After sitting in the car and struggling briefly, I drove the Audi directly to the BMW 4S store. 2 hours later, I woke up Du Xiaofeng and asked him to take a taxi to rush over. A top-of-the-line champagne-colored BMW 3 Series was parked in front of the 4S store, and the salesman and I were doing the formalities. This car was specially bought by me to give to Xiaobei. Yesterday he didn't attend our party because of something at home, so today I am specially preparing to surprise him. Two brothers in the business together, regardless of how the character, there will certainly be a pay more, a pay less. I and the Small North tie together also quite a long time. In public affairs, Small North pay hard certainly above me, and it is also because he helped me to maintain the business below. I dare to run hard forward. So don't look at this car spends a lot of money, but I really don't feel bad. Instead I feel to give Xiaobei some less. Brother, you is too polite, make me embarrassed, but this car I quite like. Go, let's go through the account, just ID card what I have brought. Du Xiaofeng's face a few of us also privately studied, from a distance 8 meters thick, close to see that would have to be 80 meters thick. Anyway, the old man simply do not care, and has always been proud of this, saying that this is the necessary character of the big man. Don't be anxious, slowly you all will have. I learned Yen Feng once meeting said Tone continued to add, I guyi a person to drive the S6 is not bull coin, my brothers below each can drive on the S6 that is bull coin, give me some more time. Du Xiaofeng froze for a moment and then asked in surprise, for Brother North? Yes, count your kid smart, go, we go directly to the Small North home, just to see his family, things I have bought. Du Xiaofeng around the BMW turned a circle, ice hot, son of lying wild brother, from childhood to the grade A breakthrough to take me to do all the silly money thing, just follow you to do this thing counts him wise, Bingching out of the mixing of no 10,000 also have 8,000, but 2 years on the Audi, BMW of a few Don't shoot, I don't give you a tip, follow me at the back, Small North home is a bit remote. Said, I put on the sunshade, and blasted the gas pedal, the car directly scurried out. What is spirited? I think now is it. The best age, career rising, daughter-in-law understand and beautiful, above the big brother to do things fair and righteous, surrounded by the best brothers, every day in the caf together on the money to earn. Xiaobei and Jane Jie are neighbors, but the location of his home to be more remote, the area is also much smaller, so the old man did not choose the cash, but to the demolition of the house, thinking of the future to the family of these two boys to get married with. So currently Xiaobei family is renting a house to live, looking for a house. Xiaobei proposed to rent a building to live, so that the winter also do not have to burn the fire, but the old man recognized the dead reasoning, think the money cannot be spent indiscriminately. Coupled with the Small North all day in the outside world to live, the youngest son and live in school, the family on his two mouths, cannot spend so much money to rent a building, so get a cheap Mino search of the bungalow first to deal with live. I parked the car, carrying healthcare products what slipped and ran to the gate went over, the yard is basically no snow, see the old man is quite clean, cannot be idle, life is not fooling around. I did not wait to push the door inside to go in it, I heard the harsh words inside. Big brother, let's say on our family this condition still pick what although with a child, I think the girl is good, and Xiaobei quite suitable. With that, I rushed to Du Xiaofeng and stopped in my tracks. The old man's voice sounded, with a hint of anger, my son in the cant, that is also the first marriage, let you help introduce you are chilling our family I also demolished this house, there are buildings in the future, I do not believe that I still cannot find a daughter-in-law. Besides, why does your son pick the one who looks good and has a good job, but in our family, he has to find a second wife with a child? Then that ear-piercing voice rang out again, hearing me this fire rubbed up. Big brother, that Small North and you also have no blood relationship, is brought after, he of my sister-in-law biological bar, that's okay, you say he is not sister-in-law biological, you say you help him Jean Lu what Also, Xiaobei cannot be compared with my son my son what education, what job, a month to hand more than 3,000, but also double rest, this condition we pick how. This may be a bit messy, I also explain. Before it is not said well, Xiaobei grew up with the stepmother in the life together, his real father is no longer in. And after that, this stepmother is also very benevolent, remarried again, but also took the Small North, and did not care about the Small North, so the Small North heart has been quite grateful to this family, which is also why the Small North open rental selling wrist, most of the money earned to the family. He called me a father, that is my son, okay, you go, we do not need you to introduce. Big brother, you have a good mind to think about it, our family is demolished, but the external debt is also quite a lot, there can be willing to talk to the Small North, I think it's not bad anything. I couldn't help but push the door and go in. Xiaobei sitting on the kong of the hut, at the moment the expression is also quite annoyed. And the old man is in the main room, is excited in the face with a big old woman arguing. The old man was quite agitated, while the old woman was leisurely crossing her legs, high on melon seeds, her mouth like a machine gun, bursting up endlessly. Chapter 100, A Hero with a BMW. Moncler, I came to see you, this live accustomed to not? Little wild son came, sit, that what, Small North don't sleep, your buddy is here, get up and go to the yard to get some frozen pear de melt on, let you these two little buddies eat. The old man commanded Xiaobei while rushing to the big old lady, third sister, you go back first, I'm here to nag someone. I stopped Xiaobei who was going to go and work, and then leaned my head sideways and said in Du Xiaofeng's ear, go move the boxes down for the car, I want to put on a show. Du Xiaofeng understood, handed me the BMW's car keys, turned around and ran towards the door. Xiao Bei, yesterday you said you didn't show up for something at home, so I took matters into my own hands and just picked up the car for you this morning. Xiao Bei raised his eyebrows, a little disbelieving back. Really? Grass, parked at the door, the top of the 3 Series. Although Xiao Bei's mouth said that this is a waste of money, he can't use such a good car, but I can see that he is still very happy in his heart. And the old man that is more waste or straight a lot, cannot wait to ask, small wild son, this is a good car, BMW, I know, big bosses are driving this, quite a lot of money, right? It's not much money, 400,000 or so. I tilted my neck and returned with a haughty face, then turned my head to look at that big old lady. Auntie, your son is seriously quite good. Don't eat, don't drink, it will take 15 or 16 years in order to buy a car. We, Xiao Bei, really can't compare with him. Xiao Bei reached out and pulled me back, signaling me to stop. But I didn't spoil her at all, pointing to the box Du Xiaofeng had just moved in and shouting, come on, Xiaofeng, open it up, let's show off the goods. Bundles and rows of cash appeared in front of the eyes, the face of this big mom visible black. This is how people are sometimes. When they see something high, they are willing to praise it. When they see something low, they are willing to step on it. Even if there is no relationship between the two, and this, I think, is the inferiority of man. Let's talk about what just happened. The introduction is a good thing, it is a happy event, but the mom had to show a very superior look, as if not stepping on the small north, it does not show his son is how good. You see, people are so strange, often this kind of uncomfortable things, but also around the relatives and friends caused. Obviously they all don't mix well, but they still don't embrace each other, they have to make out who mixes well and who doesn't, in order to show off their status. Who all have downtime, who all have line time, beggars still have 3 years of luck, what do you have the right to put words so dead? Go back and tell your son that day in the unit cannot mix, come to find his North brother can manage him a mouthful of food. 2 consecutive sentences, disliked this big mom did not even say, huffing and puffing, slammed the door and left, did not even return. I am mama, my breath can finally smooth over, really ing relieved, I with my family this old 3, really cannot afford to be angry, 2 words hanging for me to choke to death, pain, this time pain. The old man with his hands behind his back, like a general who has won a battle, a little bit dejected continued to add, this time in the family dinner I see who still dare to take the words point me, horse, raised eyebrows. Then, the old man squatted down, pulling the bundles of cash, expression gradually heavy, and then the tone of voice trembling rushed to me to ask. How is this real money? I grinned, it must be real making fake bills is not illegal The old man looked at me, and then looked at Xiao Bei, we cannot do illegal things you two are not outside the trouble? Did you rob someone's money? If you robbed them, hurry to return, but also can be sentenced to a lighter. Old man, what are you thinking about? This is me and Xiao Bei earned, now we are doing a good job in the business. The old man is still half convinced, some cannot believe. At noon, we are a few are here to eating, I used some kind of goodwill lies, let the old man believe that the money is absolutely clean. This time the old man is more happy, before leaving, with a completely commanding tone rushed to the small north said, February 2nd you have to come back, drive then I and your mom and your little brother, we also strings to go from house to house. Xiao Bei helplessly returned, show what just a car. What, your old man I can't speak well. When I became the boss, I can't use you anymore. Okay, I'll come back, whatever you say. Xiao Bei cried and laughed at the promise, then from the money box pulled out 10,000 cash thrown to the old man, I do not often come back, you eat do not deal with, and my mom would like to eat what, not enough money to say to me. The old man was not polite, sat on the bed and drank a mouthful of wine. Okay, also counted to see the money back, count I did not raise you in vain, hurry to go busy, the family do not have to think about. Said, the 3 of us side by side out of the bungalow of the small north family. I like to observe the details, this time is no exception. I found that Xiao Bei walked faster than ever, habitually slightly low head also raised a lot, between the hands and feet more dry, competent. Some people think, buy a big house, buy luxury cars, is the performance of vanity. I do not deny this point of view, excessive waste is not good. But I would like to say that it is precisely these things outside the body, will affect our mentality and style of doing things. The world of flowers is fascinating to the eye, we are all a realm of ordinary people, not so high realm, so all cannot be exempted. We need to be recognized by the outside world, And what is the standard for the outside world to judge a person's performance or failure? It's the car, it's the house, it's how much money you have in your pocket. Inside the BMW. Xiao Bei drove the car fast because it was hanging the provisional license plate, so it was not afraid of speeding or anything. Before, when Xiao Bei drove a taxi, he quite loved the car, and stepping on the gas pedal could already be called stroking it. But right now, he was driving quite roughly. Grass, slow down, I haven't gotten a daughter-in-law yet. I said slightly nervously. Xiao Bei's gaze is like a torch, looking ahead, through the car, what maneuver you still do not know. What are you afraid of? Zayano, when I was hospitalized, I read a book, I don't remember much of the story in the book, but there is one sentence I remember. I followed Xiao Bei's words back, what? What the future looks like is determined by what is done in the present. You can go your whole life without climbing a mountain, but in your heart, there must be a mountain. I carefully tasted, think this is really quite inspirational, no matter from that perspective to ponder, are a bit reasonable. Okay, you're going to enter the literary world, right? When you're on fire, I'll be your secretary. Xiaobei continued to step on the gas. I watched the speedometer from 102 to 180. You know, this is in the city. Can I climb mountains? I don't know, but I'll make sure you climb the highest one. And by then, if I'm not there anymore, you'll have to tell me what the view from the top is like. I frowned. Grass, what are you talking about, and what are you going to do if you're not there? You're going to the sky. The words just came. Xiaobei's choked voice came from my ears. Oh no, thanks. I twisted my head, eyebrows raised, looking at Xiaobei with some disbelief, and he, at this moment, was already in tears. Brothers, how come the more you add more, the more miserable the number data is? Can you let me see your strength, urging more, comment theory to me top up, also let me a little power? I did not comfort, not to mention the silly coin past tissues. Rather, I quietly sat in the passenger side smoking a cigarette, with him together eyeing this front, as once we two companion to deliveries in general. Chapter 101, Another New Job. For the next little over half a month, we all got into the thick of things. Xiang Zhe was in charge of the hotel's redecoration, while Song Lu had to busy himself with the wholesale liquor business matchmaking. Du Xiaofeng was now at the market all day, and would help out with errands during the day when he wasn't busy. And Xiaobei and I split the run grain factory blasting thing. The main relationship Yanfeng have finished contact, but how to operate, have to get our own. So every day to engage in my and Xiaobei drinking game constantly, in addition to drink is to drink. When our small group busy time, Yanfeng and others are not idle, a few elders, each above, the knife and gun pointed to the Shenyang district to a variety of factories and houses. Good attitude with money and you talk, bad attitude, then we will knife and gun dialogue. This kind of fat work normal I can also dip a point, but I did not open his mouth, because now the mole of the thing has not been investigated, coupled with the company's current main project is around the highway, so I'm still calm and squinting the most secure, or to make a little misunderstanding, can be disturbing. The same Henan also thinks so. The company has arrangements, then I will work. The company did not arrange, excess words, absolutely not a question. In fact, I personally feel that this is quite bad, not that I did not earn the money on the I read, unhappy. But I think now because of a mole, so that everyone is at risk, the company's atmosphere is not as good as before, we are careful to speak, for fear of getting involved with the mole. In the past, at least twice a week to get together, one is to relax, in one is the business have dealings, a lot of things privately drink a drink to fix. But now no longer, whether it is invoicing, or reimbursement, or running relations, that have to follow the process, who do not dare to be like before. Grain factory, construction site. Currently the side of the small building has been peeled off. I pestle all day in the shed, every day to create a gray head. Hey, what instructions, society my phone brother. There's a dinner party tonight, come over with me. I was a little petulant back, brother, can change someone not, my side really quite a lot of things, now the manpower shortage, our brothers are one person as two people. In that case, I'll call little Nan. A friend contacted me, there is an account to be collected, give 30% of the point it is estimated to be able to deal with a few 100,000, that you are so busy, even if it. I heard that there is money to be made, immediately put down the knuckleheads, grass, who dares to owe me phone brother's friends, brother, nothing to say, the night I'm sure to go over. Not difficult, If you want it to be difficult, just forget it. It's not difficult at all. I'll pick you up from work at night and we'll go together. Oh, you a little bit out of it. Yanfeng satirized me a sentence, directly hung up the phone, and my little hot blood boiled again. Around 6:30 in the evening, I then Yanfeng went to a private restaurant. Decoration environment is very good, each courtyard is an independent room, can be very good protection of privacy. If you want to engage in a broken shoes or something, come to this is really great, small door closed, willing to do what, absolutely no one will disturb. I and Yanfeng to the time, the house has been someone. Unexpectedly, Yanfeng mouth said that the friend is actually typing town of Wang Canon. Wang Dechan's dress with the current words is the authentic countryside style, proper old farmer fan. But you say also strange, he put on body, you look at how to feel he is not like a farmer, but more like a boss. Maybe this is what is called, the extreme dirt is the trend. Wang Jiawang is also there, but look at his appearance should be hard to pull, a reluctant face, when he saw me, cheap smile over, and I said hello. The two of us belong to the relationship of love rivals, you don't lean so close. I especially like to tease Wang Jiawang, because this person, no matter what you say to him, he won't think you're joking. It's fine, I've talked it over with Qing Cheng, we'll be friends from now on, besides I don't think she's too good for me. I nodded with relief, and then my hand on Wang Jiawang's shoulder, looking at Yanfeng sitting with Wang Dazhong chilling and said, what program today, do you know? Wang Jiawang's face became even more despondent, mixed with endless grievances and dissatisfaction. They never talk to me about things at home, saying that I don't have enough intelligence, and it's useless to listen. I comforted Wang Jiawang in a completely child-coaxing tone. It's okay, before a big person rises to power, they are all unappreciated, just bide your time, the world doesn't believe you can succeed, but I, Gu Yi, will always believe in you. Wang Jiawang instantly had a feeling of tears in his eyes. Gu Yi, you're so nice. I immediately pushed Wang Jiawang away and shouted with a serious expression, "Don't be a pussy, huh? Go go go, go find your father." This guy, the whole thing gives me goosebumps. Wang Jiawang pouted his lips, looked at me with a grudging look in his eyes, and then sat back down beside Wang Datsao. Originally I also wanted to follow the past, listen to the big men chat but a look at the dishes prepared there is a surplus, I guess that there may be someone else, so I forced to hold back the curiosity, sitting in the doorway of the position smoking cigarettes. As I expected, a cigarette just finished, the door came again, the sound of footsteps. Entered the door of two people, walking in front of a middle-aged man, and the back of the youth carrying a handbag should be his side of the little brother, position should be similar to me. This person I recognize, but he definitely will not recognize me. Not. Accurately speaking, there should be no one who comes out to mix in Ice City who doesn't recognize him. Ice City, one of the top big brother, Shujinshan, which is definitely a totem-like figure in the mixed community. Mainly do real estate and minerals, people hard knife ruthless, full of horsepower. Last year, because of the robbery of mines, caused 3 or 4 people's lives, but people are still nothing, but the name is also getting louder and louder. You say you do not serve the line? Dashin, fast, come sit, do not know what you are willing to eat, I just randomly ordered a few signature dishes. Shujinshan smiled and Yen Feng and Wang Dezhong greeted after sitting next to Yen Feng. What we eat together is not the same, just come to point on the line. After saying that, Shujinshan frowned back to look at the door to return the text message. Youth, are you blind? Do not see your Feng brother and your Wang brother this point of politeness do not understand, is not to clean up. Youth put away the phone, grumbling back, you are not often said outside let me talk less, low-key point? Oops, this day, into hard to serve. Yen Feng should recognize the young man, reached out to stop a hand, said, okay, Dashin, is not an outsider, pay so much attention to what to do, come over to sit, Xiaoxing. Shujinshan once demolished the disposable chopsticks, while dissatisfied back, Malagobis, this group of pups are to let me used to, the old yen you say that we came out to play, which dared to talk to the big brother he should be sent to the coal mine to dig coal to go, 2 days of hard life. I see that this has a foregone conclusion, then hurry up, immediately picked up the tea, served one by one. Hello several big brothers, I'm Brother Feng's oldest brother, my name is Gu Yi, currently working as a driver for Brother Feng, also moonlighting as a nanny and private secretary as well as a bodyguard. After I casually made a joke to liven up the atmosphere, I turned my head to look at Yen Feng. Brother, you think it's better if I'm better behaved? Yen Feng put away the smile, eyes glared, shut up. Hey, well, I'm the most obedient. Chapter 102, Forming a Team. 3 old guns chatting about the topic we are not good to interrupt, and Wang Jiawang has been bored to their own finger picking, so I sat down to the side of this called Xiaoxing, and he pulled a moment. From the chat, I learned that this small Xing's original name is Lin Zixing, and Shujinshan also has about 2 years, belongs to the new up people, position, and I'm about the same, currently belong to the polishing stage. Speaking of which, the 2 of us are considered to have the same fate. There is a big project, our position cannot rely on, because no matter whether it is money or strength or seniority, are not quite enough. And small projects can also come to some money, but there are too many buddies around, an average of 1 point, that is not left much. All belong to the kind of appearance looks very beautiful, in fact, the pocket is not too much good stage. Come on, buddy, leave a contact information, after all right in the drink together, there can use my place on the buckle me. Guan Zixing is not the kind of person who pretends to be a calf, immediately took out his cell phone and saved on my cell phone number, I have heard of you, now get wholesale liquor in hotels, Shangyang district, the grain factory on your demolition, and now serious quite hot chant. I waved my hand in a low-key way, fire what our outside people blindly praise, this person is low-key. Guan Zixing eyes glanced at me, that's right, low profile on the right, tick just now, I get off the car when there are people over to find my autograph it, I recognized me as Tony Liang, you say this is not bull. Big brother, I can blow enough, why are you more than I can blow it, control point chant, Ice City cattle are flying sky up. Lin Zixing narcissistically touched his side of the face, expression seriously continued to add, does not look like it? Well, you are binging Tony Liang, I absolutely believe it, come on, you stare at my face carefully to see if I have an 8-point resemblance to Andy Lau. Lin Zixing rolled his eyes, let's blow according to the rules, okay? You've given me a sentence that made me vomit. Just when Lin Zixing and I were fighting, the dishes were also served, the wine was also poured, the 3 bigwigs all tacitly did not move their chopsticks first, this gesture proves that we need to talk about business. Come on, Xiao Guyi, stand up, Uncle Wang toasts you. I was first stunned, then panicked and picked up the glass, that I rushed Xiao Wang will not call you brother, a bit of a difference in generation, I'd better call Uncle Wang. Called what is not the same, this cup of wine, Wang uncle toast you, my family this little cup to do things without thinking, no less let heart, in the future you buddies are good benefits. I did not wait for Wang Dezhong to finish his words, he grabbed the first drink a small cup. You are the elders, cannot let you honor me, I dry first. Saying that, I filled another small cup for myself, Jiao Wang this little thing you don't say thank you, otherwise this meal can't be eaten. After a moment of silence, Wang de Cannon turned his head toward Yen Feng, gave a thumbs up, and calmly commented, old Yen, you teach out of the people, have a kind. Yen Feng smiled faintly, did not even look at me. But for this indifference, others do not know how. We know, today it is obvious that Wang Degun something to Yen Feng and Xu Jinshan discussion, and certainly involves money. Why so many people at home? Yen Feng called me to come. He should have known that I was in the 21st century and Wang Jiawang happened story. There is no way, Yen Feng, this person is a cold face and a hot heart. Just contact will not like, but contact for a long time will find that often such a big brother will not pit the brothers around. When I chatted with Wang de Cannon for a few words, the three old cannons talked about the business. It is true that the work of debt, but this work is really not so good. This money is so, allow me to narrate. As we all know that the main business of the Wang Cannon is dry farming, a few years ago, the market is good, the state to give a variety of subsidies are also more, so he began to spread, the market in Bingcheng cannot meet him, he began to Bingcheng below the townships into. Although the relationship is hard, food and grass, but a place has a place of rules, so the way Wang Dazhong chose is the way of cooperation. All other places were fine, although the accounts weren't that clear, but it was always a situation of upward profitability. But only Mulan's side of the big field frequent problems, now are not profit or not the problem, but every month to ride the money. Today is the money for the epidemic prevention station, tomorrow is the money for the cattle to see a doctor, the day after tomorrow may be to give a local leader to make offerings. In short, there are a lot of names of spending, but also you cannot refuse. This time Wang Dazhong would like to withdraw his shares. Before this cattle farm, he invested 3 million, the other party invested 2,200,000, but the shares are equal, there is no one more. And the other party took less money, but also did work more. There are several subsidies, normal is not in line with the regulations, but in this big brother's operation, these subsidies have got their hands. But when the two went through the honeymoon period, it was a bit tainted, so what Wang Dazhong now wants is to get the money back from the previous investment, the cattle farm he quit. And if the other party does not agree with this program, does not matter, he can contribute 2,200,000 to take back the other party's shares, certainly will not let the other party to suffer. Yen Feng heard the words, smoking a cigarette, and casually asked, "It's not a big deal, why do you still call me Indashan?" Xu Jinshan frustrated palmed some embarrassed back, "Old Yen, you do not misunderstand, huh? I came first of all in order to rub a mouth to eat, followed by the cattle farm. This job, my brother-in-law hit, grinding me for a long time, have to let me try. But we do things absolutely not basket, when the work, my people will also follow, absolutely sell." Xu Jinshan softly explained to Yen Feng, gave absolute respect, then immediately rushed at the low head to eat wildly, swung the whirlwind chopsticks. Lin Zixing shouted, "You paralyzed, still eat, fast, give your Feng brother a statement." Lin Zixing haphazardly wiped a handful of mouth, the bottom of the shouted, "Feng brother finger direction, is the battlefield of my charge, the knife and gun in place, people must be dry broken, booyah." Yen Feng laughed at Lin Zixing's words, his body leaned naturally towards the back of the chair, giving way to my position. "Then this matter let Xiano run with Xiaoxing." After saying that, Yen Feng narrowed his eyes and looked at me with a serious face, "Don't embarrass me, or else your legs will be dry broken for you." I tilted my head and proudly replied, "When have I ever embarrassed you? You waited home for news of my triumph." Then, Wang Cannon took over the words, "A hammer, carriage, 50, a moment to take away, Uncle Wang, this matter depends on you two brothers." I waved my hand with a serious face, "You are Feng's friend, help you to do something, then how can I collect money? No, really no." Lin Zixing on the other side of the hate of the teeth are pricked, scratching, squinting at me, "You do not want to give me, I'm thick-skinned people, what money dare to take?" I look at Lin Zixing is also hungry anxious players, in polite down, this money may be a little bit to say. But then again, pro brothers also have to be clear accounts, you are all big bosses, surely not bad for me these 3 melons and 2 jujubes, this money I'll take it first. Said, I reached out and ran to grab the bank card, and then swept a glance at the password of the note pasted on the back, and without hesitation, put it into the pants pocket. "You really can catch anything, ah, I have to be practicing." Lin Zixing exasperatedly put his arm around my shoulder and clinked glasses with me. I proudly returned, "I have to, just learn, Wild Brothers' hands are all live." The three bigwigs smiled as they watched Lin Zixing and I fight non-stop, and also began to sigh at the unforgiving nature of the years. After the business talk, they were not in control, and the three of them pushed the cups and drank. But I and Lin Zixing but not much to drink, because a moment we both still have to drive it, so just softly in the following chatting days, communicate this feeling. To say who was the most awkward in the room, it had to be Wang Jiawang. Any topic he cannot insert mouth, can only sit dry. But I goo ye what emotional intelligence. Can I let the Northeast Wang Jiawei sit on the bench? Chapter 103 Wang Family Father and Son's Quirky Daily Routine. We don't know much about other places, but as far as Ice City is concerned, after the Big Brothers talk business, there must be a second show. As for the arrangement of the third game, it all depends on how close the relationship is. This is like a rule, no one takes the initiative to mention it, but everyone also habitually abides by it. Even some people obviously have business to deal with, but also deliberately stagger the time, specifically to accompany. I used to be deeply uncomprehending of this, thinking it was formalism. But today there is a different view. The first is the main characters of the main field, talking about business, the relationship is the interests of the ding is ding, Dao is Dao to put on the table to make it clear. All talk clearly, we are also down to earth, then the main characters of the second game will be comfortable to relax. But the second scene for our second tier of people is particularly important, because this is the best time for us to open the relationship network and network circle. To put it bluntly, this second game, all drunk and confused, which only to people like us to play. The second game to go to the place is the 21st century, no way, people field is fire, and the environment is also good, the service staff is also high-end, you want to play a picture, do not come here, there is no good place to go. I called in advance to let Ching Ching arrange some boxes, drinks, girls, etc. After all the people seated, the waiter side began to serve wine, pinch this time, I unintentionally rushed to the king can and said, Uncle Wang, I suddenly remembered something, this seems to have to you can help me. You're welcome, say, I and old Yen are how many years relationship? I grabbed a melon. Some difficult to say, this grain plant is not now blasting it, Feng said waste earth, and so on let me pick up to sell, but the car is not very good to find you are dry farming, under so many factories, you help me operate operation. Not waiting for Wang de Cannon to talk, I turned my head to Wang Jiawang and added in a very fast voice, Jiawang, quickly, help me to talk to your father a few words of goodwill, just as you are not now also biding your time in the shadows, first come to help buddy's busy work, if your father can poke out the car, this thing you do it. Wang Cannon first sighed, and then patted Yen Feng's thigh with a smile, Yen, you say you have given your family these pups to eat what how each of them are monkey fine it, now I let my son you mix with you for 2 years it. Yen Feng smoked a mouthful of cigarettes also slightly complacent back, Jiao Wang is a great wisdom, Xiaoyou is smart, two different things. Right, Brother Feng is right, I am sometimes willing to be smart, because of this fault, Brother Feng has not scolded me much. Wang de Cannon nodded, then with a serious expression, he looked at his own baby son, the matter is given to you, just do a good job, the resource is home to you, how much you earn, old man does not want a penny of yours, learn well with others to learn, how to deal with people. Wang Jiawang face has a little smile look, times to my side, look to Wang Dazhou, Dad, I understand how it is, Xiaoyou this is to see me nothing to do, give me a step down, just as well as to sell you a face, and then Uncle Yen face also have light. When the words fell, the faces of all the people in the room darkened. Wang Jiawang understand indeed no problem, the thing is such a thing, but this can be said directly out of it? How pugnacious must it be? Go, get lost, shut up and hurry. Wang Debao got up to start fighting, successive standard northeast big neck slips began to serve. Xu Zhinshan brightly laughed a few times, Jiawang this child is also quite interesting, okay, you guys this family internal conflict, go home and dealing with it, don't delay me to touch the thigh. Come on, Xiaoyi, let the girls come in. Just as Wang Degun's words came, Wang Jiawang, who was hiding in the far corner of the sofa, glared with his eyes, you still dare to look for wild women outside? I'll tell my mom when I get home. Don't be stubborn, as soon as I heard this, Wang Cannon instantly dumbfounded, lightly coughed twice and then explained in a serious manner, I am entertaining my friends, I don't point, mind your own mouth, go home and beat blindly with your mom, don't say I'll beat you up. I awkwardly pulled away from the two men who were about to tear each other apart again, and then I jogged out to call someone. At the same time, I also had to sigh, now this social atmosphere is really open a lot, when the father of the son out to drink flower wine, who is seen. Anyway, I am the first time to see. After sending Yen Feng home last night, the two of us in the car also talked for a while. The main topic is about the matter of the expedition to Magnolia County. Yen Feng is quite unimpressed by this, because this Xu Zhinshan also mixed in, and there is not much money, it is estimated that a greeting, I'll walk through the end. Then I'll play freely? Well, cannot move the gun as far as possible not to move the gun. Yen Feng inhaled a mouthful of smoke, and continued to add, today this thing is quite beautiful, you are still a bit of progress I waved my hand in a low-key way, that's a must, what do you think Wang Cannon lacks? No lack of money, no lack of relations, not to mention the lack of projects, just his son is out of tune. So to solve the problem of his son, the relationship is not smashed on it. Our company is now a little weak in the upper power, and Wang Debao's sister is the city's leadership team, we do not seek to do more important things together, but at least can leave a good impression Yen Feng nodded with relief, Xiaoyi, you have this person's thinking, ability is also enough, these 2 years I just grind you, and so on the company on this stage, I will give you directly to the stall, let you get yourself. I completely with a joking tone back, I talk to my brothers below are also so, you this pie drawing power is not good, Oh, yeah, well, I'll have to refine my skills, don't accidentally let you little brats bend the road and overtake me. Go to Mulan this thing although we are the main fight, but Xiao Xing they will also contribute to the force, you have to give people respect, something to discuss, do not give me a conflict. Yen Feng is like a nagging parent, every day in my soul baptism, sometimes I listen to feel very useful, but sometimes is really feel some headache. Okay, I know, you quickly go home, early to bed and early to rise, good health. Yen Feng saw this, haphazardly slapped the back of my head, little brat, get lost. After sending Yen Feng away, I tentatively sent a text message to Lin Zixing, not realizing that this big brother also just sent home to Xu Zhinshan. Now the time is also just less than 12 o'clock, that is the time to spread joy. What out in the penetration just did not drink. I look at people have this attitude, then I must touch a hold Okay, you call the side of the brothers on it. I also contact contacts. The night we directly back to my place to live. Tomorrow we'll directly set off, so also save trouble. Okay, I'll look for the nest. See you later. After hanging up the phone, I started contacting Xiao Bei and the others, preparing to start the group demonic chaos mode. Chapter 104 Grumpy Female Street Fighter. More than half an hour later, our group gathered at a KTV called Platinum. There were 7 people on my side counting me, namely Xiao Bei, Xiang Zhe, Song Lu, Du Xiaofeng, Hao Hao, and Xiao. Before I came I also told them to go to Mulan tomorrow to ask for things, to which everyone is very interested. After all, there is money to make well. Lin Zixing's side is not many people, counting him including only 5, look at some familiar, but cannot name. This status quo, I have long realized. Ice City out of the jungle road is indeed a lot of people, but can be a little bit like so many gangs, and similar to Yen Feng this level that is the existence of a general phoenix feather, so although we do not recognize, as long as a fight face to face, 100% feel familiar. They are all big men, and have been drinking 2 games, are not polite. Into the house called the girl began to group of demons. But Lin Zixing and I did not call, I because I have a daughter-in-law, and he because what we do not know. I think Lin Zixing is a good person after contacting him. Talking and chattering like so, for people also do not pretend, and also quite a sense of humor. Normally, I collected the carriage fee, then the work of the account should be me in the forefront, but Lin Zixing did not hide the meaning of the words reveal an attitude that you say how to do what we do. Sometimes between friends to get along, need to be this kind of attitude. You see me and Guan Xiang although not much, but also did a few things, and he gave me the feeling that the heart of the thief more, not too real. And Lin Zixing we only contact one day, but I feel some hate each other, very right temperament. Don't sing, come on, drink, I'll see what you amount. I took the initiative to pick up a glass of wine, stopping the Lin Zixing still want to continue to show his voice. Lin Zixing reluctantly put down the microphone, grabbed the wine cup, a drink, and then crossed his legs and said, "Why don't you look for one? The quality of this house is not as good as the 21st century, but play fast, the toilet can poke the goo. Pull back, I have a daughter-in-law, do not pull this." Lin Zixing snorted coldly, playing Liashi Hui with me? "I'm pouring you 2 bottles, I'll see if you stab and scratch. Why don't you look for it?" Lin Zixing's small face a taut, body in the direction of where I was lightly moved a lot, palms patted on my thighs. "Since you see out, I will not hide it from you. In fact, I look at your first eyes, the heart of the flower has already bloomed. Get it, stop it, you still want to play a wave with me." I disdainfully demolished Lin Zixing's poor acting skills, then continued to add, "Is it afraid that you won't be able to hand in your homework at home and get beaten up by your daughter-in-law?" Lin Zixing grinned, and did not continue to dwell on this topic with me. "Don't talk about those useless, come on, drink up, I'll try what amount of the reddest bearer in Bingcheng is now. The Ice City Wine Immortal is called that for nothing? Drink up." For the first hour, we were a little more controlled considering that we had to go on an errand tomorrow, but when one by one they all went to their heads one after another, there was no end to this drinking. And I noticed that this Platinum does have a bit of a saying, the sofa in the bathroom, let's say that the use is also too obvious. Lin Zixing and I now also found fun, began to bet. His side of the brother into I began to guess the time, the range before and after cannot be more than a minute, I guessed, he blew a bottle, I have to guess wrong, then I blew a bottle. On the contrary, this rule is the same for him, so not a moment's effort, I have been drinking a little bit of gold stars. And Lin Zixing also drank his eyes straight, big tongue lang lang, a sentence has to grind with me several times. Just when we were having the most fun, the door of the box was kicked open. Why am I so sure? Because I was sitting right next to the door, and I saw the lock on the door fly out with my own eyes. My first reaction was that I might have run into an enemy, so I instinctively ran to grab my handbag. Lin Zixing's reaction was also quite fast, and he had already pulled out the card spring from his coat pocket. "Don't move, oh no, misunderstanding, that is my friend." I blinked my eyes and double-checked, only then did I realize it was a girl. Long is also quite beautiful, wearing a long slimmed-down jacket, long hair cape, wearing a light makeup, a little pure schoolmarm feeling. "Ah Yang Zai, ahem, that look who's here, wake up." Lin Zixing constantly rushed to a brother called Yang make this eye. This person Lin Zixing also introduced to me, said it is his hair small, since childhood to play together, the feelings are very good. We don't know how this Yang so into, holding the girl's shoulders still singing Love Deep Rain Misty, as if a pair of lovers to death, eyes are drawn. Bam! The bottle of wine instantly exploded at Yang's feet, and he turned back to look at it in bewilderment, frozen in place for a moment. It was no exaggeration to say that Yang's legs and stomach were shivering. And this pure sister has maintained a cool expression, first tied up their hair, then swung up the fruit plate played on the Yang as a fierce smash. That's really under the dead hand. The whole sentence does not say, is the head dry? For this kind of thing, I must be far away, hiding at the side of the calmly watching the lively, resolutely do not lean forward, so as to avoid accidental injury. And Lin Zixing a few people will be some self-importance, even when up to pull the fight. Without exception, everyone received different degrees of violent beatings. Let's say on this hand, that is really female street fighter, to say single practice, I feel are enough to be this woman's opponent. The shot that is called a sharp, angle that is called a tricky. After about 5 minutes, a Yang has been lying on the ground, the corner of the mouth spitting out foam, grunting with the dying like. The female street fighter moved her wrist, her eyes swept towards Lin Zixing several people, then coldly grunted, Li Shan Yang, you wait for your homecoming, this is not finished. That Han Han, do you need me to send you off? Lin Zixing similarly shivered and went forward to compensate for the smile. The female street bully Han Han looked at Lin Zixing, cold face reached out and pointed, scram. AI, well, I understand, you two couple things I do not get involved. Said, the female street bully Han Han swaggered away. Less than half a minute after the people left it, a big jump from the ground climbed up, haphazardly wiped the blood on the neck calmly back, gone it, so dangerous you guys a few why do not remind me of it, two not enough friends it. I instantly froze in place, stuttered and asked, did you just play dead? A Yang slapped his body to get beer bottle fragments lightly back, this is a scheme, out to mix what is the most important. I tell you, is the scheme.